Upon awakening from her transmigration, Zhu Xuntao discovered that she had inexplicably entered the pages of a book. Her elder sister is the protagonist holding the script of a favored character, while she herself is relegated to the role of a mere background figure. Very well, she shall await the male lead's decision to annul their engagement and marry the deceased prince, with both the male and female protagonists addressing her as Aunt Huang. As a lethargic Zhu Xuntao lay idle, she never anticipated that after her thoughts were read, the narrative would take an unexpected turn. The female lead's fervent admirer and sister-in-law declared, "No one besides Sister Xuntao is worthy to be my sister-in-law." The biased mother-in-law remarked, "Xuntao is a splendid child. My daughter-in-law should be like her." The male lead's uncle, who only recognized the female lead, threatened, "Whoever dares to usurp Zhu Xuntao's position shall have their legs broken." Everything was in disarray, prompting Zhu Xuntao to resolve to rectify the chaos and discuss matters with the male lead. Zhu Xuntao inquired, "When will the engagement be annulled?" The male lead responded, "When will the wedding take place?" Zhu Xuntao was alarmed. Has the male lead lost his senses? Chapter 1. I shall make way for the female lead. Within the hall, an array of exquisite wooden furniture bore intricate carvings, and a refined collection of porcelain graced the table. The ceiling, adorned with gilded beams and vermilion lacquer, exuded an air of antiquity and opulence, creating a splendid atmosphere. The three women seated within the hall possessed ethereal beauty and an aura of nobility. The elder woman in the highest seat glanced at the already damaged hairpin, suppressing her temper as she addressed Zhu Xuntao. "Miss Zhu, rest assured, I shall afford you the opportunity to explain." Zhu Xuntao wore a gentle smile, remaining neither arrogant nor anxious. "Madam, I am indeed at ease." "What is there to be at ease about? It is evident they intend to make me the scapegoat." Jiang Yijing felt a twitch at her temple, perplexed as to why she could hear Zhu Xuntao's innermost thoughts. She was unprepared for the fact that in Zhu Xuntao's mind, she held such a singular image. This hairpin was bestowed by Her Majesty, the Empress. Though the damage occurred today, the Marquis's residence may overlook it. However, we must provide the Empress with an explanation. Thus, I shall handle this matter with utmost fairness. I shall never show favoritism, nor falsely accuse anyone. With Yingyan as the witness, you shall have nothing to fear." Zhu Yingyan, having been named, smiled bashfully, delighted by the Marquis's attention. Zhu Xuntao calmly remarked, "Madam, your intentions are truly commendable and your words fair. The hairpin was damaged due to Zhu Yingyan's actions, yet they wish to use her as a witness. The Marquis's cleverness is commendable. Is it not the case that they are attempting to use today's incident to annul my engagement to Xiao Jingzhan? Annul it today. Whoever does not shall be treated like a little dog. I would rather marry the Prince of Yu as a widow than be wed into the chaotic Xiao family." Her misfortune was truly overwhelming. In the modern world, she was merely a 007-wage slave raised in an orphanage. To earn a little more, she worked herself to death, only to awaken in this new life, transmigrating as an unborn child. Just 3 days ago, having been targeted and sabotaged by her biological sister, she suddenly awakened to the realization that she was not only transmigrated, but had also entered a novel. The female lead in the book was her reborn sister, while she was relegated to the role of the expendable younger sibling. It was akin to a stampede of 10,000 mythical beasts. Jiang Yijing was taken aback. The hairpin was indeed broken by Zhu Yingyan? Impossible. Zhu Yingyan had always been decorous and diligent, caring for her younger siblings. Conversely, Zhu Yingyan was spoiled and presumptuous. Among the sisters, it was indeed as Zhu Xuntao had said, Zhu Yingyan was favored more. No wonder Zhu Xuntao consistently troubled Zhu Yingyan. Out of jealousy, Zhu Xuntao had formed such a grave misunderstanding of her. To prove that Zhu Xuntao was misjudging her, Jiang Yijing looked at Zhu Yingyan with anticipation. "Yingyan, what truly transpired? How did the hairpin come to be damaged?" Zhu Yingyan pondered for a moment and replied softly, "Actually, I am uncertain about what happened. Although the hairpin broke while in Xuntao's possession, I believe it has nothing to do with her. If Her Majesty the Empress truly wishes to assign blame, I shall bear it all. After all, I am Xuntao's sister, and should care for my younger sibling." Zhu Yingyan's words might deceive an ordinary person, but how could they fool the matriarch of the Marquis's house, Jiang Yijing? Every word Zhu Yingyan spoke conveyed her belief in Zhu Xuntao, yet each phrase also hinted that the incident was indeed caused by Zhu Xuntao. Even before an outsider condemned Zhu Xuntao, Zhu Yingyan was already laying traps for her. Was she still the humble and courteous young lady that Jiang Yijing perceived? "Xuntao, what do you have to say?" Upon hearing Jiang Yijing grant Zhu Xuntao an opportunity to explain, Zhu Yingyan felt a moment of tension. However, Zhu Xuntao's response was both unexpected and reassuring. "I will heed my sister's words. At last, we have arrived at the step of entering the palace to apologize. In the end, everyone will believe Zhu Yingyan to be the scapegoat. I, the haughty one, will not take responsibility, but instead push my elder sister forward to bear the blame. What a splendid young lady Zhu Yingyan is, perfectly suited for Xiao Jingzhan. How wretched am I, destined only to marry a corpse as a widow. Very well, let us hasten this process. Jiang Yijing was momentarily stunned. Zhu Yan's act of entering the palace to apologize effectively compounded Zhu Xuantao's misfortune, ensuring her public disgrace. Instead, Zhu Yan would utilize this opportunity to elevate herself above Zhu Xuantao. How had she not previously seen that Zhu Yan was so adept at scheming and enjoyed stepping on her younger sister to ascend? Abruptly, Jiang Yijing's expression shifted from maternal affection to solemnity. "Ing Yan, I shall ask you once more, did Zhu Xuantao truly break the hairpin?" The delighted Zhu Yingyan was startled, exclaiming, "Madam, I saw." "No, I am unclear how this hairpin became damaged. I only know that after Zhu Taotao touched it, it broke." "Have you ever touched this hairpin?" Zhu Taotao's eyes flickered with insight. "Blind girl, you've uncovered a hidden gem. Has the intelligence of the madam of the Vofu finally come to the fore? Wasn't it said that the madam cherished Zhu Yingyan deeply, lamenting daily why she was not her future daughter-in-law?" Zhu Taotao's initial remark eluded Jiang Yijing's comprehension. However, when Zhu Taotao praised her for her newfound intelligence, she grasped the implication, feeling a mix of pride and irritation. She had momentarily been blinded, mistaking Zhu Yingyan for an obedient child, and her preconceived notions nearly led to Zhu Taotao's unjust accusation. As for the desire to have Zhu Yingyan as her daughter-in-law, that was a matter of the past. Now, Jiang Yijing observed that Zhu Yingyan's gaze had grown noticeably cold and distant. Initially flustered, Zhu Yingyan thought this incident would easily condemn Zhu Taotao, but being a reborn individual, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "In response to the madam, I did touch it." At this moment, Jiang Yijing had discerned Zhu Yingyan's intentions. Both sisters had touched the hairpin, yet with no witnesses or tangible evidence. The ultimate determination of who bore the guilt for the destruction of the imperial gift would depend on the public perception of their characters. In this regard, Zhu Yingyan surpassed Zhu Taotao significantly. Zhu Yingyan was adept at psychological warfare. Upon receiving the answer, Jiang Yijing tempered her gaze, stating, "Both of you are guests of Myofu, and the damage to the hairpin also falls under the responsibility of its owner, Mi Luo, for improper management. As for the palace's request for an apology, we shall resolve it ourselves. You both may return to the estate." Zhu Taotao was taken aback, while Zhu Yingyan exclaimed in surprise, We cannot enter the palace. Would that not be disrespectful to Her Majesty the Empress?" What could the madam possibly mean by this? The Fofu was shouldering the responsibility, allowing Zhu Taotao to evade a crisis. Did that mean her efforts today were in vain? Zhu Taotao was preoccupied with another concern. If Zhu Yingyan is not permitted to enter the palace for an apology, losing this opportunity to demonstrate her worth, how can the engagement be retracted today? Am I not just clearing the way for Zhu Yingyan to fall into a pit? Chapter 2. Depart. Must depart. Jiang Yijing found herself both amused and exasperated by Zhu Xuntao, as she had only stumbled in her judgment regarding Zhu Yingyan. Why did the Ho residents provoke such disdain from Zhu Xuntao? She had once believed that Zhu Xuntao was eager to marry her son and become the future mistress of the Ho estate. As for the engagement annulment, even if Jingzhan truly refused to marry Zhu Xuntao, the bride could never be Zhu Yingyan. At this moment, she found herself favoring Zhu Xuntao over Zhu Yingyan. Jiang Yijing regarded Zhu Yingyan with a frosty demeanor. "Fear not, everything shall be shouldered by the Ho family. Miss Xu, there is no need for your concern." Both sisters sensed the shift in Jiang Yijing's attitude. Zhu Yingyan felt a sense of foreboding, unable to comprehend where she had erred today. Despite the growing fondness the Ho matron seemed to harbor for her, when her gaze turned to Zhu Xuntao, it was rife with impatience and disdain. How could the matter of the hairpin not only fail to result in the annulment of the engagement between Zhu Xuntao and young Master Xiao, but instead lead to the matron's disfavor towards her? No, she needed to devise a plan. She must marry young Master Xiao in this lifetime. Interestingly, Zhu Xuntao's thoughts mirrored those of Zhu Yingyan, both scheming to dissolve her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan. According to the narrative, Zhu Yingyan had indeed used the incident with the hairpin to successfully annul her betrothal to Xiao Jingzhan. With the marriage contract with the Ho family dissolved, in a bid to extract the last vestiges of her value, Zhu Yingyan had advised her grandmother to betroth her to the deceased royal brother of the current emperor, Prince Yu. In the eyes of others, marrying a deceased man would signify a life devoid of hope. Yet for Zhu Xuntao, it was quite the contrary. What a stroke of fortune! Free from the oppression of a mother-in-law, devoid of troublesome men, and, should she so desire, able to foster a child from the sidelines, indulging in their whims when pleased, and leaving them to servants when not. With a house to her name and wealth in her pocket, it was akin to reaching the pinnacle of existence. Compared to marrying Xiao Jingzhan, only to be treated as a thorn in the side by her reborn elder sister, the life of marrying Prince Yu as a widow seemed utterly blissful. Having come to this realization, the awakened Zhu Xuntao relinquished her struggle, fully aware that Zhu Yingyan intended to frame her today. She chose to lie back and let Zhu Yingyan have her way. Who knew, however, that Zhu Yingyan would falter, seemingly botching the situation. Hadn't she heard the matron refer to her as Zhu Ergunyang instead of Xu Yuntao, and Zhu Yingyan as Zhu Dajia instead of Yingyan? So, where exactly did the breakdown occur? If only someone could articulate it, they might resolve the matter together. Madam. Arriving fashionably late, Xiaomi Luo had changed into a new outfit and gazed mournfully at the hairpin lying in the brocade box.
Zhu Xuntao.
You have ruined the hairpin bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. Have you considered how you will explain this to Her Majesty? A woman of Zhu Xuantao's ilk was hardly worthy of her elder brother, once the engagement was annulled. She would certainly find a way to ensure that Yingyan became her sister-in-law. Zhu Xuantao's eyes brightened. Xiaomi Luo was indeed the divine ally for Zhu Yingyan's marriage to Xiao Jingzhan. A savior had arrived. Miss Xiao, what do you think I should do? Xiaomi Luo's face contorted with disdain. Do you think my opinion matters? I say you are utterly unworthy of my brother, so hurry and annul the marriage. Zhu Xuantao sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless. Marriage is a matter of familial arrangement. Since Miss Xiao deems me unworthy, then I shall consent to the annulment. Nonsense. Jiang Yijing interjected. Matters of marriage are dictated by parental authority and the words of matchmakers. How can you act so recklessly? Mi Luo, is this how I raised you? Xiaomi Luo pouted, mother. It is rare for Zhu Xuantao to agree to the annulment on her own. The typically quiet Zhu Xuantao silently cheered on Xiaomi Luo. As long as the plow is wielded well, no corner is too tough to break through.
Xiaomi Luo.
Whether Zhu Yingyan can marry your brother depends entirely on your efforts. Xiaomi Luo nearly stumbled, struggling to maintain her balance. What had she just heard? Had Zhu Xuantao actually encouraged her to assist her elder sister in marrying her brother? Was she so affected by the broken hairpin that she was now hallucinating? Xiaomi Luo gazed at the speechless Zhu Xuantao with a peculiar expression, her lips moving in an attempt to speak, yet no words escaped. Zhu Yingyan, too, regarded Xiaomi Luo as a savior. Sister Mi Luo, the matter of the hairpin has already been resolved by the matron. You need not quarrel with her about it. After saying this, Zhu Yingyan winked at Xiaomi Luo, reminding her not to forget their agreement for tomorrow. Although she could not fathom why the matron's attitude had changed so drastically towards her, Xiaomi Luo was the sole daughter of the Xiao family. As long as she remained on her side, Zhu Yingyan felt assured of her chances to marry Xiao Jingzhan. Xiaomi Luo responded with a wink. Mother, look how well Sister Yingyan treats me. By the way, Mother, tomorrow I wish to take Sister Yingyan out of the residence. Do grant permission.
Oh.
Upon the mention of this arrangement, Zhu Xuantao's heart was awash with tumult. The first admirer of Zhu Yingyan, Song Zichuan, is about to make his entrance. Zhu Yingyan, fully aware of Song Zichuan's affections, was orchestrating a meeting between him and Xiaomi Luo. Zhu Yingyan was preparing to grasp both her sister-in-law and brother-in-law firmly in her hands. Indeed, the Xiao family dotes on Xiaomi Luo. Xiaomi Luo listens to Song Zichuan and Song Zichuan listens to Zhu Yingyan. Thus, Zhu Yingyan effectively holds sway over the entire Hou family. However, Song Zichuan is truly a nefarious character, despite his hidden feelings for Zhu Yingyan in his quest for advancement. He shamelessly sent Xiaomi Luo into the arms of another man. Upon discovering the truth, Xiaomi Luo would be unable to bear such humiliation, and, filled with self-loathing for having chosen the wrong partner, might even take her own life. Not long after realizing that Zhu Yingyan was covertly sabotaging her in front of the Xiao family, Zhu Xuantao had attempted to counsel Xiaomi Luo to distance herself from Zhu Yingyan. This foolish girl could never outmaneuver Zhu Yingyan. Yet, after hearing her words, Xiaomi Luo accused Zhu Xuantao of jealousy towards Zhu Yingyan, sowing discord. Very well. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she understood the dynamics, relinquished the urge to assist, and respect the destinies of others. She was already prepared to embrace widowhood. Whom Xiaomi Luo married and how she lived her life was of no concern to her. Having learned to respect others, Zhu Xuantao averted her gaze, thus failing to notice Xiaomi Luo's astonished expression. Xiaomi Luo's lips trembled as she fearfully glanced at Zhu Yingyan, then conflictedly at Zhu Xuantao. Mother, I shall not go out. I wish to stay home tomorrow. Zhu Xuantao. Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan, Sister Mi Luo, if you are unwell, then we shall postpone our meeting. Xiaomi Luo and Zhu Yingyan appeared as if they were of one heart, and Zhu Xuantao, behaving obediently, refrained from interjecting between them. Indeed, if we do not meet tomorrow, we can meet the day after. If not then, the day after that. Allowing Xiaomi Luo to marry the infatuated Song Zichuan would be to Zhu Yingyan's utmost benefit. With Song Zichuan's influence, Zhu Yingyan had Xiaomi Luo firmly in her grasp, providing a double layer of assurance. This meeting must occur. Xiaomi Luo's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 3. Fortune and Misfortune. Sister Mi Luo, what is the matter with you? Should I call a physician to examine you? Xiaomi Luo's complexion was indeed ghastly, and Zhu Yingyan did not doubt for a moment that she was intentionally sabotaging their meeting. Why you? Don't come closer. With each step Zhu Yingyan took, Xiaomi Luo retreated, until she was backed up against Zhu Xuntao, nearly causing Zhu Xuntao to sputter her tea. First it was the matron, and now it was Xiaomi Luo. What was happening? Xiaomi Luo, her face a mask of despair, cried out, "Mother, I do not want a physician. I want a master." She must have been possessed. Surely she was possessed. Was she on the brink of death? Otherwise, how could she possibly hear such terrifying news? Hiding behind Zhu Xuntao only served to make Zhu Yingyan's expression fluctuate between pale and flushed. Sister Mi Luo, your behavior frightens me. The matron remarked, Sister Mi Luo, are you perhaps terrified that Her Majesty the Empress would blame you, hence your overwhelming fright? Jiang Yijing's gaze softened. Yet, all of this was merely Zhu Xuantao's one-sided account. Events that had yet to transpire. She should not err again by placing unwarranted trust in Zhu Xuantao's words as she had with Zhu Yingtao previously. Even knowing the likelihood of Zhu Xuantao's deceit was minuscule, Jiang Yijing was reluctant to hastily assign blame. Fortunately, Xiaomi Luo was aware of her fears and chose to decline the invitation for the following day, preferring to remain at home in all honesty. Consequently, Jiang Yijing deduced that her daughter, like herself, could discern Zhu Xuntao's innermost thoughts. As the day waned, it became inappropriate for the two guests to linger for dinner. Zhu Yingyan hastily bowed and said, I have troubled you for long enough, Sun Tao, and I must return home now. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Lady Ho and Sister Mi Luo for your gracious hospitality. With Zhu Yingyan, who was well regarded at the Ho residence, departing, Zhu Xuntao, lacking any sense of shame, shamelessly trailed behind her. Upon exiting the gates of the Ho residence and boarding her own carriage, Zhu Yingyan seized Zhu Xuntao's hand and inquired, have you spoken to Lady Ho or Sister Mi Luo about anything behind my back? Zhu Xuntao shook her head. You are well aware, dear sister, that I have never been alone with Lady Ho or Xiaomi Luo. If I had uttered anything, you would surely have overheard. After contemplating for a moment, Zhu Yingyan retracted her hand. Zhu Xuntao, as my sister, I am compelled to advise you. One must act within their bounds. Do not further provoke our parents to anger, bringing shame upon the Zhu family. Zhu Xuntao obediently nodded. Understood, elder sister. Her docile and sensible demeanor brought some comfort to Zhu Yingyan, who felt that in both lifetimes, her sister had never been one to vie for attention. In her previous life, she aspired to be the exalted empress and persuaded her mother to seek ways to achieve that.
Indeed.
She became the beloved consort of the crown prince, and when he ascended the throne, she was honored as the virtuous empress. Unfortunately, the palace was rife with beautiful women, each adept at scheming for favor, and the crown prince was known for his fickle heart. Not only did she fail to become the empress, but she was also ensnared by the intrigues of other women in the palace, ultimately cast into the cold palace, where she met a tragic end. In contrast, her sister Zhu Xuntao, adhering to the marriage arranged by their grandfather, married Xiao Jingzhan in a peaceful manner, enjoying a loving relationship that lasted a lifetime. In this life, she no longer desired to be an empress. Compared to the cold and unyielding throne, a devoted lover like Xiao Jingzhan was far more precious. Upon returning to the Zhu residence, Zhu Xuntao wisely refrained from approaching her mother, Mrs. Sun, instead performing a curtsy before retreating to her own room. Watching Zhu Xuntao's departing figure, Mrs. Sun's eyes brimmed with disdain. What a dullard. I bore her into this world, and she dares to show me her displeasure? Had I known, I would have refrained from giving birth to her. Such remarks would echo throughout Mrs. Sun's day. Zhu Yingyan had grown accustomed to this. Mother, today Lady Ho and Sister Mi Luo were not as warm towards me as usual. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between us. Mother, you are most perceptive. You must assist me. Mrs. Sun raised an eyebrow. Is this the doing of Zhu Xuntao? Zhu Yingyan scoffed lightly. Mother, do you truly believe she would dare? Indeed, Mrs. Sun's anger subsided. If she dares to spoil your prospects, I shall deal with her accordingly. But, my dear Yenner, are you truly determined to forsake the crown prince and marry young Master Xiao? With your talent and beauty, you are worthy of the crown prince. Zhu Yingyan's eyes sparkled, her teeth clenched. The crown prince will undoubtedly have numerous consorts in his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The Ho residence is esteemed, second only to the imperial family. Moreover, the Xiao family has maintained a clean household, No concubines for 3 generations. Marrying Xiao Jingzhan will not tarnish my dignity. Mrs. Sun considered this and replied, "Very well, as long as it is your desire, I shall support you. However, the betrothal was arranged by your grandfather with the old Marquis of Xiao. It is not easily undone." Until today, Zhu Yingyan had been quite confident. For Lady Ho and Xiaomi Luo both detested Zhu Xuntao and favored her. But now, Mrs. Sun patted Zhu Yingyan's hand. "As long as it is what you wish, I will certainly help you fulfill your desires." "Thank you, mother. You are truly kind to me." Zhu Yingyan beamed a sweet smile at Mrs. Sun, affectionately wrapping her arms around her motheress. "Second miss, the lady has come." Just as Zhu Yingyan settled into her room, not yet having warmed her seat, she heard her mother calling for her. "You all may leave." Mrs. Sun ordered the maids out, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. "I shall speak only once. Engrave every word in your heart. Young Master Xiao is your sister's beloved. If you dare to covet him, I will flay you alive. As for your betrothal to young Master Xiao, I will find a way to resolve it. At that time, do not create mischief, and perhaps I will even consider finding you another suitable match. Otherwise, you shall live a life of misery for the latter half of your days." Having delivered her stern warning, Mrs. Sun hastily departed, unwilling to linger. Zhu Xuntao, unfazed and unhurt by her mother's behavior, regarded herself as an orphan in both lives. She felt she had disappointed her grandfather's good intentions. However, this could also be seen as a silver lining. To please Zhu Yingyan, her mother would undoubtedly go to great lengths. She awaited her role as a widow in the future. "Master, what news?" A handsome young man furrowed his brow, his expression betraying grave concern. "Can that malevolent star be dispelled? Time and fate are intertwined. When the malevolent star appears, how can it be easily eradicated?"
Amitabha.
Across from him, a bald old monk, with a kind demeanor and a tranquil aura, exuded a calming presence. The malevolent star manifests, bringing calamity to the world. As the crown prince, must I remain a mere bystander while it wreaks havoc? The crown prince clenched his fists, his veins bulging on the back of his hands. "Master, is there truly no room for negotiation?" The master sighed deeply. Heaven's decree cannot be defied. Just as the 2 found themselves at an impasse, the master suddenly noticed another star illuminating beside the malevolent star, the timing of which was unknown. Calculating with his fingers, the master finally smiled. Heaven shows mercy. The heavens, in their compassion, cannot bear to see the people suffer. A fortunate star has appeared. The Yong dynasty is saved. Chapter for the male lead has also heard. Following the master's gesture, the crown prince indeed beheld a faint star brightening in his vision at a visibly rapid pace. Its momentum seemingly poised to surpass the malevolent star beside it. The crown prince rejoiced. "Is this a fortunate star?" "Indeed, it is Tianyu. It is said that misfortune does not come alone, yet today breaks that pattern. Crown Prince, Tian Kue has shown." Even the master, momentarily caught up in the moment, could not remain composed. The crown prince wanted to pinch himself, questioning whether his recent worries had led him to dream such a thing today. "Master, did you not say that Tian Kue had been corrupted by the malevolent star?" The master shook his head. "It has been demonized. Demonization is merely the beginning. Corruption becomes a foregone conclusion, irreversible. It seems Tian Kue was inspired by Tianyu, hence avoiding the demonization of the malevolent star." The crown prince smiled brightly. "It appears I may finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. However, can the master reveal who these 3 stars truly are?" "I do not know. It was I who pressed for answers." The master, capable of divining fortunes and misfortunes, was indeed a being of great power. "I thank you, master, for your guidance. I must take my leave now. Forgive me for not seeing you off." Crown Prince Xiao Jingzhan donned a dark silk robe, his demeanor stern and imposing, exuding an aura of authority that deterred anyone from approaching. The commanding presence of his stature made others retreat. Seeing the crown prince in good spirits today, Xiao Jingzhan was taken aback. "Has the matter of the malevolent star been resolved?" "Indeed, the master said that Tian Kue and Tianyu have appeared. I need no longer fear the sudden emergence of the malevolent star." The crown prince's spirit soared, dispelling the gloom of previous days. Xiao Jingzhan, skeptical of any star causing chaos in the world, regarded it as mere superstition. However, since the crown prince believed in it, he could only remain by his side. "In that case, you should return to the residence." The crown prince patted Xiao Jingzhan's shoulder. "I am fortunate to have you by my side, alleviating my worries. You are truly a good cousin." Upon hearing the term cousin, Xiao Jingzhan's expression softened considerably. "You flatter me, crown prince." If you delay your rest any longer, how shall you manage tomorrow's early court session? Hurry home and get some sleep. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall heed your advice. The crown prince's hearty laughter echoed through the night, harmonizing with the twinkling stars above. After escorting the crown prince back to the palace, Xiao Jingzhan hastily returned to Yongjing Ho's residence. A young servant took the reins of the horse. Young master, you have returned? The lady instructed you to go to the study to meet her and the marquis immediately. Xiao Jingzhan had no time to change his clothes. At this hour, his parents were still awake. Rushing into the study, he found them both wearing grave expressions, not much better than when he last saw the crown prince. Father, mother, what has transpired? Jiang Yijing recounted the events of the day. Your father has already sent someone to investigate, and indeed, a scholar named Song Zichuan has arrived in the capital, and he is acquainted with Zhu Yen. Xiao Jingzhan furrowed his brow. Had it not been for his mother's words, he would have reprimanded someone. Can one truly read Zhu Xuantao's thoughts? Moreover, does Zhu Xuntao possess some prophetic ability? Mother, could this all just be a misunderstanding? Zhu Xuntao and Zhu Yingyan are sisters. It is hardly surprising that Zhu Xuntao knows of her sister's acquaintances. Jiang Yijing retorted. Then why does Zhu Xuntao remain silent, while I can hear her innermost thoughts? Is it ventriloquism? Rather than proclaiming that Zhu Xuntao possesses such a skill, it would be more accurate to say that today, Zhu Xuntao staged a performance with Zhu Yingyan, deliberately frightening me and Mi Luo. Or perhaps I am merely losing my wits, tricked by a young girl. Lord Xiao warned his son. Mind your tone when speaking to your mother. Xiao Jingzhan exhaled, calming considerably. I meant no offense, mother, yet your words are truly astonishing and most absurd, rendering them difficult for me to accept. You have long been aware of the discord between the sisters. Even if Zhu Xuntao did confide something to Zhu Yingyan, it is to be expected, after all. Such are the trivial thoughts of young ladies. However, to resort to such malicious language against Mi Luo in their rivalry is simply intolerable. Observing Xiao Jingzhan's unilateral approach, Jiang Yijing sneered. No wonder Zhu Xuntao would rather be a widow to Prince Yu than wed you. It seems she possesses the discernment to see that you are no virtuous man. Is this the assessment you, her betrothed, have of her? A severe headache struck Xiao Jingzhan. First, the crown prince, and now his mother with her nonsensical musings. Very well, I shall meet Zhu Xuntao tomorrow and make my decision then. Who wishes to see me? Zhu Xuntao, ungraciously digging at her ear, felt she might have risen too abruptly that morning. Xiao Jingzhan has come to the Zhu residence to find me?
Impossible.
Chu Yue was brimming with excitement. Second miss, it is indeed the young master seeking you.
You are,
after all, betrothed, so it is not surprising. Hurry and meet him, lest you keep him waiting. I refuse, Zhu Xuntao declared. Have someone convey to my sister that Xiao Jingzhan is looking for me. Why should I bother? This news hardly requires my transmission. The Zhu household is ruled by my mother. Once Xiao Jingzhan arrives, she will undoubtedly inform Zhu Yingyan at once. I have no stake in this. Second miss. Qiu Shui was anxious. Zhu Xuntao gently patted Qiu Shui's head. Be good, listen. This matter does not concern us. Even if I cannot marry the young master, I assure you, I shall still provide for you lavishly, ensuring you suffer no grievances. If she cannot be the young master's wife, she shall leap directly to becoming a princess. The thought of Zhu Yingyan marrying Xiao Jingzhan, requiring both to bow and greet her as aunt, brought Zhu Xuntao immense delight. The female lead, the male lead calling her aunt. Does the second miss look down upon our marquis household? Before he arrived, his voice preceded him, startling Zhu Xuntao so much that she nearly fell from her seat. Hastily, she stood, smoothed her skirt, lowered her head, and adopted a demure demeanor. I have the honor of meeting the young master. Indeed, apart from the earlier bravado, the Zhu Xuntao before him was unchanged from his previous impression. Xiao Jingzhan's gaze flickered slightly. Why was Zhu Xuntao avoiding him? Zhu Xuntao questioned inwardly. Xiao Jingzhan has exaggerated. Could it be that Xiao Jingzhan is taking out his frustrations on me for not encountering Zhu Yingyan? I have not caused any trouble between them. His temper is utterly unfounded. Xiao Jingzhan's fingers rubbed together, just as his mother stated. Zhu Xuantao's lips did not move, yet he could hear her voice, albeit with an ethereal quality, shrouded in a mist. Is Xiao Jingzhan here to break off our engagement? Oh, how delightful that would be. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhu Xuantao's internal laughter, Xiao Jingzhan felt his face tighten. Did Zhu Xuntao truly wish to avoid marrying him? Chapter 5. A cold sweat induced. Xiao Jingzhan. The approaching Madame Sun's cheeks flushed crimson, breathless. My Xuantao is unwell today and truly cannot receive guests. If the young master has any matters, please inform me, and I will relay them to her. We would not want her illness to be passed on to you." With that, Madame Sun cast a fierce glance at Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao nodded, benignly saying, "Ahem, I caught a chill from the cold wind last night and sought a physician. If the young master has any matters, he may convey them directly to my mother as well. If it is to break off the engagement, then I am indeed unwell. If not, take a right turn upon exiting. It's a pleasant path, no need for a send-off. In that case, may I inquire if the eldest daughter of the Zhu family is acquainted with the scholar Song Zichuan from the capital?" "No, not at all," Madame Sun quickly denied. "My Ingyan is always prudent. How could she possibly know any outside men? Who has been spreading such slander in the young master's ear about my Ingyan? If I discover who it is, they will not escape unscathed." As she spoke, her gaze shot daggers at Zhu Xuntao, insinuating that Zhu Xuntao was the source of the rumors. Observing Madame Sun's attitude towards Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together. Previously, he believed Madame Sun's disdain for Zhu Xuntao stemmed from her daughter's shortcomings. Parents are seldom at fault. If Zhu Xuntao had committed no grievous error, why would Madame Sun refuse to acknowledge her, showing only favoritism towards Zhu Ingyan? However, today, Xiao Jingzhan's perspective shifted. Just a step behind, Zhu Ingyan arrived just in time to hear the conversation regarding Song Zichuan. Upon learning that Xiao Jingzhan had come, she hurried forward, but before she reached the hall, a maid reported that Xiao Jingzhan had gone to the back courtyard to find Zhu Xuntao, prompting her mother to chase after him. Reluctantly, Zhu Ingyan followed. "Young Master Xiao, how do you do? Were you inquiring about Song Gongzi? Indeed, do you know Song Zichuan?" Xiao Jingzhan shifted his focus to Zhu Ingyan, while his body remained angled towards Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Ingyan smiled warmly. "I am indeed acquainted with Song Gongzi. We met in the study. I chanced upon his manuscript and found him to possess remarkable literary talent. He is sure to achieve great success." Zhu Xuntao listened to this praise but remained silent. "Indeed, once your sister reads Song Zichuan's writings, she will undoubtedly be enamored, declaring that she will marry none but him." Zhu Xuntao's tone was laced with a mischievous delight, leading Xiao Jingzhan to understand that Song Zichuan's abilities were suspect. As expected, alas, the work that captured your sister's heart was not penned by Song Zichuan himself. It was copied from a fellow scholar of his. How tragic it is for that scholar, his work stolen, his beloved taken, his very life usurped, only to be wrongfully accused of plagiarism by Song Zichuan, leading to his demise. Zhu Xuntao's words provided Xiao Jingzhan with ample information, so that is how it is. "In truth, I came today to request that the second miss visit the Marquis residence." "For what reason?" Madame Sun was displeased. "If there is a matter, it would be better for Ingyan to accompany her. It is best for Ingyan to go while Zhu Xuntao remains here." What chaos could Zhu Xuntao possibly stir between Ingyan and young Master Xiao? "There is no need for concern, for it is my grandmother who wishes to see the second miss. I hope Madame Sun will grant her permission." Upon hearing the mention of the old Marquis's wife, Madame Sun was rendered speechless. The engagement between the Zhu and Xiao families had been arranged by the elder patriarchs. After the passing of Zhu's grandfather, the elder Xiao and his wife treated Zhu Xuntao with the same affection they had for the late patriarch. Had it not been for such circumstances, how could Zhu Xuntao's status ever allow her to become engaged to Xiao Jingzhan, the golden son-in-law? Even if other members of the Xiao family disapproved, this engagement could not be altered in the blink of an eye. Zhu Ingyan, who had not received an invitation, was perceptive enough to take the initiative. "It has been quite some time since I last saw the old matriarch. Perhaps I should accompany you." Before Zhu Ingyan could finish her sentence, Xiao Jingzhan interrupted her. "Grandmother prefers tranquility. If you wish to visit, you may seek another opportunity." Until the matter concerning Song Zichuan was resolved, he could not allow Zhu Ingyan to step through the gates of the Marquis's residence and come into contact with Mi Luo. Zhu Ingyan was momentarily taken aback, her ire rising. She was not one to cause a ruckus. Why should her presence be deemed unwelcome? "Very well. I shall take my leave." With his objective achieved, Xiao Jingzhan departed without a trace of regret. Simultaneously, he was met with disapproving glances from both Madame Sun and Zhu Ingyan, prompting Zhu Xuntao to hastily clarify, "I said nothing." Madame Sun, filled with indignation, pinched Zhu Xuntao before leading Zhu Ingyan away. Zhu Xuntao rubbed her arm, silently repeating to herself, "She is blood, she is blood." It was exceedingly simple for Xiao Jingzhan to investigate a person. Within a single day, information on Song Zichuan was meticulously laid out before him. As for the country scholar mentioned by Zhu Xuntao, After reviewing the information, Xiao Jingzhan could only agree with Zhu Xuantao's assessment. He was indeed a pitiful wretch. This individual, named Feng Nantian, had ranked among the top 10 in the scholar examinations, while Song Zichuan had merely scraped by. Had it not been for the loss of both his father and mother, followed by 3 years of mourning, it was unfathomable that he would still only be a scholar today. Song Zichuan, who had once failed the examination, was already a jinshi. Xiao Jingzhan picked up 2 sheets of paper and sought out Xiaomi Luo. Take a look. Xiaomi Luo, still somewhat lethargic, accepted one of the sheets and began to read it without much interest. However, within moments, her demeanor shifted. She became increasingly engrossed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nearly leaping to exclaim her approval, Xiao Jingzhan, maintaining his composure, handed her the other sheet. Xiaomi Luo, initially perceiving it as another treasure, was momentarily stunned upon recognizing its content. Elder brother, these 2 sheets contain the same article, merely penned in different scripts. Xiao Jingzhan pointed to the second sheet. This was authored by Song Zichuan. The blush that had graced Xiaomi Luo's cheeks dissipated, and her trembling hands began to shake uncontrollably. The other sheet was written by a scholar named Feng Nantian. Who is Feng Nantian? She stammered. Xiao Jingzhan replied enigmatically. He is someone I learned about from Zhu Xuntao. She mentioned that Song Zichuan's article was copied from Feng Nantian's. Do you believe it to be true? Xiaomi Luo's hands trembled even more violently, the paper rustling audibly. Is it Zhu Xuntao again? Did this Feng Nantian also participate in the imperial examinations? Xiao Jingzhan shook his head. He is merely a scholar, having never passed the jinshi examination. How could he contend for the top position? Instantly, Xiaomi Luo broke into a cold sweat. Song Zichuan was in the capital, so one could at least argue that Zhu Xuntao had heard rumors. But Feng Nantian was far removed in a rural town, and Zhu Xuntao never ventured outside. One must wonder how Zhu Xuntao could fabricate a character that truly existed. Chapter 6. Old Madame Sheng. Brother, I am frightened. Recalling Zhu Xuntao's words that she would marry Song Zichuan and be given to another man to suffer humiliation and death, Xiaomi Luo felt tears welling up. After a day of contemplation, she had almost convinced herself not to let Zhu Xuntao influence her perception of Zhu Yingyan. After all, everything stemmed from Zhu Xuntao's words. Who could tell if they were true? Yet now, Zhu Xuntao's claims were being validated piece by piece, leaving Xiaomi Luo unable to continue persuading herself of Zhu Yingyan's innocence in this matter. With a cry, Xiaomi Luo broke down. I am the only girl in my family, so I truly regarded Zhu Yingyan as my elder sister. How could she do this to me? She knew that Song Zichuan harbored feelings for her and yet still wished for her to meet him. Xiao Jingzhan did not rush to comfort her, but calmly added, Mi Luo, this article was written after Song Zichuan became acquainted with Zhu Yingyan. The article belongs to Feng Nantian. Song Zichuan did not copy it before. It was only after meeting Zhu Yingyan that he entertained such dubious intentions. The implications therein warrant further contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi Luo wept uncontrollably, realizing that she had been utterly blind to Zhu Yingyan's true nature, having once thought her virtuous and supportive while she bullied Zhu Xuntao. Fortunately, thanks to Zhu Xuntao's warning, none of the nightmares had yet come to pass. Despite his heartache for Xiaomi Luo, all Xiao Jingzhan could offer was consolation. In the future, do not draw too close to Zhu Yingyan. She is not as benevolent as she appears, and Zhu Xuntao is far from the villain you imagine her to be. I am fortunate to be marrying Zhu Xuntao. You should get along with her. Xiaomi Luo wiped her tears. But you do not like Zhu Xuntao, brother. You cannot possibly have feelings for Zhu Yingyan, can you? Now, the mere mention of Zhu Yingyan's name sent shivers down Xiaomi Luo's spine. Reflecting on how she had previously attempted to match her brother with Zhu Yingyan and had actively sought to cultivate her favor in her brother's presence, she wished she could return to the past and silence that version of herself. How could she have ever considered allowing Zhu Yingyan to become her sister-in-law? Brother, Zhu Xuntao may have a disagreeable manner, but her heart is good. I believe she is redeemable. Xiao Jingzhan chuckled in disbelief. I have never contemplated breaking off the engagement. It was you who insisted that Zhu Xuntao was unworthy of me. Now that you understand the gravity of the situation, I wonder if you will still dare to act recklessly in the future. Tomorrow, Zhu Xuntao will come to visit grandmother. You shall accompany her and sincerely apologize. Without her, think of how you appeared when you first read the article. Surely you would have fallen deeply for a man based on just a piece of writing and inadvertently suffered a lifetime of heartache. Rest assured, brother, when Zhu Xuntao arrives tomorrow, I promise I will not treat her as I did in the past, nor will I cast her unfavorable glances.
Xiaomi Luo nodded earnestly.
After seeing a ghost, are you still afraid of the dark? Compared to someone as sweet-tongued yet bitter-hearted as Zhu Yan, Zhu Xuntao is far superior. Thus, when Zhu Xuntao arrived at the Yongjing Marquis's residence as promised and was greeted by Xiaomi Luo, she bore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Old madam, I have come to see you." Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Xuntao hurriedly ran towards old Madame Sheng. The couple, the late Marquis and his wife, were close friends of Zhu's grandfather. Aside from him, the only individuals who cared for Zhu Xuntao were the Marquis and his wife. In Zhu Xuantao's eyes, old Madame Sheng resembled her grandmother, while the late Marquis appeared like her grandfather. "Oh, you little conscience, have you finally remembered to visit this old wretch?" Old Madame Sheng was enveloped in a warm embrace from Zhu Xuntao, her heart swelling with sweetness. Xiaomi Luo interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Grandmother, I am here too." It was always the same. As long as Zhu Xuntao was present, old Madame Sheng seemed to overlook her. Breathing in the faint scent of soapberry emanating from old Madame Sheng, Zhu Xuntao felt a sense of reality wash over her. "Not at all. I should have come to see you the day before yesterday, but something came up." At this, Xiaomi Luo felt a pang of guilt, knowing it was all her doing. Zhu Xuntao, clutching old Madame Sheng's arm, furrowed her brows and tilted her head, scrutinizing old Madame Sheng. "Madam, have you gained weight recently?" Xiaomi Luo pursed her lips. "What does grandmother's weight have to do with you? Have you been eating our rice?" After saying this, Xiaomi Luo took possession of old Madame Sheng's other arm. "Grandmother, you see, I am your most considerate granddaughter. I do not mind if you gain weight. You look lovely." Old Madame Sheng shot a playful glare at her granddaughter before turning to Zhu Xuntao. "Mi Luo is being rude. We shall not hold it against her. However, it is true that I have gained a bit. Even the maids have noticed my clothes have become tighter and are suggesting I have new garments made." Frustrated by her failed attempt at flattery, Xiaomi Luo huffed in discontent. Disregarding Xiaomi Luo's minor temper, Zhu Xuntao's expression grew increasingly grave. She had not seen the old lady for no more than half a month, yet the old lady had noticeably gained weight, her flesh accumulating at an alarming rate. Considering the old matriarch's age, Zhu Xuntao cautiously inquired, "Old madam, have you experienced any discomfort of late?" "None at all. I can eat and sleep well. Otherwise, how could I have gained so much weight?" replied the matriarch with a smile. The maidservant attending nearby, aware of Zhu Xuntao's genuine concern for the old lady, interjected, "Oh no. This morning, the old lady felt quite dizzy and often complained of pains here and there. Have you summoned a physician?" Zhu Xuntao quickly steadied the old lady. The maid responded, "Yes, but the doctor found no discernible problems. Do not worry, I am quite well. I still wish to see you don the bridal attire and marry Jingzhan, bringing me a lovely great-grandchild." The matriarch's heart swelled with joy at the affection of her beloved descendant, momentarily dispelling all ailments. "Please sit down, old madam." Zhu Xuntao's heart remained in a state of worry. She firmly urged the old lady to take a seat, caressing her face and gently pinching the area at the nape of her neck. "Is it these two spots that cause you pain?"
"Ah?"
The matriarch looked astonished.
Dao.
"When did you learn medicine?" "Indeed, those two areas are somewhat uncomfortable. However, the doctor assured me that my health is fine." Xiaomi Luo was left speechless, realizing that her grandmother's discomfort was indeed real. But why was it that the doctor could not pinpoint the issue, while Zhu Xuntao seemed to understand? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Xuntao asked, "Maid, could you please tell me what the old lady has been eating recently?" The maid promptly recited the menu. "Miss Xuntao, is there a problem?" "What problem could there be?" Xiaomi Luo was baffled. The dishes sounded rather ordinary, ones they typically consumed without issue. Zhu Xuntao's lips twitched, wishing to dismiss Xiaomi Luo to the side. The food itself is not the main concern, but it does depend on who is consuming it. Chapter 7. Did I call the wrong person? Young people have a high metabolism and engage in considerable physical activity. A slightly greasy diet either gets consumed or leads to some weight gain, which does not significantly affect their health. At the old lady's age, such a diet in just half a month has made her rounder, which could be life-threatening. What troubled Zhu Xuntao the most was that the matriarch had evidently developed health issues. The old lady is exhibiting signs of the three highs. The difficulty lies in explaining the dangers of the three highs to them, who do not comprehend its implications. Xiaomi Luo was overwhelmed by a barrage of unfamiliar terms, but she discerned from Zhu Xuntao's urgent tone that the three highs constituted a serious illness, one that posed significant risks to her grandmother's life. Thus, Xiaomi Luo cautiously positioned herself alongside the old lady, treating her as delicately as a porcelain doll. The matriarch pressed her hand against her racing heart. "The three highs? What does that mean?" Were it not for Tao Tao's alarming tone, The term 3 highs might have sounded somewhat benign. Tao Tao, do not frighten me. The doctor said I am fine. After a long pause, the matriarch managed to utter these words with great reluctance. Concern for Zhu Xuntao overshadowed her own well-being. She wondered if something was troubling her. What is happening? When you spoke, it sounded like a flood of worries from your heart. Zhu Xuntao struggled to articulate anything, unable to voice a single word. How could a young girl, unschooled in medicine, explain the complexities of the 3 highs to these ancient folk? It puzzled me that the old lady, whose health had always been robust, was so startled by the news of Xiao Qinliang, that little plump boy's disappearance, that she suffered a stroke and paralysis. An elderly person with 3 highs cannot withstand such a shock. It is miraculous she did not succumb immediately. Previously, I thought that as long as I could protect that little plump boy, preventing him from being abducted and meeting a gruesome fate, the old lady would surely live a long life. Now it seemed imperative to consult a doctor to devise a plan for the matriarch's recovery. Grandmother, please do not worry. Xiaomi Luo, terrified, rushed to comfort the old lady. Quickly, call for a physician. She had come to truly believe Zhu Xuntao's ominous forewarnings. Although the doctor claimed her grandmother was healthy, Zhu Xuntao's concerns suggested otherwise. Look at her grandmother's condition. Could she truly be unwell? The maid, quick to act, pinched the old lady's acupoint, rousing her from a stupor. Tao Tao, do not speak further. The matriarch's voice trembled with emotion. She was not crying over her own potential afflictions, but rather lamenting the thought of her great-grandson Xiao Qinliang being taken away, suffering a dreadful fate. Just the thought of it pierced her heart with anguish. The child was merely 2 years old. Grandmother, please, do not panic. Xiaomi Luo, nearly in tears herself, sought to soothe the old lady. Quickly, summon my mother. Flustered and overwhelmed, Xiaomi Luo struggled to cope with the scene before her. Upon hearing about her little nephew's fate, she only wished to embrace the plump child, her mind racing with dread. Old lady, remain calm. Speak slowly. Take deep breaths. Yes. Inhale, exhale. Your emotions should not be too agitated at this moment. Zhu Xuntao patted the matriarch's back to help her breathe easier. Miss Xiao, what has happened to the old lady to cause such distress? Just as Xiaomi Luo was about to explain, she was silenced by the innocent expression of Zhu Xuntao, who seemed oblivious to the chaos she had inadvertently caused. What is wrong with the old lady? Hearing of her discomfort, Jiang Yijing rushed into the room, her garments in disarray. Mother. Xiaomi Luo wished to relay the terrifying news she had heard from Zhu Xuntao, but her mother restrained her.
Jiang Yijing quickly pulled Xiaomi Luo closer,
saying, Xuntao, please stay with the old lady while I wait outside with Mi Luo. Too many people crowded in here might further discomfort her. Zhu Xuntao nodded in agreement. That is indeed wise. We must ensure the air circulation is adequate for the patient's comfort.
Complimented.
Jiang Yijing felt a pang of anxiety. She was eager to uncover what Zhu Xuntao had said to provoke such urgency from the old lady. Once outside, Xiaomi Luo leaned in to whisper to her mother, recounting the events. Mother, what should we do? I am terrified. Do not be afraid. Jiang Yijing attempted to steady her daughter. Qinliang is safe at home. We will have more people watch over him. There will be a way. She reassured her. As long as Qinliang is unharmed, your grandmother will be fine. Protecting one means safeguarding the other. Feeling comforted by her mother's presence, Xiaomi Luo sighed. Mother, our family has been rather unfortunate lately. We ought to visit a temple to pray, if not consult a master. As for whether their misfortunes stemmed from encountering Zhu Xuntao or were merely coincidental, Xiaomi Luo dared not voice her thoughts further. This time, Jiang Yijing did not refuse her. They had listened to Zhu Xuntao's heartfelt musings on 2 occasions. The first time, Mi Luo faced a tragic end. The second time, after Qinliang's demise, the old lady followed suit. Truly, it was better to remain silent. Whenever Zhu Xuntao spoke, calamity seemed inevitable for the Xiao family. Jiang Yijing was left uncertain whether Zhu Xuntao was a blessing or a curse for them. After a while, the doctor emerged from the room, briefing Jiang Yijing on the matriarch's condition before taking his leave. Zhu Xuntao, based on her earlier conversation with the physician, drafted a new menu and presented it to Mama Song, stating, for the sake of the old lady's longevity, we must not indulge her culinary desires any longer. Please adhere to this menu moving forward. Madame Song cherished the new menu as if it were a precious treasure, cradling it close to her heart. Rest assured, Miss Zhu, I shall keep a vigilant eye on the old lady, she assured. However, Zhu Xuntao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the little kitchen's new cook. Jiang Yijing stepped forward and grasped Zhu Xuntao's hand. My dear child, I understand your concern for the old lady's health. Fear not. I will certainly get to the bottom of this matter. The oversight concerning the old lady's meals was so significant that they had overlooked Zhu Xuntao, an outsider, who seemed far more attentive. Truly, the elders had not misallocated their affection for Zhu Xuntao. Conversely, their favoring of Zhu Yingyan paled in comparison to the keen eye they ought to have cast upon Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao blinked vigorously, her skin prickling at the overly sweet voice that seemed capable of oozing warmth. A good child?
Me?
Surely, the madam must be mistaken. Chapter 8. Off you go. Off you go. Today, Zhu Yingyan is not present, Jiang Yijing remarked with a wry smile. She had clearly intended to express her affection for Zhu Xuntao. Yet the latter remained skeptical of her words. It was no wonder, given that she had previously been rather harsh on the child, despite Zhu Xuntao being her future daughter-in-law, while being far kinder to Zhu Yingyan. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They would all be one family in the future. And she was determined to change Zhu Xuntao's perception. Mother, I have heard that grandmother is unwell. How is she now? Upon receiving the news, Xiao Jingshan hurried over, for their grandparents were the steadfast anchors of the marquisate. Third brother, upon seeing a familiar relative, Xiaomi Luo leaned closer. Grandmother is feeling much better now, though she must take more care moving forward. Zhu Xuntao had seen the list she prepared, indicating that she intended to pamper grandmother as one would a beloved pet. That is reassuring. Xiao Jingshan exhaled softly. Miss Xu, young Master Xiao, Zhu Xuntao acknowledged, unable to remain invisible any longer. Jiang Yijing promptly interjected, Xuntao, you will soon be Jingshan's elder sister-in-law. You may simply address him by his name. What is this? Has the situation escalated so quickly? Xiao Jingshan exclaimed. Isn't the engagement to be annulled? How can I be an elder sister-in-law when I had planned to become a widow and have Xiao Jingshan call me aunt in the future? Xiao Jingshan stared at Zhu Xuntao in terror, bewildered by her words. Surely, he had not gone mad. How could he hear her innermost thoughts? As someone who had traversed similar paths, Xiaomi Luo tugged at Xiao Jingshan's sleeve in a gesture of consolation. This was nothing. She had heard far more frightening remarks from Zhu Xuntao and remained composed. Xiao Jingshan was filled with astonishment, his gaze fixed upon Xiaomi Luo. What? She nodded in response. Should he be grateful that he is not the only one privy to Zhu Xuntao's thoughts? Drawing closer to Xiaomi Luo, Xiao Jingshan inquired, have we consulted a master? Their family was evidently haunted by some misfortune. Xiaomi Luo sighed, mother disapproves. Before Xiao Jingshan could voice his opinion, she added, however, mother has agreed to let us visit the temple to pray. I have decided to seek several talismans for safety, to ward off evil and ensure peace. I want to do that too. Help me pray for more. I would rather have too many than too few. He too has needs.
Xiaomi Lori Plaid, no problem.
I will ask for extra to ensure everyone in the household has a share. Good sister. Xiao Jingshan praised, not wishing to dwell on her mischievous children. Jiang Yijing felt no ire towards Zhu Xuntao's thoughts. One must always atone for their own misdeeds. Jiang Yijing believed that Zhu Xuntao would rather marry Prince Yu and live as a widow than wed into the Yongjing marquisate. All because they had previously favored Zhu Yingyan and neglected Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao harbored resentment, which was indeed deserved. Xuntao, among my 3 children, aside from Jingzhan who is somewhat steady, the other 2 are little rascals. In the future, I shall rely on you to help keep them in line. Should they dare to disregard your words, inform me, and I shall discipline them. A sincere exchange for a sincere bond. Jiang Yijing had accepted Zhu Xuntao as her daughter-in-law, and she was determined to nurture that relationship. Madame Sheng's complexion brightened considerably as she was assisted out by Madame Song. Yijing speaks wisely. Among you children, Xuntao and Jingzhan are the eldest. You should heed your elder brother and sister-in-law's words. To show disrespect to them would invite punishment. It was a rare occasion for the eldest daughter-in-law to accept Zhu Xuntao, and Madame Sheng finally allowed a semblance of joy to touch her features. Years ago, when the marriage between the 2 children was arranged, the eldest daughter-in-law had been displeased with Zhu Xuntao, bearing her discontent in silence out of filial piety. Thankfully, the eldest daughter-in-law had finally recognized Zhu Xuntao's virtues and was willing to treat her well. Such an outcome would allow her to rest peacefully, even in death. As the trajectory of her life took an unexpected turn, Zhu Xuntao felt dizzy, gasping for breath. Madame Sheng inquired with concern, Xuntao, what is the matter? Zhu Xuntao forced a smile, toothache. How distressing, she replied. What of the promised annulment? What shall become of my dreams of widowhood? Xiao Jingshan glanced at Xiaomi Luo, questioning whether Zhu Xuntao was speaking in a fit of rage. I admit, you and mother were kinder to Zhu Yingyan than to Zhu Xuntao. Yet, regardless, being our sister-in-law is certainly preferable to being a widow. No. Can these two circumstances truly be compared? Are there not countless young women in the capital weeping and clamoring to marry my elder brother, the heir to the Xiao family? Zhu Xuntao's engagement to his elder brother was indeed a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, she would have never even been considered. Xiaomi Luo was unwilling to relent. After all, the only advantage she could conjure was the potential to become the widow of Prince Yu, free from anyone's scrutiny. Though I feel remorse for my elder brother. I cannot deny this truth, Xiao Jingshan thought. To dissipate the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Jingshan deliberately remarked, Mother. Tomorrow Zhao Fengyu has invited me to hunt at his estate in the western suburbs. I shall return the day after. Be cautious and do not cause any trouble. Zhao Fengyu, the son of Minister Zhao? Zhu Xuntao interjected inquisitively. Indeed, Xiao Jingshan affirmed. Zhu Xuntao glanced at Madame Sheng and tentatively suggested, I think you should reconsider going tomorrow. Third brother, are you perhaps confused with fear? Xiaomi Luo raised an eyebrow. Grandmother and mother did not forbid you from going out. Rolling her eyes at the hindrance posed by Xiaomi Luo, Xiao Jingshan explained, Grandmother and mother instructed me to heed Zhu Xuntao's words, if I do not go out as she advised. Am I not obeying grandmother and mother? There is no fault in that. Indeed, the weather tomorrow is expected to be rather dismal, so it would be best to refrain from venturing outdoors. Lady Xin clung to Xiao Jingshan's hand, unwilling to let go. Her great-grandson was a treasure, and so was her grandson. Although he had suffered a broken leg, it was not a matter of life and death, yet it still pained her deeply. However, Xiao Jingshan's disrespect towards Tao Tao was a flaw that certainly required rectification. Glancing out at the bright weather, Xiaomi Luo nodded, convinced that tomorrow's sun would shine even more fiercely than today's. Such a blazing sun would make going out exceedingly inconvenient. Zhu Xuntao skeptically followed her gaze, conceding, All right, if the weather is poor, then so be it. It matters little to me. Throughout the day, Lady Xing experienced quite a bit of emotional turmoil, but fortunately, with Zhu Xuntao's company and her chilling tales of terrifying events, she managed to retain her composure. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Zhu Xuntao, Lady Xing summoned Jiang Yijing to her side. I shall discuss this matter with the old master. Jiang Yijing responded. I will also inform the Marquis. However, regarding the second uncle, Xiao Qinliang was the only heir of the fourth generation, yet he was not Jiang Yijing's grandson but rather her nephew's son. Old Master Xiao and Lady Sheng had 3 sons and 1 daughter in their lifetime. The eldest, Xiao Yuanshan, the second, Xiao Yuanqi, the third, Xiao Yuancheng, and their only daughter, Xiao Yanru. Xiao Yuanshan inherited the marquisate. Xiao Yuanqi currently served as the deputy minister of war, while Xiao Yuancheng pursued a scholarly career, earning a reputation as a distinguished scholar and teaching at the academy. The only daughter, Xiao Yanru, entered the palace as a consort and bore the emperor an heir. Xiao Qinliang was thus the grandson of Xiao Yuanqi. Currently, the only individuals privy to Zhu Xuntao's thoughts were Lady Sheng and the family of Xiao Yuanshan. Ironically, Zhu Xuntao was also Xiao Jingshan's fiancé. Any lack of trust between them could easily lead to Jiang Yijing informing Xiao Yuanqi about Xiao Qinliang's predicament, akin to the eldest brother cursing the second. If there are any issues, let him come to me directly. I have a clear understanding of my own son, and I believe there is still some trust between my second and eldest sons. Lady Sheng took the initiative to assume responsibility, which relieved Jiang Yijing considerably. As for other matters, she had absolute confidence in Xiao Yuanqi. However, concerning his cherished child, the situation was undoubtedly different. By the way, do inform Yuanqi about Jingshan's circumstances. Yes, mother. Jiang Yijing did not directly approach Xiao Yuanqi. Instead, she relayed the situation to her husband, allowing the brothers to resolve it amongst themselves. Not even Xiao Yuanshan could believe the news he heard from his wife, as it seemed utterly surreal. Yet, he understood that his wife would never jest about such grave matters. His nephew had encountered misfortune, and yet his daughter's situation was hardly better, having been deceived and harmed by a destitute scholar. Eldest brother Xiao Yuanqi remained in a state of disbelief for quite some time. Xiao Yuanshan understood him well. There is no need to pressure yourself. If it were not for your sister-in-law informing me, I too would deem it a fantastical tale. Mother's implication is that Qinliang's situation will not escalate in the immediate future, so you need not dwell excessively on it. Conversely, Jingshan's impending calamity will reveal its outcome by tomorrow. Should the events surrounding Jingshan unfold as Zhu Xuntao has indicated, we cannot afford to be careless regarding Qinliang's affairs. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Xiao Yuanshan encouraged him, "Things will unfold naturally. I shall ensure that the Xiao family remains unharmed." Xiao Yuanshi nodded, and that very evening, he summoned his son to bring his grandson to his quarters, where they would all rest for the night. The following day, "Eldest brother, you must protect me." Xiao Jingshan, mounted on his horse, wore a grim expression. He had resolved to heed Zhu Xuntao's advice and decline Zhao Fengyu's invitation, yet his father insisted he attend. "Is there any justice in this?" "Fear not," Xiao Jingzhan assured him with a nod. "I will ensure your safety." Xiao Jingshan forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "How can I possibly feel at ease? Eldest brother, can you guarantee that not a single hair on my head will be harmed?" Xiao Jingzhan's expression turned serious as he urged the horse forward. "Stop this childishness. You are not Mi Luo." Xiao Jingshan protested. "What of it? Just because he is my younger brother does not mean he possesses no rights." At the Zhu residence, Zhu Yingyan spent the entire day anticipating a message, particularly the news from her previous life. "Miss, what news do you have?" Upon seeing the returning maidservant, Zhu Yingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did the third young master Xiao sustain injuries while hunting and return to the Xiao residence? Rebirth, such a miraculous gift had occurred in her life, offering her the chance to amend the regrets of her past and lead a different existence. Yes, he was injured. The maidservant, breathless from her hurried run, confirmed the news. Truly injured. The unfolding events mirrored her memories, igniting a bright spark in Zhu Yingyan's eyes. She was not dreaming. It was all undeniably real. The maidservant shook her head and then nodded, leaving Zhu Yingyan anxious and perplexed. "What do you mean?" The son of the minister, Zhao Fengyu, was carried back to the residence. Around the same time, Zhu Xuntao was left in a state of shock. Xiao Jingshan's indecision about attending the gathering, having just declared the weather unfit for outdoor activities, left her exasperated as she awaited news of him. Zhu Xuntao herself was indifferent, but her maidservant, Qiu Yue, took it upon herself to worry. She regarded the Xiao family as her own, thus Xiao Jingshan naturally became akin to her mistress's younger uncle. Such a close connection warranted greater attention to news about him. It was said that during the hunt, Zhao Fengyu's horse had been startled, throwing him off and trampling his foot, resulting in a grievous injury. The damage was severe, and it was rumored that the wound was difficult to treat. Zhu Xuntao scoffed. "He is rather fortunate." "Indeed, it is fortunate that it was merely a leg injury. Had it been elsewhere, he might have lost his life." Qiu Yue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhao Fengyu's survival was a blessing amidst misfortune. The two were discussing different individuals, yet Zhu Xuntao did not clarify, as she could not fully explain who the truly fortunate one was. At that moment, a matron arrived with news. "Second miss, the Yongjing Marquis has sent word, expressing that the Marquis's wife is concerned for you and wishes to invite you for a visit." Zhu Xuntao's expression turned dismissive. "Given that young master Xiao recently faced a mishap, it would be wholly inappropriate for me to intrude at this time." Chapter 10. This generation's heroine is simply inadequate. Today is a day for the Xiao family to celebrate Xiao Jingshan's narrow escape, and as an outsider, she ought not to interfere. Zhu Yingyan, hurrying to join them, inwardly cursed Zhu Xuntao for her foolishness. What baffled her even more was how the previously disinterested Xiao Jingzhan had cherished Zhu Xuntao as a treasure in his past life, showering her with affection for a lifetime. In this matter, even Zhu Yingyan's mother, who typically disapproved of Zhu Xuntao, could not help but reiterate, "All of Zhu Xuntao's fortune has been exhausted in marrying Xiao Jingzhan. Second sister, if you find it awkward, how about I accompany you on this visit? Young Master Xiao has been startled, and it would be rather inappropriate for us to show no concern." Without Zhu Xuntao by her side, Zhu Yingyan felt that her solitary visit to the Xiao residence would be rather awkward. Zhu Xuntao frowned. She had no desire to visit the Xiao family, nor did she wish to accompany Zhu Yingyan to witness how the Xiao family treated her favorably while disregarding her. She had no inclination to seek out humiliation. However, compared to the troubles that would arise from declining Zhu Yingyan and inciting her mother's ire, it seemed simpler to make the visit to the Xiao residence. Fine. At worst, she would merely serve as a backdrop for Zhu Yingyan. With a sullen expression, Zhu Xuntao followed behind Zhu Yingyan like a reluctant shadow as they approached the gates of the residence. Yet, when they encountered Lady Sun, who wore a longer face than Zhu Xuntao, the situation took a turn. Lady Sun first shot Zhu Xuntao a piercing glance before smiling sweetly as she pulled Zhu Yingyan closer. "Inger, there is nothing pressing at the Xiao residence. Running about is quite exhausting. This time, why not stay at home and keep your mother company? You can visit the Xiao residence another time." "Mother?" Zhu Yingyan was baffled. Her mother should not have allowed Zhu Xuntao to remain in the manor, let alone permit her to visit the Xiao family alone. Surely, her mother was aware of Zhu Xuantao's intentions to marry Xiao Jingzhan. Yener, be obedient. Mrs. Sun inhaled deeply. Mother will certainly assist you. The perplexed Zhu Xuantao's eyes flickered. If that is the case, I shall not go. I could simply claim that I am unwell. Her mother and Zhu Yingyan would undoubtedly disapprove of her getting too close to the Xiao family. If she didn't go, it would align with their intentions. Observing Mrs. Sun and her daughter, Zhu Xuntao felt a wave of anxiety. According to the trajectory of events, not only had her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan been prematurely terminated, but her impending marriage with the Prince of Yu should also have been confirmed, with the Zhu family and the royal household merely awaiting the ceremonial proceedings. Why, then, did reality diverge so dramatically from the narrative within the pages of her story? Moreover, Zhu Yingyan, the supposed heroine, had performed woefully. Her ties with the Xiao family were not as favorable as depicted in the book, and she had failed to execute any schemes successfully. Zhu Xuntao internally questioned 108 times, when would the heroine's halo shine? Stirring events into motion, so that she might marry the prince and retire as a widow? This current iteration of the heroine was utterly incompetent. Zhu Yingyan was anxious, but Zhu Xuntao was even more so. Not comprehending Zhu Xuantao's feelings, Zhu Yingyan looked at Mrs. Sun in confusion. Mother? Why can't she accompany me to the Xiao family? Today would have been an excellent opportunity for me to showcase my abilities, especially since Xiao Jingzhan nearly faced calamity. Mrs. Sun could not disclose in front of Zhu Xuntao that the request had come directly from the Xiao family. Your father wishes for you to remain in the manor to learn how to manage household affairs. Is that true? Zhu Yingyan was skeptical. Managing household affairs was something she had learned from her mother since childhood. There was no need for her to learn specifically today. If you doubt it, then let us go see your father, Mrs. Sun said, pulling Zhu Yingyan along, her voice cold as she addressed Zhu Xuntao. Return promptly. Do not tarnish the Zhu family's reputation at the Marquis' residence. Do you understand? Enduring the unjust treatment, Zhu Xuntao submissively replied, Yes, mother. Qiu Yu, with red-rimmed eyes, felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress. Although both the second miss and the eldest miss were the lady's own daughters, Mrs. Sun treated the second miss poorly. Even those born of concubines received better treatment from her than the second miss did. Good girl, Zhu Xuntao said, patting Qiu Yu's head, seemingly unfazed. Didn't you wish for me to visit the Marquis' residence? Today, your wish has been granted. Let us accompany my lady. Qiu Yu sniffled, raising a smile as she quickened her pace. Mother? Zhu Yingyan called again, having fallen behind. Mrs. Sun sighed. Yingyan, the Marquis' wife has always favored you over Zhu Xuntao. Have you done something to offend her recently? What did she mean? Did her mother believe the Marquis' wife no longer liked her? Mrs. Sun looked at her beloved daughter. If you hadn't angered the Marquis' wife, why would she specifically request only Zhu Xuntao to visit? The troubling aspect was that this message was not conveyed directly to her, but rather relayed through her father. They were not particularly dull-witted. It was clear to both Mrs. Sun and Zhu's father whom the Marquis' wife wanted to exclude. At this moment, Zhu Yingyan finally understood. Under her father's constraints, her mother would certainly not dare to unilaterally decide to have her accompany Zhu Xuntao to the Marquis' residence. Yener, do not conceal anything from your mother. If you truly have made a mistake, I will help you find a way to make amends, Mrs. Sun said, plotting for her daughter. Previously, the Marquis' wife despised Zhu Xuntao, but now she treats her merely indifferently, which is still a concession to the old lady. As long as Zhu Xuntao is not married to Xiao Jingzhan, you still have a chance. With your mother around, I will not allow Zhu Xuntao to marry him. Mrs. Sun's heartfelt words failed to penetrate Zhu Yingyan's mind. What echoed in her thoughts was the fact that the Marquis' wife had only allowed Zhu Xuntao to go to the Xiao residence and had explicitly instructed her father to keep her mother in check to achieve this end. Zhu Yingyan gritted her teeth and revealed the matter of the hairpin. How could you be so careless? What kind of person is the Marquis' wife? Such tactics could never deceive her. You acted too hastily. Mrs. Sun silently cursed her eldest daughter's folly. The Marquis' wife had never concealed from the old lady her secret arrangement of a betrothal between the young master of Xiao and Zhu Xuntao. My actions were both for my own benefit and to satisfy the Marquis' wife. Who would have thought that the Marquis' wife, who had previously cooperated at every turn, would suddenly choose to restore Zhu Xuntao's reputation? Mrs. Sun was rendered speechless. She was displeased with Zhu Xuntao because she was not her chosen one. However, if given a choice, the Marquis' wife would never select a daughter-in-law capable of such underhanded schemes. Being a mother herself, Mrs. Sun could fully empathize with the Marquis's wife's sentiments. If one did not choose the partner themselves, it would naturally lead to dissatisfaction. I understand, Zhu Yingyan lamented. Before the hairpin incident, her image in the Marquis's wife's eyes had been quite favorable. In the Marquis's residence, her standing was substantially higher than that of Zhu Xuntao. Once the old Marquis and his wife passed away, Zhu Xuntao's shadow could be entirely erased from the Yongjing Marquis's residence, sparing her further distress.
Why?
When everything had been calculated so perfectly, had it devolved into such a situation? Mother, you must help me. Chapter 11. Just wait for me. Mother, you must help me. Zhu Yingyan grasped Mrs. Sun's hand tightly. If you do not help me, there will truly be no one in this world who treats me well. Mrs. Sun patted Zhu Yingyan's hand. Do not fret. Who else would I assist if not you? In any case, Zhu Xuntao, this troublemaker, shall never compete with you, for anything. If the position of the young master's wife is to be relinquished, she had best do so willingly. If not, she shall have no choice. Zhu Xuntao was unaware of Mrs. Sun's sentiments. Otherwise, she would have loudly proclaimed, not only do I not wish to compete, but I also wish to relinquish it. The crux of the matter was that they should lend her some support. She felt as if the flowers had withered while she waited. After being delivered to the Yongjing Marquis's residence, the spark in Zhu Xuntao's eyes faded entirely, rendering her as docile as a block of wood. As a competent supporting character, she was mindful of her role as a background figure and refrained from causing unnecessary disturbances. Sister Xuntao, you've arrived. Upon seeing Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Miluo lit up as if she had encountered a savior, her exuberance suggesting an extraordinary bond between them. Zhu Xuntao nearly shattered her facade, barely resisting the impulse to sidestep. Miluo, is that you? Xiao Miluo actually calls me sister. Is the sun rising from the west tomorrow? She is not Zhu Yingyan's lackey or supporter. This sudden display of affection, is she plotting against me? A singular thought surged in Zhu Xuntao's mind. There are always schemers seeking to harm me. Xiao Miluo remarked, though I speak only the truth. The truth can be so harsh. Reflecting on her past offense of Zhu Yingyan and her exclusion of Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Miluo felt a deep-seated frustration and could not muster a single retort. Empathizing with others, she straightened her expression and earnestly said, Sister Xuntao, I was young and foolish before. I often upset you. If you do not believe me, it is what I deserve. But Sister Xuntao, I promise to change. Please do not abandon me, all right? The recent events had profoundly impacted Xiao Miluo's mindset. The spoiled young girl began to reflect on why she had so vehemently disliked Zhu Xuntao. What exactly was flawed about Zhu Xuntao, and what made Zhu Yingyan so favorable? After much contemplation, Xiao Miluo discovered that this question had no answer. Just because her mother was displeased with the sudden addition of Zhu Xuntao as a daughter-in-law, she had followed suit in disliking Zhu Xuntao and favoring Zhu Yingyan. Hadn't Zhu Yingyan's intentions been deceitful? Hadn't Zhu Xuntao ever cautioned her? In retrospect, Xiao Miluo realized that Zhu Xuntao had indeed warned her, but she had not listened. Zhu Xuntao had always treated her kindly, doting on her just like her brothers. When had Zhu Xuntao stopped paying her attention, and why did her gaze lack luster now? After much contemplation, Xiao Miluo arrived at the conclusion that Zhu Xuntao's indifference towards her was entirely of her own making, with no one else to blame. Zhu Xuntao hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Xiao Miluo. In her childhood, Xiao Miluo had been exquisitely adorable, soft and sweet. This endearing little girl had captured her heart completely. Given her strained relationships with her legitimate sister and half-sisters, she had embraced Xiao Miluo as a beloved younger sister. Unfortunately, Zhu Xuntao pressed her lips together, retreating all emotions once more. Without receiving a response from Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Miluo felt both distressed and guilty. Xuntao, you've come. Jiang Yijing exclaimed upon spotting Zhu Xuntao, her voice brimming with warmth, expressing her gratitude for the effort it took to come. Following closely behind, Xiao Jingshan added, Sister-in-law, thank you for your trouble. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. As Jiang Yijing kindly took her hand, Zhu Xuntao stiffened, waiting for Xiao Miluo to move the chair for her to sit. And with Xiao Jingshan handing her the tea and repeatedly addressing her as sister-in-law, Zhu Xuntao felt utterly bewildered. Wasn't Xiao Jingshan the one who had nearly encountered an accident? Why was everyone so concerned about him instead of surrounding me? Glancing at the tea in her hands, Zhu Xuntao found herself at a loss whether to drink or not. Has Xiao Sengongzi become so shaken that he has begun to babble? How cunning of Xiao Jingshan to alter his approach, opting for a more conciliatory route to disarm me. What a malicious intent. His calling me sister-in-law might just ruin my chances with Xiao Jingshan and hinder my prospects with others in the future. Especially if Zhu Yingyan hears him call me sister-in-law, she would surely despise me for it. Xiao Jingshen, upon witnessing Zhao Fengyu's miserable state today, was alarmed at the thought that had Zhu Xuntao not warned him, he might have been the one carried back. With a clear conscience, he merely wished to see Zhu Xuntao to calm his own heart, harboring none of the ill intentions she suspected. Xiaomi Luo felt a sense of equilibrium. If Sun Tao did not trust her, neither did she trust her third brother. Jiang Yijing sighed, expressing her understanding of Zhu Xuntao's situation. Originally, the younger son addressing Sun Tao as sister-in-law was quite appropriate, considering Sun Tao's long-standing engagement to Jingzhan. However, just days prior, no one in the household, aside from the elders, had any affection for Sun Tao and instead favored Zhu Yingyan. Thus, the younger son's address would only serve to alienate Sun Tao further, startling her. Consequently, Jiang Yijing remarked, Jingshen, Sun Tao is not yet married to your elder brother. This title of sister-in-law should wait for a while longer. It would be too soon to call her so. Indeed, Xiaomi Luo quickly chimed in. Sister Sun Tao, do not take offense at my third brother. He is but a simpleton, quite clumsy. The more favorable the trio's attitude towards Zhu Xuntao, the more apprehensive she became. Externally, she maintained her composure, yet internally, she was in turmoil. After all, she was the cannon-fodder female antagonist, the cannon-fodder female antagonist, the cannon-fodder female antagonist. A truth worth repeating thrice. The laws of the protagonist dictated that any female supporting character who opposed the heroine would meet a dire fate. She could lie low and still find herself arranged to marry a deceased man, becoming a widow princess. However, if she were to forcibly bind herself to Xiao Jingzhan, she feared Zhu Yingyan would crush her to dust. Xiao Jingshen was the designated male lead for Zhu Yingyan, while Xiaomi Luo was her devoted sister-in-law. And the matron's understanding was solely devoted to Zhu Yingyan. In the original narrative, the emotions Xiao Jingshen occasionally displayed after becoming disabled were merely to affirm his recognition of Zhu Yingyan as a sister-in-law. Having absorbed this mental conditioning, Zhu Xuntao regained her composure. Madam, how is the investigation regarding the old lady's meals progressing? She shifted the topic, determined not to be swayed by the others and to remain aware of her own worth. Aware that some matters required patience, Jiang Yijing did not press Zhu Xuntao. It has been discovered that the new cook in the household, having heard some rumors, altered the recipes to cater to the old lady's preference for heavy, rich dishes in an attempt to please her. Zhu Xuntao's eyes flickered, her expression darkening. Is there an issue with that cook?
Jiang Yijing invited.
Zhu Xuntao shook her head. What the madam has uncovered must be accurate.
Ah, Zhu Yingyan.
Just wait for me. Chapter 12. Misjudged. The dragon has a reverse scale. After the demise of the Zhu patriarch, Zhu Xuntao was left with only two people she truly cared for, the old lady and the old marquis.
To preserve her own life,
she bore no qualms about Zhu Yingyan scheming against her to seize Xiao Jingzhan. However, when Zhu Yingyan resorted to such treachery against the old lady for her own selfish gains, that was a line Zhu Xuntao could not tolerate. She vividly recalled that in this narrative, the heroine Zhu Yingyan was cast as the beloved darling. Within her family, she was cherished by her mother and esteemed by her father. In her marital home, aside from the exceptional old lady and the old marquis, there was another granddaughter-in-law whom the family held in high regard, leaving everyone else utterly satisfied with Zhu Yingyan, believing she alone was worthy of Xiao Jingzhan.
The heir.
As for her, the cannon-fodder female antagonist, she was merely a tool to occupy space for the heroine in the early stages. Without her prior engagement to Xiao Jingzhan, given his outstanding qualities, every noble lady would be vying for his attention.
Yet,
it was precisely because of her presence that the Xiao family could so readily accept Zhu Yingyan. She not only served the purpose of occupying space for the heroine but also acted as a green leaf against which the heroine's little red flower could flourish. All of this was inconsequential to her. However, when Zhu Yingyan sought to eliminate the old marquis and his wife, who favored her but not Zhu Yingyan, in order to make her own days in the marquisate more comfortable, Zhu Xuntao found it impossible to contain her anger. In her reading prior to transmigrating, she had sensed something unsettling whenever the heroine mentioned the old lady's death. After hearing the marquis's words today, Zhu Xuntao was certain that any accidents were no mere coincidence. Xiao Jingshen and Xiaomi Luo exchanged glances, having realized that Zhu Yingyan was not as virtuous as she seemed. Yet, since the grandmother and Zhu Yingyan bore no enmity, it was unfathomable for them to believe that Zhu Yingyan would resort to harm against Zhu Xuntao. Despite harboring 100 doubts, having learned numerous lessons, Xiao Jingshen and Xiaomi Luo had learned to remain silent and refrain from hastily denying Zhu Xuntao's claims.
Viang Yiving.
Possessing a broader perspective than her offspring, concluded that in order to better control the Marquise, Zhu Yingyan had painstakingly introduced her admirers to Mi Luo. Therefore, it was no surprise that she would harbor malicious intentions against the old lady who evidently favored Zhu Xuntao. However, without Zhu Xuntao's warning, Jiang Yijing would never have considered Zhu Yingyan to be so malevolent. Is that cook still in the household? Zhu Xuntao assumed she had concealed her concerns well, intending to focus on dealing with those present. Mi Luo promptly replied, "He has already been dismissed." "Very well," Zhu Xuntao acknowledged. A mere cook being expelled from the Marquise for a mistake would mean he could no longer pursue such a profession. Such a punishment was somewhat acceptable. "I will go check on the old lady." Zhu Xuntao felt entirely out of place in the company of Jiang Yijing and the others. Xiao Jingshan quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law Xuntao, do you believe I can avoid danger today and live in peace henceforth?"
What?
Zhu Xuntao was taken aback, as she was not a fortune-teller. Ignoring her bewilderment, Xiao Jingshan insisted on an answer. Otherwise, he feared he would be plagued by sleepless nights and nightmares. Moreover, if true danger lurked, he would have the opportunity to salvage the situation, provided he received Zhu Xuntao's warning. Unfamiliar with Xiao Jingshan's persistence, Zhu Xuntao offered a rather commercial response. "The third young master survived a great calamity. Surely there will be blessings to come. As long as he wasn't trampled into a cripple, he would not succumb to depression and suicide from the shock. Preserving his life, he can continue living, remarry, and have children. That indeed counts as blessings." Xiao Jingshan secretly sighed with relief. Excellent. Tonight, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. With a satisfactory answer, Jiang Yijing's expression softened considerably. "Thanks to your kind words, Jingshan will surely encounter no disasters or difficulties in the future and will enjoy peace and smooth sailing." Zhu Xuntao hesitated, sensing an underlying significance in the words of the Lady Ho. Surely, she was overthinking. She needed to see the old matriarch soon. Only in her presence could she refrain from such ponderings. Observing Zhu Xuantao's retreating figure, which appeared as if she were being chased by a dog, Jiang Yijing shook her head in resignation. Some matters must be approached gradually. Haste is futile. "My dear, could it truly be Zhu Yingyan who orchestrated the troubles concerning grandmother?" With Zhu Xuntao gone, the remaining trio of mother and sons could freely converse. The first to break the silence was Mi Luo, who had once held the utmost trust in Zhu Yingyan and could no longer contain her need to confirm her thoughts with her mother. Jiang Yijing felt a dull ache in her head. "We had previously underestimated the situation, inadvertently inviting such a calamity into our household with Zhu Yingyan. It was utterly inappropriate and unwise to harbor a bias against Zhu Xuntao due to a momentary dissatisfaction, while simultaneously feeling a fondness for Zhu Yingyan. Had I not given Zhu Yingyan hope, she might not have conceived such malicious thoughts against grandmother. At this point, we ought to dismiss any lingering doubts regarding Xuntao." Xiao Jingshan pondered for a moment before quietly asserting, upon reflection, Zhu Yingyan indeed had a motive to harm grandmother. "Had it not been for grandmother's protection of Zhu Xuntao, the marriage between my elder brother and Zhu Xuntao would have long been nullified. Naturally, this would have afforded Zhu Yingyan the opportunity to become our sister-in-law." The terrifying implications of this realization caused the two younger ones to blanch, while Jiang Yijing's expression darkened. Xiao Jingshan exhaled a heavy sigh. "When it comes to marrying, one ought to choose wisely. Zhu Xuntao is truly a commendable choice. Mother, you must speak with my elder brother and advise him to be less picky." At that moment, Xiao Jingzhan entered, catching the tail end of his younger brother's statement, inciting a furious desire within him to retaliate, wishing to break the very legs that he had just saved. "Mother," upon seeing her eldest son return, Jiang Yijing nodded. "Have matters concerning Zhao Fengyu been resolved?" "Yes." The assailants were from the Zhao family. However, the servant was foolish enough to act against Zhao Fengyu's horse. That is the only answer the Zhao family could uncover. "And Zhu Xuntao?" "She has gone to see your grandmother. This child genuinely cares for your grandmother. We have all misunderstood her in the past. Had she not unexpectedly heard Zhu Xuantao's heartfelt sentiments, she would never have realized how deeply confused she had been." Xiao Jingshan nudged his elder brother's shoulder, intending to offer a kind reminder. "Elder brother, each time Zhu Xuntao visits the manor to see grandmother, it is truly just for grandmother. It is not an opportunity for a chance encounter with you." Mi Luo, feeling somewhat awkward, added, "Yes. Sister Xuantao's visits to the manor have nothing to do with you, elder brother." Previously unclear, today she had gained insight. Upon arriving at the manor, Sister Xuantao had not mentioned her elder brother even once, nor did her thoughts include him. Her sole concern was for grandmother. Simultaneously, Xiaomi Luo and Xiao Jingshen harbored a shared confusion. How had they misjudged a girl who appeared to possess only affection for her grandmother as a frivolous flatterer pursuing their elder brother? Chapter 13. Who is Ni Su? Speaking of this matter, no one in the world could be more wronged than Zhu Xuntao. Each time she visited the Ho residence, her intentions were pure, solely to see the old lord and lady Ho. However, at some point, the residents of the Ho household had concluded that each of her visits was aimed at Xiao Jingzhan, believing her to be scheming to maintain her position as the heir's wife and attempting to seduce him. Truly, family who understands. Yet, she could not forfeit her desire to visit the two elderly ones she cherished due to such misunderstandings and the indifference of those she cared little for. What a misfortune! Whenever these matters arose, Zhu Xuntao found herself inundated with tears of sorrow. Fortunately, unbeknownst to her, she had been vindicated today. After clarifying this point, Xiao Jingshen and Xiaomi Luo found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to pity their elder brother's self-indulgence or to shed tears for Zhu Xuantao's plight. Elder brother. Sister Xuantao has gained nothing from her engagement with you. It has only brought her trouble and grievance. Sister Xuantao is truly unfortunate. As a fellow woman, Xiaomi Luo empathized deeply with Zhu Xuantao. No wonder Sister Xuantao feels despondent, preferring to marry the king of Yu as a widow rather than defend herself when wronged by Xu Yingyan. Mother, Sister Xuantao is too pitiful. Jiang Yijing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. We must treat your Sister Xuantao with greater kindness in the future. I will. Without need for her mother to say it. She was determined to do so. Xiao Jingzhan, feeling as if he were being criticized, gazed at these turncoats with a furrowed brow. Wait a moment. My second uncle will be bringing Chen Liang over. Xiao Jingshen caught the implication. Second uncle is delivering him personally? What other option is there? Xiao Jingzhan's expression was hardly favorable. Following the confirmation of Xiao Jingshen's incident, no one would dismiss Zhu Xuantao's previous words as mere nonsense. Under Xiao Jingzhan's scrutiny, Xiaomi Luo shrank her neck in trepidation. Elder brother, Sister Xuantao mentioned that the incident concerning grandmother is related to Zhu Yingyan. Initially perplexed, Xiao Jingzhan contemplated briefly before his brow furrowed. From this day forth, dogs and Zhu Yingyan are prohibited from entering the doors of our Ho residence. Xiaomi Luo's eyes widened in shock. Elder brother, did you not have an affinity for Zhu Yingyan? Who said I had an affinity for her? Xiao Jingzhan was bewildered. I thought your gaze towards Zhu Yingyan differed from that towards Sister Xuantao. I always believed you favored Zhu Yingyan. Mother thinks highly of Zhu Yingyan, and if you do as well, then I will certainly support her too, Xiao Jingzhan explained. It is you who frequently mention that Zhu Xuantao has a poor temper and shows a lack of respect towards her elder sister, Zhu Yingyan, while being unfilial to her parents, only seeking to ingratiate herself with grandmother. Upon hearing such disparagement of his fiancée, how could he remain unaffected? His perception of Zhu Xuantao was merely that she should take Zhu Yingyan's admirable qualities as an example. How could she not learn from them? With such a temperament, how could Zhu Xuantao ever aspire to be the heir's wife, the future Lady Ho? Xiao Jingshen began to grasp the situation. Zhu Xuantao was a young woman, and even if the two were engaged, it would not be wise for his elder brother to grow too close to her. Moreover, since his elder brother was occupied with duties assisting the crown prince, his opportunities to understand Zhu Xuantao had diminished further. All of his impressions of her were formed through Mi Luo's descriptions. Quite well, this logic seemed to close the loop. Realizing that she might be the source of the misunderstanding, Xiaomi Luo sealed her lips, frightened to speak. Jiang Yijing rubbed her temples. Zhu Xuantao has endured so many grievances. The responsibility lies largely with me. It shall not happen again. Now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, Jingzhan, you should relate well with Zhu Xuantao. Furthermore, you and Zhu Xuantao are of suitable age. Your marriage should be put on the agenda. Once Jingzhan and Zhu Xuantao were wed, even if Zhu Yingyan harbored ill intentions, it would not lead to a scenario of two women sharing a husband, reducing her to a concubine to her own brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuantao, who was in the side courtyard entertaining the old Lady Sheng, remained oblivious to the fact that the Lady Ho intended for her to marry Xiao Jingzhan post-haste. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly fled the Yongjing Ho residence in a most undignified manner. Grasping Zhu Xuantao's hand, the old Lady Sheng beamed. Jingzhan is indeed a child blessed with fortune. Although she was uncertain why Tao Tao had suddenly acquired the ability to foresee the future, hearing Tao Tao's heartfelt thoughts was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for the Xia family. With Tao Tao around, their household would surely avoid calamity and encounter fortune. Zhu Xuantao, bewildered, thought it was Xiao Jingshen who had narrowly escaped disaster. Why was the old lady praising her eldest grandson instead of her third? Presently, even the old lady, much like the other members of the Xiao family, seemed to possess a scattered and erratic thought process that she could hardly keep up with. Grandmother, my second uncle has brought Chen Liang to see you. Xiaomi Luo followed behind her second uncle, Xiao Yuanqi, playfully winking at the chubby child in his arms. The little one babbled and giggled, thoroughly entertained, with drool spilling down his chin. Xiao Yuanqi showed no signs of disdain as he gently wiped the drool from the chubby child's mouth with a handkerchief. Xiao Chenliang? This little treasure of the Xiao family, Zhu Xuntao had only heard of him by name, never having laid eyes on him. The Xiao family had hidden him away exceptionally well. Despite Zhu Xuantao's numerous visits, she had never encountered this little lad even once. Unlike Zhu Yingyan, who had cradled him several times. Fortunately, Zhu Xuntao was neither concerned nor envious. After all, she was the heroine, adored by all, while she, a mere cannon fodder, was hardly a cause for excitement. However, knowing she was present today, the Xiao family no longer concealed him, unafraid of her corrupting the child. It was, after all, their first meeting, and Zhu Xuntao discreetly directed her gaze toward the chubby boy nestled in Xiao Yuanqi's arms. There he was, short and stout, clad in a deep blue satin robe that made him resemble a glutinous rice dumpling. His cherubic face still bore the remnants of infantile plumpness, quivering with each movement, reminiscent of bouncy jelly, soft and smooth. His large, sparkling eyes were bright and shiny, with a small, pouting mouth that emitted the cutest coos. In an instant, Zhu Xuntao felt her heartstrings tugged uncontrollably. He was irresistibly adorable. The Ho residence belonged to the male lead, Xiao Jingzhan, who was strikingly handsome, with an ethereal aura. It was easy to imagine that the other members of the Xiao family also possessed exceptional looks. Otherwise, how could Zhu Xuntao have been so captivated by the young Xiaomi Luo, caring for her as if she were a beloved little sister? Everyone has their preferences. After all. Oh, how utterly adorable. I simply want to cuddle, to snuggle, to hold tight. Quickly, let me have a hug. Zhu Xuantao's uncontrollable, fervent thoughts echoed in the ears of the Xiao family, yet she maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Chenliang as she circled around the matriarch, old Madame Sheng. Chapter 14. What color of sack do you prefer? Xiao Yuanqi, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Xuantao's fervent thoughts, finally responded when he felt the squirming child in his arms and gently set him down. Xiao Chenliang waddled over, resembling a little duckling, and approached Zhu Xuntao. Who are you? Coughing, Zhu Xuantao's voice trembled. I am. No, I must maintain composure, little darling. What color sack do you prefer?
Come home with Auntie.
Struggling to suppress her overwhelming affection, Zhu Xuntao awkwardly shuffled her feet, attempting to distance herself from the cherubic creature. I am your Aunt Xuntao. Paoji Didu? Xiao Chenliang tilted his head, drool trailing down. Oh dear, that head tilt is unfairly adorable. I truly can't hold back. I must snatch the child. Hearing Zhu Xuantao's repeated declarations of wanting to take the child, Xiao Yuanqi withdrew his arms, wary. The child belonged to his family. Could Zhu Xuntao truly take him away? It was evident that not only his elder brother's family could hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts, but he could as well. Thus, he was curious whether his grandson was genuinely at risk of vanishing. Zhu Xuntao stubbornly turned her face toward old Madame Sheng. Madam, the hour is getting late. Perhaps I should return home. Observing Zhu Xuantao's gaze, which was irrevocably fixed on her great-grandson, old Madame Sheng was secretly amused. Have you not spent even half an hour with me, dear Tao Tao? Moreover, it is hardly late. Zhu Xuntao felt like crying but managed to maintain a stoic expression. Madam, please spare me. I can no longer pretend. I am about to lose my composure. If you do not allow me to leave, do not blame me for snatching the little chub and leading him astray. Old Madame Sheng was delighted to see Zhu Xuntao bonding with Xiao Chenliang. She wished for everyone in the Ho residence to adore Zhu Xuntao as she did. However, Zhu Xuantao's last remark prompted old Madame Sheng to cast a reproachful glance at her second son. Xiao Yuanqi felt a twinge of discomfort. His previous reservations about Zhu Xuntao meeting his grandson stemmed from a belief that her character was questionable, fearing she might corrupt the child. Furthermore, Zhu Xuntao showed little regard for her elder sister, and given the child's tender age, he might not even know how to voice his grievances if mistreated. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Yuanqi was firmly convinced that Zhu Xuntao would not only refrain from bullying his grandson but also genuinely cherished him. Zhu Xuantao's affection for the child was almost palpable, radiating from her very being. Feigning ignorance of Zhu Xuantao's internal struggle, old Madame Sheng cheerfully grasped Zhu Xuantao's hand. preventing the girl from escaping. At this hour, you must stay for dinner. Tao Dao, you wouldn't refuse to share a meal with me, would you? Chen Liang, would you join your great-grandmother for dinner too? Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Chenliang eagerly nodded, appearing clumsy yet adorable. Pao Jididu hug. After acknowledging his great-grandmother, Xiao Chenliang redirected his attention back to Zhu Xuntao. Pao Ji is very nice. Isn't this Didu also delightful, since she is Pao Ji Didu? No, that can't be right. Zhu Xuntao protested verbally, yet her hands betrayed her as they reached out toward the chubby Xiao Chenliang. In one swift motion, she scooped him up from the ground and into her embrace. The weight was solid and comforting, soft and plump, clearly indicative of a child well-fed. Xiao Chenliang sniffled, much like a puppy, and buried his face in Zhu Xuantao's embrace. Pao Ji Didu, you smell wonderful. However, the fragrance of Pao Ji Didu seemed different from that of the edible peaches. Zhu Xuantao, acting on impulse, leaned down and nuzzled against Xiao Chenliang. Let me smell you, Chenliang. Wow, you smell amazing too. The scent was sweet and milky. Xiao Chenliang giggled uncontrollably, his little mouth exclaiming, it tickles. His small body squirmed as he attempted to evade Zhu Xuantao's playful attacks, yet his tiny hands clung tightly to her clothing, refusing to let go. Xiao Yuanqi observed this scene with astonishment. His grandson, while not particularly spoiled or prone to tears, was not easily approachable. He seldom permitted anyone besides family to hold him. Previously, when he witnessed Xu Yingyan cradling the little boy, he attributed it to her kindness, believing it made her more acceptable to young children. It was only today that Xiao Yuanqi comprehended that, compared to Zhu Xuantao, Xiao Chenliang's willingness to be held by Xu Yingyan was merely a result of familial obligation, not a voluntary choice. Now, he finally understood why his mother was so insistent on having Zhu Xuantao marry his nephew. Perhaps Zhu Xuantao was destined to be a part of their Xiao family all along. Little did Xiao Yuanqi realize that his grandson's readiness to accept Zhu Xuantao stemmed not from an acknowledgement of her virtues, but rather from the delightful connotations of her name. Xiao Chenliang had recently weaned and found joy in all food. With summer just past, he had developed a particular fondness for peaches. Now, as they were out of season, he yearned for them. Upon hearing he had an aunt named Peach, how could the little foodie not be enamored? If Xiao Chenliang initially approached Zhu Xuantao because her name sounded delectable, now he was drawn to her because he sensed her genuine affection for him. By noon, Xiao Chenliang wanted nothing more than to stay by Zhu Xuantao's side, insisting she feed him. Fortunately, Zhu Xuantao had experience in feeding children, so she managed quite well. And Xiao Chenliang ate heartily. Observing the scene, old Madame Sheng recalled. When Mi Luo was little, she was just like Chenliang, particularly fond of clinging to Tao Dao, wanting her to play and feed her, even refusing to let Tao Dao go home, insisting on sleeping together. Xiao Mi Luo paused mid-bite, her face turning crimson. Grandmother, is that true? Ask your mother if you doubt it. Old Madame Sheng had also pondered why such close childhood friends had grown apart as they matured. To her, it seemed that Xiao Mi Luo had unilaterally severed ties with Zhu Xuantao. Unfazed by the past, Zhu Xuantao maintained an indifferent demeanor, which only heightened Xiao Mi Luo's sense of guilt. Madame Sheng recounted the past, and while Xiao Mi Luo may not have remembered it before, those memories seemed to resurface recently. During that time, as the sole daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Mi Luo was indeed pampered to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting an unusual delicateness. Similarly, Zhu Yingyan in the Zhu residence was a cherished daughter, spoiled by Lady Sunday. The encounter of these two temperamental young ladies was akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Only Zhu Xuntao, the unloved child, had to navigate the delicate dynamics, appeasing both her elder sister and younger sister to maintain harmony. With Zhu Yingyan as a contrasting figure, Xiao Mi Luo naturally gravitated towards the affable Zhu Xuntao, quickly becoming her devoted shadow within mere hours. Chapter 15. Consent to annul the engagement. Upon receiving such detailed recollections from Madame Sheng, Xiao Mi Luo felt a sharp pang in her stomach. How could she have cherished Zhu Xuntao so deeply in her childhood? The thought eluded her grasp. While Madame Sheng grew increasingly irate, "You ungrateful child. Was it not Peach who cared for you so tenderly in your youth? And now you turn your back on her?" Witnessing her granddaughter's closeness with Zhu Yingyan and her disdain for Zhu Xuntao, Madame Sheng felt a tempest of frustration brewing within her. Were it not for the fact that her granddaughter had grown and could choose her own companions, Madame Sheng would have felt compelled to impart some wisdom to Xiao Mi Luo, despite her affection for the girl. If it weren't for Peach constantly advising me, I might have been driven to despair by your behavior. Madame Sheng was exasperated by Xiao Mi Luo's heartlessness and capriciousness. Even as her beloved granddaughter, Madame Sheng could only describe Xiaomi Luo as a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was Zhu Xuntao who persuaded Madame Sheng not to let her displeasure with Xiaomi Luo interfere with her relationship with her granddaughter. After all, if Xiaomi Luo had matured to feel a stronger affinity for Zhu Yingyan, forcing her to maintain a bond with Zhu Xuntao would only lead to mutual misery. Zhu Xuntao further explained that her kindness towards Xiaomi Luo was solely influenced by her desire to please Madame Sheng, as everything she did was for her grandmother's sake. Zhu Xuntao believed her words to be sincere and heartfelt, yet Madame Sheng dismissed them as mere platitudes. As Zhu Xuntao wisely noted, Madame Sheng could not compel Xiaomi Luo to befriend only her, forbidding her from forming other friendships. Since this reality could not be altered, the only option was to accept it with a more open heart. For this reason, Madame Sheng felt a profound sense of guilt towards Zhu Xuntao. Were it not for her fear that the gifts she bestowed upon Zhu Xuntao might be appropriated by Lady Sun for Zhu Yingyan, an act Lady Sun had previously committed, Madame Sheng would have readily converted her entire dowry into Zhu Xuntao's wedding gifts. Regardless of how one viewed the situation, it was evident that Xiaomi Luo's actions were unjust, and as her grandmother, Madame Sheng naturally felt compelled to offer compensation. However, even if she had not given these gifts at that time, Madame Sheng intended to present them to Zhu Xuntao upon her marriage. Later on, the household, apart from the two elders, found even Xiao Jingzhan disfavoring Zhu Xuntao, leading her to contemplate marrying someone else. Thus, Madame Sheng had to reconsider her stance, to enhance Zhu Xuntao's dowry instead. During those tumultuous days, had it not been for Peach's companionship, she would have been at a loss to find peace. Peach, you have truly endured much injustice. Excessive wisdom may lead to harm. Before your grandmother, you need not be so accommodating. She dotes on you. Xiaomi Luo was so overwhelmed by this that she could scarcely lift her head, while Xiao Yuanqi gazed at Zhu Xuntao in astonishment. The Zhu Xuntao described by his mother was in stark contrast to the one he had known. One was grand and magnanimous, while the other was capricious and spoiled. The same individual received diametrically opposed evaluations from members of their own household. Xiao Yuanqi looked at Xiaomi Luo in confusion, who felt inclined to hide beneath the table. In light of this, Xiao Yuanqi understood perfectly well. It was the younger generation's personal preferences that led to a misjudgment of Zhu Xuntao, causing those unfamiliar with her to misinterpret her character. It became evident that his elder brother and sister-in-law genuinely disliked the idea of Zhu Xuntao as a daughter-in-law. Otherwise, their niece would not have sullied Zhu Xuntao's reputation so. Observing the joy radiating from his cheerful little nephew beside Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Yuanqi gently reminded, "Mother, I know that you, father, and Lord Zhu share a close bond and have a fondness for Miss Zhu. However, a forced union is never sweet. Zhu Xuntao should not bear the burden of such a reputation, and the Marquis's household owed her a fair resolution." "Uncle is right." Zhu Xuntao nodded. "Rest assured, Madam, even if it were just me, I would strive to lead a good life." Grasping Zhu Xuntao's hand, Madame Sheng found herself at a loss for words. In the past, Lord Zhu had cherished his granddaughter Zhu Xuntao, aware that his son was infatuated with power and indifferent to domestic matters, while his daughter-in-law, Lady Sun, favored her eldest daughter. Thus, the old man took it upon himself to raise the young Zhu Xuntao. Later, when Lord Zhu fell gravely ill and feared for her safety, he entrusted two old friends to look after her and arranged her betrothal to Xiao Jingzhan. What nobody knew was that, had it not been for the three elderly guardians, Zhu Xuntao had never contemplated marrying Xiao Jingzhan. She had never desired such a fate before, and she certainly did not wish for it now. What fool would covet their own demise by vying for the male lead? She was merely unfortunate enough to have a betrothal to the male lead, enduring mistreatment both within and outside her home. The thought of actually marrying Xiao Jingzhan terrified her to the core. Ultimately, Madame Sheng sighed in resignation. "It is we old folks who have underestimated the situation." Xiaomi Luo was startled, shivering at the implications of her grandmother's words. "Grandmother, what do you mean by that?" Madame Sheng shot a displeased glance at her granddaughter. "What do I mean?" "I mean that you have the freedom to choose your heart's desire. Is everyone in your family not pleased now?" This revelation left Xiaomi Luo trembling. It was all a misunderstanding indeed. After a moment's pause, she continued, "As of now, my mother and I both hold Zhu Xuntao in high regard. My mother praises her continuously. Brother has no feelings for Zhu Yingyan. He does not like her at all. If they accept Zhu Xuntao, why then would they consider annulling the engagement? Grandmother, my brother's marriage is a matter of great significance. It cannot simply be dismissed. Wait, I must fetch my mother." This scene was beyond her control. She had to summon help. Madame Xing shook her head, affectionately patting her little great-grandson's chubby cheeks. Chunliang, be good. Do not judge your aunt too harshly. Xiao Chunliang, lifting his pudgy face, beamed with innocence. I am good. It is Dudu who is not. Chastised by Xiao Chunliang, Xiaomi Luo hurried away in a flurry, panic-stricken. Mother, trouble is brewing. Dire trouble. What is it?
Viank yi vink gaspet, startet.
Is it that Sun Tao foretold something dreadful for Chunliang? Today, her second uncle had taken Chunliang to meet Zhu Xuntao, aiming to ascertain when and how Xiao Chunliang might have gone missing. Naturally, as Xiaomi Luo rushed in, Jiang Yijing assumed it was news regarding Chunliang's situation. Xiaomi Luo shook her head. No, it is about my brother and sister Sun Tao's engagement. It seems grandmother is inclined to agree to annul it. As she spoke, Xiaomi Luo's complexion paled. If they were to break off the engagement, Zhu Yan surely would not become my sister-in-law, would she? Chapter 16. Can I not do as I please?
Impossible.
Jiang Yijing slammed the table. Even if Jingzhan were to forsake Zhu Xuntao, I would never allow Zhu Yan to enter our household. Moreover, after all these years, just yesterday, they relied on Zhu Xuntao to safeguard Xiao Jingshan's legs. It can be said that Jiang Yijing has almost resigned herself to accepting Zhu Xuntao as a daughter-in-law. Not only did she reject Zhu Yan, but she also longed for Zhu Xuntao to remain her future daughter-in-law. She always felt an inexplicable sense of security as long as Zhu Xuntao was present in the household. The mere thought of her eldest son breaking off the engagement with Zhu Xuntao and severing ties with the Ho family left Jiang Yijing in a state of anxiety. At this moment, her thoughts mirrored those of Xiaomi Luo. When she disliked Zhu Xuntao, the engagement between Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan seemed unassailable, and now it appeared it could be shattered. She accepted and acknowledged Zhu Xuantao's merits, yet it seemed that this union was destined to fail. The situation was indeed chaotic. Xiaomi Luo, with a worried expression, tugged at Jiang Yijing's sleeve. Mother, all I wish is for Sister Xuantao to be my sister-in-law. I desire no one else. Without Sister Xuantao, how can we be certain that the woman my brother marries in the future is of sound character? Mother, Sister Xuantao is truly wonderful. Jiang Yijing patted her daughter's hand reassuringly, nodding. I am well aware of Zhu Xuantao's virtues. Do not worry. I will certainly devise a way to preserve your brother's engagement with her. Just as her daughter did not wish for another sister-in-law, she too was reluctant to replace her future daughter-in-law. As her daughter pointed out, should they replace her? One could only speculate what sentiments the new bride would harbor towards the Ho family. The lesson learned from Zhu Yan was far too significant. It was solely due to Zhu Yan's selfishness that she nearly lost her only daughter. Xiaomi Luo was filled with trepidation, sensing that this time was different. In the past, when their grandmother opposed, no one could alter the engagement between Sister Xuantao and her brother. Now that their grandmother had changed her mind, could her mother truly intervene? Recalling her future mother-in-law, Jiang Yijing felt a headache coming on. Zhu Xuantao is your brother's fiancé. Our anxiety is palpable, yet he remains utterly indifferent. Call him back to me. A man who cannot secure the heart of his future bride is hardly a man at all. Xiao Jingzhan could never fathom that in his mother's eyes. He would one day be chastised for being unmanly due to Zhu Xuantao's situation. Upon receiving news from the estate, Xiao Jingzhan's expression darkened, and he subsequently burned the letter, disregarding his mother's demands. The crown prince, intrigued by Xiao Jingzhan's demeanor, inquired, "What has transpired?" "Just some family matters. There is no need for you to concern yourself." Xiao Jingzhan replied tersely. This only piqued the crown prince's curiosity further. "We are both aware of what kind of person your mother is. If there were no pressing matter, why would she send word at this hour? Or is it that you do not regard me as family enough to share?" Observing the crown prince's eager expression, Xiao Jingzhan felt a sense of helplessness. Zhu Xuantao wishes to break off the engagement.
What?
The crown prince's face lit up with excitement. How can this be? I have heard that she is infatuated with you, often seizing opportunities to visit the estate, longing for a glimpse of you, with not a shred of feminine reserve. Could she be employing a strategy of retreat to advance? If she miscalculates, would she not fear the repercussions? She would not. Xiao Jingzhan dismissed the crown prince's speculation. You trust her so implicitly? The crown prince raised an eyebrow. Xiao Jingzhan, unable to articulate his thoughts, merely sighed. Perhaps. The crown prince, puzzled, continued. If you hold such faith in her, how can you be indifferent toward her? She wishes to break the engagement, yet you remain so composed? It is quite contradictory. Seeing the crown prince's genuine curiosity, Xiao Jingzhan took the rare opportunity to explain. In the past, we harbored many misconceptions about Zhu Xuntao, causing her undue distress. If breaking off the engagement is her desire, I should grant it. It is unjust for them to dislike her and then conspire to end the engagement. Now that we recognize her worth, we cannot disregard her wishes and cling to her. Zhu Xuntao, unaware of Xiao Jingzhan's sentiments, would undoubtedly praise him if she heard. At least he possesses a character befitting a male lead, with principles far superior to those of Zhu Yingyan. After conversing with the Crown Prince, Xiao Jingzhan suddenly felt enlightened. Crown Prince, I believe I shall return to the estate. Very well, there is nothing pressing today. You may go, the Crown Prince acquiesced, pleased to grant Xiao Jingzhan this favor. Brother, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, Sister Xuntao would have flown away. Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan's return, Xiaomi Luo rushed to him, pulling him towards the courtyard of the matriarch, exclaiming, Mother can hardly hold on. This time, both grandmother and Sister Xuntao are serious about the engagement's dissolution. Do not misunderstand. Sister Xuntao is not being capricious. Xiao Jingzhan remained silent, merely following in her wake. Upon entering the Yongfu Hall, he was greeted by the anxious faces of Jiang Yijing and the resolute countenance of the matriarch. Grandmother, mother, uncle, Xiao Jingzhan greeted the three elders respectfully. Xiao Yuanqi nodded. Were it not for his grandson's insistence on Zhu Xuntao, it would be more prudent for him to take his grandson away given the current predicament. Since he could hear Zhu Xuntao's thoughts, he could seek another opportunity to glean insight into his grandson's feelings. Zhu Xuntao, grasping Xiao Chenliang's chubby paw, turned her back to Xiao Jingzhan, her heart rejoicing. Wow, the parties involved have finally arrived. The engagement can proceed with its dissolution.
Jingzhan.
Jiang Yijing, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly gestured for him to perform well and mend the hearts of the matriarch and Zhu Xuntao. Jiang Yijing understood that as long as Xiao Jingzhan could win over the matriarch, the marriage would remain intact, for Zhu Xuntao would not defy the matriarch's wishes. Reflecting on how all their efforts combined could not compare to the matriarch's standing in Zhu Xuntao's heart, Jiang Yijing couldn't help but smile wryly. How naive she had been to believe that Zhu Xuntao was entirely devoted to her son, consumed by jealousy to the point of targeting even her own sister, Zhu Yingyan, frequently finding opportunities to create trouble for her. The matriarch's deep-set gaze fell upon her proud and esteemed eldest grandson, eager to hear his thoughts. During the engagement, they had not considered the feelings of the two children involved. This time, she was willing to listen to their opinions regarding the dissolution. Xiao Jingzhan did not respond directly to the matriarch but turned to Zhu Xuntao. Miss Zhu, what are your thoughts on our engagement? Zhu Xuntao hesitated, her hands stilling, and replied obediently. Marriage is a significant matter. One must heed the elders. Should I express a desire to wed, I would be deemed frivolous. Should I express a wish not to wed, I would be labeled proud. I shall not fall into this trap. Moreover, if I declare my intention to remain a widow for Prince Yu, would you take my words to heart? Well aware of the plight faced by women in ancient times, Zhu Xuntao relinquished her chance to articulate her feelings. While she might not voice her thoughts, she would certainly act upon them. Upon hearing Zhu Xuntao's sentiments, Xiao Jingzhan made a decision. Chapter 17. The Crown Prince lamented. Xiao Jingzhan bowed to the matriarch. Grandmother, I am willing to break off the engagement with Miss Zhu, and I take full responsibility for it, absolving her of any blame. The Ho family will extend our sincerest apologies to Miss Zhu as compensation.
Jingzhan.
Jiang Yijing exclaimed. Brother.
Xiao Miluo echoed.
Xiao Yuanqi silently nodded, fully supporting Xiao Jingzhan's decision. Zhu Xuntao's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a smile that was difficult to suppress. Finally, the male lead has acted like a man. This is as it should be. If you do not love me and cannot treat me with respect, why persist in this engagement, harming both yourself and me? Now that I have vacated my position, Zhu Yingyan will no longer view me as a thorn in her side. You two may happily pair off. In that case, I too shall offer some culinary advice to Zhu Yingyan's chef, allowing her to experience the consequences of her actions. Hearing her grandson's words and sensing Zhu Xuntao's joy, the matriarch no longer hesitated. If that is the case, we shall formally visit the Zhu residence tomorrow to clarify this matter with Lord Zhu.
No.
Jiang Yijing interjected. If this marriage is truly dissolved, it will inevitably tarnish Xuntao's reputation. Given the Ho family status, it is unlikely that any reputable family would be willing to take her as their first wife. Even if the Ho family assumes complete responsibility and removes her from the equation, the repercussions cannot simply be erased. My dear mother, you must not indulge the whims of the children simply because of a moment of tenderness. Such leniency could ultimately harm them. Jiang Yijing's words were undeniably correct. In the narrative, the fate of Zhu Xuntao was sealed. She could never marry into a prestigious family again, thus leading Zhu Yingyan to fixate on the prospect of a ghostly marriage with the late Prince Yu. This union was originally intended as the final exploitative act of Zhu Yingyan against Zhu Xuntao, but with a change of circumstances, it transformed into a means of bestowing Zhu Xuntao a life of fortune. Indeed, Zhu Xuntao harbored no desire to deviate from her predetermined path in the story, resigning herself to the role of a widow as dictated by Zhu Yingyan. As a supporting character, she had acquiesced to such a fate. Surely heaven would grant her the grace to live out her days in peace and enjoy the riches of the mortal realm. Tell me, is such a request too extravagant? Not in the slightest. The venerable Lady Sheng, wise beyond her years, perceived the long-term implications of the situation. Ever since she grasped Zhu Xuantao's intentions, she had pondered on her behalf. Following Zhu Xuantao's line of thought, Lady Sheng found no fault in the notion of Zhu Xuantao becoming a widow. If Zhu Xuantao could not marry a man from the Shao family, the idea of marrying her off to another suitor was far from reassuring. However, marrying a deceased individual was an entirely different matter. A ghostly husband could not indulge in debauchery, take concubines, or humiliate his principal wife. In summary, with the late Prince Yu gone, Zhu Xuantao, even with the backing of the Marquis, would not be able to dominate the capital but would certainly no longer face contempt from others. As long as Zhu Xuantao accepted and was content with this outcome, there was nothing amiss. Having come to this realization, Lady Sheng felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. It matters not, for Tao Tao is a clever child. She will undoubtedly find a way to lead a good life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuantao bestowed upon Lady Sheng a radiant smile, bright as a summer bloom, illuminating her heart like a ray of sunshine. Xiao Jingzhan, witnessing the scene, steadied his own stirring emotions, loosening his clenched fists. Brother? Xiaomi Luo stomped her foot, tugging at Xiao Jingzhan's sleeve. He withdrew his arm. It is too late. He had come to the realization far too late, and his feelings had stirred far too late. Xiao Jingzhan had never anticipated that after years of engagement with Zhu Xuantao, it would only be during the discussion of their annulment that he would begin to perceive her differently. The subtle tremors of his heart, although faint, did not escape his notice. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more absurd and laughable it seemed, compelling him to forcefully remind himself that his connection to Zhu Xuantao could only ever be one of fate without fulfillment. Lady Sheng turned her gaze towards Jiang Yijing. Thus, it is settled. Prepare accordingly, and do not let decorum slip. Zhu Xuantao, with an unperturbed demeanor, focused on playing games with Xiao Qinliang. At last, the process of annulment is nearing completion. Originally, this was Zhu Yingyan's task, but unexpectedly, Xiao Jingzhan has facilitated it. Of course, whether it be the male lead or female lead, it matters not who performs the task. They are one and the same. Kudos to Xiao Jingzhan. Hearing Zhu Xuantao insistently pairing Xiao Jingzhan with Zhu Yingyan, Xiao Yuanqi could barely contain his skepticism, directing a scrutinizing glance towards his nephew. Xiao Jingzhan was incensed. He had already agreed to the annulment, yet Zhu Xuantao seemed intent on taking a jab at him. Observing his nephew's darkening expression, Xiao Yuanqi offered a word of consolation. My dear nephew, I mean no offense. I merely wish to remind you to be mindful of your words and actions in the future. Women are often prone to suspicion and deep contemplation, and misunderstandings can arise unnecessarily. Zhu Xuantao was the perfect example of this. Given time, it was not surprising that Zhu Xuantao might misconstrue her nephew's feelings towards Zhu Yingyan. After all, such misunderstandings could arise for anyone in similar circumstances. With the annulment already agreed upon, what use was there in explanations? Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together, seemingly acquiescing to Xiao Yuanqi's remarks. With the matriarch's decision made and her son complying, Jiang Yijing appeared to be meddling unnecessarily. She took a deep breath. Very well. Since you all consent, I shall proceed with the preparations for the annulment. I only hope that none of you will regret today's decision. Had the annulment truly been decided? Not long after Xiao Jingzhan's agreement, the crown prince, clad in resplendent gold dragon robes, made his appearance at the Marquis, dismissing the customary courtesies before bowing to Lady Sheng. Grandmother, what brings His Highness here? Lady Sheng cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Jingzhan, pondering how their annulment had reached the ears of the crown prince, necessitating such an appearance. The crown prince smiled. Do not blame Jingzhan, for I have merely come to visit after quite some time. Today is merely coincidental. Even Zhu Xuantao, who typically maintained a serene demeanor, felt compelled to react upon hearing of the crown prince's arrival. Seizing the moment to pay her respects, Zhu Xuntao stole a glance at the prince, a breath of fresh air and clarity, a true gentleman. So, this is the crown prince? With his striking features and extraordinary poise, it is evident he is a paragon of virtue and charm, quite handsome. I wish to marry him. Xiao Jingzhan. The crown prince. Lady Sheng felt a wave of dizziness. Perhaps it would be best if Zhu Xuntao and Jingzhan did not annul their engagement after all. Although the crown prince was her grandson, he was certainly not a suitable match for Zhu Xuntao. Rather than see her marry the crown prince, she would prefer her to remain wed to her eldest grandson. The crown prince looked at Zhu Xuntao with a perplexed expression, as if to say that she had higher aspirations, which was why she sought to annul her engagement with Jingzhan. Such a woman could hardly pique his interest. Little did Zhu Xuntao realize, her casual remark had led the crown prince to regard her with disdain. However, Zhu Xuntao was quick to amend her comment. Such a wonderful crown prince, what a pity indeed. The crown prince. Chapter 18. Where is Zhu Xuntao? The crown prince. What does Zhu Xuntao find regrettable? It is a pity that your eyesight is rather poor. In the last life, when Zhu Yingyan adored you, you did not reciprocate her feelings. In this life, she has set her sights on Xiao Jingzhan, yet you perceive her as your unattainable ideal. An unattainable ideal is charming, beautiful, yet ultimately leads to your downfall. For the sake of a woman, you have cast aside the throne, embroiling yourself in a fierce battle with Xiao Jingzhan, resulting in chaos and devastation. The destructive power of an unattainable ideal is truly remarkable. Between the wise sovereign and a deranged tyrant, there lies only the distance of an unattainable ideal. Those present were left utterly astounded by Zhu Xuantao's candid thoughts. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yuanqi scooped up his grandson and departed. In the face of national affairs, the safety of his grandson took precedence, if only temporarily. Moreover, this matter not only involved everyone but was also closely tied to the Marquisate. Thankfully, the crown prince, unlike those of the Marquisate, could not hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts. Otherwise, with just that one statement, the Marquisate and Zhu Xuantao would have landed themselves in dire trouble, provoking the suspicions of the realm. Xiaomi Luo edged closer to Jiang Yijing, trembling with fear. Would the crown prince be deposed? Would the Marquisate become adversaries with the crown prince due to Zhu Yingyan? If so, would the crown prince be deposed because of the Marquisate? Jiang Yijing positioned herself protectively in front of her daughter, yet she stood frozen, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. It was only when her daughter tugged at her that she regained her senses, seizing the opportunity to leave. Xiao Jingzhan, too, cast a wary glance at the crown prince, feeling a sense of relief that mirrored Xiao Yuanqi's sentiments. Thankfully, the crown prince could not hear. However, the current empress, the crown prince's mother, was from their Yongjing Marquisate. Thus, how could the Marquisate possibly oppose the crown prince? Especially considering he had forfeited his claim to the throne for a woman? Had Zhu Xuantao not inadvertently hit upon the truth regarding Xiao Jingzhan's situation, he would have been inclined to accuse her of spreading malicious rumors. What with the past life and this life? She bore a striking resemblance to the master of the Ming Lantern Temple, speaking of supernatural happenings. Wait, the master of the Ming Lantern Temple, Xiao Jingzhan was taken aback. Glancing at the crown prince. The crown prince steadied himself, dismissing the reactions of the Marquisite's people, and endeavored to analyze Zhu Xuantao's sentiments. The crown prince, audacious enough to openly speak of the heir apparent's position, swiftly comprehended that the thoughts he had just heard were none other than the innermost musings of Zhu Xuantao. However, at that moment, he found himself too overwhelmed to ponder how he could hear her thoughts. His entire focus was consumed by the content of those words. The tumultuous emotions stirring within the crown prince and his companions were lost on Zhu Xuantao. She glanced at her empty arms, where the fragrant, cuddly little chubby boy had been taken away, along with Madame Ho and Xiaomi Luo. It seemed rather inappropriate for her to remain. As she contemplated her departure, she noticed the crown prince's stern countenance and the shadowy expression on Xiao Jingzhan's handsome face, a visage that even Zhu Xuantao, accustomed to the world's splendor, found captivatingly dark. Even the usually amiable grandmother Sheng was rendered speechless, sending shivers down Zhu Xuantao's spine and filling her heart with unease. What is happening? Why is everyone silent? Wasn't he the crown prince just gossiping about my impending annulment with Xiao Jingzhan? Has the gossip ceased? Since the crown prince is present today, why not ask him to assist in annulling my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan and perhaps facilitate a connection with Prince Yu? As the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, Grandmother Sheng seized Zhu Xuantao's hand. Tao Tao, today marks your first encounter with the crown prince, does it not? Allow me to introduce you to him. The crown prince and Jingzhan are of similar age and have grown up together. These two boys, when in good spirits, are as close as brothers, yet when quarrels arise, they become bitter adversaries. Each time this occurs, both the Empress and I find ourselves equally amused and exasperated. Thankfully, despite their disputes, they remain as tight-knit as ever. Thus, how could such a grandson possibly have a severe falling out with an outsider? Zhu Xuntao listened attentively. I understand this. The better the childhood bond between the crown prince and Xiao Jingzhan, the more it accentuates Zhu Yinyan's allure when the brothers eventually turn against each other over her. This is how female protagonists are depicted in novels. As Xiao Jingzhan is the male lead and the crown prince, like myself, is merely a supporting character. It ultimately results in Xiao Jingzhan triumphing and enjoying a loving relationship with Zhu Yinyan. The defeated crown prince loses everything and ultimately meets his end on a winter night. Fortunately, as long as I amicably annul my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan and wed Prince Yu, I can not only preserve my life, but also enjoy a peaceful old age. With such thoughts, Zhu Xuntao discreetly cast a sympathetic glance at the crown prince. Alas, the crown prince suffers more, as a supporting character. I am far safer than him, and my sense of superiority has returned. Her musing struck the crown prince like a heavy blow, causing him to clutch his head in pain and faint. The assembly gasped in confusion, seeking to understand the crown prince's sudden collapse and casting their gazes toward Zhu Xuntao, as if questioning her about the situation. In her own bewilderment, Zhu Xuntao glanced about, unable to discern what Grandmother Sheng and Xiao Jingzhan were observing. Convinced they could not possibly be focused on her, for she was no physician. This is dire. Did the novel not say the crown prince was in robust health? He shouldn't easily succumb to death unless he takes his own life. Why has he fainted? And why is everyone looking at me? I haven't done anything. I haven't even touched a strand of his hair. Grandmother Sheng sighed inwardly. Jingzhan, quickly assist the crown prince to his chamber and summon a physician. The crown prince's well-being was paramount. He must not suffer any misfortune. Xiao Jingzhan cast a deep glance at Zhu Xuntao before escorting the crown prince away. Once they departed, Zhu Xuntao hastily made her exit. Madam, given the crown prince's condition, it is best I do not linger. I should return to the Zhu residence. I hope to visit you again when the opportunity arises. Ideally, she wished to meet Grandmother Sheng outside the Ho residence. Each visit to Yongjing Marquis' estate filled her with trepidation. Grandmother Sheng, already reeling from the shocking revelations Zhu Xuntao had shared, found it fortuitous that she could take a moment to recuperate. Be cautious on your way home. With Grandmother Sheng's consent, Zhu Xuntao departed with the swiftness of a hare. As a mere supporting character exiled to the frontier, she dared not entangle herself with the pivotal figures at the center of this storm. Fortunately, with Grandmother Sheng's approval for her to annul her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan, she felt as if the world had opened up to her. Little did she know that her joy was premature. Upon awakening from his stupor, the crown prince sat upright, exclaiming, "Where is Zhu Xuntao?" Chapter 19. Absolutely not. In his muddled state, the crown prince vaguely sensed he was trapped in a lengthy dream, one filled with his own torment. His sixth sense hinted that this dream was intrinsically linked to Zhu Xuantao's innermost thoughts. Hearing these words, Xiao Jingzhan narrowed his gaze. Subtly probing, Zhu Xuntao has returned to the Zhu residence. Why, upon awakening, does the crown prince seek her? Prior to today, the crown prince and Zhu Xuntao had never crossed paths, making his reaction rather suspect. The crown prince's expression darkened as he scrutinized Xiao Jingzhan with suspicion and caution. Though the crown prince attempted to conceal his transformation, he could not escape Xiao Jingzhan's keen perception. Considering that the family members within the residence seemed to hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts, and given that the crown prince bore half of the Xiao family's blood, Xiao Jingzhan felt a heavy weight in his heart. His greatest fear had materialized. The crown prince appeared to share their ability to hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts. Only this could account for the drastic shift in the crown prince's demeanor upon awakening, as he openly expressed a desire to find Zhu Xuntao. In the presence of the sovereign, the ministers naturally yield. Xiao Jingzhan lowered his gaze. Your Highness, are you aware that today, the son of Minister Zhao suffered a leg injury from a mad horse during a hunt and is being carried back to the capital? I have heard whispers of it. The crown prince replied. Xiao Jingzhan raised his eyes to the crown prince. Are you also aware that this horse was originally prepared by Xiao Fengyu for Jingxin? The crown prince stared in shock at Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Jingzhan continued. Fortunately, we received word in advance, and I ordered the horse intended for mischief to be replaced with Xiao Fengyu's horse, allowing Jingxin to return home unscathed. The crown prince grasped the implication of Xiao Jingzhan's words. Xiao Fengyu's intention to harm Xiao Jingxin could not be openly declared. It had to be executed discreetly. With no spies from the Zhao family within the Yongjing Marquis estate, how had the Marquis obtained this intelligence? Prior to today, the Crown Prince would have struggled to find an answer. However, after encountering Zhu Xuntao, the answer crystallized in his mind. Could it be that Zhu Xuntao, possessing foresight, calculated Zhao Fengyu's scheme against Xiao Jingxin? Thus, was the Crown Prince's fainting spell indeed provoked by Zhu Xuantao's words? Xiao Jingzhan found himself with a definitive conclusion. The physician had departed shortly before, stating that the Crown Prince was in good health, perhaps merely temporarily disturbed, and would recover upon waking. Disturbed? The one who had been jilted today was he, not the Crown Prince. Logically, it should have been he who was affected. The only plausible explanation was that the Crown Prince, like them, had heard Zhu Xuantao's disturbing thoughts. The Crown Prince, incensed, descended from his bed. What manner of sorcery is Zhu Xuntao? How could she possibly know so much? Could it be that the demon star master Mingdeng spoke of refers to her? Contemplating his own dismal fate at Zhu Xuantao's hands, the Crown Prince could hardly contain his rising fury. Sensing the murderous intent in the Crown Prince's tone, Xiao Jingzhan hastily interjected. While Zhu Xuantao's foresight is indeed uncanny, upon reflection, her insights have only benefited us. Had we not received advance warning from her, following her counsel, it would have been Jing Shen who was injured today. Furthermore, Jing Shen's legs would have been irreparably damaged, leaving him a cripple, despondent, and defeated. However, now that Zhu Xuantao's depth of field remains intact and holds great promise for a luminous future, how could such a figure be deemed a demon? I perceive Zhu Xuantao as a blessing instead. Xiao Jingzhan's final words were spoken with genuine sincerity. Although Zhu Xuantao's utterances may sound alarming, they convey an abundance of useful information. With appropriate measures in place, they can indeed harness Zhu Xuantao's heartfelt reflections to avert misfortune and embrace a life unlike any other. The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback by the bizarre phenomenon before him, and the explosive nature of the information revealed by Zhu Xuantao prompted him to instinctively place her on a death blacklist. After being counseled by Xiao Jingzhan, the Crown Prince managed to regain his composure and cognitive faculties. Nevertheless, the gravity of Zhu Xuantao's revelations remained profoundly unsettling. Should her insights fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would be difficult to ascertain whether it would lead to fortune or calamity. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the Crown Prince's eyes. Even if Zhu Xuantao's life was to be spared, she could not be allowed to roam freely, letting those who should not hear her words do so. The optimal solution would be to confine Zhu Xuantao within the dungeons, ensuring that only those loyal to her could gain access. In truth, an even better strategy would be to extract all pertinent information from Zhu Xuantao and subsequently eliminate her, thus preventing any future troubles. The Crown Prince's murderous intent towards Zhu Xuantao was glaringly apparent, leaving Xiao Jingzhan with no choice but to acknowledge it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jingzhan spoke again. Your Highness, do you recall the auspicious star mentioned by Master Mingdeng? The Crown Prince remained silent, encouraging Xiao Jingzhan to continue. The Master had once foretold that the emergence of a demon star would plunge the world into chaos and suffering. At one time, I thought the Master was merely a worrywart. Yet, in light of Zhu Xuantao's words today, it seems to corroborate that very prophecy. Zhu Xuantao explicitly stated that the conflict between our ruling class would lead to the collapse of the state and widespread famine. The root cause of this calamity is none other than Zhu Yingyan. In terms of demon stars, who could possibly rival Zhu Yingyan? I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but should the events Zhu Xuantao predicted truly come to pass, I would be remiss in my duty to you. With Zhu Xuantao's warning today, the Crown Prince must surely be on guard against me and the Ho residents. How could the Crown Prince risk repeating past mistakes, leading to utter ruin? Furthermore, I harbor no ill intentions towards Zhu Yingyan. At present, I wish to avoid those who might betray me. Without prior cause, there will be no subsequent consequences. Zhu Xuantao's words have not only alerted the Crown Prince, but have also awakened me. Undoubtedly, the outcome is favorable. If I must assign a label to Zhu Xuantao, I would posit that she is a fortunate star rather than a demon star that wreaks havoc upon the world. In order to preserve Zhu Xuantao in the Crown Prince's eyes, Xiao Jingzhan had just extolled Zhu Xuantao's remarks as far superior to anything he had previously said in her favor. If others from the Ho residence or Zhu Xuantao herself were present, they would surely be astonished. Is it possible that Zhu Xuantao holds such a commendable image in Xiao Jingzhan's heart? If so, why had Xiao Jingzhan previously disregarded her, leading everyone to believe he was compelled by familial duty to be engaged to Zhu Xuantao, when in truth, he harbored no affection, perhaps even disdain for her? Given Xiao Jingzhan's fervent desire to protect Zhu Xuntao, wouldn't it have been more joyous for him to marry her in accordance with their engagement? What was the point of all this turmoil? Upon finishing his thoughts, the crown prince did not refute them. He clearly took Master Mingding's words to heart. If Zhu Xuntao were indeed a demon star, he would spare no effort to eradicate her. However, if she were not, or if she were indeed the auspicious star he had been seeking, the situation would be entirely different. Chapter 20. Are you here to break off the engagement? To convince the crown prince of Zhu Xuantao's status as an auspicious star, Xiao Jingzhan had a sudden flash of inspiration and added, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but my family has not always been able to hear Zhu Xuantao's heart. Coincidentally, upon reflection, he realized that the day they could hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts was precisely the same day Master Mingdeng informed the crown prince that the auspicious star had descended. After speaking, Xiao Jingzhan found himself almost persuading himself of this notion. Was it truly a mere coincidence? The crown prince's eyes brightened with realization. If Zhu Xuantao were indeed the auspicious star spoken of by Master Mingdeng, then Xiao Jingzhan, you must break off your engagement with her. Thus, what do you think of allowing Zhu Xuantao into my eastern palace? An auspicious star, of course, would be more reassuring to keep close. The crown prince's suggestion was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. With a headache, Xiao Jingzhan had no other thoughts, only one resolute notion. It simply would not do. Unacceptable. Xiao Jingzhan quickly formulated the most plausible explanation. Given Zhu Xuantao's nature, she would likely be unwilling to enter the Eastern Palace. It was not that Zhu Xuantao looked down upon the crown prince, but rather that her free-spirited disposition shunned constraints. Hence, she had contemplated marrying Wang Yu, desiring the freedom that came with being a widow. Fortunately, the crown prince had heard Zhu Xuantao express her wish to become a widow. So, he did not suspect Xiao Jingzhan's words were laced with ulterior motives. Zhu Xuantao would rather be a widow than maintain her engagement to Xiao Jingzhan. If she were unwilling to enter the Eastern Palace, the crown prince found it understandable. While others might refuse such a proposition, there was a voice in the crown prince's mind insisting that this peculiar Zhu Xuantao would be willing. Thus, while others shunned the union with Wang Yu, Zhu Xuantao sought it out. Similarly, while other young women yearned to enter the Eastern Palace and become the crown prince's consort, Zhu Xuantao, the anomaly, might indeed be indifferent. After all, Xiao Jingzhan was a highly sought-after suitor in the capital. An auspicious star must genuinely connect with the crown prince to transform misfortune into fortune and aid the imperial star. The crown prince, burdened with thoughts of the nation and its people, desired not merely a woman, but a wise minister. If Zhu Xuantao could truly become the auspicious star, her worth in the crown prince's eyes would transcend that of an ordinary woman. The crown prince suddenly realized it was fortunate that Jingzhan was by his side to remind him that if this woman were to throw a tantrum, even an auspicious star could become a demon star. One demon star was already difficult enough to contend with. He could not afford to provoke an auspicious star into becoming a demon. The desires of Zhu Xuantao and the crown prince did not conflict. It was entirely possible to achieve a harmonious balance. However, Zhu Xuantao was indeed extraordinary, and the crown prince remained uncertain how many others could hear her thoughts, making it unwise to handle her carelessly. Xiao Jingzhan had no choice but to state, from my observations, thus far only my family and your highness can hear her. Are you certain? Absolutely. To safeguard Xuantao, Xiao Jingzhan clenched his teeth in response. The crown prince rose from the bed and approached the table, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. What if others can hear her in the future? If Zhu Xuantao cannot be managed, how can I rest easy? Miss, what is the matter? Qiu Yue inquired, noticing her mistress intermittently touching her neck with curiosity. It's nothing, just as fair as congealed fat, neither red nor swollen. Zhu Xuantao continued to touch her neck. For some reason, I feel a chilling sensation at the back of my neck today. Despite the bright sun and the heat making me wear only a single layer, why does only the back of my neck feel cold? Surely I cannot be coming down with a cold? Qiu Yue's eyes darted, and she shrank her neck. Miss, the eldest young lady is coming, and she looks quite fierce. Is the eldest young lady once again seeking trouble with the second young lady? Why is the eldest young lady so unkind towards the second young lady when they share the same mother and are both legitimate daughters? With that energy, why not deal with the other illegitimate young ladies and young masters? Zhu Xuantao turned her gaze and indeed saw Zhu Yingyan striding towards her with an imposing presence, nearly fuming with rage. The heroine is angry. Before Zhu Yingyan could question her, Zhu Xuantao quickly dropped a bombshell. Elder sister, I have good news to share. The old matriarch has agreed to my breaking off the engagement with young Master Xiao. The people of the Ho residence do not like me, so I will no longer have to endure their disdain regarding this marriage. Heroine, I am making space for you. In her fury, Zhu Yingyan was doused with a bucket of cold water. With a sharp intake of breath, her rage extinguished. Is that true? More genuine than pearls. Zhu Xuntao chose to disregard the tearful expression of Qiuyu, remarking that if her elder sister were truly insightful, she would soon come to understand the situation. Zhu Yingyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Does this mean that the Ho residence is about to come and annul the engagement? If so, why do you consider it a good thing? Furthermore, how could the old matriarch possibly agree to this? Has that stubborn old woman, mistaking a mere trinket for a pearl, finally come to her senses? Should the old matriarch choose to refrain from meddling in my affairs with the young Master Xiao, perhaps I could grant her a reprieve and allow her a few more years of life. Reflecting on her past life, where the disdainful Lady Ho ultimately succumbed to the influence of the venerable Lady Sheng and accepted Zhu Xuntao, allowing her to thrive in the Ho residence. Zhu Yingyan still harbored resentment. Had Lady Sheng offered even a modicum of genuine support to Zhu Xuntao in managing the crown prince, she might not have suffered such grievous humiliation and met a tragic end in the cold palace. Zhu Xuntao replied, My relationship with young Master Xiao has become increasingly strained. We are at an impasse. Once the engagement is annulled, we can part ways amicably, each finding our own happiness. How can this not be considered a good thing? Thus, Zhu Yingyan need no longer seek her out to create trouble due to Xiao Jingzhan. Understanding what weighed on Zhu Yingyan's mind, Zhu Xuntao spoke gently. No matter how much the old matriarch dotes on me, young Master Xiao remains her true grandson. If he disapproves of me, naturally, she will side with him. Perhaps I have finally come to terms with this. This revelation brought a wave of relief to Zhu Yingyan, who had been vexed all day. I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me. I would never. Zhu Xuntao asserted, swearing to the heavens, as she relied on Zhu Yingyan for advice on marrying Prince Yu. Miss Zhu. Someone has arrived at the residence. A maid rushed in, breathless with urgency. Zhu Xuntao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Her freedom was at hand. A sister, look. The people from the Yongjing Marquise seem even more eager to dissolve the engagement than I am. They initially said they would return in a few days. Yet here they are, ready to finalize it today. Previously, the Marquise had been reluctant, putting on a show for her. Fortunately, she found the outcome quite agreeable, indicating that everyone shared the same sentiment. Zhu Yingyan grasped the maid's hand, her eyes alight with anticipation. But they have come to annul the engagement? Chapter 21. The Imperial Decree of Marriage. The maid hesitated before responding, while young Master Xiao is also present. The visitors bear an imperial edict, indicating they are from the palace. An edict? Zhu Xuntao was perplexed. From the palace? What connection could there be between annulling an engagement and the palace? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. This unusual beginning felt ominous. It was one thing to hear of marriage decrees, but an annulment decree? Surely not. Zhu Yingyan furrowed her brow, recognizing Zhu Xuntao's confusion, and urged, if it is indeed an edict, we must hurry. We cannot keep those from the palace waiting. Zhu Xuntao found herself unable to refuse, trailing behind Zhu Yingyan as they exited. Upon their emergence, Zhu Derun and Lady Sun had been waiting for some time. Zhu Derun, with a furrowed brow, admonished, How can you two be so thoughtless as to keep the sage and young Master Xiao waiting? Lady Sun stepped forward to offer an explanation. Yingyan has always been respectful. She likely delayed her arrival to wait for Zhu Xuntao. Therefore, if blame were to be assigned, it could rest solely on Zhu Xuntao's shoulders and not involve her sister. With thin lips pursed, Xiao Jingzhan observed the scene with a hint of irritation. Zhu Xuntao's nonchalant demeanor only served to pierce his heart further. Now that Miss Zhu heir has arrived, we can proceed with the decree. The palace official, seeing that all the key players were present, reminded the Zhu family to kneel to receive the edict. Zhu Derun lifted his robe and knelt, followed by the rest of the Zhu family. The official proclaimed, By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to my attention that Zhu Shangshu's daughter, Zhu Xuntao, is graceful and amiable, gentle and virtuous, and possesses exceptional beauty. Both the empress and I have taken great pleasure in this knowledge. I bestow my blessing upon her marriage to young Master Xiao, to be wed on an auspicious day. Thus it is decreed. Grateful for your immense kindness, Zhu Derun replied hastily, his face alight with joy. The marriage between the Zhu family and the Yongjing Marquise was a high honor, benefiting from the old patriarch's reputation. Previously, he had been concerned that his second daughter's appearance might not match that of the eldest, potentially provoking disdain from the Yongjing Marquise. jeopardizing the betrothal. However, with this decree, he was assured that his son-in-law was now secure in the marriage. Overwhelmed, Zhu Xuntao stood in a daze. Pushed forward by Zhu Duren to accept the edict, and stammered, "Is this decree not mistaken? How can it be a marriage decree?" As she posed this question, her gaze shifted to Xiao Jingzhan. Just an hour ago, they had agreed to annul the engagement, and he had verbally consented. Xiao Jingzhan's demeanor shifted, evading her gaze. The edict is issued by the emperor. It cannot be altered. Absurd.
Zhu Duren, overhang Zhu Xuntao words, zuerst heißt herrschaftlich.
Realizing that Xiao Jingzhan and the palace officials were still present, he softened his tone. Attempting to embody the role of a benevolent father. The emperor's marriage decree is a divine blessing. We should be grateful. Furthermore, you and young Master Xiao have long been betrothed. Now that we have received such an honor from the emperor, it must be a favor sought by young Master Xiao on your behalf. How can you speak of him in such a manner? If it is not a marriage decree, then what could it possibly be? Zhu Duren smiled at the official and Xiao Jingzhan, adding, "I hope young Master Xiao and the official will understand. My daughter is unaccustomed to such grand occasions, and her overwhelming joy at receiving the marriage decree has led her to behave inappropriately. I ask for your forgiveness." With that, Zhu Duren exchanged a glance with Lady Sun, who was too dazed to respond. Noticing the situation, a maidservant attending Lady Sun stepped forward, presenting the official with a small silk pouch. "Today, we thank you for your efforts. May it bring you good fortune." The official accepted the pouch with ease. The emperor and empress hold Miss Zhu in high regard and speak highly of her. With the crown prince advocating for their union, congratulations to you, Zhu Duren. Previously an obscure figure, Miss Zhu's name had gone largely unnoticed. Had it not been for her betrothal to young Master Xiao, few would have known of her existence in the capital. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. She had remained silent until now, yet she had made a stunning impression. The empress had also expressed a desire to see her at future palace banquets, urging Lady Sun to ensure that Miss Zhu soon accompanied her into the palace. It was peculiar that a daughter of the Zhu family, being of legitimate birth, had rarely appeared in public, as if she were a source of embarrassment. Upon closer inspection, the official noted that Miss Zhu was indeed strikingly beautiful, rivaling even the ladies of the palace, and her appearance was certainly worthy of young Master Xiao. Excellent. When he returned to the palace, he would have much to report to the empress. Indeed, the official agreed, we shall make it so. Zhu Duren, unconcerned with the inner workings of the household, felt assured that his second daughter's marriage was secure. Thus, it mattered little to him whom Lady Sun accompanied to events. He was content as long as their daughters were praised. However, now that the empress had specifically requested to meet the second daughter, Zhu Duren turned to Lady Sun and stated, "The emperor and empress have bestowed this marriage decree. Such an honor is a great fortune for our family. Tomorrow, you must take Zhu Xuntao into the palace to express our gratitude." Lady Sun wore an expression of reluctance. Had it not been for the presence of the official and Xiao Jingzhan, she would have readily retorted. Even so, her unwillingness was evident to anyone with eyes. The official chose not to comment further, silently committing the situation to memory. With no other matters at hand, we shall return to the palace. There is no need for Zhu Duren to see us off. Safe travels. Zhu Duren beamed as he watched the official depart. Once the official had gone, Lady Sun inquired, "Young Master Xiao, how could the emperor possibly grant a marriage decree now? Is there still a possibility of altering the engagement?" However, with the imperial decree issued, anyone who dares to defy it shall be deemed rebellious. Such a grave transgression is one that no one can bear. If she were to refuse the decree, would her yener not be relegated to the status of a concubine for young Master Xiao, subjected to the oppression of Zhu Xuntao? Absolutely not. Even if it meant devising a means to eliminate Zhu Xuntao, I cannot allow my yener to endure such humiliation. Xiao Jingzhan discerned the incredulity and dissatisfaction in Lady Sun's tone. The emperor has granted this marriage. If Lady Sun harbors any grievances, she may certainly enter the palace to voice them. Silence. The delight on Lord Zhu's face diminished. Young Master Xiao is unaware that my lady becomes quite spirited when she passes the threshold. Any indiscretions from Xuntao are merely learned from her mother, and I hope young Master Xiao will not take them to heart. Rest assured, before the wedding, I guarantee that Xuntao will master all the proprieties and will not bring shame upon you or the Marquis household. Lord Zhu's obsequious demeanor was quite discomforting to Xiao Jingzhan. Chapter 22. After the decree was issued, the opposing party became my unequivocal father-in-law, and a certain degree of respect must be accorded. Lord Zhu, your words are too heavy. To me, Miss Zhu is splendid, gracious, and dignified. Even the emperor and the empress have praised her. Indeed, indeed. Lord Zhu's expression shifted. If he continued to speak ill of his second daughter, it would imply that the emperor and empress had poor judgment. Understanding the implications in Xiao Jingzhan's words, Lord Zhu was taken aback, then realized that young Master Xiao was defending Xuntao. Lord Zhu glanced at his second daughter, who remained as unremarkable and unlikable as ever, and a different emotion flickered in his eyes. In truth, my daughter is not lacking. She may be somewhat tongue-tied, but she is exceptionally honest and possesses a good heart. Otherwise, why would my father, while alive, favor Xuntao above all my numerous grandchildren? Ultimately, the emperor, the empress, and young Master Xiao possess keen insight, able to recognize my daughter's virtues. Perhaps this is the destined connection between my daughter and young Master Xiao, exceptionally honest and possessing a good heart. Regarding these two assessments, Xiao Jingzhan remained noncommittal. Lord Zhu speaks rightly. Miss Zhu heir is commendable, and she will undoubtedly be treated well. Before the wedding, I would appreciate your assistance in her care. The decree has been issued, and Zhu Xuntao has bing marked with the seal of our Yongjing Marquisate. This matter is virtually unalterable. Young Master Xiao speaks too seriously. Xuntao is my daughter. It is my duty to care for her. Lord Zhu interjected, feeling quite wary of Xiao Jingzhan's attempt to delineate a boundary between the Zhu family and Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao is his daughter. Even after marriage, she must still call him father. Considering the Yongjing Marquisate, and even the Empress and Crown Prince standing behind Xiao Jingzhan, Lord Zhu promptly gathered his wits and continued, Xuntao's temperament is indeed difficult for most to comprehend. It is somewhat laughable, but as her father, I am particularly fond of her among my many children. Zhu Xuntao's patience was wearing thin. Father, may I have a few words with young Master Xiao in private? Lord Zhu's previous attempt at reassurance was already rather dry. He could conjure no further content. Though somewhat embarrassed by Zhu Xuntao's interruption, it provided a convenient exit. You and young Master Xiao are already betrothed. Naturally, that is permissible. However, do mind your manners. Thank you, father. After bowing to Lord Zhu, Zhu Xuntao cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Jingzhan and proceeded toward the small pavilion in the backyard. Xiao Jingzhan inclined his hands in greeting to Lord Zhu and followed Zhu Xuntao. Lady Sun seized Zhu Yingyan, who was eager to follow, shaking her head and urging her not to act impulsively. My lord, what shall we do about our Yenna now that the decree has been issued? Lord Zhu, who had been in high spirits, was momentarily at a loss. What is there to do? This matter has nothing to do with Yenna. Lady Sun dismissed the servants. Did we not previously agree that, given the status and rules of the Marquisate, Zhu Xuntao's marriage would inevitably lead to disaster, resulting in the Marquisate's disdain and bringing calamity upon our Zhu family? Yenna is different. She has been well-versed in propriety since childhood, not to mention the mere Marquisate. She could even enter the palace. Marrying Zhu Xuntao to young Master Xiao is a misfortune for our family. The joy faded from Lord Zhu's face, replaced by a stern demeanor. What was true before is not necessarily true now. Today, I find Xuntao quite admirable. At least young Master Xiao shows interest in her. He is a man and understands men. Regardless of how my second daughter presents herself, as long as she can capture young Master Xiao's heart, it will undoubtedly benefit our Zhu family. Becoming in-laws with the Marquisate means he has simultaneously ascended to the Crown Prince's favor. Whether it is the elder daughter or the second, does it truly matter who marries? Lady Sun, I warn you to put away your previous schemes. Should anyone jeopardize the alliance between my Zhu family and the Marquisate, I shall not be lenient. Observing Lady Sun and Zhu Yingyan's pallor, Lord Zhu softened his tone. As you said, Yenna is indeed much superior to Xuntao. Losing young Master Xiao, Yenna can certainly find a better match. I am Yenna's father, and her future is of utmost importance to me. I will not allow her to suffer. Rest assured, I will seek a match for Yenna that is no worse than Xuntao's. Did Lady Sun not say that with the elder daughter's virtues, she could even enter the palace? If the second daughter marries young Master Xiao, it would be perfect. I have another promising son-in-law in mind. Thus, both daughters will have splendid prospects. Once they are married off, Lord Zhu could fully envision the Zhu family flourishing under his leadership, becoming the most successful offspring of the Zhu lineage. Lord Zhu's words left Lady Sun in a quandary. His implications were quite clear, and both Lady Sun and Zhu Yingyan understood what he meant by a better match. No matter how splendid young Master Xiao might be, he could not surpass the Crown Prince. Noticing Lady Sun's wavering resolve, Zhu Yingyan grasped her hand. Mother, she has vowed never to become the Crown Prince's woman, nor does she wish to enter his harem. You must advise Yenna not to be so obstinate. Lord Zhu is not foolish. He simply does not concern himself with these matters. Lord Zhu was fully aware of Lady Sun's favoritism towards Zhu Yingyan, but he chose to ignore it. Naturally, he understood that Lady Sun often intertwined Zhu Yingyan and Xiao Jingzhan's fates, stemming from Zhu Yingyan's own desires. Yennefer is still young and does not see clearly. She can easily become confused. You must not follow suit. In the future, do not engage in unnecessary actions. If all goes well, the two of you can support one another, and immense wealth and honor will truly fall upon our Zhu family. Do not let your own lack of fortune prevent you from seizing this opportunity. Lady Sun's thoughts were pulled in different directions, leaving her troubled. After much contemplation, she firmly grasped Zhu Yingyan's hand. Yenna, listen to your father. Both your parents only wish for your well-being. The Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan are blood relatives. The Crown Prince relies heavily on and trusts Xiao Jingzhan. Just based on this, the Marquisite's prosperous days are far from over. If Zhu Xuntao marries young Master Xiao, and Yennefer enters the Eastern Palace, once she bears a son, she will certainly have Zhu Xuntao and the entire Yongjing Marquisate supporting her and her child. In time, it is highly likely that Yennefer will become the most esteemed woman in the world. Seeing that Lady Sun had come to a realization, Lord Zhu offered her a few words of reassurance before departing to attend to other matters. Once they were alone, Zhu Xuntao tightly grasped her mother's hand. Mother, I do not wish for this. Zhu Yingyan was well aware of Lord Zhu's and Lady Sun's intentions. Indeed, this mirrored her own experiences in her past life. Ultimately, it was proven that within the depths of the Crown Prince's harem, she not only failed to win the Crown Prince's favor but also lost her child due to the machinations of other women. Chapter 23. So well does she understand him. Recalling her tragic end in the cold palace in her past life, Zhu Yingyan's eyes were filled with resentment. Did she truly wish to marry Zhu Xuntao to Xiao Jingzhan simply because of his unwavering devotion to her? Having lived a second life, she understood better than anyone that the Crown Prince's fortune lay merely in being the son of the Emperor. When it comes to capability, the Crown Prince is utterly eclipsed by Xiao Jingzhan. In her past life, without the assistance of Xiao Jingzhan, how could the Crown Prince have possibly triumphed over the other princes and ascended the throne? In other words, should she this time allow the Crown Prince to lose such a formidable ally as Xiao Jingzhan, then this life, let alone becoming emperor, that man would struggle to maintain even his status as Crown Prince. That man has caused her a lifetime of suffering. In this life, how could she let him enjoy wealth and power unscathed? In short, whatever she intends to accomplish, no one shall obstruct her. If her mother is willing to assist her, so much the better. She will ensure her mother enjoys a comfortable old age. If her mother is unwilling, then she should simply fend for herself for the remainder of her days. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Yingyan left with a cold expression. Zhu Yingyan parted ways with Madame Sun on unfavorable terms, and the atmosphere between Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan was equally tense. Particularly when Zhu Xuntao looked at Xiao Jingzhan. Her usually emotionless eyes now blazed with intensity. I demand an explanation. Xiao Jingzhan, with one hand behind his back, replied, The Emperor and the Empress have arranged the marriage. Zhu Xuntao nearly erupted with rage. What on earth do you mean by the Emperor and the Empress arranging a marriage? Did you not hear what the elder said just now? Neither the Emperor nor the Empress could possibly recognize who I, Zhu Xuntao, am. As she spoke, a tone of self-deprecation laced her words. Her stepmother, in her desire to showcase only Zhu Yingyan's brilliance, had never allowed her to shine in public. Whenever others inquired, her stepmother belittled her as lacking in decorum, fearing she would bring shame upon them, which is why she only brought her outstanding eldest daughter by her side. There was no need for others to tarnish her reputation. These actions were sufficient to ruin it. Thus, even though she was betrothed to Xiao Jingzhan and could address the Empress as aunt, she had never once met her fiancé's aunt. Since neither the Emperor nor the Empress knew her identity, how could they possibly grant her marriage? This deception requires a certain finesse. Considering the threat Zhu Yingyan posed, Xiao Jingzhan could not reveal to Zhu Xuntao that this imperial edict was sought by the Crown Prince. Xiao Chunliang is already 2 years old, and I remain solitary. The Empress, finding me displeasing, issued an edict for marriage, urging me to settle down. I have no other women around me, and I have been engaged to you for many years. Zhu Xuntao was taken aback. So, Xiao Jingzhan was being urged to marry by the Empress. And she was the unfortunate recipient of this arrangement? In her modern life, she was an orphan, indifferent to marriage. The concept of being urged to marry had only been observed in her colleagues. She never anticipated that after entering this narrative, she would become a victim of such urgings. Zhu Xuntao felt frustrated. Is there truly no other way? Xiao Jingzhan pinched his fingers together. Not at the moment. Zhu Xuntao propped her elbow with one hand and tapped her forehead with the other, adopting a contemplative posture. No rush, as long as we are not marrying tomorrow. There must be room for negotiation. Xiao Jingzhan is the man Zhu Yingyan has set her sights on. I need not charge into battle. For Zhu Yingyan will surely devise a solution to the marriage predicament. Moreover, Zhu Yingyan is the protagonist. Whatever she wishes to accomplish, she shall undoubtedly succeed. Very well, I, the supporting character, can bide my time. It is prudent to develop quietly. Xiao Jingzhan secretly shook his head, believing that this time, Zhu Xuntao might not get her wish fulfilled. Even if Zhu Yingyan were to intervene, regardless of success, it would not bode well for Zhu Xuntao. Previously, he had been unaware of Zhu Xuantao's character, but through recent observation, he did not believe that if Zhu Yingyan truly intended to harm Zhu Xuntao, she would be willing to be manipulated simply to withdraw from the engagement. Zhu Xuantao's forbearance stemmed from one significant premise. It neither harmed her nor jeopardized her freedom and prosperity. Zhu Xuntao was certainly not a languid cat basking in the sun, but rather a cunning and fierce leopard, lying in wait. With this in mind, Xiao Jingzhan remarked, if you wish to pursue something, you are free to do so. Should you encounter any issues, you may seek assistance from your father. He will aid you. Zhu Xuntao initially considered retorting that in the Zhu household, she was as transparent as air, neglected by her father, and unloved by her mother. In any situation she faced, she could rely only on herself, with no one else trustworthy. However, she quickly comprehended the implication of Xiao Jingzhan's words. With the issuance of the imperial edict, her marriage to Xiao Jingzhan was now as unyielding as steel rebar, set in concrete. Concerning the future as the confirmed daughter-in-law of the Marquis, her father's attitude towards her would undoubtedly change. It could be said that from the moment the edict was received, Zhu Xuntao became the most treasured daughter of the Zhu family. For the sake of his own interests, her father would no longer allow anyone to lay a finger on her. Naturally, she would expect her father to heed her words. Zhu Xuantao's mind raced. She was acutely aware of the crisis. All right, I have a clear understanding now. Having reached this point, she could not be bothered to waste breath questioning Xiao Jingzhan's flip-flopping, wondering why he did not fight for marital autonomy before the edict was issued. Living beings are indeed more troublesome than the deceased, who would marry Xiao Jingzhan. And he would remain indifferent. What does liking matter? As long as it is suitable, being a good mistress of the Marquis residence is enough. Xiao Shixi is rather undemanding when it comes to women. Xiao Jingzhan was surprised that Zhu Xuntao could discern his thoughts so thoroughly. Like everyone else, he assumed that Zhu Xuantao's insistence on withdrawing from the engagement was primarily due to her misunderstanding that he favored Zhu Yingyan. Observing how well Zhu Xuntao understood him, inexplicably, Xiao Jingzhan's ears turned red, and he averted his gaze. Little did he know, Zhu Xuantao's clarity stemmed entirely from the conventions of the narrative. Before the male protagonist falls for the female protagonist, he is often depicted as an unambitious sage, devoid of desires. Once he becomes entangled with the female protagonist, however, it is as though thunder strikes and fire ignites, transforming the sage into a beast. Do you have anything else to say to me? Xiao Jingzhan inquired.
No.
It wouldn't he matter. He wouldn't he listen anyway, so why bother? Xiao Jingzhan, still anxious, added, should you encounter matters that even Lord Zhu cannot resolve, you may come to the Marquis residence to find my mother. If that fails, my mother can convey messages to the Empress. Zhu Xuntao waved her hand, dismissing Xiao Jingzhan. With the issuance of the marriage edict, Lord Zhu South's standing in court soared, and his efficiency in handling affairs improved correspondingly. Those acquainted with Lord Zhu praised him for his exceptional upbringing of his daughter. After all, how else could the Emperor and Empress have conferred a marriage upon the Zhu family? For this, Lord Zhu beamed with pride and expressly instructed those in the household to treat Zhu Xuntao with utmost care. Should any short-sighted servant disrespect the second miss, they would be promptly dismissed with their contract of servitude. With these words, the atmosphere in the Zhu household shifted dramatically. Chapter 24, Irrelevant to the Young Mississippi. Even if Madame Sun's attitude towards Zhu Xuntao had not changed significantly, the servants no longer dared to look down upon the second miss. They treated her with the utmost respect, placing her matters above even Lord Zhu's, with Madame Sun and Zhu Yingyan relegated to a lesser status. Zhu Xuntao herself was oblivious to this shift, but Chu Yue, by her side, boldly wielded her newfound authority, prompting everyone to address her as Miss Chu Yue. Second miss, look quickly. This kite is truly beautiful, Chu Yue exclaimed, rushing in with a butterfly-shaped kite to show Zhu Xuntao. A kite? The autumn sky is indeed favorable for kite flying. Where did you find it? Zhu Xuntao inquired. On the rockery in our courtyard. As I passed by, it was still flying high in the sky. Suddenly, it fell, and I had quite a bit of trouble retrieving it from the rockery. Seeing Qiuyue's foolish grin, Zhu Xuntao gently tidied her slightly disheveled hair. Since this kite was being flown by someone, what will you do if you take it? Won't its owner be left searching for it? Qiuyue paused, pondering. Then, should I return it? But do you know who its owner is? How will you return it? Zhu Xuntao chuckled at Qiuyue's naivety, relieved that the kite was not of great value. But remember, do not pick up things from outside carelessly. Having learned her lesson, Qiuyue obediently replied. Understood. Second miss, look. There are even words written on this kite. Zhu Xuntao gazed into the distance. The azure sky is calm this autumn, yet the wind still lacks strength. If the gentle breeze could bear me aloft, would I then soar alongside the white clouds? As she read on, her voice and tone took on an unusual, off-key quality. Qiuyu, perplexed, inquired, Miss, what is amiss? This poem sounds quite splendid. Does it not reflect great craftsmanship? Of course it is splendid. This poem is penned by the Song Dynasty poet Ko Zhuan. How could it possibly be anything less? Zhu Xuantao's hand trembled as she clutched the paper kite, hurriedly returning it to Qiuyu. Is second sister present? A male voice called from outside. Upon hearing it, Qiuyu remarked, Second miss, it seems the one outside is third young master. Come, let us see, Zhu Xuantao replied. When her brother arrived, she felt compelled to greet him. Otherwise, she would be accused of looking down upon her half-siblings as a legitimate daughter. As Zhu Xuantao approached her courtyard entrance, she discovered not only her half-brother Zhu Shiji standing there, but also an unfamiliar young gentleman beside him. The young man was clad in a long robe, adorned with minimal yet elegant bamboo embroidery that accentuated his refined demeanor, making him appear as a graceful gentleman. Zhu Xuantao cast a fleeting glance at the stranger, quickly averting her gaze. What brings you here? Zhu Shiji beamed at her with a sunny smile. Earlier, Mr. Song and I found the weather delightful and decided to fly a kite, but alas, the line snapped. Have you seen our kite, second sister, Mr. Song? Zhu Xuantao lowered her gaze, concealing the glimmer within her eyes. I was unaware that there was another Mr. Song in our household. Zhu Shiji replied. I have only recently become acquainted with Mr. Song, but I admire his literary talent, and thus we have become friends. Mr. Song. May I introduce you to my second sister, Zhu Xuantao? Second sister. This is Mr. Song Zichuan. Once Zhu Shiji completed the introduction, Zhu Xuantao's heart sank. Was Song Zichuan not a pawn arranged by Zhu Yan for Xiaomilu? Had he come to bury her instead? Mr. Song Zichuan concealed his disdain and stepped forward, bowing graciously. Greetings, Miss Zhu. Upon speaking, he lifted his porcelain white, handsome visage, revealing a flawless jawline, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a gentleman whose heart is serene and pure. Glancing at the kite in Qiuyu's grasp, Zhu Xuantao remarked, This little kite is quite charming. Zhu Xuantao said softly, Your kite was mistakenly picked up by my maid, Qiuyu. Indeed, second miss, Qiuyu replied. Although it was somewhat unusual, Qiuyu was not so naive as to claim a kite belonging to someone else, especially one owned by a man. Third young master. Qiuyu prudently did not return it directly to Song Zichuan. Instead, she handed it to Zhu Shiji, who then returned it to Song Zichuan, to avoid any rumors of impropriety involving her second sister and an outsider. Thank you, second sister. Zhu Shiji placed the kite into Song Zichuan's hands and remarked, Mr. Song, the more I read your poem, the more I find it truly remarkable. By the way, second sister, what do you think of the poem inscribed on this kite? Zhu Xuantao smirked, unabashedly replying, Third brother, you have mistaken your audience, who in our household does not know that while I can recognize a few characters, my understanding of poetry is woefully lacking. If you seek someone to discuss such matters, you should consult elder sister. Her talents are well known throughout the capital. A fleeting expression of mockery crossed Song Zichuan's face. Every individual possesses their own strengths. Miss Zhu need not belittle herself. At least I seldom encounter anyone as forthright as you. A childlike heart is indeed rare, Zhu Xuantao replied with a smile. Mr. Song speaks truly. While I may not possess many merits, I certainly have a few. Third brother, you should take Mr. Song away now. This is the inner courtyard. Next time, you may come alone. Realizing her point, Zhu Shiji nodded. Thank you for the reminder, second sister. I shall not make that mistake again. Mr. Song, let us depart. Once they left the back courtyard and reached a secluded corner, Zhu Shiji's sunny demeanor faded into cold indifference. It seems elder sister has overestimated Mr. Song. Throughout the encounter, second sister had not once cast a surplus glance at Song Zichuan. Feeling humiliated, Song Zichuan remained silent, acknowledging that he had misstepped. How could someone as uncultured as Zhu Xuntao possibly appreciate the beauty of poetry and connect it to his exceptional talent? Unbeknownst to Zhu Xuntao, who was scorned by Song Zichuan, had she been aware, she would have retorted fiercely. Even if she had traversed into a novel, that poem, regardless of its authorship, could never have been conceived by someone as vile as Song Zichuan. For him to dare to claim superiority in talent was truly shameless. Zhu Shiji, indifferent to Song Zichuan's thoughts, coldly remarked, "I have fulfilled my promise to elder sister. The failure of the plan lies not with me. Hence, she should honor her commitments to me. This assistance was not rendered for free." Song Zichuan's expression shifted. "This matter is solely of my doing and bears no relation to Miss Zhu. Do not defame her." It was his disdain for Zhu Xuantao's lack of shame in coveting what others cherished, paired with pity for Miss Zhu's betrayal by her kin, that had prompted him to assist in teaching Zhu Xuantao a lesson. Chapter 25. You are unkind, and I shall be unjust. How could third young master Zhu attribute today's events to Miss Zhu and speak of her owing him a favor? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Ha! Zhu Shiji regarded Song Zichuan with a derisive yet pitiful expression. He had thought Song Zichuan was colluding with his elder sister. It turned out he was merely a pawn used by her. "You admire my elder sister?" Song Zichuan's face flushed. "Do not speak such nonsense and tarnish Miss Zhu's reputation. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Do not judge my intentions by your own." Ha! Zhu Shiji chuckled at Song Zichuan's response. "Very well, you may have it your way. Since you are unaware of my elder sister's true nature, I shall not expose her. After all, our transaction has yet to be completed, for now. Even if second sister appears to be rising in influence, I cannot afford to offend my elder sister." After escorting Song Zichuan out of the manor, Zhu Shiji met with Xu Yingyan privately. It remains unknown what they discussed, but when Zhu Shiji departed, he wore a satisfied expression. Madam has arrived." Shortly after Zhu Shiji left, a maid announced that Lady Sun had come. Upon hearing her mother's arrival, Zhu Yingyan's countenance bore no trace of joy, only impatience lingered. "All of you leave." Upon entering Zhu Yingyan's chamber, Lady Sun spoke coldly. "Yes, madam." The numerous maids obediently exited, closing the doors and windows behind them. Once alone, Lady Sun began, "Who is this Mr. Song that has appeared? Yenner, do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" Zhu Yingyan remained unfazed. "What of Mr. Song? What is wrong with him? Besides, are you concerned that this matter will implicate anyone? In the household, her father had 5 children, yet her mother had only borne her and Zhu Xuantao. If Zhu Xuantao encountered misfortune, why should her mother be worried?" Seeing Zhu Yingyan's nonchalant demeanor, Lady Sun felt a pang of distress. "Do you believe that if Zhu Xuantao commits some scandalous act, you will still be able to marry young Master Xiao? Not to mention that young Master Xiao has an aunt who is the Empress and maintains a close relationship with the Crown Prince. Given young Master Xiao's outstanding qualities, if any daughter of the Zhu family were to exhibit poor conduct, he would never consider marrying any of the Zhu daughters." Lady Sun wished to convey that with Xiao Jingzhan's status, how could he possibly remain entangled with a Zhu family daughter? Without the presence of her grandfather, the marriage contract established due to affection would be void. Given the disparity between the Zhu family and the Yongjing Marquis household, there was no possibility for any Zhu daughter to be betrothed to young Master Xiao. If Yenner had concocted some scheme involving this Mr. Song, failure would be one thing, but success would tarnish the reputation of all the Zhu daughters. As for the illegitimate Zhu Songyan, she held no concern. Could she bear to watch her beloved daughter lift stones to crush her own feet? "I have decreed that from now on, that Lord Song shall not only be barred from entering the rear courtyard of our estate, but he shall not even set foot through the grand entrance. Such a lowly, despicable character must not tarnish the threshold of my household." Zhu Yingyan expressed her discontent. "Mother, on what grounds do you look down upon Lord Song? He possesses great talent and will undoubtedly achieve significant accomplishments in the future. Have you not heard the saying, 'Do not underestimate a youth in poverty'? In his past life, Song Zichuan, born into humble beginnings, ascended through sheer diligence to attain the position of minister, a place my father occupies today, thanks to the favor of our grandfather and the marquisate. Song Zichuan, however, relied solely on himself. Of course, in this life, I will assist Song Zichuan, guiding him away from detours and enabling him to reclaim all he possessed in his previous life, potentially even surpassing it. If I wish to unseat the crown prince, I cannot solely rely on Xiao Jingzhan. Having suffered losses throughout my life, I am determined to cultivate my own influence. And Song Zichuan is my foremost choice. Initially, I believed that Song Zichuan marrying Xiaomi Luo would be more fitting. Xiaomi Luo, the sole daughter of the Marquis, is deeply cherished. Moreover, the Marquis seeks not to replicate the Empress's path to glory, but rather to find a suitable match for Xiaomi Luo among common folk. Thus she enjoys the Emperor's favor. If Song Zichuan could marry Xiaomi Luo, with the Marquisate support, his rise would be imminent. More importantly, I discern Song Zichuan's affections for me. It is evident that marrying Xiaomi Luo would affect my standing in the Marquis significantly. To ensure my plans proceed smoothly, I even resorted to providing Song Zichuan with the writings of Xiaomi Luo's late husband, Feng Nantian. After all, the crown prince had once mocked Xiaomi Luo for her simplicity, yet it was through a mere essay that she became enamored with a destitute scholar, declaring she would marry no one else. Fortunately, Feng Nantian's character was as impeccable as his splendid prose. Otherwise, Xiaomi Luo would have paid dearly for such a hasty decision. I had orchestrated everything, waiting for the day when I would accompany Xiaomi Luo outside, where she would, with my assistance, encounter Song Zichuan and witness his remarkable literary talent. Yet, on that very day, an unforeseen calamity occurred. To this day, I cannot fathom how the once disdainful Marquis's wife suddenly came to defend Zhu Xuntao. Even Xiaomi Luo, who had treated me as a sister, completely altered her demeanor, treating me as though I were a viper. Since that day, I have failed to secure a single appointment with Xiaomi Luo. All my invitations were promptly declined, and she remained sequestered within the estate. With her behavior, I found myself utterly powerless. I could not enter the Marquisate gates, nor could I see Xiaomi Luo and drag her out. The entire plan fell into a state of stalemate. Reluctantly, my scheme to unite Song Zichuan and Xiaomi Luo was temporarily shelved. Until yesterday's imperial edict of betrothal surfaced, I was reminded of Song Zichuan. Since he was of no use to Xiaomi Luo, I would have him exert his influence on Zhu Xuntao instead. I began to envision the tumult that would ensue when both Zhu Xuntao and Xiaomi Luo fell in love with Song Zichuan, leading them to become bitter enemies over him. In such a scenario, Zhu Xuntao would no longer have a chance to marry Xiao Jingzhan, and Xiaomi Luo would seek revenge on Zhu Xuntao, harboring even greater resentment than before. Just contemplating this brought me immense satisfaction. I reassured myself that my actions were driven by necessity. Had Zhu Xuntao been more obedient and compliant, withdrawing from her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan as I arranged, I would have sought her another worthy match out of sisterly affection. Yet, how infuriating it was that Zhu Xuntao dared to deceive me. She had led me to believe her marriage prospects were bleak, yet in an instant, the imperial decree arrived. Zhu Xuntao's heartlessness left no room for regret. If I did not teach her a lesson, how could I maintain my dignity as her elder sister? All of this was of her own making. Chapter 26. What did you call me? Regardless of whether that Lord Song was indeed a youth in poverty, he must not be associated with our esteemed household in any manner. Zhu Yingyan's words fell on deaf ears with Lady Sunday. Though she held no fondness for Zhu Xuntao and permitted Zhu Yingyan to scheme against her, she would not allow Song Zichuan to be involved.
Yingyan,
Heed your mother's counsel. I would never harm you. And regardless of your stubbornness, as long as I disapprove, that Lord Song will never cross the threshold of our estate again. As the matriarch of the Zhu family, Lady Sun possessed sufficient authority to ensure this.
Yingyan,
Do not force my hand. That Song Zichuan, a mere impoverished scholar, if I were to take action, he would struggle to find a foothold in the capital, let alone achieve any success. For someone of his ilk, dealing with Song Zichuan would be exceedingly simple. Zhu Yingyan was taken aback. Mother, do not act rashly. Such actions would not only jeopardize Lord Song, but also imperil me. Without Song Zichuan's formidable support, how could I hope to bring down the crown prince? Presently, the bond between Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince is exceedingly strong. I have no means to pit them against each other in the immediate future. Therefore, before I can incite dissent between Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince, I must first elevate Song Zichuan to lay the groundwork. Without him, I cannot find another suitable candidate to confront the crown prince. The grudges of her past life lingered in Zhu Yingyan's heart, refusing to be forgotten or relinquished. Should anyone dare to obstruct her quest for vengeance, even her own mother would not escape her wrath. Only then did Lady Sun perceive Zhu Yingyan's unease. Inger, what troubles you? What are you plotting? What do you desire? Speak to me, and I shall assist you. A cold smirk flickered across Zhu Yingyan's face. She held no trust in Lady Sunday Mother. If you truly wish to help me, then do not interfere with Song Zichuan. At worst, I will agree to refrain from allowing him into our estate for the time being. However, you must also promise me that Zhu Xuntao shall never marry Xiao Jingzhan. Only I am worthy of marrying him. Xiao Jingzhan was a crucial element in her quest for vengeance. After having been denied once, this time, Lady Sun did not refuse Zhu Yingyan. Rest assured, the position of the heir's wife is yours. Zhu Xuntao holds no qualification to contest it. Mother, you had better keep your word this time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. She was determined to make Xiao Jingzhan betray the crown prince, allowing the latter to experience the anguish and despair of betrayal by those he held dear. Very well, Lady Sun gritted her teeth, conceding. Zhu Yingyan reminded her. The edict stated that both households are to select a date for Zhu Xuntao and the heiress wedding. Mother, our time is running short. I understand. After the edict was issued, Lady Sun fretted at the prospect of encountering the Yongjing Marquisate once more. With the wedding date set, her Inger was bound to stir up chaos. Clearly, Lady Sun could not easily manage matters on Zhu Yingyan's side. Counting her options, the only daughter she could manipulate was the one she despised, Zhu Xuntao. After departing from Zhu Yingyan's courtyard, Lady Sun sought out Zhu Xuntao. Upon entering Zhu Xuntao's chamber, she sat silently, her gaze heavy and cold as she scrutinized Zhu Xuntao. Akiyu, frightened into silence, remained steadfastly by Zhu Xuntao's side. Zhu Xuntao forced a smile, feeling utterly bored. Akiyu, I am hungry. Please have the cook prepare some fresh osmanthus cake for me. Additionally, I have heard that the grapes lately are quite good. Send someone to procure some. Qiu Yu hesitated momentarily, ultimately fearing for the well-being of her young mistress. Thus, she departed. After Qiu Yu left, Madame Sun coldly remarked, I never imagined you would have such a devoted little maid by your side. You truly possess remarkable skills. Indeed, if your talents were lacking, how could you have solicited the Emperor and Empress for a marriage decree? I have underestimated you. Zhu Xuntao smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Mother. Her abilities were certainly commendable. Did you not witness how anxious both Pyongyang and Zhu Yingyan became? Contemplating this, Zhu Xuntao tilted her head. So, sister still intends to marry young Master Xiao, and you have consented to this? When it comes to abilities, who could surpass Zhu Yingyan? After the decree was read, that scoundrel father insisted she marry Xiao Jingzhan, believing Zhu Yingyan was suited for the crown prince. Once that scoundrel father made a decision, generally speaking, Pyongyang would not oppose or resist. Zhu Yingyan is indeed the heroine. Not only has she been reborn, but she also has Madame Sun, who blindly dotes on her as her mother. What great fortune! Upon hearing Zhu Xuntao's laughter, Madame Sun, in a fit of rage, hurled a cup towards her face. Had it struck her, Zhu Xuntao would surely have been disfigured. Zhu Xuntao had always feigned obedience to Madame Sun. Fundamentally, she was not a compliant or docile child, let alone one who adhered to foolish filial piety. Therefore, when Madame Sun smashed the cup, Zhu Xuntao instinctively evaded, though the corner of her garment was dampened by the spilled liquid. Knowing your sister's feelings for young Master Xiao, how dare you shamelessly pursue him? Madame Sun accused. Zhu Xuntao, you are a calamity. You have not only ruined my life, but intend to ruin your sister's as well. Had I known you were such a scourge, I should have taken measures to eliminate you when I first conceived. If it were not for Zhu Xuntao, she would not have endured so much suffering nor faced near-death experiences. Zhu Xuntao truly was a harbinger of misfortune. Madame Sun's words left Zhu Xuntao unable to remain indifferent. She nearly confronted Madame Sunday. She had never wished to be a daughter of the Zhu family or of the Sun family. Was her birth a request of hers? The child was meant to be born to the Sun family, the seed sown by that scoundrel father. She was merely forced to return to humanity. Why, in the end, must all the blame be laid at her feet? It is utterly unreasonable. To reason with unreasonable individuals is to be a fool. Thus, even though Zhu Xuntao felt anger within, she refrained from voicing it to Madame Sun. Has Zhu Yingyan not been instigating discord between me and the Marquis's residence? Did I ever explain myself? Zhu Yingyan deliberately damaged the Emperor's gifted hairpin and pinned the blame on me, intent on nullifying my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan. Did I provide an explanation? Everything Zhu Yingyan has thought, desired, and done, I have silently acquiesced to. What more do you want from me? Madame Sun, remember this. You are Zhu Yingyan's biological mother, but I am not. I am under no obligation to relinquish everything I possess for her benefit. What she covets belongs to me. If she wishes to take it from me, my non-resistance is already a gesture of goodwill. If such matters were to occur among sisters in other households, would Zhu Yan's reputation still remain as unscathed as it is now? Madame Sun glared. What did you call me? Chapter 27. The master holds you in his heart. Zhu Xuntao suppressed her anger. Adopting a calm demeanor, you would rather I did not exist as your daughter, fearing that every time I call you mother, it pierces your heart. If it would bring you some comfort, I can refrain from calling you mother. You. Madame Sun's finger trembled as she pointed at Zhu Xuntao. You are unfilial and disrespectful. If the people of the Marquis' residence knew you were such a disrespectful creature towards your own mother, would they still wish to marry you? Zhu Xuntao replied nonchalantly. You may test that theory. Feel free to inform the people of the Marquis' residence about today's events. I will not stop you. Should they regret their decision and seek to annul our engagement, I assure you I would accept the decree with joy. Do you not yet understand? This marriage has never been about what I desire. Instead of flaunting your authority over me, it would be wiser to exert your influence over the Marquis' residence. Although persimmons are best when soft, squeezing them is futile, understand? She had always felt that Pyongyang and Zhu Yingyan were merely engaging in pointless machinations against her. She accepted the annulment of the engagement, but she would not allow either of them to harm a single hair on her head. Humph. Madame Sun scoffed. She understood the reasoning behind Zhu Xuantao's words, but as Zhu Xuntao stated, was the Marquis' residence made of stone? It was a firm steel plate. If she had the ability to communicate directly with those at the Marquis' residence, Madame Sun would not even glance at Zhu Xuntao. Likewise, the Marquis' residence was a challenge. Thus, she fixated on Zhu Xuntao, who was undoubtedly easier to manipulate than the Marquis' household. This had been Madame Sun's perspective until today, but now, her thoughts had shifted. Observing Zhu Xuantao's seemingly indifferent and unruffled demeanor, Madame Sun felt a tremor of apprehension in her heart. What? Zhu Xuntao returned a perplexed expression. What is it? The more composed Zhu Xuntao appeared, the more Madame Sun felt an uncontrollable sense of unease. After uttering you wait, Madame Sun fled in a panic. Yu, returning, observed Madame Sun's flustered retreat, filled with confusion. Miss, did you frighten Madame?
How could that be?
Zhu Xuntao denied. I am the most obedient child in the household. How could I frighten my mother? Indeed, Yu mused. No one understood the dynamics between Madame Sun and Zhu Xuntao better than she did. Only Madame and the eldest young lady bullied the second young lady. How could she possibly frighten Madame? It was merely a foolish remark on my part. Have the fresh grapes been procured? Zhu Xuntao instructed Yu to tidy up the cup shattered by Madame Sun, while she herself went behind the screen to change into a fresh dress. Yu carefully collected the shards, concerned they might injure Zhu Xuntao. Yes, miss, this was the only complete set of teapot and cups in our courtyard. What shall we do now that one is broken? At the mention of this predicament, Zhu Xuantao's lips twitched, further deepening her incomprehension of her biological mother. She was one of the 2 legitimate children in the household, yet the treatment of the other 3 illegitimate children was superior to hers. The most ludicrous part was that her biological mother presided over the household affairs. Her monthly allowance and the provisions she received were inferior to those of the 3 illegitimate children. Was her mother humiliating her with such actions? It was tantamount to slapping her own face. How foolish could one be? After treating her cruelly, her mother would wear a look of satisfaction, as if reveling in revenge. Zhu Xuntao rubbed her forehead. She was reluctant to admit being born of such a foolish woman. Thankfully, her intelligence was innate rather than inherited. Otherwise, she would surely be in tears. It's fine. Zhu Xuntao consoled the nearly tearful Yu. Yu sniffled. Miss, how can this be fine? What if young Master Xiao or young Lady Xiao comes to visit? It would be a loss of face for you. Even Yu, the little maid, understood that if this porcelain set were damaged, Madame Sun would never replace it for Zhu Xuntao unless Zhu Xuntao were to pay out of her own pocket. The issue was that Zhu Xuntao had never received her monthly allowance on time or in full. Zhu Xuntao flicked Yu's forehead. Do not fret. I said it's fine, and it is. If I wish to replace it, it's an easy matter. You can speak with the steward. Simply tell him it was damaged, and he will provide us with the finest. The steward? Is it feasible to bypass Madame and approach the steward? Yu queried. Zhu Xuntao pinched Yu's cheek. What, do you not trust my words? Whether it works or not, you will find out by trying. In any case, standing here in tears guarantees you will have nothing.
All right.
Yu nodded and promptly turned to seek out the steward of the estate. In the entirety of the Zhu residence, only the young girl Yu harbored any genuine affection for Zhu Xuntao. Within a mere span of time, Yu, who had left with a sorrowful countenance, returned with the exuberance of a lively rabbit. "Second miss, you are truly remarkable. The steward has indeed agreed to replace our items. And he mentioned that he would procure the finest in the house." No sooner had Qiu Yu finished speaking when a throng of maidservants and matrons appeared behind her, each bearing an impressive array of goods, clearly worth a considerable sum of silver. Qiu Yu dashed to Zhu Xuntao's side and fixed her gaze upon the busy individuals scurrying about the room. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xuntao's quarters had been transformed entirely. Not only had the teapot been replaced with exquisite cloisonne, but even the ornaments within the room had been exchanged for enameled pieces. Aside from the larger furnishings such as tables, chairs, and beds which remained unchanged, the various curtains had been replaced with fabrics that shimmered and flowed, perfectly suited in thickness. All in all, after such a long period of traversing through life, Zhu Xuntao sensed a palpable scent of wealth permeating her space. One word: luxurious. This treatment was afforded to only 3 individuals in the entire residence: her negligent father, her biological mother, and Zhu Ingyan. Goodness, she had risen in status, becoming the 4th person of significance within the household. Prior to the imperial decree, her father had scarcely acknowledged her existence as his daughter. Yet, following the decree, it seemed he truly intended to raise her as a treasured daughter. As if to validate Zhu Xuntao's conjecture, the steward personally made a visit to ensure everything was in order. "Second miss, are there any deficiencies in your courtyard? If so, you must inform me, and I shall see to it promptly. The master is preoccupied with important affairs and is unable to attend to the matters of the residence. I hope you can understand and not take it to heart. The master has always praised your intelligence and understanding, and he believes you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Now that you have a destined match, he is indeed pleased for you." The steward rambled on, and Zhu Xuntao clearly comprehended his underlying message. Today, her negligent father had finally remembered to make amends. Perhaps it was this very realization that prompted Zhu Xuntao to instruct Qiu Yu to bypass Lady Sun and approach the steward. The results were immediate. After dealing with the loquacious steward, Zhu Xuntao instructed Qiu Yu to see him out. Throughout the entire exchange, the steward displayed an unprecedented level of deference towards Zhu Xuntao, as though he had never previously regarded her with such respect. Who could have imagined that prior to this day, whenever the steward encountered Zhu Xuntao, his chin would invariably be held high, due to her height. Zhu Xuntao could only recall the steward's nostrils, having no memory of his visage. Today, however, she finally discerned what the steward truly looked like. Qiu Yu, still in a daze, entered exuberantly and vigorously patted her own face. "Second miss, am I dreaming? Is this truly your room?" Previously, the steward had always behaved in that manner towards the second miss, but today was strikingly different. She had thought the steward only acted so before the master and mistress. It turned out that even the steward was merely a servant in the presence of the second miss, who was indeed the true mistress. Zhu Xuntao chuckled lightly. "All right. Do not celebrate too prematurely. Ultimately, it is my mother who holds the final say in this courtyard. If you wish for every matter to unfold as it has today, you may be overly optimistic." Qiu Yu refused to believe this, firmly convinced that the tides had turned for the Zhu residents. Henceforth, no one would dare to belittle her second Mississippi confidently. Qiu Yu only felt disheartened when she returned from the kitchen with the fresh grapes she had just purchased, her face contorting with a look of grievance. "Second miss, the mistress and eldest young lady are bullying us again." Despite purchasing so many grapes, the eldest young lady took all the best ones, leaving only these. Gazing at the wrinkled grapes in her hands, Qiu Yu felt tears welling up. She felt utterly useless, unable to assist in any meaningful way. Zhu Xuntao's eyes flickered, a smile gracing her lips. "The freshest grapes have all been taken by my elder sister?" Qiu Yu nodded. "All of them. Not a single one was left for you. Clearly, these were the grapes you requested." Zhu Xuntao inquired further. "Do you know if the eldest sister took those grapes to share or to consume herself?" Judging by her estimation, the latter seemed more plausible. Zhu Xuntao's surmise was entirely accurate. Zhu Ingyan had meticulously selected the grapes that Zhu Xuntao had specifically requested, ensuring that the maidservants washed them thoroughly, leaving no opportunity for Zhu Xuntao to reclaim them. With so many grapes at her disposal, even if she could not consume them all, she would rather discard them than grant Zhu Xuntao a chance to flaunt her superiority. Today, the steward had busied himself in Zhu Xuntao's courtyard with numerous individuals. It was impossible for anyone in the residence to remain oblivious to this. The servants were like reeds swaying in the wind. With the steward personally attending to Zhu Xuntao, it was clear that she was no longer the same second miss as before. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Xuntao's marriage had been settled, she appeared to have a brighter future than the still uncertain Zhu Yingyan. Consequently, the first task assigned by this newly elevated second miss would surely be met with the utmost diligence from the household servants. Everyone's focus shifted towards Zhu Xuntao, naturally leading to a neglect of Zhu Yingyan. Even if the oversight was not overt, Zhu Yingyan could not accept it. Thus, all those grapes became Zhu Yingyan's spoils, leaving Zhu Xuntao with only the remnants. Second miss, if you feel upset and wish to cry, you may do so. I promise I will not tell anyone. Zhu Xuntao smiled. Why should I cry? Is it not permissible for me to laugh? Qiuyu frowned and muttered softly. Being bullied, and yet you still laugh? The answer to Qiuyu's question finally arrived by evening. The usually healthy Zhu Yingyan suddenly suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress, experiencing both vomiting and diarrhea, and it was reported that her condition was quite serious, necessitating the presence of 2 physicians. However, after examining her, both doctors were unable to identify the issue, attributing her ailment to poor digestion. Observing her beloved daughter's pale cheeks, Lady Sun felt both anxious and heartbroken. You must quickly prescribe something, as this cannot continue without harming her health. And you lot. How have you attended to the eldest young lady? What did you feed her today that led to her condition? Zhu Yingyan's health had been meticulously maintained since childhood, all aimed at preventing her from enduring the hardships of pregnancy. It was inconceivable that, despite her careful nurturing, Zhu Yingyan would still fall ill. This was truly distressing for her. The young maidservants huddled together, quickly recounting everything Zhu Yingyan had consumed that day. Upon hearing the list, the physicians deemed the food unproblematic. Lady Sun was well aware of this. Is that all? Nothing else? The maidservants nodded affirmatively. The eldest young lady has a small appetite. Today she ate more than usual, but it was only these items. Everything she consumed, we also had a taste of. If the food had been contaminated, surely we would have fallen ill alongside the eldest young lady. Mother, I feel unwell. Since her rebirth, Zhu Yingyan had never experienced such suffering. The physical pain evoked memories of the torment she had endured in the prince's harem, rendering her already pale visage even more ghastly. Mother, is someone trying to harm me? Have they poisoned me? Mother, you must save me. With that, Zhu Yingyan wept profusely. She had yet to exact her revenge. She had not made the prince experience her anguish, nor had she captured Xiao Jingzhan's heart, relishing even a single day of romance. She was unwilling to accept that her life, which had only just begun, might come to an abrupt end. Perhaps the trauma of having died from poisoning in her past life weighed heavily on Zhu Yingyan, leading her to become agitated and disoriented, as if she were truly on the brink of death. When the news reached Zhu Xuntao's ears, she set down her brush. Indeed, expensive items are worth their weight. Even my clumsy handwriting can appear somewhat presentable. In truth, Zhu Xuantao's calligraphy is not as unsightly as it may seem. Rather, she hails from a modern era, and Madame Sun has never taken an interest in her education. Accustomed to using a ballpoint pen, Zhu Xuantao's brushwork is at best neat, lacking any distinctive character. In contrast, Zhu Yingyan, a refined lady cultivated by a prestigious family, possesses a delicate and exquisite style of small script that could serve as a model for others. Because of this, Zhu Xuantao has often been mocked by Zhu Yingyan as being illiterate. Each time, Zhu Xuantao can only stifle her disdainful gaze. After all, in modernity, she is a university graduate, having emerged from a reputable 211 institution. Their fields of knowledge may differ, but should one truly be deemed ignorant, would Zhu Yingyan's elegant handwriting afford her the right to ridicule? The second Mrs. Penmanship is certainly not unattractive. It is quite lovely indeed. Chu Yue, being an admirer of young ladies, finds no fault in her own mistress. Put that aside. Zhu Xuantao set down her brush. Let's go take a look. To see the eldest lady? Chu Yue promptly tidied the table, displaying remarkable efficiency. Otherwise what? Chapter 29. Who struck the blow? Zhu Xuantao led Chu Yue to Zhu Yingyan's quarters. And before they could enter, they overheard Zhu Yingyan imploring Madame Sun for assistance. Zhu Xuantao was taken aback, having been reborn. How could she possess such a lack of courage and intellect to challenge the crown prince? Was it truly that Zhu Yingyan's protagonist aura was too formidable, or was the crown prince simply inept? This time, Zhu Xuantao found herself underestimating Zhu Yingyan. In her previous life, Zhu Yingyan had succumbed to poison, and now, faced with a similar predicament, the psychological trauma had rendered her helpless and panicked. However, there was one thing Zhu Xuantao felt compelled to commend Zhu Yingyan for, while both physicians were unable to ascertain her condition. Zhu Yingyan confidently asserted that she had been poisoned. It was no wonder she was regarded as the heroine. Despite the physician's reluctance, they acquiesced to Zhu Yingyan's insistence of being poisoned and proceeded to treat her with an emetic. Mung bean soup can also counteract poison, one physician stated. Without needing Madame Sun's interjection, a young maid hastily rushed out to procure the mung bean soup. Zhu Shiji and Zhu Shuren, being of advanced age, found it inconvenient to enter Zhu Yingyan's chamber and thus waited outside. The younger Zhu Songyan, under the guidance of Aunt He, stood silently by with a downcast expression. Only Wang Yinyang, with her sole son, lingered out of mere formality, showing no inclination to intervene. At this moment, should she dare to assist, she might find her own hands stained with blame. The eldest lady had been poisoned within the manor, such a scandalous occurrence. Under the diligent care of the two physicians, Zhu Yingyan's symptoms eventually subsided considerably. The doctors wiped the cold sweat from their brows, leaving behind a prescription for her recovery before hastily taking their leave. "Mother, I no longer feel as wretched," Zhu Yingyan remarked, though a heavy gloom still weighed upon her heart. How could someone within the Zhu household dare to poison her? "Yingyan is safe now. You all may return to rest," Madame Sun declared, unable to deny the gravity of the situation. Though the poison had been alleviated, without identifying the perpetrator, how could she find peace thereafter? What troubled Madame Sun further was the realization that today it was Zhu Yingyan who had been poisoned. Next time, it could be her or others in the household, perhaps even Lord Zhu himself. "Indeed, Madam," Wang Yinyang was the first to respond, departing promptly. Were it not for her son's request, she would have relished the drama unfolding from the comfort of her own quarters. "Madam, I take my leave," Aunt He said, bowing to Madame Sun before escorting Zhu Songyan away. Upon returning to her own quarters, Zhu Songyan pouted discontentedly. "What concern is it of ours if the eldest sister was poisoned? Must we make such a fuss over it?" Aunt He advised, such words should not be spoken lightly. "Your eldest sister is the apple of the Madame's eye. Not only would a matter as grave as poisoning provoke distress, but even a single strand of hair lost would be enough to trouble her heart. In the Zhu household, we must never offend the Madame, whether for our own sakes or for your brother's." At the mention of her full-blooded brother, Zhu Songyan relented. "Rest assured, Aunt. I shall only voice this in your presence and never outside. I understand that my sister is not merely the Madame's treasured darling. Father also holds her in high regard. Speaking of which, the second miss is quite formidable, having managed to put the eldest sister in a difficult position. The people of the Zhu household are not blind. The truth of Zhu Yingyan's feelings for Xiao Jingzhan is easily discernible upon reflection." And he smiled wryly. Given the esteem in which the master and madam hold the eldest miss, even without young Master Xiao, it is likely that an even brighter future awaits her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Songyan fell silent. These legitimate sisters all seemed to surpass her in potential. Rather than worry about the eldest and third sisters, she ought to concern herself with what sort of husband her parents might find for her in the coming years. With everyone else gone, Zhu Xuntao, merely serving as a backdrop, should not linger any longer than the others. Yet today was an exception. Observing Zhu Xuntao quietly waiting to the side, Madame Sun remarked with irritation, "At least this wooden girl has a shred of conscience, caring for her elder sister. You and Yingyan are both my daughters. So you must always remember that in this world, apart from your father and me, only Yingyan is closest to you. You are the younger sister, and thus must defer to and care for your sister, ensuring she suffers no hardship. Do you understand?" Fearing that Zhu Xuntao might not grasp the importance of her words, Madame Sun added, "For the sake of your sister, even if you must sacrifice yourself, it is worth it. You must not hesitate. Do you comprehend?" Zhu Xuantao's expression remained unchanged as she skillfully diverted the topic. "Eldest sister, do you know how you were poisoned?" To expect her to selflessly devote herself and sacrifice for Zhu Yingyan was a notion best left unspoken, a thought that could only elicit laughter from others. While others may support their brothers, she was being urged to become a supporter of her sisters. How embarrassing! She simply lacked that inclination. Indeed, Zhu Xuantao's words prompted Madame Sun to recall the day's focal point. As long as she remained, Zhu Xuntao would never escape her grasp. Whatever Madame Sun commanded, Zhu Xuntao would dare not disobey. "Yingyan, why are you so certain you have been poisoned? What do you know?" Zhu Yingyan, having endured a harrowing ordeal, wore a pale and darkened expression. "If I knew who poisoned me, I would have captured the culprit by now. Besides, who in this household would dare poison me?" With that, for reasons unknown, Zhu Yingyan lifted her gaze to meet Zhu Xuantao's indifferent face. Upon encountering Zhu Xuantao's unperturbed demeanor, Zhu Yingyan felt as though she had overthought the matter. Not only had she not been poisoned, but she was also competing with Zhu Xuntao for a man. Zhu Xuntao, this timid creature, did not even dare confront her in anger. Such a weak and cowardly Zhu Xuntao could hardly be capable of poisoning herself. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Madame Sun maintained a stern countenance, unwilling to relent easily. Unless she unearths the identity of the poisoner, how could she, as the legitimate wife and mother, retain her dignity? You remain here to care for your sister. Be sharp-witted. Should you be clumsy and cause her further distress, I shall deal with you later. Madame Sun's words implied that Zhu Xuntao was merely a servant tending to Zhu Yingyan. Unpleasant words had long since become background noise to Zhu Xuntao, who had learned to let them wash over her in silence. In Madame Sun's eyes, Zhu Xuantao's quietude was tantamount to acquiescence. Observing her second daughter's compliance, Madame Sun forgot her earlier panic, reverting to a posture of absolute control over Zhu Xuntao. Madame Sun's demeanor was no better received by Zhu Yingyan. Chapter 30. Not to be underestimated. Without lifting her gaze, she matter-of-factly stated, "Pour me a glass of water. I am thirsty." Zhu Xuntao blinked and complied. Fortunately, Zhu Yingyan did not go so far as to let Zhu Xuntao feed her. She took the cup herself to drink. Zhu Xuntao placed the cup back in its original position and asked nonchalantly, "Sister, are you still pondering over who poisoned you?" Zhu Yingyan frowned. "I cannot fathom when the poison was administered or where it was placed. Having faced death once, I have always been wary of consuming anything from the outside, fearing contamination. Yet, despite my caution, I still fell victim." Zhu Yingyan harbored a deep resentment towards those who sought to harm her. She had severed ties with the crown prince. Yet who in this lifetime remained unrelenting in their pursuit of her life? From a distance, Zhu Xuntao sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea as well. This illustrates a profound truth. "What do you mean?" Zhu Yingyan lifted her gaze toward Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao tilted her head with a smile. "It signifies that one should not only refrain from speaking carelessly, but also be cautious about what one consumes. Wouldn't you agree? Sister should take heed. In doing so, you will naturally find peace and security." Zhu Yingyan's brows knitted together. "Zhu Xuntao, do you know something? If there is something you wish to say, just say it directly, without beating around the bush. If your words prove beneficial, I could speak a good word for you before mother." Zhu Xuntao innocently shook her head. "How could I possibly know what you do not? I merely express my thoughts as they come to me. Thank you for your kind words on my behalf before our mother. There is often some truth to rumors. Rather than expending energy on discovering who the culprit is, it would be wiser to introspect on what one has done. Such a hand could only be dealt out of enmity." Zhu Xuntao laughed. "Sister, ponder carefully. Have you committed any wrongs? If you wish to resolve matters peacefully, simply cease your actions." Zhu Yingyan experienced only mild symptoms of poisoning today, nausea and diarrhea.
Next time,
"It may not be so simple. Since your health has only just begun to improve, I shall not intrude. Please rest well and recover swiftly." Leaving behind some ambiguous words, Zhu Xuntao waved her sleeve and departed without taking a cloud with her. Zhu Yingyan's expression fluctuated, caught in a relentless cycle of doubt and self-doubt. Meanwhile, both Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince received news of Zhu Yingyan's poisoning simultaneously. What particularly drew their attention was that Zhu Yingyan had discovered the poison herself. Yet the physician could not identify it. Thus, how exactly did Zhu Yingyan become poisoned? The crown prince was momentarily perplexed, while Xiao Jingzhan contemplated and formed a faint suspicion. He shared his thoughts with his father, Xiao Yuanshan. "Father, do you think it's possible? Did Zhu Xuntao truly mention seeking retribution against Zhu Yingyan for grandmother?" Indeed, this was not something he alone heard. Xiao Jingzhan pondered. At this juncture, aside from the crown prince, only Zhu Xuntao would be inclined to teach Zhu Yingyan a lesson. Others likely lacked the opportunity. He believed Zhu Xuntao intended merely to reprimand Zhu Yingyan, without any desire to take her life. Xiao Yuanshan regarded his son with an inscrutable expression. "Then in your opinion, how did Zhu Xuntao execute her plan?" Given that Xiao Jingzhan's men were closely monitoring the Zhu residence, it was reasonable to assume the crown prince's side was similarly vigilant. Yet, despite this, no one had seen through Zhu Xuantao's stratagem. This indicated that his future daughter-in-law was indeed not to be underestimated. However, upon reflecting on how Zhu Yingyan had bullied Zhu Xuntao, who had never once resisted, Xiao Yuanshan found himself unable to utter any words of reproach. Zhu Xuntao was a person of considerable means. Her methods were employed not for self-preservation, but rather to protect those she cared for. For this alone, he could not denounce Zhu Xuntao as malevolent, but rather deemed her excessively benevolent. Xiao Jingzhan contemplated for a moment. Through food, Zhu Yingyan had tampered with grandmother's food, causing her health to deteriorate. This was a harm that manifested under specific circumstances, and the food itself bore no fault. As he mulled over this, he found clarity. Since Zhu Xuntao sought vengeance for her grandmother, it must have been in kind, using something that was ostensibly harmless but antagonistic, leading Zhu Yingyan into a trap. Yet he could not discern which two substances Zhu Xuntao had utilized to ensnare Zhu Yingyan so effectively. Perhaps he ought to consult a physician. Even consulting a physician, without Zhu Xuntao's explanation, they would never uncover which two substances were antagonistic enough to wreak such havoc on Zhu Yingyan. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Xiao Jingzhan recalled that Zhu Xuntao had specifically requested grapes that day, only to have them snatched away by Zhu Yingyan. He surmised that perhaps the grapes were a key element. As for the other substance, despite consulting physicians and imperial doctors, he remained baffled. Faced with such an outcome, Xiao Jingzhan found himself at a loss for words. With such abilities and means, how could Zhu Xuntao have been bullied by Sun Foreign and Zhu Yingyan to such an extent, holding no position within the Zhu residence? Even if Zhu Xuntao had the slightest desire for favor, as long as Zhu Darren was not foolish, he would surely value this daughter. At that point, even if Sun Foreign continued to disdain Zhu Xuntao with Zhu Darren's protection, her life in the Zhu residence would not only be bearable, but possibly even superior to that of Zhu Yingyan. Thus, why did Zhu Xuntao not take that path? Before Xiao Jingzhan could arrive at an answer, the Crown Prince, with a stern expression, approached. Crown Prince, what troubles you? Recently, no significant events had transpired, and the other princes had been remarkably compliant, posing no obstacles for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince paced back and forth before ultimately issuing an order to Xiao Jingzhan. The Ho residence must negotiate with the Zhu residence regarding the timing of your marriage to Zhu Xuntao. Xiao Jingzhan initially froze, his face flushing. Not yet. It has only been a couple of days since the imperial decree was issued. There is no need for such haste. Is that so?
No.
The Crown Prince insisted. I am indeed in a hurry. When discussing Zhu Yingyan, the Crown Prince's tone was rife with caution. Do you realize what I have done since I suspected Zhu Yingyan to be the harbinger of chaos in this world? Xiao Jingzhan was taken aback. Crown Prince, you have. Indeed. The Crown Prince did not deny it. He had already dispatched individuals to act against Zhu Yingyan. Xiao Jingzhan was puzzled. Was not Zhu Yingyan's poisoning orchestrated by Zhu Xuntao? Had he misjudged? And was this matter somehow linked to the Crown Prince? Chapter 31 Malevolence. As if sensing Xiao Jingzhan's thoughts, the Crown Prince elaborated, unfortunately, I have attempted 3 times, each time failing. Until now. The Crown Prince could hardly believe such bizarre events could occur in this world. The first time, he had employed poison. However, his subordinate had placed the poison in Zhu Yingyan's food, and in a mere moment, a serving maid accidentally spilled the poison dish and discarded it. The second attempt involved his men attempting to release poisonous gas into Zhu Yingyan's chamber. Unbeknownst to them, a strange wind had blown in, not only dispersing the poison, but nearly incapacitating his men. The one assigned to carry out the deed expressed that in all his years, he had never encountered such an occurrence. In the final attempt, his men tampered with the carriage Zhu Yingyan was to use upon leaving the residence. However, for reasons unknown, Zhu Yingyan altered her plans for departure. The damaged carriage was also struck when the driver stumbled, revealing the issue, leading the Zhu residents to simply switch to a new carriage. 3 attempts, all unsuccessful. Remarkably, Zhu Yingyan remained entirely unharmed, oblivious to the fact that she had danced on the brink of death 3 times. Faced with such a Zhu Yingyan, the Crown Prince became increasingly convinced of her extraordinary nature. Thus, the Crown Prince increasingly came to believe that Zhu Yingyan was indeed the malevolent star spoken of by Master Mingdeng. If Zhu Yingyan were not that star, how could he, the heir apparent of this mortal realm, find himself unable to contend with her? Xiao Jingzhan's expression darkened. He was not only surprised that the Crown Prince had failed thrice, but was also deeply concerned that while the prince faltered, Zhu Xuntao had succeeded once. For this, Zhu Xuntao must have paid a price. And it would be a poor bargain to harm oneself in order to deal with Zhu Yingyan. The Crown Prince looked at Xiao Jingzhan and continued. If Zhu Yingyan truly is that malevolent star, then even I cannot confront her, yet Zhu Xuntao has succeeded. I now believe you were right. Zhu Xuntao is indeed the auspicious teacher spoken of by Master Mingdeng. Zhu Xuntao and Zhu Yingyan are sisters, their fates intertwined, which makes perfect sense. Recalling the Crown Prince's earlier mention of his marriage to Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan understood. The prince's intention was for him to hastily marry Zhu Xuntao. With Zhu Xuntao remaining in the Zhu residence, I am uneasy. The crown prince had thoroughly investigated Zhu Xuantao's circumstances at the Zhu household, particularly the recent behavior of Lady Sun, which had reached the prince's ears without omission. He was not concerned about the Zhu family. The Zhu patriarch would not harm Zhu Xuantao, but rather would treat her well to mend their father-daughter relationship. However, Lady Sun was an anomaly. Seeing Zhu Xuantao poised to marry into a prestigious family, she still refused to treat her with kindness. Furthermore, given her favoritism towards Zhu Yingyan, the prince feared that Lady Sun might act unfavorably towards Zhu Xuantao for Zhu Yingyan's sake. Thus, as long as Zhu Xuantao remained in the Zhu residence, she would be in constant peril. Only by placing her in the marquis's residence could the prince rest easy. With this thought, the crown prince looked at Xiao Jingzhan. Do you not have feelings for Zhu Xuantao? Marrying her soon would align with your desires. Do not delay this matter any longer. Xiao Jingzhan felt a flush of embarrassment. He realized that the prince had seen through his little ruse from a few days prior. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman as her match. You are already betrothed to Zhu Xuantao, and your affections for her are only natural. So there is no need to feel shy. The crown prince felt that it should be he who was embarrassed. Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Xuantao had been a pair for many years. The mere thought of seizing another's wife, due to Zhu Xuantao being an auspicious star, was indeed a grave sin. When the crown prince had suggested bringing Zhu Xuantao into the Eastern Palace, Xiao Jingzhan had immediately dissuaded him with the reasoning that Zhu Xuantao might not be willing. At that time, the prince had been under considerable stress, which was why Xiao Jingzhan had managed to convince him. As they exited the marquis's estate, the crown prince quickly regained his composure. Zhu Xuantao's first reaction upon meeting him had been to praise his looks, exclaiming her desire to marry him. He had heard her heartfelt words, and undoubtedly, Xiao Jingzhan had as well. Given this, how could Xiao Jingzhan still assert that Zhu Xuantao was unwilling to enter the Eastern Palace? What thoughts could he possibly harbor? Fortunately, the crown prince had no desire to hold this against Xiao Jingzhan. While Zhu Xuantao was indeed beautiful, her significance transcended mere physical allure. In the crown prince's heart, Zhu Xuantao might be the auspicious star capable of assisting him in safeguarding the common folk, rather than merely a woman of extraordinary beauty. Delighted to receive the crown prince's understanding and approval, Xiao Jingzhan expressed gratitude. Thank you, your highness, for your support. If you truly wish to thank me, then hasten to wed Zhu Xuantao. The crown prince shot Xiao Jingzhan a glare. What good was mere thanks? He sought to witness Xiao Jingzhan's tangible actions. Are you truly this eager? Zhu Xuantao is still upset about the marriage proposal and has not abandoned thoughts of remaining a widow. If I were to marry her at this moment, would it not further incite her anger? The crown prince asserted with certainty, you may consider it my imperial decree. It is a command from the sovereign. As you wish, I shall obey, Xiao Jingzhan replied, with no other recourse at that moment, prioritizing an explanation to the crown prince over Zhu Xuantao's feelings. At that moment, Zhu Xuantao, who was drinking tea, heard that the marquis's household was bringing 99 sedan chairs of betrothal gifts to propose marriage. She sputtered out a rainbow from her mouth. Wiping her lips casually, she exclaimed, the marriage decree was issued just 3 days ago, and the marquis's household is already setting the wedding date? Are they certain? Is the Yongjing marquis's household truly in such a rush? It's not as if Xiao Jingzhan cannot marry anyone but me. It was quite presumptuous of her not to feel anxious. What was the marquis's household conducting? Xiao Yu stifled her laughter. With 99 sedan chairs. The street was blocked on the way here. What is uncertain about this? Miss, you are the first young lady in the household to be married. 99 sedan chairs of gifts, such a spectacle. Who in the household had ever witnessed such a display? Many had rushed to the front courtyard to see the rarity. While she felt no urgency, the gifts were indeed intended for the second young lady of the Zhu family. She thought to herself, would she not have the opportunity to see? Miss, do you not wish to witness this with your own eyes? 99 sedan chairs. In the capital, unless it is a princess marrying, I doubt anyone else could be more splendid than you. The more gifts there were, the more the marquis's regard for her was evident. Once she married into the marquis's household, she would surely live happily with Xiao Shizi. Zhu Xuantao, however, did not share Qiao Yu's optimism. The whole affair felt increasingly peculiar. Not only had the marquis's household's attitude towards her and Zhu Yingyan shifted dramatically, but there was also no mention in the book of the emperor and empress granting her and Xiao Jingzhan a marriage. Instead, the empress had expressed her dissatisfaction with her manners, issuing a decree that mandated her marriage to Xiao Jingzhan, thereby ensuring their futures would remain unentangled. It could not be that because she had traversed into the story, such significant deviations in the plot had occurred. Chapter 32. Learn from this. She could touch her conscience and affirm that ever since her awakening, her words and actions had remained consistent with the book's original portrayal of her, without any intentions of usurping the female lead's position. Had she not cooperated to this extent as the supporting character? So, what did the current situation truly signify? Was there any plot deity who could enlighten her? Had Xiao Jingzhan arrived? Indeed, she had to investigate. She needed to ascertain the true intentions of the Marquis's household and what Xiao Jingzhan was thinking. Of course he has come. Such an important matter as a marriage proposal would necessitate that Xiao Shizi personally attend. Miss, do you think Xiao Shizi might be feeling shy and therefore has not sought you out? Zhu Xuntao rapped Xiaoyu lightly on the head. Do not add to my confusion. My mind is already a jumble. She thought. Why did she feel that Xiao Jingzhan was even more difficult to handle than Zhu Yingyan? She could see through Zhu Yingyan, yet she could not fathom Xiao Jingzhan's thoughts. As Zhu Xuntao emerged, she happened upon Zhu Yingyan, who rushed over, looking flustered. Upon seeing her elder sister, Zhu Xuantao's mouth formed a small O. Perhaps I should step aside. Once Zhu Yingyan finishes her conversation with Xiao Jingzhan, my presence may no longer be needed. Exactly. It should be the female lead who secures the male lead. What relevance does it have to me, a mere supporting character? With a small sigh of relief, Zhu Xuntao felt comfortable. Perhaps the plot had not deviated as drastically as she had imagined. Xiao Jingzhan had not yet become immune to the notions of male leads and female leads as spoken by Zhu Xuntao. However, he had begun to understand that in Zhu Xuantao's view, the world was akin to a storybook, and they were all characters within it. What Xiao Jingzhan found intolerable was that aside from himself, the central figure in this narrative was Zhu Yingyan. He pondered and pondered, convinced that he could not possibly have any relationship with Zhu Yingyan, let alone marry her. After all, he had been betrothed to Zhu Xuntao for many years. If he desired to be with Zhu Yingyan, he would surely face public condemnation. Xiao Shizi, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Zhu Yingyan's complexion remained somewhat pallid today, as yesterday's commotion had not been insignificant. Yet, despite her investigations, Lady Sun could only uncover a few undisciplined servants and could not ascertain who had poisoned Zhu Yingyan. The scene unfolded as if no one had ever poisoned Zhu Yingyan, rendering everything merely an unfortunate accident. This outcome was disbelieved by Madame Sun, and equally unacceptable to Zhu Yingyan. Upon hearing Zhu Yingyan's words and observing Zhu Xuantao's discreet attempts to slip away, Xiao Jingzhan swiftly raised his long leg and stepped beside Zhu Xuantao, declaring, Once the wedding date is set, I shall call you elder sister just as Tao Tao does. If there is anything you wish to discuss, feel free to speak openly. The utterance of elder sister struck Zhu Yingyan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. As for Zhu Xuantao, she nearly blurted out what on earth, elder sister. Xiao Jingzhan's statement was notably a hallmark of a remarkably oblivious man. Observing the shock etched on Zhu Yingyan's face, Zhu Xuantao shook her head. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the protagonist, Zhu Xuantao adjusted her shoulders, resolved to take action. In the original narrative, it was Xiaomi Luo who played a pivotal role in urging Xiao Jingzhan to marry Zhu Yingyan. With Xiaomi Luo absent and seemingly betraying the heroine, Zhu Xuantao decided to temporarily assume the role of the supportive accomplice. I truly do not mind. Judging by your expression, elder sister, it must be something of great importance. Let us avoid any misunderstandings. Listen, is there a woman more generous than I? Zhu Xuantao felt immensely satisfied with her own performance. Indeed, as long as Zhu Yingyan refrained from causing trouble and did not resort to poisoning the matriarch, she would obediently comply with any requests Zhu Yingyan made of her. However, in a mischievous manner, Xiao Jingzhan reached out and ruffled Zhu Xuantao's hair, an act that left her momentarily dazed while simultaneously piercing Zhu Yingyan's heart. He observed Zhu Xuantao's bewildered expression with a sense of satisfaction. Generosity. Did he truly require Zhu Xuantao's kind of generosity? Should she dare to act so benevolently again? He would ensure she regretted it. Elder sister, we shall soon be family. I respect you as Tao Tao does, and I will never conceal anything from her. Zhu Yingyan, Zhu Xuantao, Tao Tao, Tao Tao. Zhu Xuantao thought for the first time how overly delicate her name sounded, each utterance of Tao Tao making her feel absurd. Unlike Zhu Xuantao, who maintained a calm exterior while her inner turmoil brewed, Zhu Yingyan was genuinely devastated. The intimacy between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Xuantao not only pierced Zhu Yingyan's eyes, but also her heart. She could hardly believe that Xiao Jingzhan harbored feelings for Zhu Xuantao. How could he possibly be attracted to her? Was it her lack of education? Her ignorance? Her foolishness and clumsiness? Thus, if she were to lose, would it be because she was too exceptional and could not compete with Zhu Xuantao's shortcomings? Zhu Yingyan cast a disbelieving glance at Xiao Jingzhan and then regarded herself with disdain, leaving Zhu Xuntao speechless. Is Zhu Yingyan's mind truly flawed? The lightning was struck by Xiao Jingzhan. Why should I be the target of her ire? Xiao Jingzhan shot a glance at Zhu Xuntao. If Zhu Yingyan's mind was flawed, then Zhu Xuntao was not significantly more rational. Fully aware of Zhu Yingyan's peculiarities, Zhu Xuntao nevertheless followed her thought process. Faced with such a Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan found himself at a loss for words and decided to put more effort into protecting this foolish woman after their marriage. Xiao Cizi, are you truly unwilling to have a private conversation with me? Zhu Yingyan bit her lip. If Xiao Jingzhan was unafraid, why should she be? Moreover, Zhu Xuntao was all too aware of her intentions. Then allow me to be direct. Xiao Cizi, I have feelings for you. Do you have any for me? Zhu Xuntao nodded. The heroine was now making her intentions clear. Observing Zhu Yingyan's tears welling in her eyes, her long, raven-black lashes adorned with glistening droplets resembling shattered diamonds, she presented a poignant image of beauty. She earned a perfect score in Zhu Xuntao's eyes. Previously, Xiao Jingzhan had been displeased with Zhu Xuntao for constantly pairing him with Zhu Yingyan, completely disregarding their engagement. Yet, witnessing the scene, he began to comprehend somewhat. Zhu Yingyan's approach was indeed appealing to him. Unfortunately, it was Zhu Yingyan herself who did not entice him. Contemplating this, Xiao Jingzhan leaned closer to Zhu Xuntao and whispered,
Take notes.
Chapter 33. Is there such urgency? If Zhu Xuntao were to present him with such an expression, he would likely acquiesce to anything she requested. Zhu Xuntao was taken aback, wondering what Xiao Jingzhan meant. What was she meant to learn? To emulate Zhu Yingyan? If so, he should simply marry Zhu Yingyan and be done with it. After imparting this lesson to Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan finally addressed Zhu Yingyan's question. Elder sister, you have misunderstood me. You are Tao Tao's elder sister, and thus mine as well. I hold you in respect, devoid of any romantic inclination. Furthermore, I am soon to wed Tao Tao. It would be best if you refrained from such remarks in the future to avoid any misunderstandings that might upset Tao Tao. Fortunately, only the three of us heard it, Tao Tao, and I will not speak of it again, so you need not worry. Fuming, with her palms pressed into her flesh until they left marks, Zhu Yingyan's face blushed with anger as she retorted, Do not call me elder sister. I am not your elder sister. It is rare for women to be unconcerned about their age, especially considering that Xiao Jingzhan was a year older than Zhu Yingyan. What stung Zhu Yingyan the most was that although she was currently 17, she had lived a previous life and had been 37 upon her demise. Therefore, the address of elder sister struck a particularly raw nerve. Unfazed by Zhu Yingyan's outburst, Xiao Jingzhan replied, While I do not understand how I have offended you, it has been established. Regardless of when I address you, the outcome remains unchanged. I could never be with you. The woman I intend to marry is only Zhu Xuntao. Thus, both you and Zhu Xuntao should abandon any misguided thoughts. It would be a futile endeavor. In her previous life, Zhu Yingyan would have found it intolerable to endure such disdain from Xiao Jingzhan and would have stormed off. However, in this second chance at life, she resolved not to act so rashly. Xiao Cizi, I genuinely desire a heartfelt response from you. Why are you unwilling to provide one? As long as you speak the truth, I am prepared to face whatever storms may come. I only seek sincerity. Zhu Yingyan was unwilling to give up. Not only due to the prince's interest, but also because she refused to accept that she might again lose to Zhu Xuntao. She pondered endlessly over how someone as seemingly inferior as Zhu Xuntao could effortlessly attain everything she desired. Had heaven granted her another chance at life, not to mend her regrets and lead a happier existence? Xiao Jingzhan replied earnestly, Elder sister, I have given you the truth you seek. It is you who refuses to believe or accept it. As he spoke, his serious gaze fell upon Zhu Xuntao, causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment. What are you looking at? This is meant for Zhu Yingyan, not me. Look at her instead. Suppressing the urge to reveal her true feelings, Zhu Xuntao tightened her resolve, determined not to reveal any hint of her emotions. What a facade, an unbearable charade. Meanwhile, Zhu Yingyan was heartbroken, while Xiao Jingzhan's affections appeared to be directed solely at Zhu Xuntao. The only anomaly was Zhu Xuntao, who maintained a poker face, as if she were devoid of any emotions. Under the piercing gaze of Xiao Jingzhan, Zhu Xuntao felt as if her very skin might burst. Why is it so difficult for a mere supporting character like me to play my role without complications? Heroine, could you please exert yourself a little more and reclaim Xiao Jingzhan's heart for me? The more Zhu Xuntao desired this, the more Xiao Jingzhan seemed determined to defy her wishes. Xiao Jingzhan resolutely cast aside the conventions of the aristocracy. his heart overwhelmed with emotion as he tenderly clasped Zhu Xuantao's hand, cradling it gently within his own. Amongst the vast waters, I seek but a single dipper. In this lifetime, with you, my desires are fulfilled. Zhu Ingyan was struck with an impulse to spit blood. What is it that you truly like about her? She is scholarly. Zhu Xuantao nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. What do you find appealing about me? I will change. Xiao Jingzhan was momentarily taken aback, and before he realized it, he uttered, I like Tao Tao for being Tao Tao. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ingyan was left speechless, while Zhu Xuantao stood there, dumbfounded. Zhu Ingyan departed in tears. And Zhu Xuantao's expression darkened immediately. You like me? Xiao Jingzhan, sensing the absence of Zhu Ingyan, found himself at a loss for words, even if he spoke the truth. Humph, Zhu Xuantao scoffed. Just days ago, Xiao Jingzhan's gaze towards her was one of disinterest, as if he were questioning her very presence. Every time she visited the Marquis's residence to see the matriarch, Xiao Jingzhan wore a look that seemed to say, Why are you here again? How bold of him to claim that his affections lay with her and not with Zhu Ingyan. Realizing that Zhu Xuantao might have misconstrued his intentions, Xiao Jingzhan suppressed his expression, unsure of how to clarify. Without his explanation, Zhu Xuantao's temper flared. Do not be angry, do not be angry. When illness strikes, there will be no one to care for me. As a mere supporting character, did she really need to reason with the male lead about his treatment of her? Certainly not. So, the script has changed. It no longer follows the sweet love route but instead veers into deep, tormenting romance, where she runs and he chases. Her wings clipped? The thought twisted Zhu Xuantao's features, resembling a child making a face. This current female lead lacked strength, and the male lead was difficult to manage. As a mere supporting character, her fate was truly dismal. Sensing the shared plight, Xiao Jingzhan, in a moment of tenderness, gently ruffled Zhu Xuantao's hair. Do not overthink. Simply wait for me to marry you, all right? Completely out of sorts, Zhu Xuantao felt a jolt akin to electricity shoot down her spine upon hearing his deep, melodious HM, as if it were a musical instrument. Startled, she clenched her fists, trying to calm her racing heart. Finally, she assumed the bashful demeanor of a bride-to-be. Lowering her gaze, I shall take my leave. Oh dear, she was fortunate to maintain her clarity and not be seduced by Xiao Jingzhan. If she were to falter and develop feelings for him, would her life be spared? Upon returning to her room, Zhu Xuantao downed an entire pot of cold tea, seeking to regain her composure. Heavens, I had no idea I was so susceptible to voices. This is perilous. When Lady Sun entered her room with a stormy expression, striding with the disdain of one who recognizes no kin, Zhu Xuantao raised her eyes and earnestly stated, Whatever you wish to do, I shall cooperate. Zhu Xuantao was not the type to be oblivious to the stakes at hand. Her resolve was not particularly steadfast. Previously, she had merely been drawn to appearances, but today, Xiao Jingzhan had awakened within her an affinity for voices. She never underestimated the halo surrounding the female lead, nor did she undervalue the male lead's allure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to exercise such restraint over her gaze, never daring to look too long at Xiao Jingzhan, despite being his betrothed. After all, excessive gazing might lead to an undeniable attraction. Ultimately, Xiao Jingzhan was undeniably exceptional. Without the bond of marriage, the distance between them was considerable, and she had managed to maintain that distance without any intimate interactions. The notion of love blossoming over time had yet to manifest between her and Xiao Jingzhan. In a different relationship, however, that could change drastically. Chapter 34. A self-perception not to be overly flattering. The pressing issue was that the Marquis's residence had come today to set the wedding date. If she truly became Xiao Jingzhan's wife, sharing day and night, bed and board, things would surely go awry. She had not yet reached such a state of indifference. All she desired was to play her role as the supporting character who exits early. She had no intention of usurping Zhu Ingyan's position as the female lead. Survival was paramount. Should she linger any longer, Zhu Xuantao feared for her very existence. Lady Sun, still simmering with unexpressed anger, paused slightly. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Zhu Xuantao replied, Whether I know what I am saying is of little consequence. What matters is that you must understand your intentions. Lady Sun's temper moderated. It seems you have indeed taken my words to heart, prioritizing your sister above all else. Your sister has an affection for young Master Xiao. It is only proper that you yield him to her. Be proactive in this matter. And both your sister and I shall certainly remember your kindness. Should you refuse, the outcome will remain unchanged, and you will find no favor. Compliments were insufficient. She needed to instill a bit of fear. Lady Sun did not believe that Zhu Xuntao was indifferent to Xiao Jingzhan or the marriage proposal from the Marquis' estate. If this engagement were unfavorable, could she truly expend such effort for her beloved daughter? Zhu Xuntao paid no heed to Lady Sun's words, dismissing them as inconsequential. Her withdrawal was never intended to be that of a supportive sister. She simply wished to play her part and retire peacefully. Xiao Jingzhan was admirable, but living men are far more troublesome than the dead. As an orphan abandoned at birth, she had no faith in any relationship, be it marital or familial. In modernity, she chose not to marry. In antiquity, if marriage were unavoidable, then she would prefer to wed a deceased man. How enticing that sounded. I shall comply with your plans, but you must also grant me one request. Her relationship with her biological mother was not one-sided. It was a mutual partnership, each fulfilling their own needs. Lady Sun raised an eyebrow, realizing she had perhaps praised too soon. What is it that you desire? You best not harbor thoughts about what belongs to your sister. Rest assured, Zhu Xuntao reassured Lady Sun, what I seek will undoubtedly be of no interest to Zhu Yingyan. Having heard of the emperor's grief for Prince Yu, who perished heroically on the battlefield, yet died alone without a companion, Zhu Xuntao declared, I wish to become the princess consort of Prince Yu. She added, if I become the princess consort, the emperor will surely offer reparations to the Zhu family. Anything beneficial for the Zhu family, my father will not oppose. She had even alleviated the concerns of her biological mother, leaving no reason for rejection. Moreover, this had always been the outcome her biological mother and Zhu Yingyan had orchestrated for her within the narrative. Lady Sun initially expressed disbelief, followed by confusion. Why would you do this? Why would you prefer to be the widow of Prince Yu rather than marry a fine husband like young Master Xiao? It makes no sense. However, Lady Sun understood that Zhu Xuntao would never jest about such matters. Should she pursue a marriage with Prince Yu, any subsequent retraction would be tantamount to treason. There would be no need for a punishment that would wipe out her entire clan. Zhu Xuntao's life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Zhu Xuntao scoffed. When you bore me, the complications of childbirth nearly cost us both our lives. Though we survived. You lost your ability to bear children and were forced to witness my father taking concubines, seeing other women bear children for him. The path you walked. Would I willingly tread it again? For this, my biological mother has harbored resentment towards me since the day I was born, a bitterness that persists to this day. Pondering it, marrying a deceased man seems rather appealing. In the future, I shall hold sole dominion within the royal residence. When the prince passes, in this lifetime, he shall have only me as his woman, causing me no distress. As the princess consort of Prince Yu, I will possess status and wealth. Why would I not desire that? Lady Sun was nearly swayed. Yet the men of the Marquis' household do not take concubines. She had even forsaken the crown prince as a son-in-law, all for the sake of the Xiao family's unusual loyalty to their wives. If one could find a kindred spirit to grow old with, immense power and status could indeed be relinquished. Habits can change. Just because there are no concubines now does not guarantee that there will never be any in the future. Zhu Xuntao, disinterested in elaborating for Lady Sun, sought to brush her off with a convenient excuse. After all, Xiao Jingzhan was the male lead. Zhu Yingyan was the female lead. Would a supporting character's attempts to forcibly unite with the male lead not lead to her own demise? In the face of her own life, a lifetime partnership seemed trivial. Moreover, if she married Prince Yu, would she not still have a lifelong partner? The outcomes are ultimately the same. There is no necessity to dwell on whether the subject is deceased or alive. As a secondary character, she possesses a remarkable breadth of heart.
Now,
might we discuss your plans? With my cooperation, your endeavors will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Their aspirations are aligned. There is no need for her biological mother and Zhu Yingyan to deceive her with ulterior motives. Initially, my intention was to render you unconscious on the day of your wedding to Xiao Jingzhan, allowing your sister to don bridal attire and ascend the flower palanquin in your stead. By the time the duke's household discovers that the bride is not Zhu Xuntao, the ceremony would have already been completed. The name would be set, and the status would hardly deviate. This is indeed feasible. Zhu Xuntao nodded in acknowledgement of this proposal. Marriages in ancient times are rather cumbersome. With the bridal veil concealing the bride's visage, it is quite easy to make a mistake. The trope of the wrong bride in the flower palanquin is one she has encountered frequently in modern television and novels. It seems this has now transcended into reality. Very well, I acquiesce. With the other party having devised a plan, Zhu Xuntao readily expressed her willingness to cooperate. Once she ascended the flower palanquin, Zhu Yingyan would remain undetected, and the duke's household would likely not realize the bride was an impostor. However, what of my marriage to Prince Yu? I must ensure my position as princess consort is secure, allowing Zhu Yingyan to comfortably assume her role as the future lady of the air. Do you understand? Regarding Prince Yu, I shall consult with your father. A thought surged through Madame Sun's mind, perfectly aligning with Zhu Xuantao's earlier musings. If Prince Yu's marriage could also be finalized, the Zhu family could indeed celebrate a double joyous occasion by marrying off both daughters on the same day. Marrying off one daughter had already caused turmoil within the household. If both daughters were wed simultaneously, the likelihood of a mistaken bride would seem far more plausible. And no one would suspect it was anything but a misfortune. Very well, I await your outcome. Zhu Xuntao reminded Madame Sun. Zhu Yingyan's eligibility to become the heiress consort entirely hinges on whether you can persuade my father today. How impudent! Madame Sun shot Zhu Xuntao a glare, reminding her to show the respect due to her sister. For today, I shall refrain from holding this against you. Should there be a next time, Zhu Xuntao waved her hand, urging Madame Sun to hasten to find Lord Zhu. Prepare? Throughout the years, aside from being somewhat demanding in terms of her sustenance and living conditions, her biological mother had never allowed her to suffer in any other way. Chapter 35. What madness are you speaking? What do you mean? Upon hearing Madame Sun's words, Lord Zhu inquired whether she was unwell, suggesting she summon a physician. Madame Sun's complexion paled. My lord, I am not jesting. I speak in earnest. I cannot acquiesce. Madame Sun refused to relent, and Lord Zhu outright rejected her stance. Over the years, I have devoted nearly all my energy to Yenner. How could I permit Yenner to marry a dead man, even if he were a prince? While he is alive, there is room for consideration. Prince Yu is the brother of the current emperor, sharing a strong bond with him. The military power of the court was originally divided, one faction under the Duke of Yongjing's control and the other under Prince Yu's. After Prince Yu's demise, the emperor assigned others to take over. A son-in-law possessing military authority is naturally desirable. However, a son-in-law who has lost his military power and is deceased can never be worthy of my legitimate daughter. Have I not already conveyed to you that I have superior plans for Yenna? You need not concern yourself with her marriage. Lord Zhu was incensed, believing Madame Sun was meddling unnecessarily. After a dismissive flick of his sleeve, Lord Zhu began to realize the engagement to Prince Yu, whether good or bad, is certainly not unfavorable. My daughter can marry, but the name that should emerge from your lips should not be Yenner. Should you come to me today and propose Zhu Xuntao for Prince Yu, I could both believe and consider your words. What scheme are you concocting, son? Lord Zhu's cultivation of Zhu Yingyan was modeled after the women of the harem. From the outset, he aimed to connect with the royal family, setting his sights on the crown prince, hoping for him to become his son-in-law. While he never explicitly mentioned this to Madame Sun, he presumed she thought along similar lines. Today, the sudden emergence of Prince Yu did not seem to align with Madame Sun's strategy. Lord Zhu's ridicule left Madame Sun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, she retained her composure, realizing that if her plans were revealed to Lord Zhu, he would never acquiesce. Ultimately, between her husband and daughter, Madame Sun chose Zhu Yingyan, temporarily setting aside Lord Zhu's grand ambitions. After all, young Master Xiao remains their son-in-law. Though Prince Yu may not compare to the crown prince, he is certainly preferable to other suitors. In conclusion, these two marriages would yield favorable outcomes for the Zhu family.
Y arbo no ulterior motivas.
My intentions are solely for your benefit, my lord, and for the Zhu family's future. With Prince Yu deceased, the emperor harbors a sense of obligation toward him. Whosoever becomes connected to Prince Yu through marriage shall undoubtedly garner the emperor's favor. The role of daughters is merely to marry. Inevitably, they must wed someone who can assist their family while ensuring their own well-being. Enough. Lord Zhu interrupted Madame Sun, asserting that no matter how favorable Prince Yu may be, he would never allow Yenner to marry a dead man, regardless of how well-spoken or pleasant the arguments may be. They would only serve to highlight the absurdity of the situation. Madame Sun gritted her teeth. Our household does not consist solely of two young ladies. We still have the fifth miss, do we not? Very well, let Zhu Songyan be engaged to Prince Yu. After all, she believes that even an engagement, even if merely nominal, would not become a reality, and she views it as an ill omen. If she could transfer this bad fortune onto Zhu Songyan, she would have no qualms whatsoever. Have you lost your mind? Lord Zhu's indignation was palpable, his beard trembling. How could a girl not yet of marriageable age be wed to Prince Yu? Setting aside the question of willingness, the age disparity renders it entirely inappropriate. Observing the emperor's stance, it is evident that a suitable match for Prince Yu will undoubtedly be arranged this year. Song Yan is simply unsuitable. Even if he is amenable, the emperor would never consent. The most critical point is the age discrepancy of his youngest daughter. Should he thrust her into the spotlight, he would undoubtedly face the scorn of selling his daughter for glory. Whether or not he had such intentions, he would change his mind to avoid such a disgrace.
Ha!
Madame's son scoffed, genuinely caring for Zhu Xuntao. What of Zhu Xuntao? Is she not your own flesh and blood? She is neither deaf nor dim-witted. Just now, my lord mentioned that if Zhu Xuntao were to be engaged to Prince Yu, he would consider the matter. How is it that when the name changes to Zhu Xuntao, my lord refuses without a second thought? On what grounds? Reflecting on her own daughter being so blatantly favored over Zhu Xuntao by Lord Zhu, Madame's son felt a swell of injustice. Silence. Perceiving the veiled sarcasm in Madame's son's tone, Lord Zhu's expression shifted. What wrong have I done to Zhu Xuntao? Without my intervention, she would have had no opportunity to exist, let alone enjoy the privileges of being our second miss and indulging in the wealth of this world. Enjoying the wealth of this world? Upon hearing this, Madame's son's expression twisted, a mixture of mockery and disbelief. Indeed, she found it hard to believe that her husband was unaware of how she treated Zhu Xuntao and the life she endured. This time, Lord Zhu remained composed. I have entrusted the management of the Zhu household to you. You are Zhu Xuntao's biological mother. If Zhu Xuntao is not faring well, you must answer for it, not I. With you uninvolved, it is solely my concern? Madame's son raised her voice, retorting to Lord Zhu. My lord, do you think Zhu Xuntao would believe such words? Would you dare speak them at your father's grave? Had it not been for the elder Lord Zhu's disapproval of Madame's son's cold demeanor towards Zhu Xuntao and Lord Zhu's indifference, Zhu Xuntao, with both parents, would have been like a weed with no roots in the Zhu household, struggling to survive. Otherwise, how could the esteemed elder, a man of stature, possibly take on the responsibility of raising the young Zhu Xuntao by himself? The nurturing of children has traditionally been the domain of the women within the inner chambers. Given the attitudes of Lord Zhu and Lady Sun towards Zhu Xuntao, it is no wonder that the obsequious servants treat her with disdain. Without the care of the esteemed elder, the vulnerable Zhu Xuntao, still in her tender years and lacking survival skills, would likely find mere existence to be a formidable challenge. Yet, the narrative spun by Lord Zhu transforms her childhood struggles into tales of opulence and privilege. No matter how much Lady Sun favors Zhu Yingyan, she cannot assert that Zhu Xuntao's birth into the Zhu household is a stroke of fortune for her. Lady Sun, are you attempting to rebel against me? Accustomed to Lady Sun's recent compliance, Lord Zhu found himself irked by her sudden return to her younger self's petulance, relentless in her demands. The past is but a memory, and since Zhu Xuntao herself refrains from mentioning it, why must you provoke me? Are you truly a compassionate mother? Moreover, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in the relationship between Zhu Xuntao and myself, and do not even think of inciting discord before her. Should I discover that you are sowing seeds of discord between father and daughter, there will be no favorable outcome for you. Chapter 36. I ask you, are you afraid? With those words, Lord Zhu stormed off, unwilling to exchange another word with Lady Sunday. Witnessing Lord Zhu's departure, Lady Sun, disregarding her dignity, collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Although her husband showered his attentions upon Yingyan, all his affections seemed reserved for the children born of other women. Among their 3 daughters, only Zhu Xuntao was treated like a cherished jewel, while even her own daughter, Yingyan, was overlooked. How could Lady Sun not be heartbroken upon reflecting on this? On Lord Zhu's side, Lady Sun was left without the answers she sought. Thus, when Zhu Xuntao next encountered Lady Sun, the latter's gaze towards her was steeped in increasing resentment. Observing Lady Sun's demeanor, reminiscent of a wronged wife, Zhu Xuntao maintained a stoic expression, unwilling to voice any opinions. It is all the fault of that scoundrel. If blame is to be assigned, it should lie with her biological father, not the innocent Zhu Xuntao. In her helpless childhood, she did not waste words on her mother. Now that she is grown, she finds it even less likely to confide in her mother. For in life, one can never awaken those who feign slumber. Lady Sun is not foolish. She understands this simple truth, yet she chooses to remain willfully ignorant. Unable to confront Lord Zhu, she vents all her frustrations upon her frail daughter. The petty entanglements between Lady Sun and Lord Zhu are a source of great annoyance for Zhu Xuntao. Her willingness to relinquish Xiao Jingzhan so readily and accept her role as a mere supporting character stems from having witnessed the tumultuous relationship between Lady Sun and Lord Zhu from a young age. Such notions of romantic affection and marital bonds are nothing but nonsensical drivel. Well, what is the situation? Zhu Xuntao inquired nonchalantly. Aren't you anxious? Lady Sun did not comprehend. Zhu Xuntao is the very one embroiled in this matter, her request having been dismissed by her father. Shouldn't she be the one most affected? Why, then, is Zhu Xuntao so composed while Lady Sun is nearly apoplectic with rage? Is anxiety of any use? Zhu Xuntao poured a cup of tea for Lady Sunday. The latter, not hesitating, accepted it. After all, she is her mother. Drinking from the cup poured by Zhu Xuntao is but her due. I had initially intended for your father to arrange a marriage for your sister with Prince Yu, so that you might wed on the same day. I understand. Zhu Xuntao nodded. Marrying the wrong groom but the right man. What a splendid drama. The shadowy figure dispatched by the crown prince to observe the Zhu household nearly lost his footing on the rooftop upon hearing Zhu Xuntao confront Lady Sun's favoritism with such candor. Most importantly, what does it mean to marry the wrong groom but the right man? Does the second daughter of Zhu truly wish to marry the deceased Prince Yu and become a widow? Contemplating the handsome visage of Xiao Jingzhan, the shadowy figure shook his head, utterly perplexed by the thoughts of these noble maidens. When the crown prince received the news, he could only remark, "It is not that the hearts of noble ladies are unfathomable, but rather that this particular Zhu Xuntao, as the master of divination has said, is a peculiar star inclined towards the deceased." Reflecting on the popularity of Xiao Jingzhan among the ladies, the crown prince chuckled. So many women adore him. Yet he remains indifferent. When engaged to Zhu Xuntao, he showed no interest in her.
Now,
With Zhu Xuntao wholeheartedly determined to concoct ways to be a widow for his deceased uncle, Xiao Jingzhan has begun to grow anxious, even employing cunning when dealing with him. Perhaps Zhu Xuntao is not merely a fortuitous star for the Yong dynasty, but also a nemesis for Xiao Jingzhan. The crown prince found amusement in the plight of his cousin. While he could send shadows to watch over the Zhu household, the Marquis' residence was beyond such scrutiny. Thus, Xiao Jingzhan, eager for news of Zhu Xuntao, found himself reliant on the crown prince as an outsider. Sensing the mockery in the crown prince's gaze, Xiao Jingzhan felt powerless to resist. Laugh all you like. It seems I have fallen victim to Zhu Xuntao. Before long, Xiao Jingzhan redirected the conversation. Lady Sun and Zhu Yingyan will not easily relent. Indeed, the crown prince continued to jest. Lady Sun and Zhu Yingyan may jump to and fro, yet the victim, Zhu Xuntao, appears to play her part with remarkable compliance. It is as if she is eager to offer suggestions to Lady Sun and Zhu Yingyan to ensure that the bride on that day is Zhu Yingyan and not herself. Did Zhu Xuntao and Prince Yu meet in their youth? The young lady has not yet seen the world, and Prince Yu does possess remarkable qualities. Is it possible that Zhu Xuntao genuinely desires to marry him out of sincere affection? Xiao Jingzhan's expression darkened further. That is impossible, Crown Prince. This is hardly amusing.
so let us cease this jesting.
I assure you, Zhu Xuntao has never met Prince Yu, or any member of the royal family. Perhaps you have forgotten that the day Zhu Xuntao met you at the Marquis' residence was their first encounter, when Lord Zhu brought Zhu Xuntao along. It was during their time in the countryside. After Lord Zhu's passing, Zhu Xuntao returned to the estate, and since then, Lady Sun has never taken her out to meet anyone. Not to mention the royal family, not even other noble offspring. Zhu Xuntao has not encountered a single one. As has been often said, the reason Zhu Xuntao became acquainted with the elite of the Marquis' residence is solely due to Lord Zhu's influence. Without him, Zhu Xuantao's return to the capital under Lady Sun's suppression would render her as invisible as a specter. In such circumstances, how could she ever have had the chance to meet Prince Yu and fall for him at first sight? The crown prince remained unconvinced. Xiao Jingzhan, known for his steadiness and reliability since childhood, often garnered praise from the emperor. The crown prince, as the emperor's own son, received equal parts commendation and reproach. In any case, the emperor's regard for Xiao Jingzhan far surpasses that for the crown prince. Having finally caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama concerning Xiao Jingzhan, the crown prince was not inclined to relinquish his amusement. What if, just perhaps, Zhu Xuntao has indeed met Prince Yu, but he remains unaware of her identity? Prince Yu was once a youthful general, celebrated for his triumphant return, and many noble ladies swooned for him at that time. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Zhu Xuntao might have encountered him then, falling for him at first sight and unable to forget him. Xiao Jingzhan suppressed the jealousy ignited by the crown prince's scenario. The crown prince is curious whether Zhu Xuntao truly harbors feelings for Prince Yu. And who will ultimately marry me, Zhu Xuntao or Zhu Yingyan? Zhu Xuntao is the most uncooperative bride in history. If she hinders the crown prince's plans, then my bride may very well be someone else. So, I asked the crown prince, are you afraid? While I certainly do not wish for a new bride, does the crown prince desire such a change? As the crown prince's subject, I must prioritize his wishes. If he finds it acceptable, then I might begrudgingly acquiesce and consider it. Yet, before the crown prince could seize the advantage, Xiao Jingzhan swiftly pulled him back into the depths of discourse. Chapter 37. A resolution. Although the crown prince briefly harbored doubts about Xiao Jingzhan due to Zhu Xuantao's words, the bond forged over years of camaraderie and loyalty between the two ultimately quelled such suspicions. The future is ever-shifting, and the catalyst for this change began with Zhu Xuntao. Seize the opportunity to engage more with Zhu Xuntao and probe her intentions. I am eager to understand how I have become your adversary in the tales she reads, the crown prince expressed. This notion alone struck the crown prince as utterly perplexing. His trust in Xiao Jingzhan was unparalleled, a sentiment not even extended to his own blood. Such deep ties could hardly be severed. Your humble servant will comply, Xiao Jingzhan replied, grateful for the crown prince's provision of a splendid opportunity to meet Zhu Xuntao, as he had been at a loss for a reason to approach her. However, another matter loomed, one that the crown prince felt required swift resolution. What matter could possibly eclipse that concerning Zhu Xuntao? The crown prince inquired, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Jingzhan. Unbeknownst to Zhu Xuntao, she was oblivious to the clandestine machinations between Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince. Her current distress revolved around her impending union with Prince Yu. Though she would not oppose facilitating a union, the prospect of aiding Zhu Yingyan in marrying Xiao Jingzhan, only to forfeit her own chance with Prince Yu and potentially suffer a worse fate, was decidedly disheartening. From the outset, Zhu Xuantao's primary concern was her own well-being, rather than playing a supporting role for Zhu Yingyan, the supposed heroine. If she claimed that matters were still unresolved on her end, then Zhu Yingyan and Madame Sun would undoubtedly be uncooperative. Without exerting any pressure on them, they would likely continue to perceive her as a pushover, one who merely takes without giving. The pressure Zhu Xuntao exerted was palpable, eliciting a darkening of Zhu Yingyan's expression, her voice laced with malice. Mother, Zhu Xuantao's temperament has become markedly more formidable. Such as Zhu Xuntao was indeed in need of discipline. Only through fear of retribution would she revert to her previous, more compliant self. As her sister, Zhu Xuantao's utility was dwindling. Should she lose even this final vestige of usefulness, what value would Zhu Xuntao hold? Madame Sun furrowed her brow in disapproval. Zhu Xuntao is not as feeble as you imagine. The thought of subduing her occurred to me long before you did. Before Zhu Yingyan could voice her thoughts, Madame Sun had already set her plans into motion against Zhu Xuntao. Yet, at this juncture, Madame Sun realized that, despite still being the matriarch of the Zhu household, she was unable to interfere in Zhu Xuantao's affairs. Even if she were to impose her will, any dissatisfaction from Zhu Xuntao would lead her to seek resolution directly with the steward, who heeded only Zhu Daren's commands, leaving Madame Sun powerless. Zhu Xuantao's livelihood no longer depended on Madame Sun. Thus, what leverage did Madame Sun possess over her? Eventually, it was the steward who reminded Madame Sun of her earlier control over Zhu Xuantao's household. In her memory, Zhu Xuntao had been notably more subdued, her compliance now seeming shrouded in a haze of deception. In summary, Madame Sun understood that, thus far, she appeared incapable of influencing Zhu Xuntao. Does it truly matter if she is weak or strong? What matters is that her very existence now obstructs my view. Zhu Yingyan pursed her lips. Mother, if you feel it inconvenient to manage Zhu Xuantao's affairs, then let them be for now. My desire to marry young Master Xiao is my own concern. However, do remember, it was Zhu Xuntao who first betrayed me and toyed with my affections. Her heartlessness should not be mistaken for my lack of loyalty. Regardless of what I may do to her, even if you lay blame at my feet, I will not regret my actions. Madame Sun sighed. In this lifetime, my utmost affection is reserved for you. How could I ever reproach you for another? The fact that Zhu Xuntao was referred to merely as another by Madame Sun was hardly surprising to Zhu Yingyan. She had anticipated this reaction. In her previous life, Zhu Xuntao had married Xiao Jingzhan and led an enviable existence. When Madame Sun recounted this, it was rife with jealousy and resentment, devoid of any genuine well-wishing. Zhu Yingyan had long understood that all of Zhu Xuantao's methods were predicated on the certainty that Madame Sun would always side with her without reservation. Mother, your kindness towards me is unparalleled. How fortunate am I to be your daughter, Zhu Yingyan declared with heartfelt sincerity. In both lifetimes, she found no one who treated her with greater affection or sincerity than Madame Sun. Madame Sun tightened her embrace around Zhu Yingyan, as if resolved to a profound decision. In my heart, you have always been my sole child. Mother, Zhu Yingyan nestled into Madame Sun's embrace, experiencing a fleeting moment of peace and happiness. Alas, This tranquility was swiftly overshadowed by the resentment and ambition brewing within her. Did marrying Xiao Jingzhan and relinquishing the crown prince's affections mean she could not aspire to be the most revered woman in the realm? Not necessarily. There are always more solutions than obstacles. Her choice of a partner was not solely for love but also to ascend to a station higher than in her past life. She firmly believed that with Xiao Jingzhan's prowess, her aspirations would ultimately be fulfilled, and she awaited the unfolding of events with keen anticipation. Second miss. Uncle Qian has returned and is waiting at the back door. Would you like to see him? Qiu Yue quietly delivered the news to Zhu Xuntao. Uncle Qian is back? Zhu Xuantao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her demeanor brightening significantly. Uncle Qian was entrusted to her by the late Lord Zhu, and naturally, her feelings for him were unique. In fact, among all the residents of the Zhu household, none held a position in her heart as high as that of Uncle Qian. I must go see him, Zhu Xuantao exclaimed, unable to contain her eagerness. Waiting was not an option for her. Uncle Qian had devoted himself to her, helping her seek out items for over half a year. The thought of him, a man in his 30s, yet still unmarried, tugged at her heartstrings with a sense of guilt. In her previous dire circumstances, she had yearned to provide Uncle Qian with a better life, but her means were insufficient. Now that her financial situation had improved, she was determined to see Uncle Qian wed and blessed with a happy family life. Uncle Qian, you've returned. Upon seeing Uncle Qian, who appeared disheveled and ragged, Zhu Xuantao felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. The sight of a child she had watched grow up brought forth sympathy, and Uncle Qian quickly reassured her. Do not weep, Mississippi. I may look a bit unkempt, but my heart remains steadfast. Along the way, I kept your words close, and I have fared well, ensuring my own comfort. Zhu Xuantao sniffed. Uncle Qian, you are deceiving me. You have lost weight. Chapter 38. A brush with death. Uncle Qian chuckled, scratching his head. When one is out in the world, one must endure hardships. But fret not. Once I return home, with good food and drink, I shall regain my strength. By the way, miss, I believe I have found the item you seek. Would you care to take a look? Uncle Qian produced a small sample he had brought with him, making it convenient for Zhu Xuantao to inspect. Upon seeing the yellowish object cradled in Uncle Qian's palm, Zhu Xuantao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Uncle Qian, you are incredible. This is it. Uncle Qian let out a sigh of relief. Such a diminutive lump of earth had led him on an extensive quest spanning 3 years. It was not that he was unwilling to endure hardships for her sake, but every coin spent was a reminder of her struggles. He was meticulous with his expenditures, fully aware that every bit of silver he spent came from Zhu Xuantao's own sacrifices. The more he spent, the more difficult her life became. Conversely, by being frugal, he could spare her from undue hardship. Miss, now that we have located this item, what shall we do next? After so many years, and despite expending considerable effort, Uncle Qian simply cannot fathom what is so precious about these inconspicuous items resembling mere lumps of earth. Although the search did not deplete his finances excessively, he is relieved to have acquired these items without spending too much silver. Otherwise, no matter how frugal he might be, the young lady would never be able to afford such expenses. Plant them, exclaimed Zhu Xuantao, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Uncle Qian, do not underestimate these items. Once you plant them and the harvest arrives, you will truly understand their worth. Calculating the time, Zhu Xuantao smiled. Uncle Qian, your timing in acquiring them is impeccable, and your return is even more fortuitous. I shall write down the planting methods for you. Once you return, seek out a few seasoned farmers to plant them on the little estate left to me by my grandfather. Excellent. Uncle Qian never questioned Zhu Xuantao's decisions and readily agreed. However, just as he was about to depart with the planting instructions, he hesitated for a moment. Uncle Qian, is there something you wish to express? Zhu Xuantao discerned his hesitation. Speak plainly. There are few I can trust in this world, and you are one of them. Uncle Qian smiled, acknowledging that both the young lady and the elder were good-hearted individuals. The young lady has asked me to visit a scholar while passing through Yuzhou. If he encounters any troubles, she wishes me to offer assistance. Of course, what about it? Zhu Xuantao recalled the matter and, upon reflection, recognized her role as a supporting character, bringing to mind a plethora of minor characters. However, the name Feng Nantian was the first to surface in her thoughts. Although she was uncertain when Uncle Qian would return, she noted from his previous correspondence that he would inevitably pass through Yuzhou, where Feng Nantian resided. Thus, she decided to send a letter urging Uncle Qian to check on Feng Nantian. His condition is dire. When I visited, he was being beaten. Had it not been for the young lady's instructions, he might have perished that very day. Zhu Xuntao paused, realizing her awakening had come too late. Zhu Yan had been reborn for several years, while she had only just begun to remember everything. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess, leaving the timeline in her mind rather unclear. So, Feng Nanchun's demise in the book occurred within this month? That cannot be right. I recall his misfortunes occurring in the spring of the following year. Was she simply muddled in her understanding due to her transmigration? What was Feng Nanchun's current situation? Zhu Xuntao felt a throbbing headache. As a minor supporting character in the narrative, her role was limited, merely making way for Zhu Yan, who, after marrying Prince Yu, would see her name barely mentioned thereafter. In contrast, Feng Nanchun's fate was far more tragic, his once promising life of a loving wife and children, along with high officialdom, utterly ruined by Zhu Yan's unwelcome interference, all of which transferred to Song Zichuan. After Feng Nantian ascended to the capital, Song Zichuan had quickly fabricated a charge against him, leading to his untimely demise. Yet, when Uncle Qian encountered Feng Nantian, he had been quietly residing in Yuzhou, far removed from the capital's intrigues. Furthermore, she had not heard of Song Zichuan exploiting Feng Nantian for his own gains in the capital recently. The timeline concerning Feng Nantian was indeed disordered. After much contemplation, Zhu Xuntao finally grasped the situation. In the book, on the day the hairpin was destroyed, Lady Ho entered the palace to inform the Empress, who then resolved to defy the wishes of the venerable matriarch and sought another suitable wife for Xiao Jingzhan. The following day, Xiaomi Luo, accompanying Zhu Ingyan to a jewelry shop and later to purchase ink and brushes, fortuitously encountered Song Zichuan, inadvertently picking up an article he had dropped. Upon reading it, Xiaomi Luo fell for Song Zichuan at first sight, leading to a secretive courtship under Zhu Ingyan's protection. Given this development, Song Zichuan should now be entirely devoted to Xiaomi Luo, determined to win her heart as a substitute for Zhu Ingyan, whom he truly loved but who was destined to marry Xiao Jingzhan. Moreover, being an astute individual, Song Zichuan understood that marrying Xiaomi Luo would usher in a life of wealth and grandeur. It is easy to envision how he would devote himself entirely to Xiaomi Luo, leaving no time or energy to deal with Feng Nantian. The crux of the matter was that her awakening coincided with the destruction of the hairpin and the subsequent breaking off of the engagement, causing events to deviate from their intended course. Lady Ho was not displeased with her, but had caught Zhu Ingyan in a bind. As for Xiaomi Luo, who had been as close to Zhu Ingyan as a sister, she had unexpectedly rebuffed Zhu Ingyan's invitation. Not only had she not encountered Song Zichuan recently, but it seemed she had barely stepped outside the Ho residence at all. Meanwhile, Song Zichuan, still under Zhu Ingyan's orchestration, had shifted his focus, hoping to engage in a whimsical romance with her. Everything had gone awry. Without even managing to charm a single woman, he was both frustrated and anxious, which likely led him to hastily eliminate Feng Nantian. Thus, she acknowledged that Feng Nanchun's plight was far more dire than her own. She could not possibly compare herself to him. Zhu Xuntao had originally intended to assist Feng Nantian, seeing them both as casualties of the main character's ambitions. She did not mind extending a helping hand. While she could not reclaim his narrative or life, she could certainly attempt to preserve his existence. And so, she did succeed in bringing him back to the capital. Leaving that scholar in Yuzhou would have rendered her efforts in vain, for he could not remain there.
Someone was intent on targeting him.
Chapter 39. A hand delivered to her door. In truth, Uncle Qian had hesitated over bringing Feng Nantian to the capital. Who would have thought that as the second daughter of the Zhu family, Zhu Xuntao was genuinely impoverished. Uncle Qian had scrimped and saved, spending only the bare minimum of Zhu Xuantao's funds. Not only did he rescue Feng Nantian, but he also brought him along, incurring considerable expenses in the process. By the time Uncle Qian saved Feng Nantian, he had already been beaten nearly to death. The doctor's fees and medicine cost a substantial amount, causing Uncle Qian to wince at the expenditure. What could he do? Having saved the man, he could not abandon him halfway. The reason Uncle Qian returned in such a disheveled state was largely due to the money he had spent on Feng Nantian's care. If Uncle Qian were to indulge himself even slightly, Feng Nantian would not have access to his necessary medications. In comparison to Feng Nantian's life, Uncle Qian had no choice but to tighten his own belt. Zhu Xuntao understood Uncle Qian's hesitation entirely. He was her man, supporting a young stranger of similar age. The money spent on this young man was all her own. Should this become known, it could be twisted against her, presenting a potential danger. Nevertheless, having rescued him, Zhu Xuntao could not allow Uncle Qian to cast him out. Producing a purse, she pressed it into Uncle Qian's hands. Uncle Qian, I have silver now. We need not live as we once did, pinching pennies. Eat well, and take care of Feng Niantian. Do not fear the expenses. Upon receiving the purse, Uncle Qian instantly recognized the abundance of banknotes within. But where did so much money come from, young lady? Puffing out her chest with pride, Zhu Xuntao replied, I have upgraded my situation. I am now from a wealthy family. Reflecting on the times when she had given Uncle Qian only small coins and copper, she felt a sense of pity for her former self. Do not worry about me. I am doing quite well now. If you doubt it, ask Chiyue. If you wish to assist me, simply ensure these items are planted properly. There was no need for Uncle Qian to inquire further. Chiyue nodded vigorously. Uncle Qian. The young lady is about to wed. Uncle Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Is the young lady to marry young Master Xiao? Has the Marquis's residence finally consented? Uncle Qian had always known that the girl had been promised to the Yongjing Marquis's family by her father. However, he was also aware that apart from the old Marquis and his wife, the other members of the household were not particularly fond of his young lady. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The old master had assured him that the Marquis's family were kind-hearted individuals. Once the young lady crossed the threshold of the Marquis's residence, he was certain they would treat her well. Uncle Qian sought nothing more than to envision his young lady living a far more harmonious life there than she had in the other households. Thus, the old master could rest easy below. As Chiyue responded to Uncle Qian, she was careful not to divulge too much lest her words inadvertently cause him pain when he discovered the truth. Zhu Xuntao interjected, Uncle Qian, once I am married, you shall leave the Zhu residence with me. From then on, you shall enjoy a life of comfort and abundance. Uncle Qian, I shall even assist you in finding a wife, and you shall delight in holding your little ones. Uncle Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, having been chided by a younger generation. Very well, as long as the young lady and the young master do not mind, I shall accompany you. Realizing the hour was late, he decided to return, concerned for young Master Feng, who should be awake by now. Before arriving, he had worried about Feng Niantian's injuries and the toll they took on his frail body during their journey back to the capital. With the silver given by the young lady, he could not only arrange for some provisions but also procure nourishing items for himself and young Master Feng. As Uncle Qian left with a spring in his step, a smile lingered on Zhu Xuantao's lips. Suddenly, Chiyue snapped back to reality. Miss, how do you know young Master Feng? Who is he? I have been by your side since childhood. How could I not know of young Master Feng? Zhu Xuntao pinched Chiyue's cheek gently, reminding her, Chiyue, remember, there is no young Master Feng. I could not possibly know Feng Niantian. It simply does not add up. There was a significant flaw in this narrative. Zhu Xuntao was not afraid of Uncle Qian and Chiyue discovering the truth, but she was loath to have others learn of it. Otherwise, no amount of explanation would suffice, and should a considerable stain mar her reputation. The royal family would never permit the deceased Prince Yu to wed a woman of tarnished standing, regardless of her feelings. Her assistance to others always came with a paramount condition. It must not compromise her own interests. Chiyue's complexion paled as realization dawned upon her. Miss, fret not. I know nothing. I have heard nothing. Excellent, Zhu Xuntao said, patting Chiyue's head. If you feign ignorance, you need not fear. Yes, miss, Chiyue replied, genuinely earnest this time. She feared that her loose tongue might jeopardize her young lady, and she would rather perish than let that happen. The encounter between Zhu Xuntao and Uncle Qian inevitably reached the ears of the crown prince. However, Uncle Qian's background was easily traceable. He was an orphan whom the late Zhu patriarch had taken in and raised. Following the death of the patriarch, Uncle Qian had pledged his allegiance to Zhu Xuntao and often ventured out. Besides that, there was nothing remarkable about Uncle Qian. His association with Zhu Xuntao was thus easily comprehensible. It was merely a servant reporting back to his master, a commonplace occurrence. Consequently, the crown prince dismissed Uncle Qian's return as trivial, overlooking a significant piece of news that would only resurface 6 months later. Is it true? The crown prince regarded Uncle Qian's return as an ordinary matter, but the same news fell upon the ears of those with ulterior motives, creating a vastly different reaction. Indeed, Qiufan affirmed, my brother witnessed it firsthand. It cannot be false. Zhu Yingyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. I had been vexed at my inability to grasp her weakness. Little did I expect it to present itself so conveniently. Indeed, it seemed fortune favored her, willing to assist her in her endeavors. Qiufan, perplexed by her mistress's words, inquired, what weakness? I failed to see any such flaw in this situation. Zhu Yingyan shot Qiufan a cold glance, recognizing her loyalty, but lamenting her lack of wit. It was time to replace her maid, yet the one Zhu Yingyan truly desired had yet to appear. Otherwise, why would she tolerate Qiufan in her current state? Do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply follow my instructions. Zhu Yingyan whispered into Qiufan's ear, handing her a pouch of silver. Use this for your brother. Once we succeed, you and your brother will be duly rewarded. Chapter 40. Clearly a specious argument. Grasping the heavy pouch of silver, Qiufan felt elated. Rest assured, my lady. This is a trifling matter. My brother will handle it meticulously and will not disappoint you. Go, Zhu Yingyan urged, eager to hear good news. The 6 traditional rites for Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Xuntao had been completed, with the wedding date set for the 15th of August, a propitious day for reunion. With just over a month remaining until Xiao Jingzhan would come to take Zhu Xuntao as his bride, Zhu Yingyan's anxiety was palpable. Even though she had heard from Madame Sun that Zhu Xuntao was amenable to cooperating with their plans, as long as they could guarantee her marriage to Prince Yu. Zhu Yingyan's previous confidence in collaborating with Zhu Xuntao had waned. Recently, Zhu Yingyan faced numerous setbacks, leaving her unable to assure Zhu Xuntao and unwilling to promise her anything. Between them, Zhu Yingyan had always sought her desires, while Zhu Xuntao had never denied her. Zhu Xuntao's recent statement had effectively reversed their positions. And Zhu Yingyan was far from pleased. Overwhelmed by frustration, Zhu Yingyan resolved that while she would marry Xiao Jingzhan, she would not allow Zhu Xuntao to become the princess of Yu if she was in a foul mood. If Zhu Xuntao failed to recognize her own worth, Zhu Yingyan decided it was time to teach her a lesson, reminding her of whom she ought to listen to. In a whirlwind of events, a tempest swept through the capital overnight. Gossipers seemed to have conspired, all discussing the same scandal. The Zhu family's second daughter, set to marry young Master Xiao in a month, was alleged to be living scandalously with a man in a small estate. This man was reported to have a close and intimate relationship with the second daughter, and rumors hinted that she may have lost her virtue long before her engagement to the esteemed young Master Xiao. This vicious rumor spread with unprecedented speed, reaching every corner of the capital, and those who needed to hear it missed not a single word. That very day, upon returning home amid the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, the Zhu patriarch stormed in with a grim countenance, urgently calling Zhu Xuntao to his side. Hurling his favorite inkstone at her feet, "Rebellious daughter, if you do not provide your father with an explanation today, prepare to meet your end at the stone steps outside. I, Zhu, shall not tolerate a daughter so wanton." Knowing the patriarch's vile nature, Zhu Xuntao was unfazed by his baseless accusations. What kind of explanation does father seek for something so fabricated? As the news spread, Uncle Qian arrived at the back door of the Zhu residence early in the morning, seeking counsel from Zhu Xuntao on how to proceed. Zhu Xuntao instructed Qiyue to relay to Uncle Qian, "Remain still. Let things unfold as they should." Shameless. Madame Sun, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, caught wind of Zhu Xuntao's explanation and glared at her with disdain. "Your disgraceful conduct is known throughout the capital. You have truly brought shame upon our Zhu family. With such a daughter, who will dare to propose to others in our family? Do you wish to ruin the reputations of all the women in the Zhu household?" Zhu Xuntao comprehended the gravity of the situation. "So, does mother also believe that I should perish?" Lady Sun scoffed coldly. "It is not that I deem you deserving of death, but rather that you persistently court your own demise. To preserve our family's honor, and for the sake of the other young ladies of the Zhu clan, your death would indeed be justified, for this calamity is of your own making." Zhu Xuntao chuckled lightly. Given that her collaboration had faltered at the stage of Prince Yu's marriage, her biological mother and the leading lady had resolved to eliminate her, seeking a swift resolution. The sudden rumor of her raising an outsider in her estate, who could have possibly leaked such information? Zhu Xuntao could easily surmise that no one but those from the Zhu family could be aware of her small estate, which was a legacy from her grandfather.
Laugh.
"How can you still muster the audacity to smile?" Lady Sun exclaimed, extending a finger towards Zhu Xuntao's face. However, Zhu Xuntao was no lifeless entity. As soon as Lady Sun's finger approached, she deftly sidestepped, evading the gesture. Should her mother so much as touch a single strand of her hair today, she would consider it a defeat. Lady Sun was taken aback by Zhu Xuntao's boldness in evading her in front of Lord Zhu, her face reddening with rage. Indeed, this rebellious daughter should just perish to spare her the constant irritation and the reminders of her past suffering and humiliation. Zhu Xuntao regarded Lady Sun with indifference, then turned her gaze to Lord Zhu. "Father, is it truly necessary for me to die in order to demonstrate our family's innocence and safeguard the Zhu household's reputation?" Her composed demeanor suggested that she might indeed be willing to sacrifice herself for the honor of the Zhu family without a second thought. Enraged, Lord Zhu found some solace in Zhu Xuntao's demeanor, his fury somewhat abated as he regained his composure. Let us discuss the matter at hand. My lord. Lady Sun protested, dissatisfied that the Zhu family's reputation had been tarnished due to Zhu Xuntao, insisting that she deserved to die. Even if Lord Zhu wished to spare her life, he ought to send Zhu Xuntao to a convent to ensure she renounces the world. She would accept no alternative outcomes. Her steadfastness for Yeno left her doubtful that Lord Zhu would easily overlook Zhu Xuntao as transgressions for the sake of Zhu Songyan. Yet, contemplating this only deepened Lady Sun's melancholy. Zhu Xuntao was her progeny. To sacrifice her for the sake of her elder daughter seemed a debt owed to her. But what right did Lord Zhu have? Both Zhu Xuntao and Zhu Songyan were his daughters, with Zhu Xuntao being of legitimate birth. Why should he sacrifice his legitimate daughter for the sake of a concubine as offspring? Suppressing her discontent, Lady Sun resolved that, ultimately, her objectives aligned with Lord Zhu's. Among the three present, it was Zhu Xuntao, who ought to have been the most anxious and fearful, who remained the most composed. There is no need for explanations, for the rumors are baseless. When have I ever been closely associated with an outsider? I do not even know what Feng Nantian looks like. As for the allegation of her harboring an outsider, that part was indeed false. She had not lied. With Zhu Xuantao's mindset, Lord Zhu began to share her doubts. Rumors often arise without cause. The primary issue is that this slander is exceedingly damaging to the Zhu household's reputation and my own standing. What troubled Lord Zhu further was the thought of how the Earl of Yongjing would perceive Zhu Xuantao upon hearing these rumors. Would her engagement with young Master Xiao be jeopardized? If Zhu Xuantao were to suffer a broken engagement due to these allegations, Lord Zhu would find her death far more meaningful than her continued existence. My lord, Zhu Xuantao is clearly attempting to evade responsibility. Such a grave matter cannot be dismissed with a mere claim of falsehood. Chapter 41. I do not believe it. Upon hearing this, Yenner wept. Although Zhu Xuantao bore the blame, the ensuing hardships would be shared among them all. My lord, for the sake of our unmarried daughters, and for the already married ladies of the Zhu family, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Zhu Xuantao lowered her gaze, offering a gentle reminder. An investigation must certainly be conducted. However, the issue must not lie with me, correct, father? Lord Zhu, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, indeed. The problem must not rest upon Xuantao. I must uncover the source of these malicious rumors and restore her honor. Regardless of Zhu Xuantao's culpability, she must be deemed innocent. The engagement with the Earl's household must also be preserved. Now that the situation had arisen, he must find a way to contain it. His investigation was not about uncovering the truth, but rather about suppressing the incident. He had almost lost sight of that. My lord, Lady Sun shrieked. Zhu Xuantao had caused such a great scandal, and Lord Zhu wished to let it slide while protecting her? When had he ever valued Zhu Xuantao so highly? Disregarding Yenner and Zhu Songyan, that wretched child? She refused to believe it. My lord, what would concubine he and Zhu Songyan think of your decision? Amidst this discourse, Lord Zhu had become significantly calmer. With me present, what could they possibly think? Recalling Lady Sun's earlier words, which had sought to condemn Zhu Xuantao, Lord Zhu cautioned her. Did you not hear what Xuantao just said? The rumors outside are false. There are those who cannot bear to see the Zhu family prosper, unwilling to allow Xuantao to wed young Master Xiao, and thus aim to tarnish our reputation. Enough. Convey to Yenner that there is no need for concern. I will handle this matter, and it shall not affect her. Furthermore, as the matriarch of the household, you must ensure that everyone keeps their tongues in check. Should I hear any whispers or gossip, any servant who dares to spread slander shall be dealt with severely, regardless of who they are. I am certain that both Aunt Wang and Aunt He would be more than willing to assist you with household matters, lest you become overwhelmed and neglect your duties. Lord Zhu's words offered Lady Sun no semblance of dignity. His heart was clearly not with her. He had historically afforded her a measure of respect. Today, however, he had little regard for such niceties, nearly stripping away her veneer of authority. Lady Sun's countenance paled, her eyes narrowing in a fierce glare at Zhu Xuantao. The ever-implicated Zhu Xuantao, unfazed, refused to bestow even a glance upon Lady Sunday. My lord, young Master Xiao requests an audience. The steward hurriedly entered, and upon noticing Zhu Xuantao's presence, flashed a sycophantic smile at her, leaving Lord Zhu quite astonished. Lady Sun furrowed her brow. Steward Wang was notoriously adept at currying favor. Despite Zhu Xuantao's reputation being in tatters, Steward Wang regarded her as if she were a beloved pet, nearly wagging his tail in her direction. Wagging a tail? If Steward Wang had a tail, he would indeed be inclined to wag it for Zhu Xuantao. Lord Zhu rose, Young Master Xiao has arrived. What is his demeanor? Steward Wang beamed. My lord, rest assured, upon being welcomed into the household. Young Master Zhao's first inquiry was whether the second miss had been frightened by the wild rumors outside. His concern for the second miss is evident. He harbors not a shred of doubt. Earlier, he had failed to recognize Zhu Xuantao's capabilities in ensnaring young Master Zhao's affections so thoroughly. As a man himself, Steward Wang acknowledged that he could never match young Master Zhao's devotion. Even Lord Zhu was somewhat taken aback. Young Master Xiao is not at all concerned? Steward Wang eagerly affirmed, young Master Xiao's bond with the second miss is as strong as gold. He would not be swayed by mere gossip. His trust and concern for her are profound, and he is currently waiting outside. Steward Wang's obsequious gaze turned towards Zhu Xuntao. Young Master Xiao had come specifically to see her. Others were of no consequence. It was Zhu Xuntao who would bring him joy. Very well, Xuntao. You are indeed a good daughter of father. After thorough confirmation, Lord Zhu was exceedingly delighted. He scrutinized his second daughter, Zhu Xuntao, with newfound appreciation. Unable to discern her possessing such capabilities. Typically, her taciturn and unremarkable demeanor led him to believe that young Master Xiao had reluctantly agreed to marry her. Yet, it turned out that young Master Xiao genuinely held affection for Xuntao, regardless of the means by which his second daughter captured young Master Xiao's heart. The ultimate outcome left him profoundly satisfied. Xuntao, do not keep young Master Xiao awaiting. Accompany your father to meet him, to reassure him.
Zhu Xuntao,
Taken aback by Xiao Jingzhan's behavior, found herself at a loss with her father's words. Xiao Jingzhan had come to comfort her. How could she now be tasked with alleviating his concerns? Without further hesitation, Lord Zhu led the way, prompting Zhu Xuntao to follow. Butler Wang, ever astute, graciously yielded his position behind Lord Zhu to Zhu Xuntao. As she walked in her father's wake, Butler Wang matched her pace, gradually moving outside. As for Madame Sun, with Xiao Jingzhan waiting outside, who had the time to concern themselves with her, ignored by all, Madame Sun ground her teeth and hurriedly followed. She truly could not believe that Zhu Xuntao could cause such a scandal without it affecting Xiao Jingzhan in the least. What man would be unconcerned about being cuckolded? Uncle Zhu, upon seeing Lord Zhu, Xiao Jingzhan's gaze instinctively drifted to the back of Lord Zhu, where he indeed spotted Zhu Xuntao. Lord Zhu, with his keen perception, noted this glance, and his smile grew ever more radiant. Ah, Zhu Xuntao is truly my beloved daughter. I am grateful that young Master Xiao is willing to visit her today. Surely, you do not believe the rumors circulating outside? Xiao Jingzhan responded with unwavering certainty. Not a word of it do I believe. Even if he was unaware of the identity of the male protagonist in the rumors, he was convinced they were false. Presently, the only potential suitor Zhu Xuntao could have had, aside from the crown prince, was the late Prince Yu. Why did Xiao Jingzhan use the term potential when mentioning the crown prince? This was due to the fact that on that particular day, Zhu Xuntao had blurted out a desire to marry, yet her subsequent thoughts and actions had clearly been directed towards Prince Yu. To say that the crown prince had any relevance to her was a stretch. She had not even mentioned him once. Given Zhu Xuantao's attitude, Xiao Jingzhan found it utterly implausible that she held any genuine interest in the crown prince. In the capital, the two most sought-after candidates had not garnered a single glance from Zhu Xuntao. Thus, it seemed improbable that an unknown outsider could capture her heart. Young Master Xiao, your reassurances bring me solace. I trust that once Zhu Xuntao becomes your wife, you'll treat her well. The more young Master Xiao cherished Zhu Xuntao, the more he would value his father-in-law, recognizing the Zhu family as kin. With the support of the marquisate, how could he possibly remain content with only a position as a minister? Just contemplating this brought a smile to Lord Zhu's face as he stroked his beard in delight, revealing a hint of his teeth. Xiao Jingzhan offered little response to Lord Zhu, instead approaching Zhu Xuntao to inquire, have you been frightened? Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to investigate who spread these rumors that have caused you harm. Lord Zhu concurred. Indeed, this matter must be thoroughly investigated to clear both Zhu Xuntao and our family's name. Thus, we shall rely on young Master Xiao. Zhu Xuntao performed a graceful bow. Her address of young Master Xiao infused with genuine emotion. Noting the distinction in her tone, Xiao Jingzhan's expression softened somewhat. Does Xuntao harbor any suspicions? Zhu Xuntao gently shook her head, replying in a soft voice, none. Goodness, does this matter even require speculation? In the absence of evidence, it must surely be the handiwork of Zhu Yingyan. To punish me for not obeying, she has resorted to such extreme measures. Her sole objective is to sabotage my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan. The Besides Zhu Yingyan, Zhu Xuntao could not conceive of another who would undertake such actions. After all, aside from Zhu Yingyan, no other woman could possibly remain infatuated with Xiao Jingzhan, having resigned themselves due to his betrothal to her. The world is not devoid of men. It is far from the case that only Xiao Jingzhan is a worthy suitor. It is rare for a lady of noble birth, such as Zhu Yingyan, to be so shamelessly enamored of a man who is already promised to another. The demeanor of a lady of noble birth has never been merely a facade. This time, without needing Zhu Xuantao's inner thoughts to prompt him, Xiao Jingzhan also began to suspect Zhu Yingyan. However, at this juncture, it would be somewhat unreasonable for him not to inquire. Young Master Xiao, since you have already commenced your investigation, have you uncovered whether there truly exists an outsider at Zhu Xuantao's estate? Why investigate only who spread the rumors, neglecting to ascertain the veracity of the claims? Madame Sun, who had just emerged, bluntly pointed out that Xiao Jingzhan's order of investigation was somewhat misguided. What brings you here? Upon seeing Madame Sun, Lord Zhu cast her a warning glance, signaling her to refrain from speaking indiscreetly before young Master Xiao. Madame Sun, her voice strained, forced a laugh that was off-key. The scandal was instigated by my own daughter. As her mother, should I not come to express my concern? Observing the tension escalating between Madame Sun and Lord Zhu, Zhu Xuntao felt an overwhelming urge to depart. In her dealings with both her mother and her father, she found her biological mother devoid of reason, her demeanor akin to a ruffled rooster ready to attack. To preemptively quell this impending quarrel, Zhu Xuntao was left with no choice but to patiently explain. First, I do indeed possess a small estate, which was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. However, I am unaware of the individuals residing there and cannot recognize them all. This is a fact. In a large estate, it is improbable for any master to know each and every individual working there intimately. Second, as a young lady of the inner chambers, I face many restrictions when venturing outside. Therefore, I entrusted the management of the estate to Uncle Qian. Even if individuals have come to the estate, it would be Uncle Qian's decision, and I have no objections. I am not someone who frequents the estate. Even if an outsider were to be sheltered there, or even a multitude of them, so what? Those with sordid minds will always perceive matters through a murky lens. A person of integrity would merely offer a gentle reminder in such situations, never delving into a plethora of rumors and accusations. Lord Zhu's anger stemmed purely from being blinded by self-interest. Once he regained his composure, he understood that today's rumors were neither trivial nor substantial for Zhu Xuntao. Thus far, they were merely conjectures, lacking any concrete evidence. Indeed, there was no necessity for him to be so anxious. Is there still a need to investigate? If it is a fabrication, then it is not a fact. Ignoring it may very well allow the tempest to subside in a matter of days. Xiao Jingzhan shook his head. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Rumors arise without intent. It is best not to dwell on them. If someone is deliberately orchestrating these events, they will not rest until their objectives are met. Should it indeed be Zhu Yingyan behind this, her sole aim would be to prevent him from marrying Zhu Xuntao. Until she achieves this, she will not relent. Contemplating this, Xiao Jingzhan furrowed his brow. He could not fathom why Zhu Yingyan was so intent on him. To him, she was nothing but a significant nuisance. In conclusion, encountering Zhu Yingyan was indeed his misfortune. Xiao Jingzhan's efficiency in investigating matters was commendable. Having barely arrived at the Zhu residence and exchanged but a few words, news from his subordinates was swiftly delivered into his hands. After perusing the contents of the letter, Xiao Jingzhan displayed an expression of confirmation and promptly handed the letter to Lord Zhu. From the moment the letter appeared, Madame Sun's demeanor grew increasingly tense. As Lord Zhu raised an eyebrow and occasionally cast her a sidelong glance, Madame Sun's palms turned cold, prompting her to conceal her hands within her sleeves. Scoundrel! If the letter did not originate from Xiao Jingzhan, the esteemed gentleman would have torn it to shreds long ago. Butler Wang, bring Yenner to me. The butler, taken aback at first, soon wore a look of understanding. Yes, my lord. Wait! Madame Sun called out to stop Butler Wang. My lord, what does this matter have to do with Yenner? She is also a victim. Summoning her will only deepen her sorrow. Without courtesy, the esteemed gentleman flung the letter at Madame Sun's face, causing minimal harm but delivering a potent insult. You see for yourself. Overwhelmed by an unusual sensation, Madame Sun trembled as she picked up the letter. After reading its contents, she closed her eyes, determination flashing in her gaze. It appears the abilities of young Master Zhao's subordinates are limited. They investigate only half the matter and present it as the complete truth to their master? Xiao Jingzhan remained unfazed. What insights does Madame Sun possess? I dare not claim to have insights. Madame Sun inhaled deeply. Since young Master Xiao has uncovered part of the truth, I shall not shy away from speaking plainly. This matter has nothing to do with Yenner. All actions are mine. With a hint of resentment, Madame Sun cast a glance at Xiao Jingzhan. In what way does my Yenner fall short of Zhu Xuntao? She surpasses Zhu Xuntao in every aspect. Most importantly, she is wholly devoted to you. Why can't young Master Xiao see her merits and her genuine feelings for you? Chapter 43. Collision of Interests. As long as young Master Xiao has his eyes open and his heart unclouded, he should never have promised to marry Zhu Xuntao, causing Yenner such anguish and suffering. Absurd. The esteemed gentleman looked incredulously at the somewhat deranged Madame Sunday. The betrothal between Xuntao and young Master Xiao was arranged during my father's lifetime, with all formalities duly observed. It is legal, reasonable, and just. Young Master Xiao is to marry Xuntao, and in the future, he shall address Yenner as elder sister. How could Yenner possibly harbor such feelings for young Master Xiao? It defies morality and is utterly shameless. My lord, how can you speak of our Yenner in such a manner? If Zhu Xuntao cannot marry young Master Xiao, would it then be acceptable for Yenner to wed him? Can my lord truly say he would not approve? Previously, both young Master Xiao and the Ho residents had shown discontent with Zhu Xuntao, and my lord seemed pleased to see Yenner frequently visiting the Ho residence, growing close to Xiaomi Luo as if they were sisters. Now, to speak of morality. Silence. The esteemed gentleman admonished Madame Sunday. Someone, attend to the madam. She is having a nightmare and is in a poor state. Fetch a physician to prescribe her some calming medicine and assist her back to her chambers. The esteemed gentleman would not allow Madame Sun the chance to reveal her true feelings and hurriedly called for someone to cover her mouth, dragging her away. Young Master Xiao, you need not take my wife's words to heart. She is merely a woman of the inner chambers, lacking understanding and prone to wild imaginings. Her words are not true. While Xiao Jingzhan might dismiss Madame Sun's statements, he could not ignore her evident attitude towards Zhu Xuntao. Esteemed gentleman, is not Xuntao your own daughter? Even if adopted, is it not excessive to treat her thus? Today, it appeared that Madame Sun regarded Zhu Xuntao with the animosity one might reserve for a sworn enemy. It was clear that she would go to great lengths for Zhu Yingyan, wishing Zhu Xuntao dead. The adage that all parents cherish their children did not apply to Madame Sun and Zhu Xuntao. Xiao Jingzhan found himself curious about the origins of Madame Sun's animosity towards Zhu Xuntao. The esteemed gentleman felt a twinge of embarrassment. Naturally, Zhu Xuntao is of the Sun family's blood. Had she not been, her treatment might have been somewhat better. However, this truth was not one the esteemed gentleman dared voice. Even as an observer, Xiao Jingzhan began to sympathize with Zhu Xuntao, while the very person involved remained remarkably unperturbed, displaying no reaction. The more composed Zhu Xuntao appeared, the more pain stirred within Xiao Jingzhan's heart. He longed to embrace her in silence, offering her comfort. Yet, with others present, he could not commit such an indiscreet act. Frustrated at his inability to console Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan's expression darkened. Esteemed gentleman, what measures do you intend to take regarding the rumors? Shouldn't the Zhu family offer Xuntao an explanation, as well as provide one to my residence? Xiao Jingzhan's anger signaled that someone must bear the consequences. All misfortune stemmed from Zhu Yingyan, and if Madame Sun wished to shield her daughter, she must first consider the opinions of others. Xiao Jingzhan sought to make it clear that Zhu Yingyan was Madame Sun's treasured darling, cherished and adored, while Zhu Xuntao was another thorn, whose touch could prove fatal. The esteemed gentleman's beard trembled. What does young Master Xiao propose? Madame Sun's petty schemes were transparent to all, including Xiao Jingzhan. The misdeeds were committed by those around Zhu Yingyan. Given Madame Sun's concern for her daughter, how could she possibly employ those close to her to perform wrongful acts? Those around Madame Sun would execute such matters with greater efficiency. The emperor wished to select a consort for the crown prince, avoiding any associations that might lead to the crown prince's solitude in the afterlife. Xiao Jingzhan shifted the conversation to the crown prince's marriage. The esteemed gentleman and Zhu Xuntao reacted in surprise. The esteemed gentleman hesitated to marry Zhu Yingyan to a deceased prince, as the benefits to be gained were minimal. With only one favored consort beside the crown prince, and the position of crown princess still vacant, Zhu Yingyan's standing would be greatly enhanced should she enter the crown prince's East Palace. Even if she could not become the crown princess, another favored consort was within reach. Should Zhu Yingyan become the crown prince's favored consort, once he ascended, she would undoubtedly secure a position among the 4 consorts. The esteemed gentleman envisioned Zhu Yingyan as the crown prince's partner, birthing a son, potentially making the Zhu family the second Xiao family. producing a grandson who would become the crown prince. Zhu Xuntao's mind echoed with one thought. The man she cherished is to be snatched away by Zhu Yingyan. What was most unbearable for Zhu Xuntao was the realization that the relationship she yearned for was being bequeathed to her adversary by the very man she desired. She felt an impulse to curse. The crown prince had rendered tremendous service to the Yong dynasty, and the emperor often expressed his gratitude. If the esteemed gentleman were to consent, this matter should be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, should they miss the opportunity with the crown prince, it is feared that her elder sister might never find a suitor superior to him. Unable to make a decision, the esteemed gentleman found himself aided by Xiao Jingzhan. After all, the esteemed gentleman was his father-in-law. Such a minor task was an obligation. Should Zhu Xuntao discover Xiao Jingzhan's intentions, she would surely smirk and remark, "You're quite the character." At this moment, it was Zhu Xuntao who felt more agitated than the esteemed gentleman, her voice trembling as she asked, "How soon must this happen?" She hoped Xiao Jingzhan would not make a spectacle of the engagement between the crown prince and Zhu Yingyan, fearing the situation would spiral beyond her control. The 15th day of the 8th month, when the moon is full and the family is united, such an auspicious day. I have no objections to marrying on the same day as my elder sister. After all, we share a common destiny. Ah, how the path twisted and turned, only to return to the beginning. The world is indeed round. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Both the esteemed gentleman and Xiao Jingzhan simultaneously rejected Zhu Xuntao's proposal. The esteemed gentleman regarded her gently. "As your father, I understand your bond with Yen'er and will not hold it against you. However, this is a significant affair in your life. I hope your wedding can be conducted flawlessly, without a hint of blemish." Zhu Xuntao marrying young Master Xiao is a fortunate occurrence that should be celebrated with grandeur. If Yen'er must wed the crown prince, it would be akin to marrying a corpse. What glory is there in that? Is it not shameful? Were it not for the sake of appearances, the royal family would not acquiesce. He truly wished for Zhu Yingyan to enter the crown prince's residence with nothing more than a small bundle, akin to a concubine. After all, the weddings of both daughters cannot occur on the same day. He ought to enjoy the occasion when marrying off his second daughter. Xiao Jingzhan, too, disagreed, for he understood all too well Zhu Xuntao's intentions behind such arrangements. Should the crown prince's people overhear this and report it to him, the crown prince would undoubtedly send his own offer to Xiao Jingzhan. Without this, he and the crown prince would not have decided to undermine Zhu Xuntao, directly designating the crown prince as consort. To spare Zhu Xuntao from harboring false hopes and occasionally engaging in petty schemes that would disrupt the crown prince's plans, one can only lament that the recent scandal has unwittingly thrust Zhu Yingyan into the line of fire. In Chapter 44, significant matters arise. Prior to the rumors, the individual chosen by the crown prince was not Zhu Yingyan, but someone else entirely. However, today, Xiao Jingzhan perceives that, in every conceivable sense, Zhu Yingyan emerges as the most suitable candidate. He possesses the confidence to persuade the crown prince. Since his uncle also deems the situation inappropriate, it is clear that a single date cannot be established. Moreover, as the elder sister, Zhu Yingyan is more mature than Tao Tao. Does Master Zhu intend for Yingyan to wed Wang Yu first? Master Zhu, attuned to the unspoken intentions, comprehends instantly. Xiao Jingzhan responds, "The marriage of Wang Yu should not be elaborately arranged. Master Mingdeng has advised that for Wang Yu's fortune, a modest affair would suffice." Master Zhu readily assents, recognizing that if the emperor consents, it shall proceed. He has always found this union lacking in prestige. Thus a modest ceremony aligns perfectly with his sentiments. Given this, I shall proceed to discuss matters with the crown prince. There should be no complications. Xiao Jingzhan eagerly volunteers to finalize this arrangement. Master Zhu smiles. "Then I shall rely on you, young Master Xiao." Once this matter is settled, he would simultaneously resolve two pressing dilemmas. Quite splendid indeed. The adage rings true. Having connections within the court facilitates matters greatly. In ordinary circumstances, persuading any of the Zhu family's daughters to marry Wang Yu would require considerable effort. However, now that they have become in-laws with the Hou family, such intricate negotiations merely require a mention from young Master Xiao to the crown prince. The more Master Zhu contemplates this, the more favorable it appears. And Zhu Xuntao increasingly becomes a source of comfort to him. "Excuse me, I must take my leave." Xiao Jingzhan hurriedly seeks to resolve the predicament of Zhu Yingyan while simultaneously extinguishing Zhu Xuntao's clandestine aspirations. She is already destined to be his bride. Apart from him, Zhu Xuntao shall never wed another in this lifetime. Zhu Xuntao extends her hand in protest. "Wait, we have yet to clarify everything. How can you simply leave?" Should Zhu Yingyan's wedding to Wang Yu precede her union with Xiao Jingzhan, how could she possibly maneuver to switch brides amidst the chaos? She could marry Wang Yu, allowing Zhu Yingyan to wed Xiao Jingzhan instead, even stepping into the bridal sedan on the wedding day, with Wang Yu being a mere figurehead. If it were discovered that she, not Zhu Yingyan, was the one in the sedan, the Yongjing Ho family could still reclaim her. Especially since Xiao Jingzhan had just confirmed with her father that the marriage of Zhu Yingyan and Wang Yu would not be grand. This clandestine ceremony could yield unforeseen complications. Who could predict the outcome? Moreover, mistakes could be rectified. Overwhelmed, Zhu Xuntao felt utterly paralyzed. She realized that every possible escape route had been firmly blocked by Xiao Jingzhan. Was she truly destined to marry this male lead, ultimately becoming a lifelong adversary of Zhu Yingyan? Contemplating this grim future, Zhu Xuntao could only sigh, lamenting her ill fate. The prospect of a peaceful retirement had vanished, replaced by a treacherous path fraught with challenges. Fully aware that Zhu Xuantao's words would not align with his desires, Xiao Jingzhan remained unresponsive to her heartfelt lamentations, hastening his steps as if pursued. "Father, I can no longer contend with Xiao Jingzhan." Zhu Xuantao's voice trembled. "Is it proper to make such significant decisions regarding my elder sister's future without consulting her?" Master Zhu waved dismissively. "Xuantao, I understand you to be a clever child, but today I have come to realize that you are also a child of deep loyalty and affection. You are unaware of the actions your elder sister has taken. Furthermore, Wang Yu is the valiant general of our Yong dynasty. To marry Wang Yu is a fortune for Yingyan. Where does she find grounds for complaint? Enough. This matter is settled and unalterable. In just over a month, you shall wed young Master Xiao. Focus your thoughts on your own marriage and consider how to please him. This will foster harmony in your future union." Zhu Xuntao need not concern herself with Yingyan's affairs. She must simply win over young Master Zhao's heart to secure her own future. Zhu Xuntao couldn't suppress her frustration, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit in her father's direction. Her father's lack of regard for her sentiments was truly boundless. As she vacated the premises in a daze, her heart ached for the notion of Wang Yu as a devoted husband, now unattainable. Steward Wang poured a cup of tea for Master Zhu. "Master, while the marriage of the eldest daughter and Wang Yu should not be excessively ostentatious, it cannot be entirely neglected. Should I not speak with Madam to ensure that preparations for the dowry are underway?" Master Zhu's expression remained indifferent. "Go ahead." He would not impose undue hardship on his daughter regarding her dowry.
Bah.
Once Steward Wang departed, Madam's son shattered all the porcelain in her chamber. "Has my husband lost his senses? Is he utterly mad?" The thought of Master Zhu arranging for Zhu Yingyan to wed Wang Yu sent Madam's son into a panic. She disregarded the chaos in her room and rushed to find Zhu Yingyan. This was information that must reach her daughter promptly to allow for adequate preparation. Her precious Yingyan deserved the highest honors, fit to be empress. Why should she sacrifice her life for a mere figure like Wang Yu, destined to remain a widow forever? No, she would not allow it. What Madame Sun did not foresee was that she would not even manage to reach the courtyard gate. The matron guarding the entrance blocked her path. "Madam, when Steward Wang departed, he specifically instructed me that the master has commanded you to rest due to your ill health. Aside from preparing the dowry for the two young ladies, you are to recuperate within your quarters. If you find yourself overwhelmed, the master mentioned that concubine Wang and concubine he may assist you with household matters." The matron understood that these words were not Steward Wang's, but the directives of Master Zhu. In the Zhu household, Master Zhu held the utmost authority. "No, I refuse to believe my husband would treat me this way." Madame's son nearly lost her mind. To prevent her from stepping outside and demanding her authority over the household, was Master Zhu truly intent on allowing those two lowly women to usurp her position? Furious and sorrowful, tears welled in her eyes. "Had it not been for my father's patronage, how could you have achieved such success and become the Minister of Rights? How can you treat me this way? Is this how you honor my father and my family?" As she recounted their shared past, the affection in Madame Sun's tone vanished, replaced entirely by resentment. "Madam." The matron looked at her with a troubled expression and hesitated before advising, "Madam, you should refrain from speaking such words in the future. The master does not take kindly to them." The wet nurse, who had been ill and absent for over half a month, arrived just in time to overhear Madame Sun's final remarks. Shocked, the wet nurse grasped Madame Sun's arm, dragging her back into the room. In Chapter 45, a fortunate encounter unfolds. The wet nurse had been unwell, absent from Madame Sun's side for a significant duration, unaware of the tumultuous events that had transpired during her recovery. After grasping the situation, she instructed a young maid to tidy up the room and then urged Madame Sun, my good lady. You are well aware of what the master holds most dear. For your own sake, and for the sake of the eldest and second young ladies, you must refrain from provoking him. The master despises it when you bring up past events. Those memories are likely a source of shame for him. If you wish to live harmoniously with the master, you must learn to control your tongue. There are certain things that must remain unspoken. Filled with bitterness, Madame's son retorted. Why should I be forbidden from mentioning his past transgressions? It is he, Zhu Dingxing, who is unfaithful, who has betrayed his promises and wronged me and my family.
Now,
He actually intends to marry off Yenner to the Prince of Yu to silence the Yongjing Marquis. How could I possibly extend him any courtesy after the way he has treated my Yenner? Over the years, how many grievances have I endured? Have I not borne enough? The last sentence was exclaimed by Madame's son, and as soon as the words left her lips, she broke down uncontrollably, as if seeking to weep away all the injustices she had suffered throughout the years. Nurse Li embraced Madame's son, dabbing at her tears. Cry, let it all out. The lady has bottled up her emotions for far too long. If she is not allowed to vent, she will not heed a word spoken to her. The lady herself has suffered greatly. Has Nurse Li recovered? Hearing the news of Nurse Li returning to her biological mother, Zhu Xuntao furrowed her brows. Her own mood equally dismal. After the debacle with Bu Yao, Zhu Yingyan's persona has begun to unravel, now exhibiting tendencies toward madness. One Zhu Yingyan is already quite difficult to contend with. Now, with the addition of Nurse Li, is this meant to push her into a hellish mode? Zhu Xuntao held Nurse Li in high regard, believing she could adequately support Madame Sun's entire advisory council. The conflict between her biological mother and her scoundrel father was not a recent development. To be precise, their union originated from a scheme of manipulation and enticement. The scoundrel father was infatuated with power, yet her grandfather was not. In other families, good bamboo shoots emerge from bad bamboo. But in the case of her grandfather and the scoundrel father, it turned into a tale of crooked bamboo producing straight shoots. Her grandfather openly stated that her scoundrel father was corrupt in both heart and mind. If he were indeed to hold an official position, he would not only fail to serve the people, but might also bring calamity upon them. Thus, after discerning the true nature of her scoundrel father, her grandfather completely disregarded him, allowing him to flounder on his own. The scoundrel father focused solely on how to attain an official position, lacking scholarly prowess. And without her grandfather's guidance, he fell short in the imperial examinations, rendering his aspirations hopeless. At this juncture, he met her biological mother. Aware that her maternal family hailed from a scholarly lineage, having produced an imperial tutor decades prior. Coincidentally, after meeting the scoundrel father, her biological mother found herself taken by his audacity. Though the Sun family was educated, their straightforwardness left them ill-equipped for the subtleties of governance, rendering them unsuitable for positions of power. Yet her maternal grandfather had aspirations to restore the Sun family's former glory, and at that moment, the scoundrel father presented himself. Their alliance was swiftly forged, securing the marriage between the scoundrel father and her biological mother. Her mother, too, had once been innocent and yearned for love. The Yongjing Marquis, wielding military power and serving as a prominent minister, had promised her eternal devotion when marrying Jiang Yijing, a vow that inspired envy among countless young ladies. Upon encountering the scoundrel father, her mother's heart was stirred, believing that he sought her hand in marriage while also having designs on the Sun family. Therefore, would it be unreasonable for her to voice a request? In his eagerness to secure an official position, the scoundrel father failed to inquire about her mother's requirements, hastily agreeing instead. In her youth, her mother was far more naive. Fearing the scoundrel father might later concoct excuses, she quickly added, "If you truly wish to marry me, are you willing to pledge to me for a lifetime?" Before the example of the Yongjing Marquis was set, the Sun family had never dared to dream of such a marriage. After all, her mother and father shared a rather amicable relationship, and yet her father still took 3 concubines. However, no matter how fond he was of those concubines, he always maintained propriety, never allowing them to undermine her mother's status as the primary wife. In her childhood, Sun Shi believed that a sound marital relationship should resemble that of her parents. Yet, after Xiao Yuanshan married Jiang Yijing, Sun Shi realized that there could be different possibilities. Given the opportunity, she wished to explore this. She felt no less worthy than any other woman. When Sun Shi voiced her thoughts, the previously confident Zhu Dingxing momentarily froze, his face flushing crimson. Whether from embarrassment or anger was unclear. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the unperturbed Mr. Sun surprisingly did not oppose her, instead patiently awaiting Zhu Dingxing's response. Observing Mr. Sun's demeanor, after a cup of tea had passed, Zhu Dingxing ultimately nodded. All right. Upon hearing Zhu Dingxing's agreement, Sun Shi was overjoyed, akin to a butterfly amidst flowers, nearly bursting into a dance. Until Mr. Sun bid Zhu Dingxing farewell. He turned to Sun Shi and inquired, "You witnessed Zhu Gongzi's demeanor just now. So, will you still marry this man? If you are unwilling." The Sun family has other daughters. The Sun family had numerous daughters. Zhu Dingxing was merely a son-in-law, not a son. Hence, as long as a daughter of the Sun family married Zhu Dingxing, the outcome would be the same. It did not necessarily have to be his biological daughter. The young and naive Sun Shi completely missed the implication in Mr. Sun's words, her head clouded with joy. Why? Zhu Gongzi likes me and has agreed to be with me for a lifetime. Such a splendid match. If I were to let it slip away, I would surely regret it for the rest of my life. How could my father even consider giving such a good marriage to another sister? Is he truly my father? Witnessing Sun Shi's reaction, Mr. Sun ceased his opposition, only warning her on the eve of her engagement to Zhu Dingxing, since this husband is of your own choosing. Whether the path ahead is smooth or fraught with difficulty, you must heed your own judgment and bear no ill will toward others. If only Nurse Li had been present at that moment, she would have discerned Zhu Dingxing's true nature and grasped the caution embedded in her master's words. However, Mr. Sun's final admonition to Sun Shi was overheard by Nurse Li. At that moment, Nurse Li questioned Sun Shi, "Miss, does the master's statement imply that there are issues with your future husband?" Immersed in the joy of impending marriage, Sun Shi was oblivious to the implications, only focused on her imminent union with her ideal partner. Father is preoccupied with restoring the Sun family's glory. Some things you should simply listen to without taking to heart. Zhu Gongzi has agreed to my request. There is no way I could find a better match than him in this world. Chapter 46. The Advisory Council emerges. It was only after Sun Shi married Zhu Dingxing and bore Zhu Yingyan, followed by Zhu Xuntao, that she gradually began to comprehend the true meaning behind her father's earlier words. Regarding their past, Zhu Yingyan was far less informed than Zhu Xuntao. Finally recognizing Zhu Dingxing's true colors, Sun Shi regretted her choices, but there was no turning back. She could only continue down this path. This shameful and disheartening past was something Madame Sun was reluctant to share with her beloved daughters, deeming it too embarrassing. Naturally, she would not divulge it to Zhu Yingyan, whom she regarded with indifference and even disdain, let alone to Zhu Xuntao. Everything Zhu Xuntao came to know was imparted by her maternal grandfather, Mr. Sunday. If Mr. Sun treated his daughter in such a manner, he certainly could not be expected to be particularly attentive toward his granddaughter, Zhu Xuntao. He merely recognized Madame Sun's favoritism towards her two daughters and, regardless of whether the young Zhu Xuntao could understand, recounted those past events to her. Fortunately, Zhu Xuntao, having been reborn, was not merely a child of several years. She comprehended Mr. Sun's words clearly. It was then that Zhu Xuntao felt she finally grasped the situation. The vows made years ago were not entirely disregarded by Zhu Dingxing, who, after marrying Sun Shi, fathered Zhu Yingyan the following year. Even if the conception was natural, it is typically better for a woman to rest before attempting to conceive again after her first child. However, Zhu Dingxing insisted that his efforts to succeed in the imperial examinations and secure an official position meant that the Zhu family could not be without heirs. Everything he worked for would eventually be handed down to his son, so that he would not have to endure the same hardships he had faced in his youth. He could forego taking a concubine, but Sun Shi must bear him a son. Unbeknownst to the love-struck Madame Sun, who was completely oblivious to the danger, she swiftly became pregnant with their second child, Zhu Xuntao. During her second pregnancy, Zhu Dingxing, those around him, and even the physician who examined Madame Sun, all predicted that this child would be a boy. Upon hearing these words, Madame Sun was filled with unrestrained joy, providing the best nourishment and care. Firstly, it was to ensure that the son in her womb would be both robust and clever. Secondly, having not fully recuperated after giving birth to Zhu Yingyan, her body was not in optimal condition for the subsequent pregnancy. Thus, indulging in better nutrition during this period would not only nourish the fetus, but also help restore her own health, an endeavor with dual benefits. It is evident that such a nurturing approach ultimately led to Madame Sun experiencing difficulties during her second delivery, as the baby was larger than expected. For the sake of bearing a son and securing a blissful life with Zhu Dingxing, Madame Sun persevered through an arduous labor that lasted a full day and night. Teetering on the brink of death, but ultimately both mother and child emerged safely. However, shortly after giving birth, Madame Sun suffered from severe postpartum hemorrhage. Upon regaining consciousness, she was met with two grievous pieces of news. First, she had not given birth to a plump son, but rather a chubby daughter. Second, the complications from this difficult labor had irrevocably compromised her health, rendering her incapable of bearing children in the future. This turn of events meant that Madame Sun could no longer bear children, and Zhu Dingxing still had no son. Even though Zhu Dingxing had promised Madame Sun he would not take a concubine, this new circumstance rendered his vows meaningless. Concubine Wang, who had originally served as a maid to Zhu Dingxing, became his first concubine when he turned 16, and she was spared the traditional postpartum restrictions. Concubine He, the daughter of Zhu Dingxing's tutor during his school days, shared a childhood bond with him, and had her family background not been so humble, she would have been the one Zhu Dingxing desired to marry instead of Madame Sunday. After taking these two concubines, for reasons unknown, perhaps out of consideration for the Sun family or the fulfillment of childhood sentiments, Zhu Dingxing refrained from introducing a fourth woman into the household. With concubine Wang, who had attended to him since childhood, and concubine He, whom he genuinely favored, Zhu Dingxing became preoccupied with them, leaving Madame Sun to experience the solitude of an empty chamber. The abruptness of Zhu Dingxing's change in demeanor was so overwhelming that Madame Sun found it nearly maddening. Yet, Zhu Dingxing, though undeniably cruel, had not gone too far. He merely took two concubines without utterly casting Madame Sun into despair, preventing her from contemplating severing ties with him. Under this extreme tension, Madame Sun became increasingly distraught. Tragically, Zhu Xuntao became the target of her frustrations, deemed the source of all her woes. The clearer her understanding became, the colder Zhu Xuantao's heart grew. Consequently, each time she faced Madame Sun's harsh treatment or endured her cold violence, Zhu Xuntao managed to console herself, maintaining the perspective of an outsider, watching everything unfold with a detached gaze. Zhu Xuntao completely cast aside the joy and happiness she once felt upon discovering her transformation from an orphan into a child with both parents, erasing it from her memory entirely. She was destined to be an orphan. Even in this new life, she remained utterly alone, without mother or father. Fortunately, her lifetime of experience allowed her to adapt. Miss Granny Li has arrived. Qiu Yue's voice interrupted Zhu Xuantao's reverie. Should she let her in? The former Zhu Xuntao would have had no authority to keep anyone out, but now it was essential. The proper treatment befitting a second young lady was promptly arranged by the perceptive butler Wang. Thus, when Granny Li came to visit Zhu Xuntao, she found herself temporarily barred at the gate without Zhu Xuantao's consent. Seeing a place she once entered freely now closed to her, Granny Li first narrowed her eyes and then her smile deepened. The second young lady truly had changed. Therefore, she must assist the mistress in winning over the second young lady, ensuring that their hearts remained aligned. The master was unreliable. The mistress had only 2 daughters in her lifetime. As long as both daughters married well and held their mother in their thoughts, the master would not dare to mistreat her. Granny Li as well, Qiu Yue said, bowing to her and leading her into the courtyard. Everyone in the household knew Qiu Yue was the head maid by the second young lady's side, and her attitude naturally reflected that of the second young lady. No one dared to obstruct those whom she chose to bring along. Observing Qiu Yue's newfound confidence and poise, no longer timid and submissive, Granny Li's eyes sparkled with amusement. In just a few days, Qiu Yue has blossomed into a young woman. Qiu Yue blushed and smiled. Granny Li, please do not jest. The young lady says I am still young. Zhu Xuntao watched as Qiu Yue and Granny Li approached, chatting and laughing. It was worth noting that when faced with her birth mother and Zhu Yingyan, Qiu Yue either cowered like a frightened rabbit or bristled like an angry hedgehog. Yet Granny Li, the most capable housekeeper by her mother's side, elicited no hostility from Qiu Yue, only a hint of warmth. This alone affirmed Granny Li's assessment of her as a valuable addition to her council. In Zhu Xuantao's perspective, Madame Sun managed to maintain her position as the matriarch of the Zhu family for over a decade, without being overshadowed by concubine Wang or concubine He, largely due to Granny Li's strategic guidance. Had Madame Sun been without Granny Li, she might have long since found herself in a temple, living alongside the deities. The quality of life experienced by her birth mother in the Zhu household depended entirely on Granny Li's capabilities. Upon seeing Zhu Xuntao calmly sipping tea, Granny Li's eyes brightened. And she could not help but marvel. The second young lady is truly the most radiant person I have ever encountered, coupled with the grace she exhibited. Granny Li never doubted the bright future that lay ahead for her. Even if the mistress were to err and match the second young lady with an unsuitable partner, she believed that, with the second young lady's talents, she would undoubtedly thrive. Such demeanor and capabilities were precisely what a refined young lady from a prestigious family should possess. The eldest young lady had everything, while the second young lady had only a few years of companionship with the master. Yet, despite this, the eldest's performance still paled in comparison to that of the second young lady.
Why then?
Granny Li was reluctant to voice her thoughts, knowing full well that Zhu Yingyan could not hold a candle to Zhu Xuntao. This was a sentiment Madame Sun would not appreciate, nor would Zhu Yingyan accept. Thus, Granny Li prudently refrained from expressing any unflattering opinions. Some thoughts are best kept concealed within one's heart, known only to oneself. The second young lady as well. Granny Li respectfully bowed to Zhu Xuntao, having long anticipated her promising future. Now, with the second young lady's auspicious match nearly confirmed, she extended her congratulations, wishing her a harmonious life with her future husband and the blessing of children. Granny Li is too kind. Zhu Xuntao smiled, not holding any grudges against Granny Li for the sincerity behind her congratulations. These are some needlework gifts I crafted during my leisurely days in the countryside. I hope the second young lady will not find them lacking. Granny Li placed the bundle of clothing and shoes on the table.
Zhu Xuntao shuklat, Granny Li.
You have finally taken a break from your busy schedule to think of me. How could I possibly find them unworthy? Qiuyue, please take care of it. Once Qiuyue had gathered the garments and organized them into the trunk, Granny Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. My dear second young lady, you have endured much hardship these days. Zhu Xuntao felt a pang in her cheeks, surprised that Granny Li's opening words were so heartfelt. Although Granny Li had never treated her as poorly as the other servants due to her birth mother's animosity, she had always maintained a superficial respect. In essence, Madame Li's regard for her is merely superficial. There exists no genuine affection beyond that. The heartfelt address of Second Miss seems almost overwhelming for her. It remains uncertain whether Madame Li's willingness to humble herself in such a manner is due to the formidable influence of her biological mother, or if it is the might of the Yongjing Marquisate that prevails, or perhaps both factors are at play. Madame Li's words are rather heavy. As to grievances, I have long since grown accustomed to them. Zhu Xuntao is somewhat inclined to offer Madame Li a modicum of courtesy, yet that is the extent of her willingness. With a deep sigh, Madame Li lamented, over the years, the madam has endured too many injustices, leading to her emotional distance. Second Miss, you may not realize, but every time the madam is upset, once she returns to her chamber to compose herself, she clutches my hand and weeps, expressing her remorse towards you, saying she did not intend it. She simply cannot help but be overwhelmed by reminiscences of the past, and her heart is burdened. Zhu Xuntao, sipping her tea, offered no response, quietly observing Madame Li as she continued her lamentations. The history of her biological mother and the scoundrel father, along with her mother's mindset, is something she comprehends all too well, not only from her grandfather's words but predominantly through Madame Li's frequent discourses. Her grandfather, being a man, seldom dwells on the domestic sphere, and when discussing the past, he is inclined to be exceedingly succinct, omitting all trivialities. Details such as concubine Wang being the scoundrel father's favored maid and concubine he being his childhood companion are insights that only Madame Li would divulge to Zhu Xuntao. Madame Li, would you care for a cup of tea? After all, she had brought a multitude of gifts for her, and judging by the stitching, it was evident that Madame Li had crafted them herself. Thus Zhu Xuntao could hardly withhold a cup of tea.
Madame Li,
eager to foster a favorable relationship with Zhu Xuntao on behalf of the madam, could not possibly refuse her. She drank the tea as if it were a rare elixir, exclaiming, I have continually urged the madam to be more forgiving. Second Miss, you are such a kind-hearted child, most understanding of the madam's inner turmoil. Surely, you realize that the madam's outward demeanor does not reflect her true feelings. What sort of dutiful child would you be to harbor resentment toward her? Knowing the madam's hardships and the betrayal by the Lord, I fear you would only feel pity for her. Madame Li, you have endured much on this journey. Would you care for another cup? Alas, Madame Li's propensity for chatter is better suited for sipping water than for idle talk. Nonetheless, unable to refuse Zhu Xuntao, she acquiesced. The Zhu Xuntao of today is no longer the Zhu Xuntao of yesteryears. She is beyond comparison.
Madame Li,
in her attempts to cultivate a rapport with Zhu Xuntao while also fearing her ire, found herself drinking cup after cup of tea, leading to an uncomfortable sensation in her abdomen. Second Miss, perhaps I should take my leave now. The madam requires my service. Autumn Moon, upon Zhu Xuntao's command, deftly produced a cloth bag and pressed it into Madame Li's hands. A small token of appreciation from my miss. Please do not refuse it. Zhu Xuntao smiled. Autumn Moon, ensure Madame Li is escorted to the gate, lest she encounter the ill-mannered who might offend her. Madame Li, being of advanced age and having consumed copious amounts of tea, could not afford to risk embarrassment should she be jostled by another. Chapter 48. Is there evidence? Thank you, Second Mississippi. Just as Zhu Xuntao anticipated, Madame Li was indeed at her wit's end. Disregarding her previous words of comfort, she hastily made her way towards the Madame's quarters. Second Miss. Why is Madame Li in such a rush today? Typically, Madame Li would linger in their courtyard for at least half an hour, never departing before the time was right. The Madame harbors no affection for the Second Miss, and the Lord has no time to spare her either. Among all, only Madame Li finds solace in visiting the Second Miss, often to offer her comfort. Observing the simple-minded autumn moon, Zhu Xuantao's smile grew more genuine. Perhaps Madame Li is preoccupied with urgent matters today. Oh, foolish autumn moon. Did Madame Li come each time solely to offer her comfort? In truth, she was merely a mouthpiece for her biological mother, sent to her. Whenever her mother oppressed her, Madame Li would come to lament, urging her not to harbor resentment towards her mother, but rather to sympathize with her. Especially when it came to the hardships of childbirth, Madame Li exerted all her effort to incite feelings of guilt, hoping Zhu Xuantao would feel compelled to compensate for her mother's suffering. Had she not arrived with the memories of her past life, but as an ordinary child, under Madame Li's influence, she would have likely become a mere puppet, easily manipulated. It is no wonder she deemed Madame Li an invaluable aid to her mother. Madame Li's hypocrisy has been clear to Zhu Xuantao from the outset. She has never been deceived. Yet, one must bow beneath the eaves of a roof. Thus, she has chosen to turn the tables, to beguile Madame Li, maintaining a semblance of control over her mother's erratic behavior through Madame Li's counsel. Consequently, she is engaged in a charade with Madame Li. At this juncture, Zhu Xuantao has grown weary of the charades with Madame Li. From this singular event, Zhu Xuantao is willing to concede that her association with Xiao Jingzhan is not devoid of benefits. At least her standing within the Zhu household has risen, entirely due to his influence. Madame Li, what news? Upon Madame Li's return, all hope was pinned on her. Madame Li shook her head. The matters entrusted by the Madame were not mentioned to the Second Mississippi. Your engagement to young Master Xiao is a splendid affair. Why would the Madame oppose it? Madame Sun insisted, but Yenna wishes to marry young Master Xiao. Madame Li frowned once more. Earlier, I did not hear Miss Zhu express any interest in young Master Xiao. Had she made her intentions known sooner, there might have been room for negotiation. Now, with the Second Miss engaged to young Master Xiao for years, and even the imperial decree of marriage issued, it is rather capricious for Miss Zhu to entertain such notions. Madame Li was aware of Miss Zhu folly, surely. Madame Sun understood this as well. Madame Sun merely refrained from placing blame on her daughter. The Second Miss's marriage to young Master Xiao could ultimately benefit the eldest daughter. Why then must she become obstinate and insist solely on young Master Xiao? I distinctly recall that when the eldest Miss was learning etiquette, her aspirations were always directed towards the Crown Prince. Madame Li mused, having only been recuperating briefly, it seemed an upheaval had occurred within the Zhu household. The previously reticent Second Miss has made a remarkable stir. A marriage granted by the Emperor is no small honor. The once astute and ambitious eldest Miss appears to have succumbed to folly, abandoning her original intent, now vying with her sister for young Master Xiao. What a chaotic situation this has become. Madam, consider this. The eldest Miss has always been proud. If she truly harbors feelings for young Master Xiao, it is likely a mere act of defiance against the Second Mississippi. We cannot allow the eldest Miss to squander her lifelong honor over a fleeting whim, can we? The eldest Miss's union with the Crown Prince was a significant elevation for her status. What renders young Master Xiao superior that she now ignores the Crown Prince entirely? I do not know. Madame Sun found herself at a loss, contemplating the trivial concerns of a young maiden. Since Yenna harbored affections for young Master Xiao, what harm could there be? In this life, her own experiences had been far from satisfactory, and all she wished was for her beloved Yenna to find happiness. Madam, Li Mama exclaimed with exasperation, the eldest young lady is being foolish, and you continue to indulge her in her repeated mistakes. Today, the eldest young lady contends with the second young lady for young Master Zhao's affections, and you support her. Yet, what if, in the future, she changes her mind and prefers the Crown Prince? What will you do then? Are you not aware of the eldest young lady's capricious nature? Such a significant matter should not be left to her whims. Madame Sun could only smile bitterly. It was too late for words now. Master Sun had already arranged for Yenna to be wed to Prince Yu. I will not marry. Madame Sun was unable to leave the courtyard to see Zhu Yingyan. And yet, Zhu Yingyan was not under house arrest. The rumors surrounding Zhu Xuntao were orchestrated by Zhu Yingyan herself. She had ignited this fire and eagerly anticipated the aftermath. Upon hearing of Xiao Jingzhan's visit to the Zhu residence, Zhu Yingyan had hoped that her desired outcome was near. However, she was met with no news of Zhu Xuantao's failed engagement to Xiao Jingzhan, but rather heard rumors of her mother being possibly confined. Thus, Zhu Yingyan had come to clarify the situation, only to be met with the shocking news that she was to be betrothed to the deceased Prince Yu. Why would father arrange for me to marry Prince Yu? He wouldn't do such a thing. I refuse to believe it. Madame Sun's bitter laughter echoed. Do you not understand why your father has confined your mother? It is because she also disapproves. Yet, young Master Xiao demands an explanation, and your father, fearing him, has chosen to sacrifice you. Zhu Yingyan's complexion paled. An explanation? What explanation? Madame Sun sighed. Yenner, you know there is a stranger at Zhu Xuantao's estate. Why did you not inform me sooner? Had I handled it, you would not be facing this calamity today. Your actions are known not only to young Master Xiao, but also to your father. Li Mama closed her eyes, feeling dizzy. Such an important matter. And Madame Sun had not mentioned it to her? Zhu Yingyan was incredulous. That cannot be. Do I have evidence proving my involvement? Madame Sun remained silent, her heart weary. There was no need for evidence in such matters. Mere surface evidence was enough for young Master Xiao. If the truth were to be uncovered, it would be Zhu's family that would be left in disgrace, and Yenna would face even harsher consequences. Zhu Yingyan bit her lip. Mother, do not deceive me. Has young Master Xiao truly compelled father to marry me to Prince Yu? Is he truly so heartless? Madame Sun's heart ached. What else is there? Among all your siblings? Although your father does not love you most, he values you greatly. Had you not developed feelings for young Master Xiao, you would have known your father's intentions all along. Without young Master Xiao's pressure, would your father ever have considered marrying you to Prince Yu? As she spoke, Madame Sun broke down in tears. She had misjudged Zhu Dingxing, mistaking a wolf for a kindred spirit. Little did she realize that her beloved Yenner shared her unfortunate fate. Despite Yenner's unwavering devotion to young Master Xiao, he was cruelly determined to force her into an unwanted marriage with a dead man. Why must their fates be so sorrowful? Zhu Yingyan's rage transformed into laughter. Very well. Zhu Yingyan, acknowledge my own folly in misjudging Xiao Jingzhan. If Xiao Jingzhan seeks to ruin me, let him prove he has the ability. In this new life, all I desire is to live well. Why should Zhu Xuntao find her ideal match while I, Zhu Yingyan, cannot? It is evident that Xiao Jingzhan is not my savior, but my enemy. My principle in dealing with foes is singular: death. I shall seek vengeance against the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan alike. Not only him, but I will ensure that the entire Marquis household pays the price, making Xiao Jingzhan regret ever crossing me. Yenner, do not frighten your mother. If young Master Xiao is unworthy, we shall forget him. As for Prince Yu, I will devise a plan to assist you. Zhu Yingyan's sinister smile alarmed Madame Sun. She did not wish to see her daughter driven to madness. Dear eldest young lady, do not fear. The madam and I will certainly aid you, Li Mama said, her heart aching for Zhu Yingyan, as Madame Sun's beloved daughter. And with Li Mama's unwavering loyalty to her, all genuine affection was bestowed solely upon Zhu Yingyan, recognizing her as the one true mistress.
Zhu Yingyan,
Oscillating between laughter and tears, caused Li Mama great distress. After the chaos subsided, Zhu Yingyan regained her composure, a faint edge of hostility now adorning her demeanor. Mother, Mama, do not worry about me. I am fine. The more she insisted she was fine, the more Madame Sun fretted. Yenner, do not rush. I will certainly find a way to resolve the troubles with Prince Yu. You must not act foolishly for his sake. Li Mama wished to join in the council, but Zhu Yingyan interrupted, her expression grave and sharp, with a glint of steel in her eyes. Mother, Mama, if you do not trust me, simply wait 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of who is named as Prince Yu's consort, that person shall not be me. No one would believe that Zhu Yingyan would passively accept her fate regarding Prince Yu. The Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan endeavored to devise a way to eliminate Zhu Yingyan. Since they could not directly take her life, they sought to confine her. In this manner, regardless of her capabilities, she would be unable to make any waves. Thus, the marriage to Prince Yu was the most fitting means to ensnare Zhu Yingyan. For this reason, the Crown Prince was reluctant to sacrifice Prince Yu's engagement, choosing Zhu Yingyan, a tempestuous spirit, as the bride. Uncle, I hope your spirit may forgive me. I too act for the sake of the people. Uncle, you safeguarded the peace of the Yong dynasty in life. In death, please protect this realm once more. You would not wish to see the tranquility you established be ravaged by Zhu Yingyan's actions, leaving the people in despair. As the Crown Prince paid homage to Prince Yu, He continually pondered Zhu Yingyan's situation. Prince Yu's spirit tablet stood silently, watching as the Crown Prince arranged for his living nephew's well-being. Crown Prince, has His Majesty consented? Although he had anticipated this outcome, before receiving definitive news, Xiao Jingzhan remained overly concerned. The Crown Prince lit a stick of incense for Prince Yu. Father has agreed. At this moment, Uncle's birth date should be at the Celestial Observatory. This was an act of preemptive execution. Having executed the plan, he must inform the concerned party afterward. Are you not anxious? Xiao Jingzhan inquired. The Crown Prince sighed heavily. Are you not? Xiao Jingzhan fell silent. Indeed, he was uncertain of his own feelings. They had all believed that as long as the Crown Prince spoke to the Emperor and received Zhu Dingxing's approval, the marriage could not possibly fail. Yet, until a conclusion was reached, their hearts remained inexplicably unsettled. This was a sensation they had never experienced before. The impatient Crown Prince clasped his hands behind his back. Find a way to summon Zhu Xuntao. I must see her. Distraught over the tempestuous Zhu Yingyan, he felt a sense of unease. To calm his heart, he relied solely on the seemingly auspicious Zhu Xuntao. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuntao, enjoying her leisure with a book and sunflower seeds, was bewilderedly escorted to the Yongjing Marquis residence by Butler Wang. At the entrance of the Marquis' estate, Zhu Xuntao stood in a daze as Xiaomi Luo linked arms with her, pulling her inside. After a moment, Zhu Xuntao could no longer contain herself. Xiaomi Luo, what is your brother up to now? He is not in a position of idleness, yet he is assisting the Crown Prince. How is he so free? Is he merely occupying a position without merit? What happened to the virtuous hero we were promised? Surely, if Xiao Jingzhan is truly at leisure, why must he always meddle in my affairs? Could he not find someone else to trouble? Xiaomi Luo forced a smile, unable to articulate a response. In a moment of disorientation, she recalled that the term making mischief had always been employed by them to describe Zhu Xuntao. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns. With heavy steps, Zhu Xuntao advanced as if each stride would leave a pit in her wake, her resentment palpable. Upon entering the estate and catching sight of Xiao Jingzhan, before Zhu Xuntao could unleash her ire, she noticed the resplendent figure beside him. Zhu Xuntao quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes. What material is the Crown Prince's attire made from? The glare is excessively blinding. Hearing this, Xiaomi Luo and Xiao Jingzhan exchanged puzzled glances at the Crown Prince. Indeed, the Crown Prince's garments were dazzling. Yet they were not so blinding as Zhu Xuntao suggested. While Xiao Jingzhan and the others could grasp Zhu Xuntao's thoughts, she was oblivious. Zhu Xuntao tilted her head and proposed, "Shall we find a shaded place to discuss matters? It's quite troublesome to be unable to keep my eyes open. Let us go to the lakeside pavilion." Xiao Jingzhan concurred. The Crown Prince nodded, and the group proceeded to the lakeside pavilion, led by him. Upon reaching the pavilion, Zhu Xuntao was puzzled. The sun was obscured, yet there seemed to be no effect. Was the Crown Prince a walking light bulb, exuding a self-illuminating aura? Chapter 50. The True Incompatibility of Fate. Once seated in the pavilion, the Crown Prince impatiently inquired, Zhu Xuntao, "Soon my father will issue a decree to wed my uncle and Zhu Yingyan. Henceforth, will you address Zhu Yingyan as aunt or continue calling her elder sister?" Zhu Xuntao tightened her face to avoid revealing any cracks, though internally, her eyes were rolling to the heavens. Do I want to be called aunt? The one being elevated in rank is me, not her. Ignoring Zhu Xuntao's inner tumult, the Crown Prince persisted, Zhu Xuntao, why do you not answer my question? Afraid to grind her teeth, lest the sound be heard, Zhu Xuntao could only respond amicably. As for how to address someone, I shall do as is appropriate. Confirmed, this Crown Prince possesses a venomous tongue, adept at pricking one's innermost feelings. However, this time, I suspect the Crown Prince shall be disappointed. It seems I won't have the opportunity to call Zhu Yingyan aunt. I will likely continue to address her as sister. Perhaps the reason Zhu Yingyan opted for Xiao Jingzhan over the Crown Prince is indeed due to his sharp tongue. What a fine Crown Prince! Yet he wields such a tongue. In another identity, such a person would certainly struggle to find a bride. Xiaomi Luo, initially retracting her neck, then touched her ears. Goodness, I seem to have overheard far more than I ought. Xiao Jingzhan exchanged glances with the Crown Prince, both questioning the possibility of Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu's engagement falling through. The Crown Prince, even more incredulous than Xiao Jingzhan, couldn't help but doubt whether Zhu Xuntao was indeed the lucky star spoken of by Master Mingdeng. A matter seemingly solidified was suddenly dismissed by Zhu Xuntao, casting doubt on its reliability. Having learned more lessons than the Crown Prince, Xiao Jingzhan refrained from hastily denying Zhu Xuntao's words, wary of the repercussions. Since Miss Zhu has stated it so assuredly, I am inclined to observe whether this marriage can indeed come to fruition. I shall ensure the news is delivered promptly, and we shall await the outcome. Zhu Xuntao, accustomed to being a mere background figure in others' narratives, felt an impending threat to her carefully crafted persona. But she could hardly blame herself. Rather, she found the peculiarities of those before her quite unsettling. Wait. Did Xiao Jingzhan summon me from the Zhu residence solely, so we could await news together? Do you think I lack ears to hear news while at the Zhu residence? Or perhaps the gossip at the Marquis' estate is more enticing? What nonsense! To Zhu Xuntao's accusations, the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan found themselves speechless, left in silence. Xiaomi Luo, nearly in tears, expressed her innocence, merely having been brought along as an extra. Between the Crown Prince and Zhu Xuntao, it was evident that Zhu Xuntao's luck in gambling was slightly better than that of the Crown Prince. Before long, news was delivered to the Crown Prince. After reading the missive, his expression darkened. No need for explanations. It appears Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu's marriage has indeed faltered. The reason? Xiao Jingzhan was perplexed. You can read for yourself. The Crown Prince tossed the letter to Xiao Jingzhan and turned his gaze towards Zhu Xuntao. Miss Zhu, you confidently assert that this engagement cannot succeed. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me as to your reasoning? The failure of Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu's union certainly vexed the Crown Prince, for he realized he was utterly powerless against her. If Zhu Yingyan was indeed a troublesome star, and he, the Crown Prince, could not manage her, would he merely stand by and watch her wreak havoc upon the world? What kind of Crown Prince would that make him? And how could he justify his position to the common people? Zhu Xuntao lowered her eyelashes. Contemplating for a moment, the Crown Prince mentioned that the birth dates of the King of Yu and Zhu Yingyan were sent to the Astronomical Bureau, indicating incompatibility. This was the only explanation she could conceive. Indeed, the Astronomical Bureau had concluded that their birth dates were incompatible, suggesting that Zhu Yingyan would bring misfortune to her uncle. Even though her uncle was no longer alive, if Zhu Yingyan were to become his wife, it would disturb his peace in the afterlife. The King of Yu had been the god of war in the Yong dynasty, ensuring the safety of the people. Regardless, the emperor wished for the King of Yu to find peace even in death. He could be indifferent to who married the King of Yu, but he could not overlook whether the bride would bring calamity upon him. Thus, should the emperor insist on the marriage, it would appear to the people as if he sought to harm the King of Yu, disturbing his eternal rest. Such a course of action was inconceivable for the emperor. Therefore, even if this marriage proposal originated from the Crown Prince and was agreed upon by Zhu Dingxing, Zhu Yingyan's father, the emperor could not sanction it. Very well. Zhu Xuntao was not at all surprised by this outcome. Except for the momentary shock triggered by Xiao Jingzhan's revelation, she had not been prepared for such a blow, feeling all her plans had been disrupted. As a rational being, one could not react so sensitively. Otherwise, how could the saying when it concerns oneself, chaos ensues exist? Once Zhu Xuntao regained her composure, she recognized that this matter was likely more complicated than it appeared. Zhu Yingyan would absolutely not wish to marry the King of Yu and become his queen. Furthermore, as the protagonist of this narrative, Zhu Yingyan could hardly meet an untimely end. From this broader perspective, it was clear that the engagement between Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu was destined to fail. Yet, Zhu Xuntao understood another truth. Even if Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu were not to unite, she herself would likely not have the fortune to become the widow of this god of war. The royal family would undoubtedly expedite the resolution of this matter. There was no possibility of delay. Zhu Xuntao's calm demeanor caught the Crown Prince's attention. Is this your reaction, Miss Zhu? Weren't you yearning to marry my uncle and become his aunt? Were it not for the intention to thwart Zhu Xuntao's aspirations, he would not have decided to match Zhu Yingyan, this troublesome star, with his uncle. Did she believe that with Zhu Yingyan's failure, she would have another opportunity? The Crown Prince shot Xiao Jingzhan a look of pity, as if to say, your future bride is always ready to scale the wall of my uncle. Xiao Jingzhan remained unperturbed, ignoring the Crown Prince's jest. The failure of Zhu Yingyan and the King of Yu's engagement did not seem to trouble the Crown Prince. Rather, he appeared to relish the drama unfolding. Who had granted the Crown Prince such confidence? The Crown Prince shot Xiao Jingzhan a look implying, it is your future bride who provides me with this assurance. Observing Zhu Xuntao's composed demeanor, the Crown Prince's sense of urgency began to dissipate. Since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. Even if Zhu Yingyan could not marry his uncle, he doubted that so many of them would be outmatched by a single Zhu Yingyan. The marriage of Prince Yu has been delayed for quite some time, as he is ill-suited for Zhu Yingyan. Thus, the search for a suitable match must continue. On the very night that Zhu Yan's pairing with Prince Yu failed, another young lady of modest means was matched with him according to the heavens. Consequently, Prince Yu's marriage was confirmed. Zhu Xuantao's ideal husband has vanished, and Zhu Yan's crisis has passed.
Yenner, how did you manage that?
Chapter 51. Truly a wonderful sister. Upon witnessing such an outcome, Madame Sun was rendered speechless. Could it be that Yenner possesses such remarkable capabilities? She had thought that there would be no further possibility of alteration to the situation. Zhu Yan smiled confidently. Mother, I told you, this marriage cannot materialize. As long as I do not desire it, there is absolutely no chance for me and Prince Yu. The Emperor and Prince Yu have always shared a good rapport, and with the prince's untimely demise, the Emperor feels both regret and guilt. Thus, in seeking a princess for Prince Yu, it is unlikely that there will be any significant issues with this woman. Will this have any impact on your future marital prospects? Regardless, the result is favorable, and Madame Sun's worries began to dissipate. No, it will not, Zhu Yan asserted firmly. My destiny merely clashes with Prince Yu. My fate only opposes him, and it has no bearing on other suitors. How could she possibly arrange for herself a fate that would bring her misfortune? That is good to hear. Madame Sun patted her chest, her expression finally relaxing. That Prince Xiao Shizi has been rather ruthless towards you, Yenner. You must surely have given up on him. Now that there is no hope with Prince Xiao, should you not strive for the crown prince? Absolutely not. Zhu Yan's smile vanished. Though Prince Yu's situation was instigated by Xiao Jingzhan, it was the crown prince who brought it to the emperor's attention. Both of these individuals wish to harm me. They are my adversaries. I cannot possibly entertain any thought of Xiao Jingzhan, nor can I with the crown prince. Madame Sun could not fathom the depth of Zhu Yan's animosity towards the crown prince. As Yenner's mother, she discerned a marked difference in her daughter's tone when speaking of Prince Xiao Shizi and the crown prince. It was evident to her that, compared to Prince Xiao, Yenna harbored far greater resentment towards the crown prince. Madame Sun wished to counsel her, thinking that perhaps Zhu Yan was misunderstanding the crown prince or had been influenced by Xiao Jingzhan. Zhu Yan had no need to forego such a favorable match as the crown prince simply out of spite for Prince Xiao Shizi. Meanwhile, Granny Li, observing from the side, stepped forward to interject. Madam, our eldest young lady is truly gifted. She has navigated such a tricky matter with remarkable finesse.
Indeed.
Our eldest daughter is a testament to your and the master's lineage. It seemed she had underestimated both daughters. The abilities of the two young ladies were truly formidable. The Bureau of Astrology, that esteemed institution. Granny Li could not comprehend how Zhu Yan had managed to persuade the astrologers to concoct such a grand deception before the emperor. Deception? The crown prince, coldly scrutinizing the astrologers summoned to the palace, made them break into a cold sweat. Your Highness, what we reported is the absolute truth, without a trace of falsehood. Although a mysterious individual had approached them with a sum of money, claiming to prevent the marriage of Prince Yu and the elder daughter of Minister Zhu, the astrologers had accepted the money, feeling justified in doing so. Without this bribe, their findings would have remained unchanged. Yet now, they began to regret their decision, never anticipating that the crown prince himself would come seeking answers. What kind of response did the crown prince desire? His countenance was grim as his intense gaze fell upon the officials of the Bureau of Astrology, instilling fear in them as they trembled in silence. After a long pause, the crown prince finally said, "Bring me the birth details of my uncle and Zhu Yan." These officials from the Bureau of Astrology were not to be fully trusted. Many could interpret birth details beyond their ranks, and he could enlist his own people for an assessment. Understood. The officials of the Bureau of Astrology dutifully provided the birth details. With the desired information in hand, the crown prince swept his sleeves and departed, allowing the officials to wipe the sweat from their brows. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, the crown prince laid the two papers containing 4 sets of birth details side by side for comparison. Excellent. The documents from the Bureau of Astrology held no discrepancies. He cast aside the paper from the Bureau of Astrology and handed his own to a shadow guard, instructing, "Take this to Master Mingdeng for divination. Remember to wait at the door until Master Mingdeng has completed the calculations. Do not let this leave your sight until it is in my hands."
Yes.
The shadow guard took the paper and hurried off to find Master Mingdeng. Approximately an hour later, he returned to the Eastern Palace with the results. Seeing that Master Mingdeng's annotations were identical to those from the Bureau of Astrology, the crown prince let out a resigned sigh. So be it. It is fate and destiny. If the malevolent star were so easily dealt with, I would not have been so anxious, nor would Master Mingdeng have expressed such grave concern. For the time being, The crown prince abandoned his plans regarding Zhu Yingyan, while Zhu Xuntao completely relinquished her hopes of marrying Prince Yu. As previously speculated, once the candidate to wed Prince Yu was determined, the marriage was arranged with remarkable swiftness and discretion. There was no alternative. After all, Prince Yu was deceased. The title of Princess Yu had been officially bestowed upon another, and despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in Zhu Xuantao's mind, she had no choice but to concede. Unlike Zhu Yingyan, she lacked the heart to harm the innocent for her own benefit. In truth, citizens raised in the 21st century are far too accustomed to abiding by the law. If Zhu Yingyan did not provoke her, she would hardly bother with the protagonist. If pushed too far, the responsibility must not fall upon her. In this regard, Zhu Xuntao believed Zhu Yingyan would learn her lesson. After revising the menu of old Madame Sheng, Zhu Xuntao inquired, and there had been no further issues with old Madame Sheng's meals. Following a brief period of care akin to nurturing rabbits, old Madame Sheng's health had improved significantly, with fewer occurrences of pain and dizziness. With Zhu Yingyan leaving old Madame Sheng alone, Zhu Xuntao was naturally willing to coexist peacefully with her. Second miss, come and see. The small kitchen has prepared such a splendid feast for you today. Qiu Yu, leading a group of people, entered like a school of fish, each bearing a plate of exquisite and fragrant delicacies, which they placed before Zhu Xuntao. Why are there so many dishes? Observing the small table nearly overflowing with food, Zhu Xuntao furrowed her brow in displeasure, lacking any of Qiu Yu's enthusiasm. Isn't it good? Qiu Yu gazed at the bountiful spread with longing, nearly drooling. Zhu Xuntao treated Qiu Yu well, allowing her to partake in whatever she consumed. Thus, Qiu Yu knew that this table full of delicious dishes would surely include her share, making it impossible for her not to salivate. Zhu Xuntao, with a headache, was at a loss for how to explain to Qiu Yu, given the myriad complexities involved. Not comprehending, Qiu Yu urged, Miss, it is not that I harbor resentment towards Madam, I have simply never seen a mother like her. Chapter 52. If she is not good, who is? Miss, you are so kind, yet Madam does not favor you. From the very first day I served you, every meal consisted of just one dish and soup, and it was insipid. I felt she was sending you the leftover scraps. The food was not only cold but also leftover from the previous day, just short of spoiled. After your engagement to Prince Xiao Shizi, the meals improved to 2 dishes and a soup, at least introducing some meat into your diet. Once your wedding date with Prince Xiao Shizi was set, the meals transformed into 4 dishes and a soup. Today, this spread is far more lavish than during the New Year festivities. Such a conspicuous elevation in treatment had Qiu Yu blissfully oblivious to the hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface. Zhu Xuntao recited the names of the rich dishes: braised pig trotter, stewed pork with preserved vegetables, red braised ribs, and braised lamb. She then glanced at the thick layer of transparent grease completely covering the soup, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Good heavens! Fortunately, her diet had improved considerably for some time now, and her stomach was not lacking in richness. Had she adhered to her childhood diet devoid of meat, a single meal like this would surely have left her in a state of distress. How could the small kitchen have suddenly prepared such an extravagant spread? Was silver not required? Qiu shook her head, then smiled broadly. It is only natural that the kitchen staff, upon realizing that the young lady is soon to become the crown princess, would scramble to curry favor with you. This is quite normal, nothing strange about it. Zhu Xuntao replied with a shake of her head. Such a lavish feast must have cost a considerable sum. Even if the kitchen staff wished to please me, they would not go to such lengths at their own expense. Moreover, she still had over a month until her wedding. If they prepared such a feast this time, what about the next meal? And each meal leading up to her marriage? If any meal fell short of the standard, it would be akin to a slap on the back of the horse, potentially offending her. Therefore, this is certainly not something the kitchen staff would do. If the young lady is concerned, shall I inquire further? Qiu Yu, though puzzled by the abundance of dishes, was determined to assist Zhu Xuntao in clarifying her worries. No need. Zhu Xuntao raised her hand to refuse and beckoned Qiu Yu to come closer, whispering, Remember, my dear, this matter should be handled discreetly. Do not let anyone discover it. Very well. Qiu Yu nodded obediently, harboring no doubt about her young lady's words. In any case, she would follow Zhu Xuntao's wishes, for she was the most loyal maidservant by her side. Once Zhu Xuntao had managed the feast, leaving her belly quite round, another maid entered, holding a delicacy. Second young lady, this is the nourishing sweet soup made from a jiao prepared by the kitchen for you. Please remember to drink it while it's hot. If it cools, the flavor diminishes. Stroking her slightly protruding belly, Zhu Xuntao declined to refuse and, in front of the maid, savored the sweet soup one spoonful at a time. At this moment, the ajiao prepared in the rear courtyard was of genuine quality, entirely unadulterated. It contained red dates and walnuts, both excellent ingredients renowned for nourishing women's health, truly a divine concoction. The maid stood by, watching as Zhu Xuntao consumed the entire bowl, her face beaming with satisfaction as she departed. Once the maid left, Qiufan approached. "Young lady, was the sweet soup delightful? Are you tempted?" Observing Qiufan's demeanor, Zhu Xuntao immediately understood the little maid's thoughts. Although Qiufan felt bashful, she nodded earnestly. Patting Qiufan's head, Zhu Xuntao generously declared, "Next time there's an opportunity, I shall let you taste it too." "Thank you, young lady." Qiufan's eyes sparkled. Her lady was truly kind to her. In this life, the next, and even beyond, she would follow Zhu Xuntao, remaining steadfastly by her side. Meanwhile, Qiufan remained blissfully unaware that the maid who had just served Zhu Xuntao had gone directly to Zhu Yingyan. "Eldest young lady, I personally witnessed second young lady finish every last drop." "Finished it all?" Zhu Yingyan was somewhat taken aback. "What about the meal at noon?" In response to the eldest young lady's inquiry, the maid surmised that the second young lady, having rarely tasted good food, was simply indulging her appetite. The second young lady cannot be compared to the eldest young lady. The latter is nurtured like a precious gem, while the former has hardly encountered any delicacies. Naturally, upon being presented with such fine fare, she would devour it with zeal. The maid's eyes glimmered with avarice as she sought to please Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan smiled and handed her a silver ingot. "You have done well. Maintain this effort." The maid eagerly tucked the silver away, her mind racing. "I am more than willing to assist the eldest young lady. However, according to your wishes, from now on, all meals for the second young lady must meet today as standard, which incurs a significant expense, more than even what steward Wang allocates for her monthly allowance." "Fear not." Zhu Yingyan reassured her inwardly. "Everything prepared for Zhu Xuntao can be charged to my account. I have but one request. Do not attempt to deceive me. Should you become overly crafty, it may lead to unfortunate consequences. A clear stream harbors no fish. A little greed is permissible, but if it becomes excessive, there are many in the household I can readily replace." The maid felt a tightening in her heart and swiftly quashed any nascent thoughts. Their family's indenture remained in the hands of the matron, and the eldest young lady was the most favored daughter. Offending her would be tantamount to offending the matron herself. She could not risk her family's well-being over a mere handful of silver. "Eldest young lady, I am utterly loyal to you. You may leave now." With both incentives given, Zhu Yingyan would certainly pay more attention to this maid. Once the maid departed, Qiufan, though puzzled, voiced her full support. The eldest young lady is truly a wonderful sister, selflessly supplementing the second young lady. Once the second young lady is married, she will undoubtedly maintain a close bond with the eldest young lady. Should the second young lady forget her elder sister's kindness, I will surely confront her.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing Qiufan's remarks, Zhu Yingyan laughed heartily. This maid may be a bit simple, but her loyalty is unquestionable. Occasionally uttering foolish words, she still manages to bring joy. I am bound to Zhu Xuntao by blood. In this lifetime, she is my sole true sister. If I do not treat her well, who else shall I cherish? Before her marriage, I shall do everything within my power to ensure she is well nurtured, preparing her to bear descendants for the young Master Shao. All the fine things I have procured, I have unreservedly bestowed upon Zhu Xuntao, devoid of any pretense. If she does not thrive, who will? Chapter 53. Likes and Dislikes. For Zhu Xuntao, she truly is a good sister. Zhu Yingyan, spending her own money to ensure Zhu Xuntao is healthy, left the crown prince utterly bewildered upon hearing the news. When rumors about Zhu Xuntao circulated, Zhu Yingyan had not behaved in such a manner. Surely, it could not be that Zhu Yingyan suddenly awakened to the importance of their sisterly bond and sought to make amends with Zhu Xuntao? If Zhu Yingyan were capable of such thoughts, how could Master Mingdeng have deemed her a demonic star? On that day, Master Mingdeng not only agreed with the Qintian supervisor that Zhu Yingyan's fate was incompatible with that of Prince Yu, but he also hastily examined Zhu Yingyan's destiny, proclaiming it to be fraught with anomalies. A fate that oscillates between life and death, wealth and poverty. The crown prince was left in a haze. And even Master Mingdeng began to doubt his own abilities, questioning whether his cultivation was insufficient. Zhu Yingyan's destiny nearly forced Master Mingdeng into seclusion. It was only through the crown prince's persistent persuasion that Master Mingdeng was calmed. The bridal gown for Zhu Xuntao, crafted through the combined efforts of 8 highly skilled embroiderers, was presented before her. Chu Yue, having never encountered such splendor, could only exclaim in awe. Zhu Xuntao examined it closely. It was indeed resplendent. The color red, not only festive but also striking, combined with the intricate and exquisite embroidery, would surely be regarded as haute couture in modern times, demanding a price in the seven figures. Reflecting on her status as merely a working woman, Zhu Xuntao found herself both amused and bewildered that one day she could don such high fashion. Is this what they mean by opportunities at every turn? Young lady, do try it on. Chu Yue's eager little hands trembled with anticipation, longing to strip Zhu Xuntao of her garments and dress her in the exquisite gown. The embroiderer awaits, ready to make timely adjustments should anything be amiss. The more she gazes, the more Yu becomes enraptured by the exquisite beauty of the bridal gown. Miss, do you not think that young Master Xiao is utterly besotted with you? Such a stunning wedding attire, and with such haste. How much silver must he have spent? Young Master Xiao's dedication to this endeavor surely reflects his profound affection for you. Zhu Xuntao fell momentarily silent, then sought to clarify both her and Xiao Jingzhan's positions. I concede that considerable silver has been spent on this bridal gown, but to attribute Xiao Jingzhan's feelings for me solely to this attire is a notion I cannot endorse. Although recently, I have noticed a significant change in his demeanor towards me. My previous image in his eyes was undoubtedly unflattering. Yet it seems that of late, he has been treating me with an unexpected kindness, albeit just a modicum of it. I refuse to believe it. Yu huffed. Zhu Xuntao patiently explained. My engagement to young Master Xiao is no longer a mere arrangement between our families. It is a union bestowed upon us by the Emperor. Should the Yongjing Marquisate fail to demonstrate earnestness regarding this marriage, it would not merely reflect dissatisfaction towards me, but rather a slight against His Majesty. To display loyalty to the Emperor, the Yongjing Marquisate could not possibly afford to treat this marriage with any negligence. Yu furrowed her brow. The logic in her words seemed sound, yet something felt amiss. Ultimately, her gaze returned to the wedding dress, and she refrained from further protest. She would accompany her mistress to the Yongjing Marquisate, and whether young Master Zhao's affections were genuine or feigned, she would observe him closely. Miss, why not try it on? Zhu Xuntao shook her head. I have no desire to try it on. The embroiderers invited by the Yongjing Marquisate possess unparalleled skills. There can be no faults in this gown. If there were, would it be justifiable to the generous compensation provided by the Marquisate? Unyielding, Yu pressed, just try it.
Miss,
how can you remain so indifferent to such a beautiful wedding gown? You, too, have a fondness for splendid attire, do you not? How can you possibly resist such a breathtaking gown? As Yu's excitement reached a near crescendo, Zhu Xuntao found herself at a loss. Indeed, she adored new clothes, particularly those of exquisite beauty. Yet, while such garments could elevate her spirits, the sight of the wedding gown did not possess that effect. She was a staunch non-believer in marriage, and marrying Wang Yu was her best option in this ancient world. Now, however, she found herself destined to wed the living, breathing Xiao Jingzhan. The pressure weighed heavily upon her heart. What others perceived as joyous splendor in the gown was, to her, a harbinger of despair. Truly a source of melancholy. One must yield to the other. Zhu Xuntao, now devoid of enthusiasm, ultimately acquiesced to Yu's insistence and donned the bridal gown. The vibrant crimson fabric accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her cheeks a delicate peach blossom hue. Her eyes sparkled like precious gems, exuding a clarity reminiscent of serene mountain streams. Her lips, naturally tinted, and her waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Once adorned in the wedding gown, Yu felt her vision blur. It was as if she beheld blooming flowers behind her mistress, who appeared as a celestial being embraced by a floral bouquet. No matter how radiant the blossoms, they could only serve as a backdrop to her mistress's beauty. Miss, you are simply too exquisite, resembling a fairy. If young Master Xiao were to see you like this on your wedding day, he might very well be enchanted beyond measure. Do fairies truly exist in this world? Could they possibly be more beautiful than you? Certainly not. My lady is the most beautiful in the world. Yu is undoubtedly Zhu Xuntao's most ardent admirer. A true devotee. Zhu Xuntao chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yu, have you been secretly indulging in sweets behind my back today? Yet, she could not deny the truth. In this life, her visage was indeed striking. Each time she gazed into a mirror, she found it difficult to tear her eyes away. Alas, the absence of a glass mirror meant she could only rely on a copper one, which failed to capture her beauty with clarity. Were it otherwise, she feared she might be unable to divert her gaze from her own reflection. In truth, having been reborn into a world devoid of phones and the internet, her greatest satisfaction lay in having acquired such a lovely face. Not at all. The forthright Qiuyu, oblivious to Zhu Xuantao's playful banter, earnestly asserted, "You treat me exceedingly well, Mississippi. Since you received your monthly silver, you have never slighted me. If I wish to indulge in sweets, I shall do so freely. Could you ever deny me?"
Ha ha ha.
Zhu Xuantao found herself in stitches, for in the Zhu household, Qiuyu was her source of joy. She could hardly bear to think what it would be like to endure her grandfather's passing without Qiuyu by her side. "Young Master Xiao, why do you linger at the entrance to the second Mrs. Chamber, yet do not enter?" The voice of old Madame Li broke the moment, and Zhu Xuantao's laughter abruptly ceased. Qiuyu shot her a knowing glance. The second miss claims young Master Xiao does not harbor feelings for her. Chapter 54. You are deliberately staring at me. Look, young Master Xiao is once again gazing longingly at the miss. Since the announcement of the wedding date, young Master Xiao has visited the Zhu residence more frequently than in all the years of their acquaintance combined. Not fond of her? How could it be that young Master Xiao, like her, is not utterly enamored with the miss? With such a remarkable lady, unless young Master Xiao were blind, it would be unimaginable. Reflecting on this, Qiuyu took a few more glances at Xiao Jingzhan, confirming that his gaze was indeed unclouded. Feeling pushed into the room by old Madame Li, Xiao Jingzhan was visibly uncomfortable, his neck flushed with crimson. To those unacquainted with him, such a reaction might suggest illness. But to those familiar, it was unmistakably a sign of shyness. His brand of shyness, however, was distinct, while others might flush red in the face. Xiao Jingzhan's neck and earlobes betrayed his embarrassment. The depth of his blush indicated a profound excitement. As old Madame Li ushered Xiao Jingzhan into Zhu Xuantao's chamber, she thought him exceedingly well-mannered. With their impending nuptials, what could be inappropriate about his visit? In the past, his demeanor had seemed aloof, as though he were disinterested in the second Mississippi. Yet now, it was clear that he harbored a genuine affection for her. With a son-in-law like young Master Xiao, how could the master of the house fail to treat his wife well? Second miss. Old Madame Li's gaze shifted, and upon seeing Zhu Xuantao in her wedding attire, radiant and resplendent, she was left momentarily speechless. Heavens! Is it possible that our second miss is a fairy descended to earth? She was aware of her beauty, for she was undoubtedly the fairest in the household. Yet, had she ever appeared this stunning? Old Madame Li could not help but admire Zhu Xuantao from all angles, almost yearning to reach out and touch her. How could a mere change of attire transform her so completely? My goodness! The second Miss's beauty now rivaled even that of the palace's esteemed ladies. Old Madame Li suddenly felt that their previous aspirations to see Zhu Yingyan enter the Eastern Palace had been hopelessly naive. With a face like Zhu Xuantao's, it was entirely plausible that she might win the favor of the crown prince even more easily. Who could resist the allure of such exquisite beauty? The sudden entrance of others caused Zhu Xuantao to instantly compose herself, her radiant smile vanishing. Her once vibrant countenance fell to a placid stillness. Her sparkling eyes dulled to the tranquility of an ancient well. The lively beauty that had captivated moments ago now appeared like a lifeless doll, beautiful yet devoid of seductive charm. How did Xiao Jingzhan and old Madame Li come to be here? Had I known, I would not have listened to Qiuyu's incessant chatter. Now I feel like a spectacle.
For Zhu Xuantao,
The scrutiny of Xiao Jingzhan and old Madame Li bore little difference from her visits to the zoo, observing animals. Especially Xiao Jingzhan, his gaze rendered her exceedingly uncomfortable. It felt akin to countless ants scuttling across her skin, an irritating sensation that was both bothersome and disquieting. It was as if a fire threatened to consume her. Confronted by such an intense stare, Zhu Xuantao was beset by a singular thought: to hide. Thus, she assumed her customary demeanor, suppressing all emotions within. Very well. She would merely be a backdrop, an entity unnoticed by others, one that would not even warrant a second glance. A monkey? Upon hearing Zhu Xuantao's inner thoughts, Xiao Jingzhan himself felt a twinge of discomfort. He longed to divert his gaze from her, yet discovered that his eyes seemed beyond his control today. Unwilling to obey his will, had Zhu Xuantao never seen what a monkey looked like? If there was anything amiss with the bridal attire, the embroiderer could certainly amend it. Clearing his throat, Xiao Jingzhan finally recalled the purpose of his visit today. Originally, it was quite fitting for Xiao Milu to make this trip. However, just before departing, Xiao Milu had complained of a stomach ache, thus leaving Xiao Jingzhan, the principal, to undertake the journey. At that moment, Xiao Jingzhan found himself wishing to commend Xiao Milu. After indulging this younger sister for over a decade, he was finally reaping the rewards. Xiao Jingzhan hesitated to take action, whereas Granny Li harbored no such reservations. Her presence was precisely for this matter. Regardless of the circumstances, Madame Sun would never take the initiative to show concern for Zhu Xuntao. Acts of goodwill towards Zhu Xuntao could only be executed by Granny Li. Fearing Zhu Xuntao's lack of experience, the young girl might find it difficult to voice her feelings. Thus, Granny Li had come to assess the situation for Zhu Xuntao. After a thorough appraisal, Granny Li nodded in satisfaction. The embroiderer appointed by the Marquis's residence was undoubtedly skilled. The gown fit exquisitely. Most importantly, the second young lady looked utterly stunning in it. It was at this juncture that Granny Li realized why Xiao Jingzhan had been lost in thought by the doorway. The young Marquis was utterly captivated by the sight of the second young lady adorned in her wedding gown. Suppressing a chuckle, Granny Li turned to Xiao Jingzhan. "Young Master Xiao, the attire fits perfectly. No alterations are necessary." Confirming once more that Xiao Jingzhan's gaze remained transfixed on Zhu Xuntao. Granny Li could hardly contain her glee. Henceforth, the second young lady would indeed belong to young Master Xiao. He could gaze upon her as he pleased, without any rush today. Even though Zhu Xuntao maintained her facade as a mere background figure, Xiao Jingzhan had witnessed a different side of her. And some circumstances had shifted beyond Zhu Xuntao's control. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhan's mind was filled with the image of Zhu Xuntao, who had just moments ago been lively and vivacious, a stark contrast to the wooden, lifeless, and utterly dull Zhu Xuntao before him. Xiao Jingzhan fell silent, and Zhu Xuntao, too, was a quiet presence. Thus, Granny Li interjected, "Young Master Xiao, what of the phoenix crown?" Xiao Jingzhan's earlobes flushed slightly, prompting someone to lift the phoenix crown and place it upon the table. Upon seeing the equally exquisite and remarkably precious crown, Granny Li felt her satisfaction nearly overflow. Whether the Marquis's residence displayed such regard due to the Emperor's bestowed marriage or Xiao Jingzhan's affection for Zhu Xuntao, Granny Li could discern the distinction. It was precisely for this reason that she was in such high spirits. Granny Li seized Chu Yue's hand to prevent any mischief. "Chu Yue, come with me. There are matters regarding the second young lady that I must discuss with you." Chu Yue let out a reluctant sigh, not wishing to depart. As long as the young lady had not wed young Master Xiao, it was unseemly for her to be alone with him, especially within the confines of the young lady's boudoir. She must protect her mistress. Alas, Chu Yue, being a mere young maid, was no match for Granny Li. In her grasp, she was as helpless as a chick, unable to resist, and was swiftly whisked away. A smirk crept upon Xiao Jingzhan's lips. This old woman was indeed astute. He had heard that her treatment at the Zhu residence had improved, with lavish feasts and fine delicacies at her disposal. Once Granny Li departed, Xiao Jingzhan delved into the core of the matter. Zhu Xuntao was initially taken aback, then realized, "You were deliberately staring at me to distract Granny Li?" Chapter 55. Almost misinterpreting affections. After all, Xiao Jingzhan is the male lead. He should be akin to the unrequited Lu Xiaohui, incapable of gazing at anyone but the female lead. How could he stare at me like a lecher? That was close. I almost misinterpreted his intentions. Xiao Jingzhan, he had not anticipated his clever maneuver would backfire. Yet, in the current situation, he found himself utterly incapable of explaining to Zhu Xuntao. He could neither admit his disinterest in Zhu Yingyan nor reveal that the one who could alter his demeanor was not Zhu Yingyan, but rather, Zhu Xuntao herself. To elucidate this would be tantamount to acknowledging himself as the lecher she had described. As for his grandmother's situation, he had discerned it far earlier than anyone else. How could he have committed such a blunder? The previous rumors about his close relationship with an outsider had originated from Zhu Yingyan. With your intelligence, it was implausible that you could not perceive Zhu Yingyan's ill intentions. Regardless of your decisions, you should never sacrifice your health as a bargaining chip. Were Zhu Yingyan's offerings truly so easily accepted? Upon hearing that Zhu Xuntao had not only consumed them but had fully embraced them, Xiao Jingzhan was filled with concern. Zhu Xuntao arched an eyebrow. How do you know? She was well aware of the nature of her treatment and found it unsurprising. If Xiao Jingzhan was as cognizant as she was, that was indeed curious. Did you uncover the issues regarding the old lady's meals were related to Zhu Yingyan?
Wow.
Xiao Jingzhan is truly impressive. He can investigate such obscure matters. Had I not read the novel and understood Zhu Yingyan's mindset, I would never have associated the old lady's demise with her. It seems not only does Zhu Yingyan possess the halo of the female lead, but Xiao Jingzhan also bears the aura of the male lead. How intriguing. Which halo is stronger, the male leads or the female leads? Once investigated, the truth would inevitably emerge. This statement was tinged with a hint of guilt from Xiao Jingzhan. Without the clues provided by Zhu Xuntao, this matter would indeed be difficult to unravel, with the likelihood of it being deemed an accident much higher. Do not deflect the topic, knowing Zhu Yinyan's ill intentions. Why did he still accept everything she offered? Well, it seems he genuinely cares about me. Zhu Xuntao is not ungrateful. I am not in the same predicament as the old lady. I am still young, and in my growth phase. As she spoke, for reasons unknown, both Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan's gazes inadvertently fell upon her bosom. Zhu Xuantao's face flushed. That was not my intention. At her age, she merely sought to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and with exercise, she could still grow a little taller. Xiao Jingzhan. He had no such intention either. However, a person's subconscious reactions cannot be controlled. Had Zhu Xuntao not observed it herself? In her youth, she had lacked proper nourishment. Had it not been for her grandfather's protection later on, she might have starved. Now, with Zhu Yingyan providing nourishing food and supplements, as long as it was not excessive, these offerings were genuinely beneficial for her. Did she accept Zhu Yingyan's goodwill to allow herself to be schemed against? No, she was nurturing her own foundation for revolution. Her body belonged to her alone. Regardless of whether she married or whom she married, she was determined to maintain her health. Not excessive? Confirming that Zhu Xuntao was indeed mindful and had not fallen into Zhu Yingyan's trap, Xiao Jingzhan's tone softened considerably. Zhu Xuntao nodded. I speculate, purely my personal view. For reference only, not a definitive answer. She did not intend to tarnish the female lead's reputation before the male lead. It was merely a discussion among friends. Failing to clarify in advance, should the male lead misinterpret her intentions as sowing discord, that would be unfortunate. She truly did not wish to become a pawn in a chase where he pursued, and she had no means of escape. Zhu Yingyan's extravagant gifts posed no issues. There were neither poisons nor adverse interactions, merely an overwhelming quantity. Not only was there an abundance of meat dishes, but also an unbroken succession of sweet soups following each meal. The concept of 18 oppositions and 19 fears is merely a remnant of my past indulgences. If Zhu Yingyan were to grasp this, she would have fathomed the nature of her poisoning long ago. Zhu Yingyan is utterly oblivious to the circumstances of her own affliction, let alone suspecting anyone else. Xiao Jingzhan listened intently to Zhu Xuantao's innermost thoughts, his understanding deepening. Indeed, it was Zhu Xuntao who orchestrated Zhu Yingyan's poisoning. However, what did the phrase 18 oppositions and 19 fears truly signify? What, in your opinion, was Zhu Yingyan's intention? She would not squander her resources on Zhu Xuntao without purpose. Zhu Xuntao stroked her chin thoughtfully. I suspect that Zhu Yingyan aims to transform me into a rotund figure. Beauty can conceal many flaws, yet excess weight can obliterate them all. She intends for you to wed a corpulent woman, repulsing you while simultaneously believing it ruins my happiness, a twofold strategy. Xiao Jingzhan nodded in agreement. However, he soon realized the implications of his words and, driven by a strong desire for self-preservation, remarked, even if you were to gain weight, you would not be unattractive. You would simply become a pleasingly plump individual. Zhu Xuntao expressed that she felt no comfort whatsoever from his words. In this lifetime, her only merit in being reborn was her exquisite visage. How could she allow weight to tarnish it? Is there not a possibility that I shall not allow myself to gain weight? Furthermore, is a pleasingly plump person not still considered plump? What sort of simplistic reasoning is this? Very well. Xiao Jingzhan silently acknowledged this. Zhu Xuantao's aversion to weight gain, regardless of his indifference or initial affection, was paramount to her. Naturally, he would be attentive to her feelings. Following her lead, Xiao Jingzhan understood this implicitly. Is there any other matter at hand? The conversation had grown stale, and Zhu Xuntao wished to conclude her discourse with Xiao Jingzhan for the day. What troubled her most was the discomfort of wearing bridal attire before him. She did not wish to become a pawn in the play between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Yingyan, nor did she desire to partake in any such games. In summary, nothing felt right today. Coughing, he concluded his objectives for the day, achieving not only his aims but also the unexpected delight of witnessing Zhu Xuntao in her wedding garb. Indeed, that attire was solely meant for Zhu Xuntao.
You may leave now.
Zhu Xuntao urged Xiao Jingzhan to depart. Fortunately, she had not misjudged the timing. It was still prior to their nuptials. Allowing Xiao Jingzhan to meet Zhu Xuntao in her quarters, a privilege arranged by old Madame Li. In other households, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Jingzhan to encounter Zhu Xuntao today. Out of modesty, Zhu Xuntao felt it was time to dismiss him. Xiao Jingzhan, fully aware of her sentiments, paused, somewhat embarrassed, and uttered, "Wait for me." Observing Xiao Jingzhan's hasty departure, Zhu Xuntao was left puzzled. Chapter 56. All are treasures of the heart. Wait for him. What was Xiao Jingzhan asking her to wait for? Was it truly so difficult to clarify his intentions? Old Madame Li, shrewd as she was, managed to prevent Qiu Yue from interrupting their encounter. Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan leave, she keenly noted the stirring emotions reflected in his eyes. With a sigh, she remarked, "The second miss has captured the affection of young Master Xiao. She shall enjoy a life of comfort henceforth." Upon relaying this information to Madame Sun, the latter remained nonchalant. Young Master Zhao's affection for Zhu Xuntao is inconsequential at present, despite his apparent interest. Who is to say it is not merely a fleeting infatuation? As time passes, how much of young Master Zhao's genuine affection for Zhu Xuntao can possibly endure? Is she truly fortunate? Old Madame Li, do not overestimate Zhu Xuntao. Only my Yingyan is the truly fortunate one within this household. Zhu Xuntao is unworthy. Old Madame Li, with her keen ears, perceived that Madame Sun's words seemed to reflect not on Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan, but rather on her own relationship with Zhu Leoi. Unsure of how to articulate this to Madame Sun, Old Madame Li was perplexed by the disparity between young Master Xiao and Zhu Darren. To date, the men of the Xiao family who have shown no inclination towards taking concubines. Young Master Xiao, as the heir of the Yongjing Marquisate, possesses exemplary character, valuing promises and integrity. She could not envision him as the first to stray from such principles. Mother, Zhu Yingyan entering the room, caught the tail end of Madame Sun's words, her spirits lifted. The matter should not be viewed in such black and white terms. Young Master Zhao's transient kindness towards Zhu Xuntao is still commendable. In matters of love, the greatest challenge lies in longevity. Currently, Zhu Xuntao still possesses some allure. And given that Xiao Jingzhan is not blind, how could he possibly resist temptation? I genuinely hope for a lasting bond between Zhu Xuntao and young Master Xiao, one that endures throughout their lives. She awaited the day when Zhu Xuntao would betray her, marrying Xiao Jingzhan, only to witness Zhu Xuantao's decline once his affections wavered. Indeed, the eldest miss speaks wisely. Old Madame Li, unaware of Zhu Yingyan's true thoughts, mistakenly believed she had come to a realization and found clarity. Eldest miss, you must counsel the madam earnestly. The second miss is her own flesh and blood, soon to wed young Master Xiao. How can the madam continue to harbor resentment? Mothers and daughters should not hold grudges overnight, and the second miss is the most obedient to her wishes. If the madam were to soften her stance, the family could once again enjoy harmony. It suffices that the eldest miss has come to an understanding. Once she comprehends, the madam's heart will follow suit. Zhu Yingyan, displaying newfound wisdom, heeded old Madame Li's advice and approached Madame Sun. Mother, I know you care for your daughter, and I understand. So, rest assured, I shall ensure my life surpasses that of anyone else. Yet one thing must not be forgotten. Even if I do not marry young Master Xiao, I shall never enter the Eastern Palace. In this world, there are more than just these two men. There are even better suitors awaiting me. After several days of reflection, Zhu Yingyan not only relinquished her pursuit of Xiao Jingzhan, but also set her sights on a new goal. Yingyan, are you certain you are not merely speaking in frustration? Madame Sun's greatest fear was that Zhu Yingyan would be provoked by Xiao Jingzhan. Zhu Yingyan leaned closer to Madame Sun. Mother, do I not appear to be in a state of anger? A mere young Master Xiao is not someone I cannot live without. If he chooses not to wed me, that is his misfortune. While she had come to terms with her feelings, the mention of Xiao Jingzhan still ignited both anger and resentment within her heart. Yet, she had learned to conceal these emotions, keeping them hidden from others. Mother, let us shift our focus from young Master Xiao and discuss Zhu Xuntao instead. With her objectives in mind, Zhu Yingyan broached the subject of her sister. There remains but a month before my sister returns home. We must treat Zhu Xuntao well. Yes, the eldest miss is absolutely correct. Old Madame Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, believing Zhu Yingyan's words to be profoundly wise. The madam has suffered greatly. Abandoned by the master, left without a son to rely on, this is her fate. Once both young ladies are married, if the madam wishes to maintain a good life within the household, she must rely on her daughters and their husbands, for the master can be trusted no longer. His affections are divided among the concubines, leaving the madam with none. She cannot afford to lose either of her daughters. Madam, you may disregard my counsel, but surely you will heed the eldest miss? After a moment of hesitation, Madame Sun replied, Yingyan, are you truly serious? Zhu Yingyan smiled and affirmed, there is no sincerity greater than this. With Zhu Yingyan's support, Madame Sun, indeed, lowered her pride and approached Zhu Xuntao. This time, however, she did not come empty-handed. In addition to her words, she brought along a few other items. These items are all for you. Henceforth, do not claim that I, as your mother, have treated you poorly. Glancing at the elderly Li Mama beside her, Madame Sun felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation in her role as a mother, having to bow down to her daughter instead. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. I love you just as much as I love Yenner. However, I harbor certain reservations regarding you that I have struggled to comprehend. Now that your marriage is settled, our time together as mother and daughter is limited. Let bygones be bygones. Please accept these items. The subsequent words were all imparted to Madame Sun by Li Mama. After all, these were not heartfelt sentiments. When Madame Sun spoke, her words lacked warmth, being rather dry and unfeeling. Fortunately, Li Mama's expectations were not high, as long as she articulated these sentiments. Giving due face to Zhu Xuntao, it sufficed. Zhu Xuntao cast a glance at the items her birth mother had sent today, nearly amused. Such outdated patterns. How many years of antiquated merchandise were these? One could only imagine the effort her mother expended to unearth these relics from some forgotten corner. It was truly a strenuous endeavor for her mother. In a word, to find such items was no small feat. Li Mama was quick to bolster Madame Sun. Miss, do not underestimate these items. They are treasures close to the Madame's heart, carefully preserved. Had they not been intended for you, the Madame would have been reluctant to part with them. Regardless of their quality, the Madame has sent them to you, and you must not use this as a basis to criticize her treatment towards you. Everyone understands the underlying meaning. Thank you, mother, Zhu Xuntao replied with a smile, appearing to accept the gesture. Li Mama grinned broadly, revealing her teeth. It was about time. Henceforth, the Madame and the two young ladies will share a deep maternal bond. With brighter days ahead. Under Li Mama's enthusiastic support, there was for the first time no awkward silence between Zhu Xuntao and Madame Sunday. Chapter 57. The nephew has lost his value. After Li Mama accompanied Madame Sun away, Chiyue could no longer contain her discontent, her small face falling. Miss, these fabrics are so old-fashioned. They are hardly suitable for making garments for a young lady. Chiyue had also developed an eye for quality after encountering fine materials. The Yongjing Marquis had gifted Zhu Xuntao with the most fashionable and luxurious fabrics, all of which Chiyue had meticulously managed. Comparing the gifts from the Marquis to what their Madame sent, Chiyue couldn't help but think that what the Madame had delivered today was nothing short of rubbish. How could the Madame even consider sending such items? Zhu Xuntao pinched Chiyue's cheek. Do not be upset. While the patterns of these fabrics may be outdated, the quality is good and could fetch a handsome sum. After all these years, you know how much monthly silver I have received. Consider these as my compensation. Disdain? How could she possibly disdain them? They were all items of value that could be exchanged for money. Chiyue tilted her head. Have they all been sold, just like before? Sold, indeed. The patterns are undeniably ugly and have not formed a fashionable cycle. If they cannot be worn, they must be exchanged for some small change, Zhu Xuntao replied. You know full well how much I am in need of money. Chiyue huffed. I am not aware. The Marquis has given so many fine things. How could the miss be short of money? The previous miss was in need, but now the miss is not. Zhu Xuantao's expression shifted slightly. We cannot touch what the Marquis has provided. The only items I can dispose of are those given by the Zhu family. Be good and obedient. Chiyue nodded. I will listen. This was not Chiyue's first time handling such matters. With assistance from others, the process was swift. Within a day, everything Madame Sun had sent was converted into cash, now resting in Zhu Xuantao's hands. The Crown Prince reported to Xiao Jingzhan. Jingzhan, is Zhu Xuntao truly so desperate for money? She sold everything so thoroughly. Does she not fear Madame Sun uncovering past grievances, or that she might struggle to explain herself? Xiao Jingzhan frowned. Tao Tao does not have any significant expenditures. She hardly leaves her door. How could she spend money? If this money cannot be spent, how could Zhu Xuntao be in need? You are on the verge of marrying Zhu Xuntao. Should you not show some concern for her? The Crown Prince kindly reminded Xiao Jingzhan. Zhu Xuntao lacks money. You do not. The Crown Prince, a person of stature, was not accustomed to Zhu Xuantao's impoverished demeanor. As an elder, Madame Sun's feelings were inconsequential. The quality of the gifts mattered little. They could simply be disregarded. Having sold everything, it was all rather embarrassing. I am willing to give, but she may not wish to accept. Xiao Jingzhan succinctly articulated Zhu Xuantao's sentiments. The Marquis had sent an extravagant betrothal gift, comprising at least 10,000 taels in cash. As long as Zhu Xuntao wished to use it, she could take it. The Marquis would not hold back. In any case, with Zhu Xuantao's intelligence, Finding a way to utilize this money would be more challenging than not. Yet she chose not to use it. Thus, Xiao Jingzhan had reason to believe that even if he handed the silver directly to her, she would similarly refrain from touching it. Faced with Zhu Xuantao's stubbornness and principles, Xiao Jingzhan felt both frustration and affection, pondering how such a contradictory woman could exist in this world. Very well. The crown prince found himself equally perplexed by Zhu Xuntao. Observing her, he felt a sense of relief that he had not insisted on having Zhu Xuntao enter the Eastern Palace as his consort. Accustomed to being catered to by women, he found it burdensome to exert such effort for one. These matters were trivial to Zhu Xuntao. If something displeased him, he simply turned a blind eye. Yet what new tricks was this enchanting stir up to? The sisterly affection she feigned was utterly unconvincing in her interactions with Zhu Xuntao. Xiao Jingzhan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Tao Tao can handle it. Zhu Xuntao saw through the elaborate schemes laid out before her. Aside from being old-fashioned, Madame Sun's gifts truly had no other faults. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. The crown prince's gaze narrowed slightly. Jingzhan, I have entrusted you with Zhu Xuntao. The world may not comprehend her significance, but I have never concealed it from you. Do not betray the trust one have placed in you. Zhu Xuntao and Zhu Yingyan were certainly not engaged in mere trivialities of rivalry over favors in the boudoir. I understand, Xiao Jingzhan replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that the situation had become all the more complex due to Master Mingding's divination. The crown prince urged Xiao Jingzhan to protect Zhu Xuntao well, for another person frequently mentioned Zhu Xuantao's name to him. Xiao Yuanqi observed his little grandson chasing a white kitten around, before casting a disparaging gaze at his nephew Xiao Jingzhan. How long has it been since Zhu Xuntao visited the Yongjing Marquisate? Tao Tao will soon be marrying over. Xiao Jingzhan explained, since we are on the cusp of marriage, it is unnecessary to keep inviting Zhu Xuntao to the Marquisate. Those in the know would think the Marquisate values Zhu Xuntao. Those unaware might assume she is eager to marry and curry favor with her in-laws. Precisely because you are about to marry Zhu Xuntao, you should strengthen your ties and cultivate your relationship. You and Zhu Xuntao have been engaged for many years. Yet upon reflection, the depth of your connection is lacking. Setting aside everything else, I will ask you this. How well do you know Zhu Xuntao? You can count the number of conversations you've had on one hand, can you not? Xiao Jingzhan found himself at a loss for words. If you can count them, then you know that you two do not resemble an engaged couple at all. How are you any different from strangers? Nephew, you are a man. You must take the initiative. Do not tell me you are shy. Xiao Jingzhan, Xiao Yuanqi, ever unsatisfied, prodded Xiao Jingzhan further. Be honest with your uncle. Have you ever given Zhu Xuntao any small gifts over the years to win her favor? Xiao Hingsan, no. Xiao Yuanqi, not even a single trinket, regardless of its value? He persisted. The only response from Xiao Jingzhan was a profound silence. Xiao Yuanqi, infuriated, slammed the table, lamenting in frustration. Fortunately, Jingyu is not a dullard like you, easily winning over his future daughter-in-law's affections. If he were as inept as you, I fear Chenliang would be lost to us today. Grandfather? Hearing his name while chasing after a kitten, Xiao Chenliang scampered over, clutching Xiao Yuanqi's leg, his face beaming with drool and delight. Such a good boy. Xiao Yuanqi's ire dissipated upon encountering his adorable grandson. Gently stroking the cherubic face of his plump grandson, Xiao Yuanqi's heart melted further. To protect his little grandson, he would not hesitate to break the legs of his nephew, who had angered Zhu Xuntao. Everywhere you excel compared to Jingyu, but when it comes to charming a lady, you truly cannot hold a candle to him. I advise you, if you wish to wed, seek counsel from Jingyu. Chapter 58. Lessons of Color. Now I understand why Zhu Xuntao would rather choose Prince Yu than you. The prince may be incapable of treating his wife well due to his demise, yet you, alive and breathing, resemble a corpse, utterly devoid of charm. In a nutshell, Xiao Yuanqi harbored a profound disdain for his nephew Xiao Jingzhan. Despite the outward appearance of disdain today, who could perceive that Xiao Yuanqi took immense pride in Xiao Jingzhan, placing him above even his own son? Today, due to Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan was rendered worthless in Xiao Yuanqi's eyes. Uncle, I plan to invite Tao Tao to the Ho residence tomorrow. Grandmother surely misses her dearly. Upon hearing Xiao Jingzhan's intention to summon Zhu Xuntao to the residence, Xiao Yuanqi's anger subsided, and he jovially patted Xiao Jingzhan on the shoulder. Truly commendable, my dear nephew. You act in accordance with your uncle's wishes. Treat Zhu Xuntao well, and when you wed, I shall gift you a generous red envelope. Having achieved his desired outcome, Xiao Yuanqi cast Xiao Jingzhan aside and scooped up Xiao Chenliang, tossing him high in the air. Chenliang, Your Aunt Tao Tao will come to play at the Ho residence tomorrow. Are you not overjoyed? Evidently, Xiao Chunliang remembered Zhu Xuntao fondly, his eyes sparkling. Tao Tao, I am so happy. As long as you are happy. Your uncle will certainly invite Aunt Tao Tao often to play. In less than a month, she will marry your uncle, and then you can visit her every day. However, you must then call her aunt-in-law. Watching the exuberance of the grandfather and grandson depart, Xiao Jingzhan remained silent. Fortunately, he possessed a broad heart, despite his uncle's harsh words. He bore no grudge and continued as usual. He did not anticipate that while he was nonchalant, his uncle was dead serious. Jingyu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Xiao Jingyu, Xiao Jingzhan frowned in displeasure. Ever since Xiao Jingyu met Yang Shirihua and fell head over heels, his entire demeanor had transformed. Every word was laced with her name, as if he could scarcely utter a sentence without mentioning her. As a workaholic, Xiao Jingzhan found this infatuation with his wife rather distasteful. Were it not for their blood relation, he would be reluctant to acknowledge this younger brother. Xiao Jingyu, equally tormented, wore the face of a resentful husband. Is it not your fault? Father has decreed that if I cannot learn the art of winning over my wife, I am forbidden from returning to the courtyard to accompany Shirihua. Brother, do you understand the sacrifices I have made? If you have any conscience, I shall teach you. And you must learn diligently, so as to not trouble me again. He even deemed his own son excessive, leaving him to be raised by parents and maids.
Now,
He was expected to sacrifice time spent with his wife to instruct this blockhead brother. His plight was truly dire. Xiao Jingzhan felt a surge of irritation, yearning to toss Xiao Jingyu away. Yet, realizing that this brother, though distant, was still familial, he decided to endure. No need for your instruction. I have my own plans. My betrothal to Zhu Xuntao is not just a mere agreement. It is a royal decree from the emperor and empress. Zhu Xuntao is not going anywhere. Initially reluctant, upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan's dark expression, Xiao Jingyu's spirits lifted. Brother, this approach is unwise. Even if Zhu Xuntao is destined to be my sister-in-law, your lack of knowledge in the realm of intimacy will hinder your marital harmony. Remember, the joys of love are a natural part of human experience, intricately profound. You must be discerning, for only then will your future sister-in-law heed your words and act in accordance. Though Xiao Jingzhan had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the world, he was certainly no fool. How could he not decipher the innuendos woven into Xiao Jingyu's sly grin? Did your uncle send you to impart such wisdom to me? Xiao Jingyu intended to elaborate further, but Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together and raised his foot, delivering a kick. As Xiao Jingyu was sent sprawling, he dusted off his pants and shook his head, lamenting. A rotten wood cannot be carved. One day, when my elder brother comprehends the sage advice I offered today, he shall be grateful. Teaching a novice is indeed a daunting task. He resolved to seek out his wife to vent his grievances, hoping for some comfort. After dismissing Xiao Jingyu, Xiao Jingzhan approached Xiao Yuanqi again. Uncle, please do not let your son come seeking me again. The sight of him pains my eyes. I have no desire for his presence, as he teaches nothing but vulgarities. Xiao Yuanqi's dignity was slightly bruised. He had intended for his son to teach his nephew the art of courting, not the vulgarities this foolish son espoused. Xiao Jingzhan, feeling the weight of restraint, retorted, Uncle, when do you plan to inform Xiao Jingyu about Chunliang? While he may not be attentive to Chunliang, he is still the boy's father. Such matters cannot remain concealed forever. Xiao Jingyu's ignorance allows him to act carelessly, but he deserves to know the truth. Xiao Chunliang is, after all, Xiao Jingyu's son. Why should they be in a frenzy while Xiao Jingyu remains oblivious, fixated only on Yang Shirihua? It was time to assign him some responsibilities as a father. Thus, as Zhu Xuntao found herself once again compelled to associate with the Yongjing Marquis residence, Xiao Jingyu made his entrance.
Tao Tao.
Upon seeing Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Chunliang, who had been struggling in Xiao Jingyu's arms, his expression one of unfamiliarity, suddenly brightened, kicking his little legs in eagerness to descend. Xiao Jingyu called out affectionately, allowing his son to approach Zhu Xuntao. Though he often found this little chubby boy a nuisance, feeling he obstructed his affection towards his wife, he could not ignore the fact that he was his own flesh and blood. Knowing that someone wished to harm his son made it impossible for him to remain passive. Xiao Jingyu's gaze shifted subtly, now focusing on Zhu Xuntao. After all, she was to be his future sister-in-law, and he feared that a lingering gaze might incite jealousy in someone. Tao Tao, hug, hug. Seeing Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Chunliang was genuinely delighted, even more so than when facing his own father. All right, come here for a hug. Zhu Xuntao, too, had developed a fondness for the chubby child. As they embraced, Xiao Chunliang pressed his round face against Zhu Xuantao's, nuzzling affectionately. So adorable. So adorable. I can't resist. What can alleviate worries? Only adorable children. Despite receiving Xiao Jingzhan's prior warning, upon hearing Zhu Xuantao's unique sentiments, the usually unserious Xiao Jingyu could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Is there truly such an extraordinary phenomenon in this world? Chapter 59. Are we teasing a puppy? Xiao Jingyu was astonished. Yet upon witnessing the enthusiasm of his own chubby child towards Zhu Xuntao, he laughed heartily. He shot a glance at Xiao Jingzhan. Brother, you are falling short. Observe how talented my son is, utterly enchanting your future wife. It seems not only can I serve as a mentor to you, but even my little chubby boy is qualified to impart some wisdom. In the realm of affection, it became evident that Zhu Xuntao held a special fondness for the chubby son, surpassing the regard she bestowed upon the eldest brother. This comparison, stark as it was, brought a sense of comfort to Xiao Jingyu's heart. Little Chunliang, pray, what is this? Zhu Xuntao inquired, producing a small rattan ball and playfully waving it before the pudgy child. Ball. Xiao Chunliang clapped his tiny hands in delight, expressing his fondness for the object. Shall we play? Zhu Xuantao's gaze flickered with a hint of mischief as she proposed to accompany him in his play. Xiao Chunliang nodded vigorously, his laughter revealing his small, pearly teeth. Zhu Xuntao placed Xiao Chunliang on the ground and gently tossed the rattan ball, watching as it rolled away. Without any prompt from Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Chunliang burst into joyous laughter and waddled over, retrieving the ball and returning it to her. In perfect sync, Zhu Xuntao threw the ball once more, eliciting another round of giggles from Xiao Chunliang as he scampered after it with increasing enthusiasm. Observing this playful exchange, Xiao Jingyu felt a twinge of unease. Was Zhu Xuntao truly treating his son as if he were a mere pet? The unsettling thought began to gnaw at him. Xiao Jingzhan remained silent, as the answer seemed all too apparent. Did it require articulation? Xiao Jingyu's expression soured. Was it appropriate for Zhu Xuntao to engage in such frivolity with his son? His resentment simmered. Zhu Xuntao was truly incorrigible, deriving amusement from his naive child. Xiao Jingzhan, however, stood in support of Zhu Xuntao. What matters most is that Chunliang is happy. The process is trivial, as long as the outcome is joyful. Though Xiao Jingyu feigned indifference, he could not help but voice his concerns. He nudged Xiao Jingzhan's shoulder. Are we to merely observe Zhu Xuntao amusing my son? What exactly transpired with my child's disappearance? When did it happen, and where can we reclaim him? Surely, these inquiries warrant answers. The matter remained concealed from his wife. Should it be mishandled, and the chubby child truly be lost, his wife would undoubtedly bar him from crossing the threshold of their home. Patience was paramount, albeit urgency bore no fruit. The situation was intricate, and they could not directly reveal to Zhu Xuntao that they were privy to her innermost thoughts. In fact, Xiao Jingzhan was hesitant to disclose anything to Zhu Xuntao, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. After Xiao Chunliang had worked up a sweat from the playful antics, Zhu Xuntao called out, "Who among you is responsible for caring for Chunliang? We must change his attire to prevent him from catching a chill." As the youngest child in the Yongjing marquisate, Xiao Chunliang was surrounded by a multitude of servants and caregivers, certainly more than just one or two. A kindly-faced woman approached with a warm smile, extending her arms. "Little master, may I carry you to change your clothes?" Xiao Chunliang, reluctant to part, exclaimed, "Taoji Dudu?" Zhu Xuntao lowered her gaze towards him, as though conceding, "Shall Aunt accompany you to change?" "Yea." Xiao Chunliang's delight was evident, as he clung to Zhu Xuntao, refusing to let go. Fortunately, Zhu Xuntao retained the skills she had acquired during her time in the orphanage, and with Xiao Chunliang's obedient nature, the process of changing his clothes was swift and seamless. He followed her instructions effortlessly, extending his arms and lifting his legs as needed. Once he was dressed, Zhu Xuntao cradled Xiao Chunliang in her arms and offered him water. The thirsty child drank heartily from her cup, quenching his thirst before refusing any more. At that moment, another caregiver approached. "Miss Zhu, the young master has gained quite a bit of weight. After holding him for so long, you must be weary. Allow me to take over." The mere tone of her voice indicated that she was one who knew how to navigate the intricacies of courtly life. Understanding her insinuation, Xiao Chunliang twisted in Zhu Xuantao's embrace, giving the woman a dismissive glare. Zhu Xuntao gently patted the chubby child's back. "This outfit is indeed lovely, yet it seems to lack an accessory. Where is Chunliang's jade pendant? Bring it forth, and I shall select one for you." The scheming Zhou nanny hesitated. "Well," Zhu Xuntao arched an eyebrow. "What seems to be the issue? Are you concerned that I might covet your young master's belongings?" Xiao Chunliang, nestled in her arms, lifted his small face. Gift for Dudu. Taoji Dudu loves food. He can give it. Zhu Xuntao playfully pinched his doughy cheeks. Such a clever little soul. How could I not cherish you a bit more? With such innocent sentiments expressed, Zhou Nanny had no grounds to object further. She retrieved a sizable wooden box from the corner and presented it before Zhu Xuntao. This box was familiar to Xiao Chunliang, who eagerly opened it and began to pull out items he found appealing, asking Zhu Xuntao, "Do you want this?" Observing from the shadows, Xiao Jingyu noted that the chubby child had unwittingly grasped the precious warm jade pendant he had painstakingly sought. If not for the scarcity of the material and the occasion of the child's first birthday, he would have bestowed such a fine gift upon his wife. Ungrateful little rascal. Here he was, offering his heartfelt efforts to someone else. Zhu Xuntao shook Xiao Chunliang's small hand. "Do you not cherish this?" Xiao Chunliang nodded. "I love it. It's beautiful. I wish to gift it to Taoji Dudu." His reasoning was clear. Due to his fondness for the pendant, he wished to present it to his beloved Aunt Zhu. Zhu Xuntao couldn't help but smile at his earnestness and affection. "Aunt does not desire this. You should keep it for yourself." Xiao Chunliang, genuinely generous, insisted that Zhu Xuntao choose for herself, as he noticed her disinterest in the pendant he had selected. In accordance with the colors of his garments, Zhu Xuntao finally spotted the jade pendant she had been seeking, a piece of azure jade adorned with a rich blue cord. As she reached for the pendant, she deliberately slowed her movements, feigning indecision. However, her gaze was fixed upon the two caregivers attending to Xiao Chunliang. Chapter 60 revealed that there was indeed a matter at hand. Zhou Nanny's lips quivered, seemingly on the verge of speaking, while the gentle-faced Jin Nanny lowered her head, presenting an image of humility. Ultimately, Zhu Xuntao seized the jade pendant from the box. Xiao Chunliang furrowed his brow, his small voice piped up, "This one isn't good." Zhu Xuntao playfully tapped his nose, realizing that the reason the chubby child had not taken to this particular pendant was that it had likely been tampered with. Swapped for an inferior version. After examining the pendant and rubbing it thoughtfully, she instructed a young maid to fetch Granny Foam from the Marquis's quarters. "What is it? Why does Miss Zhu seek Granny Foam?" The concealed Xiao Jingyu seized the opportunity to make his presence known. As he stepped forward, all eyes turned towards him, save for Xiao Chunliang, who remained engrossed in his pastries within Zhu Xuantao's embrace. Zhu Xuntao hesitated momentarily upon seeing Xiao Jingyu. Considering the safety of the chubby child paramount, she finally spoke. "While I have encountered few jade pendants, I have never seen one like this. Perhaps my knowledge is limited, hence my wish to consult Granny Foam. Before today, I had no prior acquaintance with the child's belongings. I cannot simply proclaim that the child's items have been swapped, that genuine has become counterfeit."
Can I?
"Counterfeit?" Xiao Jingyu's demeanor shifted. He stepped forward and took the pendant from Zhu Xuantao's hand. As Xiao Jingyu took a step back, Xiao Jingzhan glanced at him, remaining silent. Xiao Jingyu conducted a thorough examination and discovered discrepancies as well. To avoid any misunderstandings, he handed the jade pendant back to Xiao Jingzhan. Upon receiving it, Xiao Jingzhan weighed it in his hand and confidently declared, "It is a counterfeit, albeit one of remarkably deceptive craftsmanship." His assertion was not intended to imply that this imitation could fetch a few taels of silver, for in comparison to the genuine article valued at over 100 taels, such counterfeit was mere refuse. He said this to inform Xiao Jingyu that the skill behind this forgery could lead to a source. Very well. Xiao Chunliang was the sole child of the Marquis household, and the servants attending to him were compensated quite handsomely. The Marquis household treated their subordinates well, which had inadvertently inflated the ambitions of these individuals, emboldening them to meddle with their master's possessions. Should this matter be brought to the attention of second aunt? Xiao Jingzhan recalled Xiao Jingyu's biological mother, Xiang Yingxin, his second aunt. The servants attending to Xiao Chunliang were selected by the child's own grandmother. Now that there appeared to be issues among these people, it was only prudent to inform second aunt. They could discuss the outcome later. Xiao Jingyu, however, declined. Their objective today was to ascertain how his plump son had gone missing. The exchange of the jade pendant was merely a trivial matter. Yet, considering the gravity of the issue raised by Zhu Xuntao, it was unlikely to be insignificant. Therefore, what connection did this counterfeit pendant have with the son? With the genuine jade pendant of the young master lost and a fake lying in its place, what could they say in their defense? Xiao Jingyu's countenance hardened, emanating an aura of intimidation. A marquis son could never be a pushover. The matrons and maidservants in Xiao Chunliang's quarters fell to their knees in a panic, each claiming innocence, asserting they knew nothing of the matter. Their pretense of ignorance infuriated Xiao Jingyu, yet he felt helpless. Given the sudden windfall, it seemed prudent to dispatch someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding these individuals. Xiao Jingzhan had never believed that anyone would voluntarily come forth to admit their wrongdoings. Regrettably, his strategy proved ineffective this time. As he spoke, Xiao Jingyu observed that none of those kneeling showed any sign of reaction, all adopting a nonchalant attitude typical of the Marquis household. Zhu Xuntao, with gentle movements, helped Xiao Chunliang wipe the cake crumbs from his face. Her icy words piercing the air. What is there to investigate? They all serve Chunliang. If there are issues, they share the blame. Just sell them off and acquire a new batch of loyal servants. Whether one is stolen or not, it is all wrong. As for the thief, there is no need for further discussion. And those who didn't steal, this is not the first nor the second time that trouble has brewed in the young master's quarters. Yet not a single one has spoken up. What purpose does it serve to keep such servants? Merely to consume idle food. Rice is expensive, you know. The Marquis household may be wealthy, but that does not justify such waste. Initially, Xiao Jingyu thought Zhu Xuantao's method of handling the situation was somewhat excessive. However, after hearing her analysis, he found her reasoning compelling. He regarded Xiao Jingzhan, who spoke solemnly, fetch the deed of sale from second aunt, and proceed as Zhu said. At his command, the room fell into chaos, with the servants prostrating themselves, their voices rising in protest of their innocence. Zhu Xuantao covered Xiao Chunliang's ears, her expression sour. What are you all shouting about? Do you wish to frighten your young master further? If you do not want to be sold off and believe that serving in the Marquis household is a privilege, does crying out for justice serve any purpose? Only you can save yourselves. If you have any discoveries, speak up. Isn't it true that the law does not punish the masses? What sort of law is this? Clearly, each has their share of responsibility. Xiao Jingyu resolved to support Zhu Xuantao, silently positioning himself behind her. You have all heard what Miss Zhu said. Think for yourselves. The kneeling individuals exchanged glances with Xiao Jingzhan. He shot a glare at Xiao Jingyu, who had jumped the gun, then declared, What Miss Zhu says is what I say. The status of Zhu Xuantao as the future marquise was firmly established. With Xiao Jingzhan backing her, there was no room for hesitation among those kneeling, and they quickly began to divulge their findings. The first to step forward was a young maidservant who attended to Xiao Chunliang, replying to the young master, 3 months ago, I discovered by chance that the silver playthings in the young master's room were always going missing. Xiao Chunliang, being young and pampered by his elders, was often given silver, especially when going out, where he would collect a fair amount. Since these were merely toys meant to entertain children as parents, neither Xiao Jingyu nor his wife paid much attention. Moreover, Xiao Chunliang, being oblivious to the value of these silver trinkets, had lost interest in them as toys. Consequently, no one noticed whether they were present or missing. Where was Chunliang's private stash? A significant issue indeed, as Zhu Xuantao had noted, none would escape accountability. Old Madame Zhou exchanged glances with old Madame Chen, and seeing no reaction from her, summoned her courage to produce another box. When Xiao Jingyu opened it, he found a considerable sum of silver notes, indicating that they were indeed present. However, the box was devoid of the numerous scattered silver and gold playthings. According to Xiao Jingyu's memory, his son had enough of these trinkets to fill the entire box. Speak. What other peculiarities exist? Xiao Jingyu was incensed, as it appeared someone was systematically emptying his son's treasury. Chapter 61. A Steely Resolve. Had it not been for the substantial amount of silver notes, which would be easily discovered, this box would surely have been emptied entirely. Zhu Xuantao was inclined to discreetly withdraw, as she was merely an outsider. Yet, her concern for Xiao Jingzhan and his brother potentially letting the culprits escape compelled her to remain, for it was her dear little plump nephew who would suffer the consequences. Thus, Zhu Xuantao opted to stay resolutely. Oh, my dear plump nephew, do you know the sacrifices your aunt has made for you? Without you, given my temperament, I would have long ago hidden away from such troubles. Xiao Jingyu observed his somewhat foolish son, who seemed not particularly clever yet was fortunate enough to have allied himself with a formidable figure. With Zhu Xuantao as his protective aunt, his son was indeed a fortunate fool. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, Xiao Jingyu would have eagerly imparted his practical wisdom to Xiao Jingzhan. Such a remarkable and capable sister-in-law as Zhu Xuantao could not be allowed to slip away. Moreover, in this vast world, how could only the Xiao family and the crown prince hear Zhu Xuantao's sentiments? Surely, it was destined for her to become his sister-in-law, signifying a profound connection with their household. After surreptitiously giving Xiao Jingzhan an encouraging glance, Xiao Jingyu resumed addressing the issue of the servant's dishonest dealings in his son's quarters. As one person stood up, others followed suit, admitting to the nefarious actions at play. Some could even specify the exact day when certain items had gone missing from Xiao Qinliang's room. As revelations poured forth, one individual finally broke down, trembling in fear. Old Madame Zhou? Xiao Jingyu's keen eyesight caught sight of the once robust old Madame Zhou now quaking with terror. How could he pretend not to notice? When called out by Xiao Jingyu, old Madame Zhou cried out in panic, "I am innocent, I am wronged. Although I took something, it was not in such abundance. Young master, I am truly being wronged." As she spoke, old Madame Zhou's sobs grew increasingly frantic, lamenting her own lack of restraint. Xiao Qinliang, unable to comprehend the commotion, tugged at Zhu Xuantao's sleeve, pointing at old Madame Zhou. Zhu Xuntao playfully nudged Xiao Qinliang's little belly, diverting his attention. Thus, apart from old Madame Zhou's cries, the room was filled solely with the cheerful laughter of Xiao Qinliang. Zhu Xuntao playfully teased Xiao Qinliang, grasping his hand and performing various whimsical gestures. While her words flowed effortlessly, "No one will wrong you. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, simply confess to your actions. Those transgressions you haven't committed will not be laid at your feet." At that moment, Zhu Xuntao had already formed her conclusions. Observing the impeccably composed Chun Mama, kneeling with a facade devoid of flaws, Zhu Xuntao could hardly contain her admiration. To play the villain, one must possess the mental fortitude of Chun Mama. Unlike Zhou Mama, who was frightened even before the flames fully engulfed her. In truth, Chun Mama's psychological resilience was not as formidable as Zhu Xuntao envisioned. When the scrutinizing gazes of Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu fell upon her, Chun Mama's body involuntarily trembled, albeit less violently than Zhou Mama. Anxious about Zhou Mama's fear, she remained oblivious to her master's shifting attention. Desperately wishing to extricate herself from the predicament, the old servant only discovered 6 months ago that the small master's box contained dwindling silver. "I sought to unearth the identity of the thief, but alas, my efforts proved futile. No matter how closely I monitored it, the silver continued to vanish." Fearing her masters might blame her for the negligence, Zhou Mama refrained from divulging this situation. Gradually, her mindset shifted. The silver frequently diminished without her masters noticing. When the gold within the box began to dwindle as well, Zhou Mama rationalized, "Since no one has detected it, what does it matter who pilfers the silver?" She remained the wet nurse to the young master, and in terms of merit, her contributions were significant. Taking only a minuscule amount could be construed as a reward from the young master. Thus, Zhou Mama extended her hand toward the box. After a successful attempt, she continued to take a few more. Compared to the missing silver, Zhou Mama reassured herself that her own take was minuscule, hardly worth mentioning. She was timid, afraid to take more or do so frequently. Such a monumental responsibility was beyond her capacity. "I have done my utmost, yet I cannot catch the thief. I even suspect some malevolent spirit is at play. Otherwise, how could I fail to identify the culprit?" Xiao Jingyu retorted. "You neglect your duties and dare to attribute the theft to supernatural forces?" Upon hearing Zhou Mama's words, Xiao Jingzhan quickly deduced that she had been led astray. Zhu Xuntao shook her head and kindly cautioned Zhou Mama. "According to your own account, you only noticed 6 months ago. Yet the silver must have been missing for much longer. Reflect once more on how you first discovered the discrepancy." Zhou Mama, gripped by fear and confusion, struggled to recall the details after 6 months. She struck her head a few times, and suddenly it dawned on her. "I remember now. It was because Chun Mama muttered to herself, expressing a sense that something was amiss with the silver in the box. Upon hearing her, I opened the box, counted the silver the young master had received, and indeed found a significant shortage." As she spoke, Zhou Mama identified a critical inconsistency. She cast a disbelieving glance at Chun Mama. Clearly, Chun Mama had also noticed the missing silver, yet chose to whisper to her instead of informing their masters. What was her motive? Seeing the young master with such an abundance of fine possessions, Zhou Mama felt torn, harboring thieving thoughts but lacking the courage to act. However, once the seed of suspicion was planted, the dynamic shifted. Understanding this, Chun Mama deftly shifted the focus onto Zhou Mama. Chun Mama, who had been previously unresponsive, finally reacted. She knelt forward, exclaiming her innocence. "I am wronged. The contents of that box belong solely to the young master. I wouldn't dare look at them, let alone take anything. Zhou Mama, with her unclean hands, seeks to drag me into her misdeeds. I have never wronged the young master. I implore the heir and the second young master to restore my honor. A person of integrity fears no scrutiny. Even my home can be examined by the heir and the second young master." Zhu Xuntao smirked. "See, It is individuals like Chen Mama, who remain unruffled, that are truly adept at wrongdoing. Your son, addicted to gambling, surely your pilfered silver has either been squandered or used to settle his debts. Chapter 62. Now it was clear. Examining assets may not yield a straightforward conclusion, hence Chen Mama's fearlessness regarding inquiries. Despite having stolen a considerable amount of silver and valuables, Chen Mama herself had enjoyed none of the spoils, not even a morsel of meat. Chen Mama's assertions remained valid. An investigation should indeed be conducted. By the way, Chen Mama, I recall you have a son, not a youth anymore. What does he do? Xiao Jingyu discerned that this son was indeed Chen Mama's vulnerability. At the mention of her only child, a look of panic returned to Chen Mama's face. My son is of little use, merely able to perform manual labor.
Bah.
Zhou Mama spat at Chen Mama. Second young master, do not believe her fabrications. She is lying. Her son is a worthless gambler who has squandered all his silver and has never contributed a single coin to the family. Zhou Mama first patted her own garments, then pointed at Chen Mama's attire. Despite receiving a generous monthly allowance from the Marquis's household, she cannot afford a decent outfit due to her wasteful son. All of this, she attributed to the misdeeds of her son. Maintaining her composure, Chen Mama felt anger rise within her upon hearing Zhou Mama disparage her child. Silence. My son is perfectly fine. Your son is so wonderful. Yet you can only afford coarse linen garments despite your substantial monthly pay? If not for your position serving the young master, you would likely be too frugal to even purchase garments like these.
Bah.
In the midst of her tirade, Zhou Mama suddenly comprehended the truth. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape. I understand now. The silver in the young master's box was all stolen by you. Your son, with his gambling addiction, must have lost a fortune. Even with the Marquis's generous monthly payment, you could not possibly plug the financial drain your son creates. Zhou Mama's voice rose in triumph as she pointed accusingly at Chen Mama. Second young master. The young master's silver has undoubtedly been pilfered by this old hag. How dare you steal so much from the young master and then attempt to make me your scapegoat? The case was cracked. If even Zhou Mama could decipher Chen Mama's ulterior motives, how could Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu possibly be deceived?
Chen Mama,
Furious that Zhou Mama had thwarted her schemes and sought to implicate her, realized she could not admit to her transgressions. A confession of her wrongdoing in pilfering from the young master would surely cost her position at the Marquis's household. Without that, not only would she struggle to find a master who would pay her a better wage, but she feared she might not find employment at all. Thinking of her son waiting for her to bring home silver, Chen Mama was resolute in preserving her livelihood. Second young master, please see. The old servant has committed no such acts. It is Zhou Mama who has acted unscrupulously, meddling with the young master's silver. She is attempting to smear my reputation and shift the blame onto me. I am the one wronged. With merely Zhou Mama's words, Chen Mama was unwilling to confess. Xiao Jingzhan concurred with Zhu Xuantao's observation. Chen Mama's psychological fortitude was indeed exceptional. He had encountered numerous criminals during interrogations, yet in terms of composure, Chen Mama ranked among the most formidable. Given the circumstances, Xiao Jingzhan could not underestimate the threat posed by Chen Mama. Zhou Mama claims your son is a hopeless gambler. Is there any truth to this? Madam Chen, this matter is all too easily investigated. With her head bowed, Madam Chen replied, indeed. In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. Since your son is fond of gambling, it will not take long for us to ascertain the extent of his losses and wins. Madam Chen, you must consider how to settle these debts. As merely a servant, her income is quite limited. If the accounts do not reconcile, no amount of her lamenting her innocence will change the fact that it will appear she has done nothing wrong, thus escaping culpability. The jade pendant belonging to Chen Li has likely been exchanged for silver in your possession. Whether it was pawned or sold, do you truly believe the Ho residents cannot uncover this? Capturing both the person and the evidence is not difficult. As the icy words left Xiao Jingzhan's lips, Madam Chen, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed onto the ground. After a breath, she knelt, prostrating herself, and began to wail. Young master. Second young master. This old servant is also driven by desperation. I have but one son in this life. If I do not protect him, there will be no one else to do so. I have committed no other transgressions. I merely took a small amount of silver to help my son through his difficulties. I implore you, young master and second young master, to consider that I have erred no further and have served the young master diligently over the years. And grant me mercy this once. I shall not dare to repeat my mistakes. Madam Chen's cries were filled with deep sorrow, moving those who heard her. This was indeed a display of Madame Chen's genuine feelings. Xiao Jingyu recalled how attentive Madame Chen had been in her care for the little chubby boy, who had grown quite fond of her. However, once disloyalty is shown, trust is irrevocably lost. Summon the second madam. Madame Chen has confessed, and the matter can now be entrusted to her. As Xiang Yinxin hurried over, hearing of the grave troubles caused by the wet nurse she had arranged for her grandson, her body swayed slightly. How could you commit such an act? The second madam, feeling betrayed by the old servant, implored for forgiveness. Please, second madam, give this old servant another chance. My husband passed away early. Had you not provided me with sustenance, my son and I would have perished long ago. Second madam, I beseech you to save me once more. If I am cast out of the Ho residence, we shall both be unable to survive. In her youth, Madame Chen had lost her husband and had been cast out by both her in-laws and her own family, leaving her with nowhere to turn. In her desperation, she had contemplated suicide with her son by the riverbank. It was during this dire moment that Xiang Yinxin encountered the pair. Upon learning of Madame Chen's plight, she offered her a position. Later, when Xiao Chenli was born, Xiang Yinxin recognized Madame Chen's meticulous and steady nature and entrusted her with the care of the child. Reflecting on these past events, how could Xiang Yinxin not be moved? As for other matters, perhaps I can extend you another chance. But you must not touch anything belonging to Chenli. Madame Chen's eyes, red-rimmed, glared at Xiang Yinxin, seemingly reproaching her for her lack of compassion. The little master's box contained an abundance of scattered silver and gold. To the young master, these were mere playthings, but for them, they represented a means of survival. Chapter 63. It was too late. Without that silver, her son would have long since been beaten to death by the gamblers. If her son were to perish, how could she continue to live? This silver had the power to save 2 lives. Why should it remain untouched, while the young master, disinterested, refused to even glance at it, yet she could not take it to save her son? The second madam was too heartless and unfeeling. Madame Chen's gaze did not go unnoticed by Zhu Xuntao. She remembered it well. This is the essence of gratitude and enmity. One cannot be an overly benevolent person, or else your kindness will be taken for granted. Even if you speak reason, it is a betrayal of conscience. Do not tell me the Ho residence would still wish to retain someone like Madame Chen. If the Ho residence dares to do so, do not blame me for taking the little chubby boy away. After all, allowing the little chubby boy to remain in the Ho residence is merely to be abandoned by Madame Chen. Thinking of Xiao Chenli's fate, Zhu Xuantao's touch on his chubby face grew ever gentler. The innocent Xiao Chenli believed his Aunt Tao was merely playing with him and giggled as he tried to evade her fingers. Oh, little chubby boy, eat less in the future. Do you not know how tempting your little pudginess is? There are always a few perverse individuals in this world who, instead of consuming good food, resort to cannibalism, particularly targeting children. The mere thought of those who refer to their victims as 2-legged sheep made Zhu Xuantao feel nauseous. Yet, her embrace around the chubby boy did not loosen in the slightest. In the original narrative, Madame Chen had nearly taken all the loose silver from the box, unable to touch anything more conspicuous. However, her son's debts could not be postponed any longer. In order to acquire more silver, she devised a plan to take the little chubby boy out of the Ho residence, leaving him on the street while calling for someone to watch him. In turn, Madame Chen would orchestrate the panic when the little boy went missing, aiming to present herself as the savior who would help the Ho residence find him. In such a scenario, the Ho residence would be obliged to reward Madame Chen for her great service. She even envisioned establishing a close relationship with the Ho residence through this incident, given her son's incessant need for silver. However, Madame Chen did not anticipate that the person she entrusted was unreliable, failing to keep an eye on the little boy, who was subsequently abducted and sold to a nefarious place. The little chubby boy, having been well fed, appeared plump and tender, catching the eye of those individuals. Upon witnessing the second madam's expression of distress, Zhu Xuantao sighed. Second madam, are you aware that your momentary kindness has led to the little boy being devoured by others? When the little boy is eventually returned, and you see his lifeless body, you will be driven to madness. If the second madam goes mad, the old madam will perish. And just the depiction of this scenario was too horrifying for Zhu Xuantao to contemplate. She dared not dwell on it. It was simply too terrifying. She questioned the author's mental state while penning the section, wondering why such a beloved character was bestowed with such a tragic fate. Was the intention to drive the second madam and the old madam to madness, or to horrify and disgust the readers? Xiao Jingzhan. So it turns out that not only is Chenli missing, but he has also been divided. Xiang Yinxin's body swayed even more violently as her eyes fluttered shut. causing her to lean to one side. Xiao Jingyu reacted swiftly, catching his fainting mother, had it not been for the need to support her. Upon hearing Zhu Xuantao's revelations, Xiao Jingyu's first instinct would have been to strike down Madame Chen, the wretched servant. The realization that his chubby boy was not only lost but had also, his precious son had not been recovered at all. Xiao Jingyu felt a suffocating pain in his heart, an overwhelming rage boiling within him, directed towards Madame Chen, the architect of his calamity. Xiang Yinxin, in better health than the old madam, soon regained consciousness. Jingyu, just now. She had heard Zhu Xuntao speak of Madame Chen abandoning her grandson, and that he would meet a tragic end. Was she trapped in a nightmare, or was this truly happening? Hush, mother, it's all right. Everything will be fine. Chenli is currently being entertained by your sister-in-law. With her around, Chenli will surely turn misfortune into fortune. He is being well protected. Not only was Xiang Yinxin terrified, but Xiao Jingyu also found himself trembling. Xiang Yinxin struggled to discern reality from illusion. Her son's assurances seemed to validate her fears, indicating that what she had heard was indeed true, not a figment of her imagination. Yet, gazing at her grandson's rosy, joyous face, with its lively, adorable demeanor, filled her heart with anguish. How could such a wonderful grandson be subjected to such cruel fate? Were it not for Xiao Jingyu's words, Xiang Yingxin would have simply wanted to embrace Xiao Chunliang tightly in her arms, shielding him from everyone. Only in this manner could she convince herself that all she had heard was but a fabrication. Her beloved grandson was indeed well. Xiao Jingyu's assertion that Xiao Chunliang was fine did not sit well with Zhu Xuntao. How can the Marquis's residence ensure the proper handling of Granny Chen? Is it certain that the little chubby boy will be all right? Is it really that difficult to deal with a servant? Is it not simple to act according to the law? How can personal sentiment supersede the law? Why can't we proceed according to legal procedures? Theft. Even in a feudal society, where a servant pilfered from their master, the crime may not warrant death, but it should lead to imprisonment. As a law-abiding citizen, Zhu Xuntao found it incomprehensible to grasp Xiang Yingxin's thought process. Xiao Jingyu nodded, agreeing with his sister-in-law. The situation concerning Granny Chen was not one to be sympathized with. Sending her to the authorities was indeed appropriate. Xiao Jingyu helped his mother sit beside Zhu Xuntao, allowing her a clear view of the little chubby boy. Mother, let us send her to the authorities. Before her beloved grandson, Xiang Yingxin recognized not a single one among Granny Chen, Granny Zhou, or anyone else. Knowing full well that her grandson would suffer gravely due to Granny Chen's actions, all feelings of affection and compassion vanished. Grasping Xiao Chunliang's pudgy little hand, she hesitated no longer. Send her to the authorities. No, second madam, please. Spare me this once. Young master, please save me. If you do not, you shall never see me again. Upon hearing this outcome, Granny Chen nearly lost her mind. She had never anticipated that her fate would lead her to be sent to the authorities. She thought that by feigning misery and pleading for mercy, she might continue to serve the young master. Little did she know that not only had the Marquis's residents forsaken her, but they also intended to report her. Granny Chen realized that once she was taken in, she would never emerge again. Her death mattered not. What of her son? At the first sound of Granny Chen's desperate cries, Zhu Xuntao and Xiang Yingxin instinctively covered Xiao Chunliang's ears. In Chapter 64, do not recklessly pair CPs. He. Xiao Chunliang had shifted his attention from Granny Chen back to Zhu Xuntao and Xiang Yingxin. Fun. Tao, let us play together. Finally hearing that the Marquis's household intended to send Granny Chen to the authorities, Zhu Xuntao felt relieved, knowing that Granny Chen could no longer endanger Xiao Chunliang. Chunliang, shall we go to the courtyard to play ball with your aunt? Okay. Xiao Chunliang nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. He was rather bored indoors and yearned to play outside. Zhu Xuntao had no objections, and Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu were unlikely to change their minds either. They promptly summoned people to restrain Granny Chen and took her to the authorities for theft. How Granny Chen's fate would unfold now rested entirely in the hands of the magistrate. With this significant burden lifted, Zhu Xuntao felt considerably lighter. There were few individuals she cared for in the Marquis's residence. Apart from the elderly Marquis and his wife, Xiao Chunliang had now joined their ranks. Assured of the little chubby boy's safety, she could finally sleep soundly that night. Exhausted from playing with Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Chunliang barely touched his dinner before dozing off at the table. After dining with the old matriarch, Zhu Xuntao was personally escorted back to the Zhu residence by Xiao Jingzhan. As she descended from the carriage, she watched as the household staff unloaded items from the carriage, carrying them into her courtyard. After a moment, Zhu Xuntao could no longer contain herself. Isn't second madam being too generous? I merely spent a day playing with Chen Liang.
And he with me.
We were simply enjoying each other's company. There is truly no need for such extravagant gifts. I feel unworthy of such generosity. The value of these fine gifts must be substantial. While she was envious, she dared not accept them. As an employee in the modern world, Zhu Xuntao could hardly fathom the ancient era's wages for playmates being so lavish. The Marquis's household was exceedingly generous. No wonder they had spoiled Granny Chen. It is but a small token. Please accept it without burden, as it is rightfully yours. Unworthy? No. Compared to the assistance Zhu Xuntao had offered the Marquis's household, their gratitude felt woefully insufficient. Were it not for Xiao Jingyu's persuasion, indicating that once Zhu Xuntao married Xiao Jingzhan, they would have ample opportunities to repay her kindness. Xiang Yingxin would have wished to bestow even more gifts upon Zhu Xuntao. Xiao Chenliang was, after all, the very essence of Xiang Yingxin's life. Her heart made it abundantly clear. Should anything happen to Xiao Chenliang, the Marquis's household would face 2 deaths and 1 madness. With so few masters in the Marquis's household, losing 3 at once would be a devastating blow to the remaining members. As Xiao Chenliang's grandmother, Xiang Yingxin was driven to madness. Yet Xiao Chenliang still had his biological father, Xiao Jingyu, and his mother, Yang Shirhua. Even if they survived, their lives would hardly be more bearable than that of a madwoman. The fear remained that without Xiao Chenliang, the Xiao Yuanqi clan would be thrown into disarray. Thus, the Marquis's household felt that what they had given Zhu Xuntao today was a mere fraction of what was due, what was deserved. Zhu Xuntao did not comprehend. But it mattered not. If the Marquis's residents insisted that she was owed something, she would accept it. At worst, should any future troubles arise within the Marquis's residence, she would simply remind them, as she had today. You may go now. Zhu Xuntao waved her hand, signaling for Xiao Jingzhan to depart. He remained motionless. I shall wait to see you enter the Zhu residence. Zhu Xuntao was taken aback, her lips moving slightly before she turned to leave. If he wished to linger, that was of no concern to her. After all, it was not she who had prompted Xiao Jingzhan to see her off. Who knew what was the cause of his peculiar behavior today? Zhu Xuntao had been invited by Xiao Jingzhan to the Marquis's residence, and upon her return that evening, Xiao Jingzhan personally escorted her home, not leaving until he witnessed her step through the doors of the Zhu residence. This depiction painted Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan as deeply affectionate, their connection almost palpable. In such a scene, who could claim that their relationship was merely one of familial obligation and matchmaking, devoid of genuine feelings? Furthermore, with Zhu Xuntao returning with mountains of gifts, onlookers increasingly perceived Xiao Jingzhan's affections for her as profound. Within a single night, the tale of Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan's budding romance had spawned nearly 18 versions, circulating wildly throughout the Zhu residence. Upon hearing the gossip, Zhu Xuntao was so disgusted that she could scarcely eat. Must they make her, the female supporting character, endure such torment? She, a mere supporting character, had her rumored romance with the male lead spread far and wide. Was this to be her demise online? Had she not already traversed into this ancient narrative? In modern times, keyboard warriors were abundant, while in the past, it seemed all were merely verbal warriors. She felt as though she were on the verge of inscribing the words wronged upon her forehead. Miss Zhu Xuntao was tormented by this gossip, while Qiu Yue was utterly exhilarated. She would occasionally steal glances at Zhu Xuntao, covering her mouth as she stifled her laughter. Indeed, Qiu Yue was Zhu Xuntao's sole trusted maid, cherished as a sister. Given their rapport, Qiu Yue could easily gaze at Zhu Xuntao without hesitation, having done so for many years. This was not her first time being captivated by Zhu Xuntao's beauty. Yet today, Qiu Yue had inexplicably developed a penchant for covertly observing her. Coupled with her sporadic giggles, Zhu Xuntao found herself on the brink of madness. Accursed CP fans. She desperately wished to advise Qiu Yue against indulging in every pairing, as it would only lead to her downfall. The notion of pairing herself with Xiao Jingzhan was utterly absurd. What Zhu Xuntao considered ridiculous, however, was perfectly normal in the eyes of everyone else. Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan are merely a month away from their wedding. The couple they ardently support is undeniably genuine. There is no frivolous gossip here. In a moment of exasperation, Zhu Xuntao playfully encircles Qiu Yue's neck, saying, Qiu Yue, as a young lady, you ought to maintain your image. Must we smile in such a disconcerting manner? It's quite unsettling. Have I offended you in any way? Can we not have a civil conversation? Zhu Xuntao could hardly contain herself, and Qiuyue was equally unable to restrain her laughter. She rubbed her face, which had grown sore from excessive mirth, and bashfully remarked, "Young Master Xiao treasures you so dearly. I am genuinely happy for you. Once you marry him, I am certain you two will enjoy a harmonious and blissful life together. My lady, when you give birth to your little one, I shall assist you in raising the child, with your beauty and young Master Zhao's good looks. Just imagine how handsome your child will be." The thought of such an adorable child calling her aunt and being raised by her filled Qiuyue with immense joy. "My lady, I can hardly wait. Why must you delay the marriage with young Master Xiao? The sooner you wed, the sooner you can have children. I am eager to nurture the little one." Zhu Xuntao thought, "Is it truly wise for Qiuyue to speak so freely? Does she not fear offending me? If Qiuyue continues in this manner, our conversation may soon reach an impasse." Just as Zhu Xuntao felt a sense of despair, Qiuyue's playful giggles rang out once more, inciting Zhu Xuntao to slap Qiuyue, nearly sending her sprawling to the ground. Miss, it's bad news." A young servant girl rushed in, breathless and panicked. "What is it? Speak slowly. What could possibly be worse?" "The message just arrived from the Yongjing Marquis's residence. The young master has gone missing, and the old matriarch has fainted upon hearing the news. Now, everyone at the Yongjing Marquis is searching for the young master." "What? The little chubby one has gone missing?" Zhu Xuantao's voice cracked in disbelief. How could the little chubby one have gone missing when she had already dealt with the threat posed by Granny Chen? No. This should not be the case. For 3 lifetimes, the little chubby one should not be able to evade this calamity. How could he have vanished? The thought of the adorable Xiao Chenli being lost, likely leading to a tragic conclusion as foretold in the book, left Zhu Xuantao's heart feeling icy. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She hastily tucked something into her bosom and dashed outside. "Miss, where are you going?" Zhu Xuantao's distant voice floated back. "Qiuyue, inform Uncle Qian to search for me at the dilapidated temple 3 li east of the city." Having rushed out of the Zhu residence, without a carriage, Zhu Xuantao realized the folly of her plan as she sprinted towards the city gate. How could she have thought she could run to the temple on foot? Coming to her senses, she flagged down a carriage heading out of the city, offering her silver hairpin as payment for the swiftest journey to the dilapidated temple. "Help! Help!" The sound of a child's cries echoed from within the temple, mingled with desperate pleas. A disheveled man with a menacing demeanor was grasping the small child. The man, his skin pale and dry from lack of sunlight, had dark circles around his eyes that made him appear even more loathsome. "It's all your fault, you little wretch. My mother was taken to the authorities and cannot return. Since your noble family refuses to grant us a path to survival, then all must perish to accompany us in death." At first, Xiao Chenli cried out, but soon he could no longer make a sound, his fair face turning a sickly shade. Unbeknownst to the man, as he threatened Xiao Chenli, a graceful figure stealthily approached him. Once within striking distance, Zhu Xuantao raised a stone and aimed for the back of his head, determined to strike a decisive blow. "How dare you bully a child, you shameless wretch!"
Sans signe danger.
The man tilted his head just before Zhu Xuantao's stone could connect, resulting in a glancing blow to his shoulder rather than his head. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Zhu Xuantao acted swiftly, kicking the man to the ground. She paid no mind to Xiao Chenli's condition, seizing the opportunity to strike the man repeatedly. Despite being a woman facing a man, she was determined to assert her advantage and fight fiercely. If she did not subdue him, it would mean death for both herself and the little chubby one. Thankfully, Zhu Xuantao had not forgotten the self-defense techniques she had learned. Before the man could recover, she swiftly stomped on his vulnerable area with all her might. All the teachings she had absorbed assured her that targeting that specific area would render him incapacitated. Ignoring thoughts of legality, she focused solely on survival. With a resounding impact, the man collapsed, unable to retaliate. Confirming that he was no longer a threat, Zhu Xuantao hurried to check on Xiao Chenli. Fortunately, despite the altered circumstances, the little chubby one had made it to this very temple. Had she not found him in time, she would have been at a loss. Noticing the bruises on his neck and his pale complexion, Zhu Xuantao urgently pressed on his chest to revive him. Thankfully, the little chubby one had merely been momentarily deprived of breath due to stress. After a few moments of resuscitation, Xiao Chenli not only regained his breath but began to wail. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his beloved Aunt Tao, he reached out his small hands, crying for a hug. "Aunt Tao, it hurts." Zhu Xuantao embraced Xiao Chenli and planted a kiss on his plump cheek. "Do not fear. Aunt Tao is here. I will take you home, all right?" "Okay." Though Xiao Chenli sniffled, he found solace in the presence of someone familiar. However, When he spotted the moaning man on the ground, he anxiously kicked his feet and buried his little head in Zhu Xuantao's embrace, exclaiming, "Bad, bad man. Fear not." Zhu Xuantao reassured him as she lifted Xiao Chunli in her arms. "Anne has dealt with the bad man. He can no longer harm you."
Suddenly,
two unscrupulous-looking men entered the temple, eyeing Zhu Xuantao with a glimmer of intrigue. "Well, what do we have here? A young lady and a little one managing to bring down a grown man?" Before Zhu Xuantao could take 3 steps, the newcomers approached, their intentions clearly nefarious. "Little girl, why are you out here alone? It's unsafe with so many bad people about. Allow us to escort you home." Zhu Xuantao let out a silent sigh while maintaining her composure outwardly. In the narrative, the little chubby one had wandered into the temple after being abandoned by Granny Chen, taking 2 days to reach safety. However, this time, the timeline had shifted significantly. The little chubby one had not merely lost his way, but had been abducted to the temple. It is often said that the righteous are frequently accompanied by those who are unscrupulous, while it is often the learned who are unfaithful. The 2 young gentlemen before us are clearly the type of valiant heroes who value loyalty above all else. My sister and I, having inadvertently lost our way to this place, would be most grateful if these gallant men would kindly escort us back to our residence. Upon hearing Zhu Xuantao's words, the 2 men exchanged glances. How generous would the reward be? After all, their intentions were not entirely noble. The young lady before them was unaware of their true identities. Consequently, any coin would suffice, for there are numerous paths to wealth. The 2 men did not refuse her, which eased Zhu Xuantao's anxiety. 100 taels, or even 1,000. The thought of parting with such a sum pained her, for she had little money. She consoled herself, assuring that she would demand reimbursement from Xiao Jingzhan for that 1,000 taels later. Was there truly 1,000 taels at stake? The notion was indeed enticing.
indeed.
Zhu Xuantao affirmed, "Consider our attire. My niece and I hardly resemble individuals who would default on a debt. If you gentlemen harbor any reservations, I can understand. How about this? I possess a jade bracelet. Though it may not be worth 1,000 taels, it is certainly valued at 100. Allow it to serve as a deposit for your services." With that, Zhu Xuantao, devoid of any tricks, removed the bracelet and placed it on the ground, pushing it towards the 2 men. One of the men picked it up and inspected it. It was indeed a fine piece, worth the stated amount. "Very well. Since the lady has deemed us good men, we certainly cannot cause harm. Where shall we escort you? To the capital, to the Zhu residence." How fortunate that a bit of coin could ensure their safety at such a critical juncture. The 2 men appeared to have been swayed by Zhu Xuantao. Yet she remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance from them. The man who had taken the bracelet was willing to escort her directly back, while the other man, more contemplative, turned to the one rolling on the ground and inquired, "Who is he?" Zhu Xuantao shuddered slightly and glanced back, replying, "He is not a good person." As for Xiao Chunliang, Zhu Xuantao held him by the neck, concealing his face in the crook of her shoulder. Fortunately, Xiao Chunliang did not seem to mind this position, obediently wrapping his arms around her neck in silence. The man, previously injured, seemed to regain his composure, drenched in cold sweat and filled with malice. "You vile women! Do not let them escape. That child is the young master of the Yongjing Marquis, and the girl is the daughter of a minister." Zhu Xuantao realized the gravity of the situation. In the face of such malevolence towards innocent children, mere punishment was insufficient. Would she need to cultivate the mindset and courage to kill in order to survive in this ancient world? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Xuantao spoke first. "Gentlemen, do not heed his baseless claims." The intent of the man who had been injured was clear to Zhu Xuantao and her companions. Given their noble backgrounds as offspring of officials, capturing them would mean not just 1,000 taels, but potentially 10,000. While silver is indeed a valuable commodity, one must have life to spend it. Should the 2 heroes escort us back today, they would earn the gratitude of the minister's residence and the Yongjing Marquis' estate. It is crucial for you gentlemen to weigh the importance of this matter carefully and not be misled by the words of a scoundrel. Zhu Xuantao could not guarantee the effectiveness of her appeal, but she had done her utmost.
Now,
She could only pray that Uncle Qian would arrive swiftly upon receiving the message sent by Qiuyu. The man, desperate and deranged, cackled. "Do you truly believe you can escape and still be considered benefactors of the Yongjing Marquis' estate? Dream on." His words were labored, his complexion growing paler. "If I did not know this dilapidated temple's location, would I have brought you here intentionally? As long as you 2 remain alive, the temple's secrets cannot be concealed. You are on a path to destruction." He turned to his accomplice. "Rather than perish, why not savor the experience of the minister's daughter? If you handle these two as before, perhaps you might find a way to survive. Zhu Xuntao thought. How intriguing. His murderous intent had reached a boiling point. No wonder she could still find the young boy here. It was all part of a deliberate plan. The two men understood that this rogue had chosen to commit his misdeeds in the temple, hoping to use them to clean up his mess. For as long as they had been involved in this life, no one had dared to scheme against them in such a manner. The leading man let out a cold laugh, drawing a dagger from his waist and advancing towards the rogue. Zhu Xuntao hurriedly retreated, adjusting her position. The leading man did not regard her as a threat, allowing her to evade. The entrance to the dilapidated temple was already guarded by his companion. A delicate young lady clutching a chubby child could not possibly escape. The elder brother glanced at the rogue's groin and scoffed. A cowardly man is hardly a man at all. What right does he have to live?
No wonder.
After the screams, the rogue had collapsed and failed to rise again. It was then that the rogue realized fear. Alas, it was too late. The elder brother swiftly plunged the dagger into the rogue's chest with alarming precision. The rogue let out a cry of anguish, spewing blood before swiftly succumbing to death. Despite her lack of experience, Zhu Xuntao could ascertain that these two men, brimming with lethal intent, were seasoned killers. Yet, thanks to the rogue's interference, the likelihood of the two men sparing her was exceedingly slim. Everything can be negotiated. What he says may not be true. I am a stranger to the two heroes. And as for the rogue, he got what he deserved. He sought to harm my niece and me, and your actions today have saved us, thus ridding society of a menace. Beyond that, I know nothing. The elder brother smiled again, though his smile bore no warmth. A clever girl indeed. No wonder you can fell a man with a single kick. What a pity. To spare her was an impossibility. The secret of the dilapidated temple could not be uncovered, and they could not afford to take that risk. Zhu Xuntao gasped in horror at the implications. She glared at the lifeless rogue, gritting her teeth. Gentlemen, could you assist me in delivering a few more blows to this corpse? I feel that a single strike would be too merciful, even in death. The rogue sought to harm others. Truly, some individuals are beyond redemption. The elder brother chuckled. How about I hand you a knife, allowing you to fulfill your wish before you depart? With that, he boldly tossed the knife to Zhu Xuntao, seemingly unperturbed by the notion that she could escape his grasp. Zhu Xuntao bit her lip, struggling to crouch down to retrieve the knife. Just then, the elder brother lunged at her. Compared to uncovering the secrets of the dilapidated temple, it is undoubtedly far easier to abduct Zhu Xuntao and her companion, which could also yield a handsome profit. Pay no mind to me. That young lady possesses great beauty, and once a buyer is found, a sum of at least 10,000 taels is guaranteed. As for the child in her arms, he is evidently well-formed, and there will be no shortage of interested buyers. Today, these two must not escape the crumbling temple. When the time comes to act, be cautious. That woman possesses something in her hand that could blind us. The elder brother, shielding his eyes, commanded his younger brother. Brother, can you manage alone? The younger brother expressed his concern. Enough chatter. If we don't pursue her now, that woman will truly flee with the child. Could Zhu Xuntao afford to wait for the two to reach a conclusion? With her back turned to the temple entrance, she suddenly pivoted and sprinted away. Aware that she could never outrun a man on her own, she felt an even stronger urge to flee, clinging tightly to the child. Do not worry, brother. By the time I serve her another cup of tea, she will be unable to escape. The younger brother helped the elder brother sit down. Brother, you cannot see now. Let me pursue her. Can you manage alone? The elder brother rubbed his eyes, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This is our territory. There's no need for concern. Quickly retrieve her. I do not know what she has put in my eyes, but it is quite painful. It wouldn't be poison, would it? The younger brother's expression shifted. No. If it were poison, I would be dead or blind by now. I can still see, albeit with great difficulty. The mere fact that the elder brother could still perceive light allowed him to remain unflustered and did not rush his younger brother in the pursuit of Zhu Xuntao. Once reassured that his older brother was indeed fine, the younger brother finally agreed to chase after Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao, already distressed and fearful, was running with Xiao Chunliang in her arms, desperately stifling her tears. Any energy she had for crying was entirely devoted to her escape. Tao, don't be afraid. Normally joyful when carried, Xiao Chunliang, feeling the unusual tension of the day, did not dare to make a sound, ignoring the soreness in her arms. Zhu Xuntao gritted her teeth. Be good, hold onto your Anna's neck tightly, and do not let go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunliang obediently complied. Carrying a child and running such a distance proved her surprising stamina. The younger brother had thought Zhu Xuntao wouldn't run far. Little did he know that while he exchanged a few words with his elder brother, she had already covered considerable ground, leaving him breathless in pursuit. Zhu Xuantao's face was pale with fear as she pressed forward, not daring to look back. Unbeknownst to her, the man behind had done something that propelled her forward uncontrollably. With no other option, Zhu Xuantao used her hands to create a protective space for Xiao Chunliang, cradling him completely in her embrace as she fell. Her singular thought was to ensure the man did not catch sight of Xiao Chunliang's face, fearing he might harbor a sinister desire for the child. "Where do you think you can run?" As Zhu Xuantao fell, the younger brother grinned wickedly, advancing to seize her. "You seek death." At this critical moment, Xiao Jingzhan descended like a divine savior, ensuring the safety of both Zhu Xuantao and Xiao Chunliang. With the man behind her rendered immobile, Zhu Xuantao gripped her makeshift self-defense device, cautiously raising her head. When she saw a large head approaching her, she nearly activated her weapon in alarm. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Xiao Jingzhan asked, his expression laced with concern. Over the years of knowing Zhu Xuantao, he had never witnessed her in such a disheveled state. Unbeknownst to him, his words had saved him from a dire fate. Zhu Xuantao relaxed her grip, only then realizing that the figure before her was not a foe, but Xiao Jingzhan. "Third young master? Yes, it's me. How are you and Chunliang?" "Chunliang? My little chubby boy." Zhu Xuantao sat upright, helping Xiao Chunliang to sit as well, checking his body for any injuries. "Little chubby boy, tell your aunt if anything hurts." After the fall, she worried about whether he had sustained any injuries. Xiao Chunliang pointed to his neck with his pudgy fingers. "It hurts, cough, cough." Having been choked earlier, his discomfort was expected. "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Xiao Chunliang shook his head. "That's good." Seeing her nephew was relatively unharmed eased Xiao Jingzhan's tension. Suddenly, the man pursuing Zhu Xuantao let out a howl as Xiao Jingzhan severed his arm, the very appendage that had caused Zhu Xuantao to fall. Zhu Xuantao glanced at Xiao Jingzhan and then at Xiao Jingdeep, bursting into tears. Having been frightened, Xiao Chunliang, upon seeing his aunt cry, instinctively opened his mouth to join her. Before he could utter a sound, Zhu Xuantao erupted into laughter. In a moment, she oscillated between sobs and laughter. Xiao Chunliang, initially bewildered, gazed at the familiar trio of adults and soon broke into a grin alongside Zhu Xuantao. The sweet laughter of the child was a balm for the soul. "Little darling, you are safe at last." With a loud kiss on Xiao Chunliang's dirty little face, Zhu Xuantao's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Dao, Dao." Xiao Jingzhan rushed over with utmost urgency, cradling her limp form. "Brother, sister-in-law has fainted." Chapter 68. "No, I am still unconscious," Xiao Jingdeep thought, torn between wanting to look and fearing to touch. "We must hurry back and find a doctor for sister-in-law and Chunliang." Sister-in-law is truly remarkable, managing to escape from a brutish man's grasp while carrying her nephew. Even though Xiao Jingzhan was the one who ultimately intervened, Xiao Jingdeep admired Zhu Xuantao's courage. Throughout their journey, they had been dreadfully anxious about arriving too late. To their astonishment, Zhu Xuantao had successfully brought the child to safety before they arrived. Xiao Jingzhan lifted Zhu Xuantao effortlessly in his arms, instructing Xiao Jingdeep to carry Xiao Chunliang, bind the man and take him back. "Yes, brother." Once the man fell into the hands of the Xiao brothers, escape was out of the question. "Is everything all right with Tao?" The matriarch, Lady Sheng, anxiously hovered by Zhu Xuantao's bedside, fervently praying for her well-being. The doctor, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, cautiously assured them that Zhu Xuantao had not sustained any serious harm, merely suffering from excessive shock. Furthermore, he noted that in her escape, she had exerted herself too much, resulting in exhaustion. Carrying the young master while running, it was anticipated that upon waking, Zhu Xuantao's arms would be sore and possibly unable to lift. The doctor was astonished. He had seen the young master from the Yongjing Marquise before. Though small, the child was robust, and anyone holding him for any length of time would feel fatigued. It was impressive that Zhu Xuantao had managed to escape with such a hefty child from the clutches of a villain. Impressive indeed. "Doctor, do you have any medicinal wine?" If so, a servant could help massage Zhu Xuantao to alleviate her condition. Lady Sheng tenderly caressed Zhu Xuantao's small face, lamenting the hardships she had endured. "The entire household should be grateful to Zhu Xuantao." "We do." The doctor produced the medicinal wine and handed it to a waiting maid. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Thank you, doctor." Xiao Jingdeep escorted the doctor out before turning back. "Sister, when will sister-in-law awaken?" "I do not know." This answer was one that Lady Sheng also longed to know. Fortunately, the doctor had stated that Zhu Xuantao was physically unharmed and would recover once she regained consciousness. "By the way, how is Chunliang?" Jiang Yijing replied, "Do not worry, mother. Perhaps he has always been protected by Tao Tao and has not been significantly frightened." Upon returning to the mansion and reuniting with family, after applying medicine to his neck, he smiled. As for the rest, we shall observe what reaction Chenliang displays once he falls asleep tonight. Lady Sheng was even more heartbroken. Chenliang was not frightened at all. Just how much effort did Tao Tao exert? If it weren't for her steadfast protection, who knows how traumatized the child would have been after such an incident. Contemplating the instigator, Lady Sheng's expression hardened, and she declared with severity that wretched Chen Mama shall never see the light of day again. A traitor to her master. Jiang Yijing shook her head. Upon hearing of her son's demise, Chen Mama wailed and dashed against the wall, meeting her end. It is akin to a mother slaying her own child. The fate that befell both Chen Mama and her son is entirely of their own making. Yet it is the innocent children who suffer this unwarranted calamity. After Zhu Xuntao fainted, Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan not only brought the two back, but also dispatched someone to investigate the dilapidated temple that Zhu Xuntao had mentioned. Within the temple, members of the Hou family discovered the corpse of a man. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this man was Chen Mama's son. He was aware that due to his actions, his mother's theft of silver had been exposed, leading to their apprehension by the Hou family. Reflecting on the immense debts he owed, he realized that without his mother's assistance, repayment was impossible. Faced with the inevitability of death, he resolved to take a few others down with him. Thus, Chen Mama's son set his sights on Xiao Chenliang, for he was the most vulnerable target within the Hou family. "Mother, should we return Sister Tao Tao to the Zhu family? She has yet to awaken." Xiaomi Luo spoke softly, trailing behind Jiang Yijing. "Before Tao Tao recovers, she shall remain in our Hou residence." Lady Sheng firmly rejected this notion. If Tao Tao were to return to the Zhu family, who would care for her? Xiaomi Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Her elder brother's gaze upon departing had implied that she should keep Tao Tao with them. If Tao Tao were sent back, how would she explain it to her returning brother? At that moment, a familiar voice resounded. "Perhaps I should return to the Zhu family. Otherwise, shall I remain in this state of unconsciousness indefinitely?" The injuries and fright that Zhu Xuntao endured were not as severe as those of Xiao Chenliang. She had merely been exhausted from holding the chubby Xiao Chenliang. Therefore, after resting for half an hour, her spirit was fully restored. For certain reasons, upon awakening, Zhu Xuntao tightly shut her eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Lady Sheng, Jiang Yijing, and Xiaomi Luo were amused. Lady Sheng had never before realized that Tao Tao possessed such a mischievous side. Jiang Yijing's previously tense demeanor relaxed significantly. Zhu Xuntao had saved Xiao Chenliang, and the Hou family could not allow any harm to befall her. Xiaomi Luo was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Sister Tao Tao is unharmed." Without a second thought, she attempted to awaken Zhu Xuntao, only to be halted by Jiang Yijing. She has already stated that she is pretending to be unconscious. It would be inconvenient for her to awaken here. Jiang Yijing turned to Lady Sheng, inquiring about the course of action. Should they honor Zhu Xuntao's wishes and return her? As long as Zhu Xuntao awakened unharmed, the Zhu family's capacity to care for her became inconsequential. If necessary, she could send a servant to the Zhu family to attend to her. Lady Sheng found her daughter-in-law's suggestion reasonable. Having always cherished Zhu Xuntao, Lady Sheng now held her dear in her heart, placing her status on par with Xiao Chenliang. "Little sister, has elder sister awakened yet?" Just as Jiang Yijing was about to arrange for Zhu Xuntao's return, Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan entered. Without uttering a word, Xiao Jingzhan strode purposefully toward Zhu Xuntao to assess her condition. Xiao Jingshan, naturally, did not contest his brother for position, stepping aside and engaging Xiaomi Luo in conversation. "Has Sister Tao Tao awakened? Could she speak such words? By the heavens, Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan have returned so swiftly? I have yet to be sent back to the Zhu family. Very well, I shall continue to feign unconsciousness." Zhu Xuntao's pretense of unconsciousness was primarily to evade Xiao Jingzhan and his companions. There were matters she could not articulate in response to his inquiries. Should she answer, she might be deemed unhinged. Xiaomi Luo thought it fortuitous that she no longer needed to force herself to respond, as Sister Tao Tao had chosen to speak for herself. Chapter 69. Can one still be human? Xiao Jingzhan concluded, as long as she awakens, that is all that matters. Xiao Jingshan gave Zhu Xuntao a thumbs up. In a different sense, his sister-in-law was indeed formidable. Jiang Yijing, realizing the situation, inquired, "Have we revealed everything?" Xiao Jingshan replied, attempting to prevent his elder brother from scrutinizing their sister-in-law. Indeed, the person was drawn to her beauty. Given that Chenliang is a boy, he likely hoped to profit. How audacious to dare touch those of the Yongjing Ho residence. Zhu Xuantao's eyes widened as she shot upright from her bed. Is that what he said? Wait. Let me have Qiuyue convey a message to Uncle Qian to search the temple for me. If you manage to find me, did you not also hear that statement? The unexpected agility of Zhu Xuntao startled Xiao Jingshan. Is she rising from the dead? Indeed. His elder brother had assumed they might glean some information regarding Qinliang's whereabouts from her, hastily making their way to the Zhu residence. By that time, she had already left to pursue someone. Fortunately, the maid by her side was not dull-witted. She knew to relay the message to them. After receiving the news, they rode swiftly to the dilapidated temple 3 miles away. It seemed that their sister-in-law was indeed capable. She was well informed. She truly knew where Qinliang had been captured. The reasons for their visit to Zhu Xuntao were not convenient to disclose. Xiao Jingzhan interrupted his brother. Is there something amiss? There were numerous discrepancies. Zhu Xuntao smacked her thigh. How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter, and contemplated feigning unconsciousness to leave the Yongjing Ho residence. By the way, have you identified the man who abducted the chubby boy? Chun Mama's son. Xiao Jingzhan handed Zhu Xuntao a cup of water, allowing her to moisten her throat. Zhu Xuntao accepted it without hesitation and drank it all in one go. That little scoundrel, Zhu Xuntao exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. That makes sense. In the story, Chun Mama abandoned the chubby boy for the sake of her son. After entering, to tie up the narrative, this person became Chun Mama's son. But are all those in the Ho residence dead? The chubby boy was taken from the estate, and yet no one noticed? Regarding this point raised by Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan had already uncovered. There was a dog hole by the corner of the back garden wall of the Ho residence, usually concealed by flowers and foliage, making it difficult to detect. It was likely that whatever Chun Mama had stolen in the past had been smuggled out through this hole. No wonder she had been able to conduct her affairs in such secrecy. Zhu Xuntao remarked, how ridiculous. A mere dog hole nearly caused the demise of the chubby boy. The masters of the Ho residence ought to reflect upon this matter. Now then, since that person's son is deceased, we shall not dwell on it. I must ask, have you thoroughly searched the dilapidated temple? Is there an issue with the temple? Xiao Jingshan grasped the implication. Remarkable. Our sister-in-law has made another discovery. There is indeed a significant problem. You must urgently dispatch personnel to investigate. Moreover, besides that person's son, there were 2 others present at the time, not merely one. The temple was their territory, and Chun Mama's son specifically chose that location to eliminate the chubby boy, intending to have those individuals assist him in covering up. Recalling how the chubby boy had been abducted, and how no one in the Ho residence had managed to uncover the truth, Zhu Xuntao advised, search more meticulously. There may be secret passages, hidden chambers, or underground vaults. Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan exchanged glances, realizing that the individual in question was unlikely to have spoken the truth. Unexpectedly, that individual was not a trivial character acting on impulse. It seems there is a profound depth to this matter. Brother, I shall take people to investigate immediately. Xiao Jingshan declared. One was his elder sister-in-law, and the other his young nephew. He must seek justice for them and reclaim his honor. I shall accompany you. Standing at the doorway, Xiao Jingyu's expression remained rigid. After sending Granny Chen to the authorities yesterday, he had believed the calamity that had befallen his son had passed. Little did he know that a moment of negligence could have cost him his son once more. Fortunately, he had Zhu Xuntao as his sister-in-law. Otherwise, recalling the news of his chubby son's disappearance would have rendered both of the 2 most important women in his life unconscious. A prospect Xiao Jing you could scarcely bear to contemplate. Be cautious. Regarding the prowess of Xiao Jingyu and Xiao Jingshan, Xiao Jingzhan felt assured. Deploying one was sufficient. Should both brothers act together, not even an ant could hope to escape. Once the matter concerning the dilapidated temple was clarified, Zhu Xuntao, her excitement waning, remarked, Can I faint again? After all, today's events have greatly startled me. It's quite normal for my emotions to be unstable, isn't it? Xiaomi Luo thought, Sister Tao Tao would absolutely not wish to know that they could hear her innermost thoughts, because Zhu Xuntao was oblivious to this. Xiaomi Luo could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment on her behalf. How fortunate she was not to be the one whose thoughts were overheard. Otherwise, how could she continue to live? Would she indeed have to return to the Zhu residence today? Xiao Jingzhan understood why Zhu Xuntao was so eager to faint. She dreaded being questioned about how she knew Qinliang was at the dilapidated temple, a question to which she had no answer. Return. It is imperative that I do. Staying at the Marquis's residence, I am only suited to being mute. Since it was Zhu Xuntao's own wish to return, Xiao Jingzhan and the others had no grounds to object. After all, Xiao Jingzhan had not yet wed Zhu Xuntao, thus lacking the authority to keep her at the Marquis's residence openly. Upon reflecting on this reason, the three women in the room, aside from Zhu Xuntao, could not help but let out a long sigh. Zhu Xuntao asked, "Is there a problem with my returning to the Zhu residence? There is less than a month left." Understanding his beloved's sentiments, Xiao Jingzhan thoughtfully reminded her. The eyes of the elderly matriarch and the others brightened as they nodded. Indeed, there was less than a month remaining until Zhu Xuntao would officially belong to the Marquis's household, and from then on, she could reside there daily. Jiang Yijing eagerly grasped Zhu Xuntao's hand, saying, "Tao Tao, take good care of yourself. Your wedding to Jingzhan will be splendidly organized by me. Nothing less than a princess. Mother? Zhu Xuntao's tongue felt as though it had been carried away by a cat, rendering her speechless.
Viang Yiving similet broadly, internalire joyjin.
There was no rush. In less than a month, she would be able to hear that joyous call. "I shall escort you back." Presently, the task of accompanying Zhu Xuntao back to the Zhu residence naturally fell upon Xiao Jingzhan. "What are you doing?" Zhu Xuntao nearly leaped from the bed. Did Xiao Jingzhan wish to carry her like a princess? Resolutely, Zhu Xuntao pushed away Xiao Jingzhan's outstretched hand, firmly asserting, "I can manage. My hands may be weak, but my legs are strong. I can walk on my own." If he truly carried her back, how could she face the world? Chapter 70. A mere coincidence. As for how she arrived at the Marquis's residence after fainting, Zhu Xuntao chose selective amnesia, opting not to delve into the matter. "Miss, are you all right?" Anxiously waiting, Qiu Yu was nearly wearing grooves into the tiles of Zhu Xuntao's room. Upon seeing her, Qiu Yu rushed forward, disregarding the situation, and squeezed past Xiao Jingzhan to stand beside Zhu Xuntao. In response, Zhu Xuntao felt delighted and applauded Qiu Yu silently. This girl was indeed worth her affection. Xiao Jingzhan's mood was the complete opposite. He pondered where to assign this oblivious maid after they married. "I'm feeling a bit weak. Could you support me?" In front of Qiu Yu, Zhu Xuntao had no need to pretend, fully relying on her. "Uncle Qian doesn't he know about my situation, right?" Xiao Jingzhan had already rescued her, regarding the matter of the dilapidated temple. It was best if Uncle Qian remained unaware to spare him worry. Qiu Yu shook her head. Young Master Xiao said he would go. Uncle Qian could not possibly be more capable than young Master Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhan felt somewhat reassured. This maid was worth keeping around. Having received the answer she sought, Zhu Xuntao turned back. "Thank you for your assistance today, young Master Xiao. I have returned safely. And with Qiu Yu by my side, you need not worry. Please take care on your way back." As for Xiao Jingzhan, who felt as if he were treated as expendable, he could not muster any anger towards Zhu Xuntao. He instructed Qiu Yu, "Take good care of your young lady. If she feels unwell, promptly summon a doctor, and have someone send a message to the Marquis's residence." "Of course, young Master Xiao." Qiu Yu nodded, quickly helping Zhu Xuntao. She was solely focused on getting her mistress back to rest, completely oblivious to Xiao Jingzhan's desire to steal a few more glances at Zhu Xuntao. "Forget it. Perhaps it's best to send this maid away. She lacks awareness." Once back in the room, Qiu Yu was almost eager to strip her mistress down for an examination. "Miss, do you have any injuries? You must tell me if you do, so I can help you apply medicine." Zhu Xuntao gasped, extending her arm to Qiu Yu. "Use this medicinal alcohol to rub my arm well. If you don't, I won't be able to lift this hand tomorrow." Just as she finished speaking, Zhu Xuntao discovered discomfort in other areas. "Qiu Yu, please bring a basin of hot water. I need to soak my feet. They seem to be hurting a bit." After soaking her feet in hot water, Qiu Yu squeezed them and felt the blisters forming on Zhu Xuntao's soles. Consequently, tears welled up in Qiu Yu's eyes faster than the blisters on Zhu Xuntao's feet. "Miss, you've suffered." Zhu Xuntao could only laugh and shake her head. Indeed, she was no longer the resilient worker of the modern era, but had transformed into a delicate young lady of wealth. After Qiu Yu carefully pricked the blisters, applied medicine, and bandaged them, Zhu Xuntao welcomed her first visitor of the day. Granny Li followed Zhu Yingyan, and upon seeing Zhu Xuntao's bandaged foot, she exclaimed, "My dear second miss, you have truly endured great suffering this time. But as they say, sweet comes after bitter. Your fortune is undeniable." Granny Li had learned of Zhu Xuntao's escapade today, which was to rescue Xiao Qinliang. In anyone else's case, Granny Li would have deemed such behavior irrational. However, in Zhu Xuntao's instance, she praised her audacity, meticulousness, and boldness, declaring her to be a person blessed with fortune. The young master of the Marquis's residence had gone missing, and no one could locate him, yet it was Zhu Xuntao who found him. Who could dare claim that she was not favored by fortune? Qiuyu, what medicine did you use on the second miss? Is it effective? I must fetch a bottle of superior wound medicine from the lady. Before Zhu Xuntao could even interject, Granny Li dashed off. Left behind was Zhu Yingyan, who nonchalantly glanced at Zhu Xuntao's injured foot and wrinkled her brow in disdain. Xuntao, I heard you rescued Xiao Qinliang, is that true? Zhu Xuntao extended her hand to Qiuyu, indicating that after attending to her feet, she should also tend to her hands. It was merely a coincidence. A coincidence? Zhu Yingyan scoffed, her expression betraying disbelief. Did she appear so easily deceived? Following Xiao Qinliang's disappearance, the Yongjing Marquis's residence had descended into chaos, and there were no leads to pursue. The Marquis's household lacked clues, yet you managed to find him. How coincidental. Zhu Xuntao smiled, her expression inscrutable. Otherwise, how could one say that there is no story without coincidence? By the way, let me add, any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. Zhu Yingyan found herself resolutely at odds with Zhu Xuntao today. Is that so? What a coincidence. Could you enlighten me on the nature of this coincidence? Surely. It cannot be that one turned left while the other turned right, and thus they crossed paths? As she spoke, her tone was laden with melancholy. Why had she not perished? In her previous life, the child Xiao Qinliang had clearly gone missing from the residence when he ventured into the streets. By the time the Yongjing Marquis located him, only clothing and a pile of bones remained. Upon seeing those remnants, the women of the Yongjing Marquis nearly lost their sanity. It was only after Zhu Xuntao married into the family, conceived a child, and gave birth to Xiao Jingzhan, the legitimate eldest son, that the members of the Yongjing Marquis learned their lesson, cherishing Zhu Xuntao's son as if he were their most precious treasure. Ironically, the family of Xiao Yuanqi, having lost their own child, found themselves elated at the birth of another's. They seemed intent on compensating for every regret through this child, displaying even greater concern than Zhu Xuntao and her kin. What was it? After the loss of one child, Xiao Jingyu was rendered incapable of bearing more. Thus, they lavished affection upon Zhu Xuntao offspring. The thought of her own arduous journey to conceive a child being thwarted by the women of the crown prince's harem left Zhu Yingyan seething with indignation, feeling the sting of unfairness. Initially, Zhu Yingyan had plotted to supplant Zhu Xuntao and marry into the Yongjing Marquis herself. Naturally, she intended to ensure that those who deserved death would indeed meet their demise. Xiao Qinliang was neither lost by her hand nor killed by her design. Should Xiao Qinliang meet the same fate as in her previous life, it would merely be a reflection of his unfortunate destiny.
What could she do about it?
After her rebirth, Zhu Yingyan had never contemplated preventing the tragedy that befell Xiao Qinliang, not solely for her own sake, but also for the sake of her own child. Her offspring was destined to be born later than Xiao Qinliang. She feared that while her child remained blissfully unaware, Xiao Qinliang would be the one to curry favor and ingratiate himself. Xiao Jingzhan was the legitimate heir of the Yongjing Marquis, and thus her son ought to be the most significant among the next generation. The existence of Xiao Qinliang relegated her child to a secondary position. Historically, it was only the eldest and the youngest offspring who captured the hearts of their elders. Secondary? The very sound of that word was displeasing. Zhu Yingyan was unwilling for her own child to be the one caught in the middle, overlooked and undervalued, especially with Zhu Xuntao's previous life as a contrasting backdrop. Zhu Yingyan was increasingly inclined to respect Xiao Qinliang's individual fate. His death was fated, his survival, a different matter altogether. All matters concerning Xiao Qinliang had been meticulously planned by Zhu Yingyan since the first day of her rebirth. What infuriated her was Xiao Jingzhan's lack of insight, daring to refuse her. She was, after all, the daughter of destiny, chosen by the heavens and granted a second chance at life. Xiao Jingzhan could never fathom the immense treasure he had overlooked in her. If not for her prudence, aware of the necessity to conceal her secret, she might have sought to demonstrate her extraordinary nature after enduring his repeated rejections. After relinquishing her pursuit of Xiao Jingzhan, Zhu Yingyan nearly forgot about Xiao Qinliang's plight, for the time for him had not yet arrived. Thankfully, due to her heightened vigilance regarding the movements of the Yongjing Marquis, she was soon informed that a wet nurse close to Xiao Qinliang had been apprehended for theft and sent to the authorities. Zhu Yingyan quickly grasped that the situation seemed to have shifted. The cause of Xiao Qinliang's demise had stemmed from complications involving those around him. It was only 5 years after his death that the Yongjing Marquis, having suffered the theft of valuable items, apprehended that wet nurse, leading to the revelation of the truth surrounding Xiao Qinliang's disappearance. In this life, the two wet nurses who had been near Xiao Qinliang were dispatched early on, either sold or sent to the authorities. Did this not signify that Xiao Qinliang would live a life of peace? That was unacceptable. Although Xiao Qinliang had perished, Zhu Xuantao's son would still be adored by the members of the Yongjing Marquisate. However, what if in this lifetime, Zhu Xuntao could not bear children? Would Xiao Qinliang's fate then matter? Xiao Jingzhan had resolutely rejected her in the presence of Zhu Xuntao and her mother, causing her to feel utterly humiliated. She had already vowed to take revenge on Xiao Jingzhan, ensuring he would regret his choices. Xiao Qinliang's death was the perfect means to inflict suffering upon Xiao Jingzhan, who genuinely cared for him. Determining that the wet nurse responsible for harming Xiao Qinliang was now imprisoned, Zhu Yingyan exerted considerable effort to clarify the situation. Upon discovering that the wet nurse had a gambling son, a scheme began to form in her mind. Even Zhu Xuntao could not have anticipated that the son of Nurse Chen, emboldened by his gambling debts, would dare to abduct Xiao Qinliang and bring about his death. Aided by Zhu Yingyan's machinations, the brother of Qiufen had arranged with the gambling house to ensure that Nurse Chen's son lost a substantial sum. They warned him that the amount was so significant that if he did not repay it promptly, they would not only take his legs and feet, but would also seek his life, leaving no mercy even for his mother. Cornered, the desperate youth turned to the one he trusted most for assistance. Thus, it was with this knowledge that Nurse Chen's son learned of his mother's exposure for stealing silver and her imprisonment. Upon receiving this news, his instinct was to flee. As far as possible, his mother had only stolen silver. She had not committed any graver offenses, so a few years in prison would suffice, and she would survive. He, however, had no such luxury. Without his mother as silver, the gambling house would see him dead. His only option was to escape to preserve his own life. With hopes of reuniting with his mother in the future, Qiufen's brother, anticipating this move, took advantage of a dining invitation to manipulate him further. Fueled by alcohol and bravado, Nurse Chen's son would risk entering the Yongjing Marquisate through a hidden passage, abducting and ultimately killing Xiao Qinliang. Zhu Yingyan had orchestrated everything flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Today, just as in her previous life, Xiao Qinliang was destined to die. As she awaited the sorrowful news from the Yongjing Marquisate, she was met with an unexpected revelation. Zhu Xuntao had returned Xiao Qinliang unscathed. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Yingyan could not contain her fury, shattering a set of cups in her rage. At that moment, her index finger bore a small cut from the shards. Her initial act of retribution against Xiao Jingzhan had been thwarted by her own younger sister. How could she not be furious? Zhu Xuntao gazed at her sister in confusion, questioning why the protagonist sought to know such details with such urgency. Elder sister, the situation was dire. Upon hearing the news, I dashed out of the house, running to the city gate on foot. Do I appear to be acting with any semblance of logic? I was guided solely by instinct, flailing about like a headless fly. Had I possessed even a modicum of rationality, I would have summoned the carriage and taken the household servants with me. In that case, how could Xiao Qinliang and I have nearly fallen prey to thieves? Were it not for the timely arrival of the brothers Xiao Jingzhan, both my life and that of the chubby lad would have ended today. Zhu Xuntao was not entirely dishonest. The news of Xiao Qinliang's disappearance had clouded her judgment, prompting her to act alone. Had she exercised greater prudence, she would have dispatched Chuyue to relay the news to the Yongjing Marquisate immediately, rather than seeking help from Uncle Qian, who was far away. By the time he arrived, he would likely only be able to collect their corpses. Zhu Xuantao's very words served as the best testament to her predicament, evidenced by her bandaged foot. Close call, Zhu Yingyan sighed, her tone a blend of relief and regret. Zhu Xuntao curled the corners of her mouth, feeling that the latter possibility was somewhat greater. Zhu Yingyan naturally felt regret. She had believed that Chen Mama-san alone could handle Xiao Qinliang. After all, how could a grown man not manage to subdue a young girl and a small child? Little did Zhu Yingyan realize that Chen Mama-san was indeed no match for Zhu Xuntao. Not only did he fail to overpower her, but he was also ultimately vanquished by her. Had it not been for the intervention of the two men, Zhu Xuntao would have returned home unscathed with Xiao Qinliang in tow. Wasn't there a possibility of other villains lurking about, aside from Chen Mama-san? I had no idea that Xuntao possessed such remarkable abilities, seemingly stronger than the men. Two grown men were unable to ensure the safety of Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Qinliang. Were they indeed men? One could not handle Zhu Xuntao, igniting Zhu Yingyan's ire. When both failed, her frustration grew immensely. Xuntao, would you care to share how you managed to escape from the clutches of those two men with a child in tow? She needed to understand Zhu Xuantao's methods. After all, she could not allow her sister to turn misfortune into fortune once more if another opportunity arose. Reflecting on the recent peculiarities surrounding the Yongjing Marquisate, where everyone seemed to suddenly take a liking to Zhu Xuntao, Zhu Yingyan mused that with the added gratitude for saving Xiao Qinliang's life, the household would surely elevate Zhu Xuntao to the heavens. Chapter 72, All Villains. Just the thought of her meddling inadvertently elevating Zhu Xuantao's status within the Marquisate infuriated Zhu Yingyan to the point where she wished to tear a few silk handkerchiefs to vent her frustration. Zhu Xuantao remarked, "The heroine is truly quite persistent. Miss, both the eldest and second young ladies are injured and should not exert themselves. If you have any inquiries, might you wait until my lady has rested today and come to ask tomorrow?" The maid, Chiu Yue, jumped forward, visibly displeased with Zhu Yingyan's conduct. Ask. Do you think you're interrogating a criminal? The eldest young lady shows no semblance of an elder sister. How audacious. Zhu Yingyan narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with menace. How dare a mere servant disregard her? Was it Zhu Xuantao's influence that fueled such audacity? Zhu Xuantao interjected, "Elder sister. Do not hold it against Chiu Yue. She is merely overly protective of her mistress. I am indeed quite fatigued today and lack the energy. If elder sister wishes to know anything further, let us postpone until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall weave a comprehensive tale. Yes, let us defer matters until tomorrow. The second young lady has genuinely worn herself out today and deserves to rest." Sensing the escalating tension between Zhu Xuantao and Zhu Yingyan, Mama Li hurriedly intervened to block Zhu Yingyan's advance. Upon hearing Zhu Yingyan express her intention to visit Zhu Xuantao, Mama Li had praised her before Lady Sunday Clever. The most astute in the entire household is none other than the eldest young lady. Surely, her visit to the second young lady will touch her heart. As long as the bond between them remains strong, the eldest young lady will find herself relying on the second young lady more and more in the future. What Mama Li did not anticipate was that the eldest young lady's actions would be misconstrued. Initially, Mama Li had been oblivious. But upon hearing Zhu Yingyan's persistent inquiries about how Zhu Xuantao had rescued Xiao Qinliang, she began to discern the underlying motives. Was it not sufficient that the second young lady had successfully saved the young master of the Marquisate? Why the need for such scrutiny? Were they truly concerned for the second young lady, or was it only she who lacked sincerity, while the eldest and second young ladies shared a sisterly bond? As the conversation grew increasingly fraught, Mama Li realized her suspicions might have been unfounded. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the two young ladies had turned palpably tense. As it appeared they were about to quarrel over Chiu Yue, Mama Li stepped in to halt the confrontation. "Eldest young lady, it grows late. Not only does the second young lady require rest, but so do you. Women who stay up too late often awaken looking unwell. Eldest young lady, let us depart." Zhu Yingyan was reluctant to leave, yet she felt compelled to honor Mama Li's wishes. "Eldest young lady, what brings you here today?"
Mama Li questioned, perplexed.
Wasn't her visit meant to mend their sisterly bond? Yet the unfolding events seemed to suggest otherwise. What could she possibly be reprimanding the second young lady for? Surely, she could not be chastising her for intervening and rescuing the young master of the Marquisate, could she? No, that could not be the case. After departing from Zhu Xuantao's quarters, Zhu Yingyan felt her anger dissipating somewhat. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely think Mama Li speaks the truth. My sister is indeed fortunate. Even when the household disapproved of her, with the old matriarch's protection, her engagement to young Master Xiao was beyond reproach. Now, with Zhu Xuantao having saved Xiao Qinliang's life, the household will surely elevate her to the highest echelons. What kind of splendid life could Zhu Xuantao expect upon marrying into the Yongjing Marquisate? Zhu Yingyan could hardly fathom it, nor did she wish to dwell on it. Even after her rebirth, how could it be that only Zhu Xuantao enjoyed such happiness? She would not allow it. Mama Li, taken aback, did not counter her sentiments. It was a phrase she had grown weary of saying. The second young lady is indeed fortunate. Tomorrow, the eldest young lady must refrain from pursuing the second young lady with endless questions. Genuine concern is not expressed this way. In such perilous circumstances, though the second young lady escaped, she must have been frightened. Is it that the eldest young lady fears the second young lady will forget the horrors of today too quickly and wishes to remind her? Scared? Zhu Yingyan scoffed at the notion. She was far fiercer in protecting that little girl than I was. I was not frightened by her. How could she be scared? My sister is underestimated by all. She possesses considerable strength. Mama Li hesitated. No, it cannot be. The second young lady has a bit of cleverness, that is undeniable. However, it cannot be as profound as the eldest young lady suggests. After all, I have watched the second young lady grow up. How could I not know? Second young lady. Here is the freshly brewed calming tea. Please drink it. Chu Yue presented the calming tea to Zhu Xuntao, insisting on witnessing her consume it. Chu Yue was acutely aware that her mistress was exceptional in every regard, except for her aversion to medicine. Thankfully, her health remained robust, and she rarely fell ill. Otherwise, monitoring her medicine intake would be a full-time job. Zhu Xuntao frowned. Though the calming tea lacked the bitterness of other herbal concoctions, it was hardly palatable. In this ancient era, taking medicine was undoubtedly the most troublesome aspect for her. Couldn't they devise a way to create pills instead? A large bowl of broth seemed designed to fill her stomach, as if to spare her a meal. She certainly did not lack for food money. Under Chu Yue's watchful gaze, Zhu Xuntao pinched her nose and closed her eyes to gulp it down. Meanwhile, outwardly, aside from the marks on his neck, Xiao Chunliang bore no other injuries. Yet, the Marquis' staff remained uneasy. Observing Xiao Chunliang being cradled, still cheerful and drooling, they prepared a bowl of soothing soup, irrespective of his preference. Regardless of whether he liked it, they had to ensure he consumed it, pinching his nose if necessary. Thanks to Zhu Xuntao's timely arrival, Xiao Chunliang had hardly cried throughout the ordeal. However, under the watchful eyes of his elders, he was now subjected to a good dose of weeping, his little mouth incessantly exclaiming, "Bad, bad, bad." After finishing the soothing soup, he found the taste peculiar and began to lick his tongue and wipe it with his tiny paws. Having shared a trial with Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Chunliang's affection for her naturally deepened. With his father pinching his nose to force-feed him, he unceremoniously declared that he would prefer his aunt Zhu Xuntao over his biological father, Xiao Jingyu. "Come, have a piece of candy to sweeten your lips." As a loving mother, Yang Shirua gently placed a piece of candy into her son's small mouth. At that moment, the little chubby boy ceased his fussing. Concerned for his small, delicate teeth, the elders had always restrained him from indulging too much in sweets. Today, however, with the candy in his mouth, the little boy was filled with bliss. "Thank you, mother." The satisfied child was obedient, remembering to express his gratitude. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yang Shirua wiped her son's lips, still stained with medicine, remaining silent. Chapter 73. Are you a devil? She feared that if she spoke, her voice would tremble with emotion, startling her son. Noticing Yang Shirua's distress, Xiao Jingyu spoke up, "Dear, let us take this little cub to bed tonight. If we do not let him sleep in our room, you shall not find rest." Yang Shirua cast a grateful glance at Xiao Jingyu. At this moment, being able to hold her son's warm little hand brought her heart a sense of peace. She had come perilously close to losing her precious little one. Xiao Jingyu stood behind her, offering silent support. Unbeknownst to those around them, a shadow of gloom clouded Xiao Jingyu's gaze. He and his younger brother had returned to the dilapidated temple mentioned by his sister-in-law, accompanied by a few others. Upon thorough examination, they discovered a hidden chamber within the crumbling structure. Inside, they found evidence that many had been bound there. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. Aside from the remnants of their presence, no living souls were found. As for the man with the eye affliction mentioned by his sister-in-law, he was nowhere to be seen. Undeterred, they scoured the vicinity of the temple and, to their horror, uncovered numerous corpses, predominantly of young women and children. Xiao Jingyu could hardly bear to imagine that had his chubby son not been rescued by his sister-in-law, he too might have been left to lie cold in such a desolate place. Some thoughts were too unbearable to even contemplate. Consequently, Xiao Jingyu and Xiao Jingshan concealed the grim details from the women of the Marquis' household, fearing it would frighten them. Even they themselves were overwhelmed with dread. How could they expect the women to accept such horrors? Xiang Yingxin felt a pang of reluctance. She too desired to hold her chubby grandson as she slept to ensure her own rest. Yet her daughter-in-law was also frightened, and as a grandmother, she could not snatch the child away from his mother. Xiao Yuanqi grasped Xiang Yingxin's hand, assuring her that as long as the child remained safe within the Marquis' residence, there would be ample opportunities to share a bed with him in the future. The most important thing was that the grandson was safe and sound. Xiao Chunliang might have felt a bit detached from his biological father, Xiao Jingyu, but he still held a fondness for his gentle mother, Yang Shirua. As night fell, he nestled in his mother's embrace, his small lips incessantly babbling about Aunt Tao. Had it been before today, hearing her son continuously mention his aunt while neglecting her would have surely irked Yang Shirua. If not for his persistent clinginess, which deprived her of time with her son, how could anyone eclipse her place in his heart? Yet today, she felt no jealousy, especially since the person on her son's lips was Zhu Xuntao. She kissed her son's forehead, saying, "You love Aunt Tao." Xiao Chunliang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Aunt Tao. Good, good, porridge." He then stretched his small hands from under the covers, gesturing in the air, so much porridge. Yang Shirua was amused by her son's adorable antics and gently pulled his hands back under the blankets, saying, "If Chunliang loves Aunt Tao, then you must often play with her." "All right," Xiao Chunliang replied in his sweet, childish voice, before yawning and drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, lying beside Xiao Chunliang, Xiao Jingyu felt a pang of discomfort. All this talk of Aunt Tao, where does that leave me as father? I was the one who was frightened today. For him, I even raided the den of criminals. He exerted considerable effort for the sake of his son, after all. Yang Shirua, cradling her son's chubby form, managed a faint smile. "As long as Chunliang is well, I care not for anything else. If you wish to feel jealous, then so be it." Xiao Jingyu sighed. One was his son, the other his beloved wife. In this life, he would forever be at the mercy of these two. He tucked the blanket around them, embracing both his son and wife as he fell asleep. The next day at the Zhu residence. "Do not fear the bitterness. I have prepared candy. So quickly take your medicine. Just a moment longer. You've already made us wait an entire tea time. The medicine is nearly cold. How much longer must we wait? Until the end of time?" Just as Xiao Jingzhan was about to enter, he overheard this exchange and shook his head with a mix of exasperation and affection. "Why one tea Tao drink her medicine? If you don't, how can you recover? If you do not recover, will it affect your marriage?" Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan, Chuyue looked as though she had found a savior. "Young Master Xiao, the young lady refuses to drink her medicine." With tears welling in her eyes, Chuyue continued, "If she doesn't drink, she won't get better." Last night, her face was aflame. I was too frightened to sleep, watching over her the entire night. Zhu Xuntao felt her face flush with embarrassment. "The medicine, it's too bitter. How can such a horrendous taste exist in this world? I am the patient. How can I be subjected to such torment?" Under the assault of the bitter herbal concoction, Zhu Xuntao found that the absence of smartphones and the internet in ancient times paled in comparison to this. Indeed, the physical assault was quite formidable. Xiao Jingzhan chuckled. "Having not anticipated this side of Zhu Xuntao, I have brought candied fruits and pastries, which you may enjoy after taking your medicine. Look, everything is prepared. You should hurry and take your medicine." Due to her dedication to Zhu Xuntao, Chuyue had been unable to step away to procure these items. Zhu Xuntao, soon to marry Xiao Jingzhan, was enjoying a higher status at the Zhu residence. Yet, the only one who treated her with genuine care and attention was Chuyue. When Zhu Xuntao had a fever in the middle of the night, it was Chuyue who stayed vigilantly by her side. The Zhu family had summoned a physician and provided medicine, but beyond that, there was little else. Zhu Xuntao's beautiful features twisted in resistance, her entire demeanor radiating defiance. I feel much better now. I don't need to take the medicine." Liar. Chuyue was obstinate and would not be deceived so easily. Xiao Jingzhan set the items on the table. Chunliang takes his medicine with us pinching his nose. "If you require assistance, I can help with that." Chuyue's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Jingzhan, her expression clear. "If you can help, please do." Zhu Xuntao's eyes widened as she stared at Xiao Jingzhan. "Are you a devil? I am the patient. And I am a patient trying to save your little chubby one. How can one be so heartless?" The members of the Marquis's household had learned the art of persuading reluctant patients from dealing with Xiao Chunliang. Observing Zhu Xuntao, a clear semblance of a second Xiao Chunliang, Xiao Jingzhan set aside any notions of tenderness, for he had experience in administering medicine. Chapter 74. What will happen when the young master leaves? Taking the medicine bowl from Chuyue's hands, he swiftly restrained the fleeing Zhu Xuntao, pinning her securely in his embrace. Xiao Jingzhan clamped down on her arm, lifting her chin to expose her mouth, and without granting her any opportunity to react or resist, he poured the medicine down her throat. Zhu Xuntao, Chuyue. From now on, whenever the young lady fell ill, she would no longer need to worry about her taking her medicine. This task could now be entrusted to the young master. After swallowing a bowl of medicine that was excruciatingly bitter, Zhu Xuntao lamented that while the illness had not claimed her life, this potion certainly demanded a portion of her vitality. As she noticed the bowl was nearly empty, Chuyue swiftly thrust a piece of candied fruit into Zhu Xuntao's mouth, exclaiming, "Miss, you did splendidly today, finishing the medicine so quickly. Such a good girl." Xiao Jingzhan affectionately patted Zhu Xuntao's fluffy head, echoing her praise. "Indeed, very well done." Zhu Xuntao, in her ailing state, appeared less distant than usual, revealing a fragility that softened Xiao Jingzhan's heart. As he contemplated this, his thumb brushed against Zhu Xuantao's lips, reddened from the fever, wiping away the remnants of the bitter concoction. The delicate, velvety sensation reminiscent of spring blossoms stirred something within him, flushing his neck with warmth. Oblivious to her impact, Zhu Xuantao squirmed in Xiao Jingzhan's embrace, feeling as if she were smothering in heat. "Why are you here?" she protested, feeling overwhelmed by his affectionate hold while already battling the fever. If anyone was truly on the verge of exploding, it was Xiao Jingzhan. The way Zhu Xuantao wriggled in his arms felt akin to a feather teasing his heart, compounded by the faint, alluring fragrance surrounding her, rendering him utterly undone. He shuddered lightly and promptly released her, rising from the bedside. Zhu Xuantao felt as if she had been pushed, the warmth from his embrace dissipating and leaving her considerably more comfortable. "I heard you were feverish, so I came to see how you were faring. What did the doctor say?" Xiao Jingzhan managed to restrain himself before responding to her inquiry. Qiyue interjected. "The doctor said that Mrs. Health is not in grave danger, thanks to her proper nourishment. However, she was indeed startled and exerted herself too much, which led to her illness."
Nourishment.
Xiao Jingzhan cast a skeptical glance at Zhu Xuantao. Was there truly someone so kind-hearted within the Zhu family? Zhu Xuantao munched on the candied fruit, eager to suppress the bitter taste of the herbal remedy. "Indeed, although someone seems intent on fattening me up, the good things have genuinely nourished my body." The initial sweetened donkey hide gelatin soup was nothing compared to the later offerings of bird's nest and fish glue that the kitchen had diligently provided. In a bid to ensure she gained as much weight as possible before her marriage, her meals were generously oiled and the tonics were excessively sweetened. Zhu Yingyan certainly understood the power of sugar and fat, delivering caloric bombs each time. Fortunately, she was not oblivious to the matter. She consumed what she could and wasted nothing, arranging everything to its appropriate place. Reflecting on her recent illness, Zhu Xuantao felt compelled to commend Zhu Yingyan. Without her thoughtful care, her prior constitution would have undoubtedly suffered much worse. There was no way she could harm her own body to avoid marrying Xiao Jingzhan. For this reason alone, she felt gratitude towards the heroine. After 16 years in the Zhu household, all the good things she had previously missed were finally bestowed upon her. She felt fortunate indeed. What of the little chubby one? Is he like me, needing to drink the bitter medicine? Having shared life and death with the little chubby one, she felt there was no harm in sharing this burden as well. Xiao Jingzhan chuckled. "I must disappoint you. Qinliang's injury is merely superficial and requires only a bit of ointment. He awoke this morning eager to play with the rattan ball you gifted him." What irked Xiao Jingyu was that while Zhu Xuantao threw the ball, Xiao Qinliang merely retrieved it. When Xiao Jingyu attempted to engage in play with his son, Qinliang insisted that he throw it, demanding that Xiao Jingyu fetch it. Observing Zhu Xuantao and Xiao Qinliang engaged in their game, Xiao Jingyu noted how it resembled Zhu Xuantao teasing his son. Ironically, the one being teased had become himself, leaving Xiao Jingyu with unexpressed grievances. Despite his efforts to defend the little chubby one, he resolved never to meddle in matters concerning his brother-in-law and sister-in-law again. Whatever games they wished to play, he would leave to them, relinquishing his role entirely. Zhu Xuantao chewed and swallowed the candied fruit. "Is the little chubby one really all right? He nearly got suffocated yesterday. And yet he seems fine now. It feels unreal." Xiao Jingzhan cast a grateful glance at her. "This indicates that you have truly protected him exceptionally well. Today, he has been animatedly recounting how you defended him from the bad guys, declaring that he too wishes to be as formidable as you when he grows up. To protect you." Qiyue gasped in astonishment. "Miss you fought off bad guys?" She had only been aware that the miss had rescued the young master, but was oblivious to any actual confrontation. "What are you thinking?" Zhu Xuantao quickly reassured Qiyue, lest she become overly agitated. "You know well enough my weight. Who could I possibly confront with these little arms and legs? Have you forgotten what I usually tinker with? I rely on my wits." She pointed to her head. "Did I employ brute force? No, I relied on my intellect." While conversing with Qiyue, Zhu Xuantao kept discreetly glancing at Xiao Jingzhan. "If he asks me what I used, how shall I respond?" Qiyue was aware of her little contraptions and wouldn't pry further, but Xiao Jingzhan certainly would. Unfazed, Xiao Jingzhan maintained his composure. As if he had no intention of inquiring about Zhu Xuantao's methods. "You should focus on your recovery and regain your strength quickly. Qinliang is awaiting your company for play." If Zhu Xuantao were to neglect playing with Xiao Qinliang, it would only result in the child seeking out Xiao Jingyu for entertainment instead. Zhu Xuantao remained silent. "If the little chubby one is fine, why should I continue to seek him out?" Xiao Jingzhan regarded her with a knowing expression. "Are you planning to withdraw after doing a good deed, without even wishing to claim your merit?" He was indeed troubled by Zhu Xuantao's excessive kindness. Without his protection, such a benevolent soul would surely be taken advantage of. Zhu Xuantao said nothing, prompting Qiuyue to voice her concerns. Young master, if you leave, who will administer the next dose of medicine? I can't do it alone. Chapter 75. The matter has been resolved. Only you can persuade her to drink the medicine. Qiuyue's face contorted in distress. If only she possessed the young master's capabilities. Thankfully, in less than a month, the miss would be wed to the young master. Afterward, administering medicine would become his responsibility, leaving her free of such burdens. Xiao Jingzhan cleared his throat. If not, I shall return once Tao Tao has finished her medicine. It would be unjust to disregard the little girl who called him young master. Zhu Xuantao exclaimed. No, please, do not trouble yourself, young master Xiao. I can manage such trivial matters on my own. Qiuyue interjected. Miss, you cannot handle it. You merely bully me into submission. Young master, I believe it would be wise for you to stay and ensure that the miss drinks her next dose as well. Xiao Jingzhan nearly acquiesced, but Zhu Xuantao interjected. I assure you, I promise, I vow to drink the medicine without fussing. Just trust me this once. Qiuyue's expression was one of utmost incredulity. Another chance? Yes, just this once. Qiuyue nodded begrudgingly. Only this time. If you deceive me again, I shall seek young master for justice. To her astonishment, she realized that Zhu Xuantao feared the young master. With this revelation, Qiuyue turned to Xiao Jingzhan, her eyes pleading for his support. Xiao Jingzhan, finding the term young master increasingly comforting, responded with a good-natured demeanor. Let's grant your miss this opportunity. All right then, I shall follow the young master's wishes. Zhu Xuantao lamented. These days, I find it unbearable. As Xiao Jingzhan departed from Zhu Xuantao's courtyard, he did not immediately leave the Zhu residence. Before his departure, he had an audience with Zhu Dingxing. Lord Zhu, you are far too courteous, he remarked, observing the strikingly handsome Xiao Jingzhan, whose presence filled Zhu Dingxing with immense satisfaction. While Lady Sun regarded Xiao Jingzhan with growing approval, akin to a mother-in-law to her son-in-law, Zhu Dingxing's sentiments were even more fervent. He wished fervently that tomorrow would be the joyous day of Zhu Xuantao's marriage to Xiao Jingzhan, so that he might hear Xiao Jingzhan address him as father. Xiao Jingzhan maintained a stance. Lord Xu is well aware that Zhu Xuantao played a significant role in rescuing Qinliang. The entire household of the Marquis regards her as a benefactor, and her illness is indeed connected to Qinliang. Before the wedding, I must trouble Lord Zhu to care for her a while longer. In a matter of weeks, Zhu Dingxing should have the wisdom to understand how to treat his daughter. Zhu Xuantao. If he could not learn to be a good father in such a brief time prior to her marriage, his aspirations would remain forever unfulfilled. Xiao young master is too polite. Zhu Xuantao is my beloved daughter, and it is my duty to care for her. Rest assured, within 3 days, when next you see her, she shall be fully recovered. That is well, responded Xiao Jingzhan. During his visit to the Zhu residence, he had observed only Qiuyue attending to Zhu Xuantao, and his heart felt heavy. Each time he visited, he discovered Zhu Xuantao's situation to be more dire than he had previously understood. It seemed the discord in her relationship with her parents was largely attributable to the elders, rather than to Zhu Xuantao herself. Having grown up in the Marquis' estate, he had never encountered a father like Zhu Dingxing or a mother like Lady Sunday. In stark contrast to the attention lavished upon Xiao Qinliang, Zhu Xuantao's surroundings were woefully devoid of warmth and companionship. After cheerfully bidding farewell to Xiao Jingzhan, Zhu Dingxing's expression turned grave. Wang Butler, he summoned. Wang Butler hurried over. My lord, how may I serve you? Zhu Dingxing glared at him. Why was I not informed that my second daughter is unwell? And has the lady visited her? Caught off guard by the inquiry regarding Zhu Xuantao's illness, Zhu Dingxing struggled to provide an answer. As Zhu Xuantao's ties with the Yongjing Marquis strengthened, Zhu Dingxing found himself increasingly favored in court. He had been preoccupied with cultivating relationships with his peers, leaving little attention for matters within the inner residence. Lady Sun, unable to see Zhu Dingxing, had not mentioned Zhu Xuantao to either concubine Wang or concubine he in his presence. Ironically, as Zhu Xuantao's biological father, Zhu Dingxing seemed less informed about her than Xiao Jingzhan, an outsider. Wang Butler also appeared troubled. It seems not yet. Understanding that his master was preparing to hold someone accountable, he knelt hastily. My lord, I am but an outsider, and it is not appropriate for me to frequently disturb the tranquility of the second young lady. Many times, I wish to attend to her, yet I find it impossible. Any issues concerning the second young lady fall under the lady's purview. Zhu Dingxing slammed his hand on the table. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself before me. If you cannot manage it, Cannot you find someone who can? You are a man, and it may be inconvenient for you to enter the inner courtyard. But what of your wife? Wang Butler wore a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. My lord, should I interfere too much, it may displease the lady. Everyone knows she cannot abide the second young lady's good fortune. If I were to assist her too much, the lady would surely view it as an affront. As a mere steward, how could I oppose the mistress of the house? Leave me, Zhu Dingxing commanded, his anger barely contained. A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Butler's eyes. Was his master merely making noise without substance? Otherwise, why would he react so differently than expected? Yes, I take my leave. Upon returning home, Wang Madam leaned in. My lord, has the matter been resolved? Concubine, he is still awaiting our good news. Wang Butler shook his head. Not yet. It seems we lack the necessary spark. He could do nothing to assist concubine, if his lord was not inclined to oblige. He had done all he could, risking the ire of the second young lady. He owed no debt to concubine, rather, it was she who owed his master a favor. Wang Madam wore a long face. I thought this time we would succeed. The second young lady has been making quite the impression lately. My lord, you are eager to become the father-in-law of Xiao young master. The success or failure lies with Xiao. Either way, Wang Butler replied. My lord may penalize the lady for the second young lady, yet he will also grant her an opportunity, for the second young lady is her flesh and blood. Had concubine been the second young lady's biological mother, she would have long since wielded considerable power in the Zhu residence. Chapter 76. Never offend the second young lady. If the matter does not come to fruition, there is little that can be done. I will relay a message to concubine to spare her the wait. Wang Madam's worries did not diminish in the slightest. While the second young lady remained within the household, they could expose the lady's shortcomings to my lord. Once the second young lady marries into the Yongjing Marquisate, what faults could the lady possess that might lead to her being stripped of her authority over the household? Upon receiving the response, concubine sighed lightly. Some individuals, despite their lack of gratitude, seem to enjoy an abundance of fortune. If the second young lady were my daughter, she would have already become the matriarch of the inner residence. Such a splendid opportunity, and the lady has squandered it. It is indeed a pity. And what of me? No matter how hard I strive, it all appears to be in vain. Annie, what do you mean? Zhu Songyan, practicing her calligraphy, looked up at concubine her delicate face bearing a resemblance to Zhu Xuntao. Observing her daughter as blossoming beauty, concubine smiled. Auntie means I must protect you well and find you a suitable husband in the future. This matter, my lord, cannot be relied upon, nor can the lady. You must depend on yourself. Zhu Songyan's cheeks flushed. Annie, I am still young. Concubine chuckled. Indeed, still young. But if you were a bit older, I would be quite anxious. She not only had a daughter but also a son, and since the lady had no legitimate son, there were certain things she could contend for. Miss, concubine, has embroidered a handkerchief and says it is a small gift for you to play with.
No.
Send it back, Zhu Xuntao replied without even glancing at it, instructing Qiuyue to return the item. Without needing to look, she could surmise concubine intentions. After all, for a long time, that had been her sole focus. Her biological mother had lost her senses. She certainly had not. How could a legitimate child assist a concubine in undermining her own mother? Was concubine truly so desperate for recognition? Sighing, Qiuyue was not surprised. Concubine had previously sent gifts 4 times. This was the 5th. Though the frequency did not reach once a year, those 4 occasions were enough for Qiuyue to remember. In the past, when times were tough, Zhu Xuntao had never accepted anything from concubine Now that circumstances had improved, Qiuyue saw no issue with Zhu Xuntao's rejection. After all, it was merely a handkerchief. No matter how exquisitely embroidered, it remained just that. The Marquisate had provided so many fine fabrics for the young lady. If she desired, Qiuyue could arrange for her to have a new handkerchief each day. Concubine's small manipulations did not escape Wang Madam's notice. Hearing that concubine had once again been rejected by Zhu Xuntao, she laughed until her stomach ached. The family must have taken leave of their senses. No matter how poorly the lady treats the second young lady, they are still mother and daughter by blood. The 2 individuals harbor no profound enmity against each other. Barring the possibility that the second miss has been blinded by folly, it is inconceivable that she would acquiesce to one of the family. Before the arrival of Lady Lady Wang enjoyed the utmost favor. However, once Lady was elevated, a significant portion of Zhu Dingxing's affection was diverted, making it implausible for Lady Wang to regard Lady with any semblance of goodwill. Furthermore, both women have sons and are vying for the same position. If Lady He were to rise in prominence, it would be through Zhu Xuntao, her own offspring. Witnessing Lady He's downfall, Lady Wang found herself elated, as her son's prospects remained intact. Qiu Jian leaned closer to Lady Wang, remarking that the second Mrs. plight was exacerbated by Lady He's interference. Not solely the fault of the matriarch. My lady, should we not convey this information to the second miss, thus granting her a favor? Lady Wang hesitated, pondering. Qiu Jian, what sort of person do you perceive the second miss to be? Qiu Jian gulped, taken aback by the question. She is rather quiet, not at all tumultuous. The second miss, being the legitimate daughter, holds no standing in the inner quarters. Her misfortunes, had she wished, could have warranted 100 outcries before the master. Perhaps he remains indifferent to her, yet he is concerned with his reputation. With but a single outburst from her, the master could surely intercede, improving her circumstances. Yet, not once, truly, not a single instance has she done so. She remains excessively tranquil. The second miss possesses ample justification to raise a ruckus. Yet she has never chosen to do so. Why do you think that is? Lady Wang confessed her inability to comprehend Zhu Xuntao, the second Mississippi. Despite the majority in the household perceiving her as easily bullied, the cautious Lady Wang refrains from even a hair's breadth of offense against her. Lady Wang found herself at a loss to articulate the reason behind her sentiments, acting purely on instinct. Qiu Jian, perplexed, inquired, "Is it due to timidity?" Lady Wang laughed lightly. The second miss single-handedly rescued the young master ahead of everyone else. Do you truly believe her to be timid? If she were so, would there be any brave souls left in this world? Moreover, she cannot be deemed foolish, otherwise, she would have perished yesterday. After much deliberation, Qiu Jian finally managed to utter a descriptive term. Yet, Lady Wang shook her head. Though the Zhu family has few children, the way Shijie looks at me is never akin to how the second miss regards the matriarch. Several times, I have perceived her gaze as that of a stranger. Not akin. It is this very gaze that deadens me from acting against her, despite my numerous ulterior motives, unlike how Lady He does. Little did Lady Wang realize that her instinctive avoidance of confrontation had ensured her continued tranquility within the Zhu residence. What she desired, owing to her perceptiveness, was willingly granted by Zhu Xuntao. Qiu Jian, flustered, stammered then, I truly cannot articulate further. Observing Qiu Jian's demeanor, Lady Wang reminded herself that her profound caution regarding the second miss was not mere paranoia. Relay a message to the third young master, urging him to show utmost respect towards the second miss in the future. He must never offend her. Yes. Upon receiving a message from his biological mother, Zhu Xuntao felt a small wave of surprise. During his studies at the academy, unless matters of utmost importance arose, his aunts would never disturb him, fearing to distract him from his studies. After perusing the content, Zhu Xuntao grew increasingly perplexed. Even if his elder sister were to marry the young Master Shao and become his consort, what merit did that hold if she was unable to stand on her own? With such a sister, was it necessary for him to act as his aunt suggested? Fortunately, Zhu Xuntao was a dutiful son, and despite not viewing Zhu Xuntao as someone to be feared, he was still inclined to heed Lady Wang's counsel. Thus, he penned a letter in reply to her. Preposterous. Lady Wang, incensed, ripped the letter apart, unlike in the past when she cherished and carefully preserved the letters her son wrote to her. The eldest miss and the second miss were sisters. Why should she conspire against the second miss, dragging the third young master into a conflict that would inevitably lead to his enmity with her? Zhu Xuntao disclosed the matter concerning Song Zichuan in his letter to Lady Wang. Chapter 77. This is a singular occurrence. It shall not be repeated. After enduring many years in the inner quarters, Lady Wang, much like Lady Sun, quickly discerned Song Zichuan's purpose and Zhu Yinyan's intentions. Qiu Jian gathered all the torn scraps of paper and burned them in the incense burner. The third young master has already acted. What shall we do now, my lady? To her astonishment, the third young master's actions outpaced her words. Lady Wang stamped her foot. What else can be done? Quickly gather some fine items. I shall go and apologize to the second Mississippi. As Zhu Xuantao's status ascended, the first 4 offerings from Lady He appeared somewhat precious. Now, no one in the Zhu household would be surprised by any gifts bestowed upon Zhu Xuntao. If one did not flatter her before she officially became the young master's consort, would they wait until after her marriage? At that point, Zhu Xuntao would reside in the Yongjing Marquis' estate, and those in the Zhu household would find it impossible to curry favor. Miss, look at how many visitors are here today. Qiu Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. The young Master Shao is her family's son-in-law, needless to say. Shortly after, the master arrived, expressing great concern for the Mississippi. As soon as the master departed, Steward Wang entered bearing a large assortment of tonics for her to prepare for the Mississippi. Hence, Lady He's frugal handkerchief went unmentioned. Now, even Lady Wang had arrived. And in comparison to Lady He's meager offering, Chiu Yu recognized Lady Wang's sincerity. Upon receiving the items, she delivered Lady Wang a message. There would be no next time. After hearing this from Chiu Yu, Lady Wang broke into a cold sweat. Had she not yet informed the second miss? Did she already know everything? In Lady Wang's memory, they had only wronged Zhu Xuntao in connection with the matter of Song Zichuan. Thank you, second miss. I assure you, there will be no next time. Lady Wang dared not say more. Having barely obtained Zhu Xuantao's forgiveness, she wished to avoid causing her to reconsider her decision and hold a grudge against her. As the messenger, Chiu Yu maintained a neutral expression, yet internally, she was riddled with questions. What was this singular occurrence? When had Lady Wang offended the second miss? She had always accompanied the second miss. It was illogical that she remained unaware. Driven by curiosity, Chiu Yu approached Zhu Xuntao to inquire about the nature of this occurrence. Zhu Xuntao rummaged through the pile of items sent by Lady Wang, extracting a piece of pale yellow fabric and a magnolia hairpin. These 2 items are for you. This color is to your liking. Make yourself a new dress, and wear it for me to see.
Thank you, miss.
Chiu Yu accepted the soft fabric. Enamored by its hue and pattern, already lost in thoughts of what style of dress to create, oblivious to the significance of this occurrence, Zhu Xuntao felt immense satisfaction. Though she could not do much, protecting the foolish Chiu Yu was indeed within her capabilities. As for the schemes of Lady Wang and Lady He, Zhu Xuntao had no intention of mentioning them to Chiu Yu, wishing for her to remain blissfully naive, though her circle of protection was limited. Safeguarding Chiu Yu for a lifetime was not a daunting task. Did Zhu Xuntao remain unaware of Lady He's collusion with Lady Wang, using Steward Wang to create difficulties for her? This matter had evaded Lady Sun's notice, yet it had certainly not deceived Zhu Xuntao. The reason she had not settled accounts with Lady He was simply due to Lady He's fortunate circumstances. The hardships she endured in her youth were all the doing of her biological mother. What could be done, as she was born of Lady Sun? Some matters could not be articulated, much like the circumstances of one's birth. Subsequently, Lady He must have sensed a glimmer of opportunity, believing she could exploit Zhu Xuntao against her biological mother. Thus, since Zhu Xuntao was 11, Lady He had annually made attempts to forge an alliance with her. It was also from that time that Aunt He instructed Steward Wang to deliberately cast aside her affairs, making her situation increasingly arduous and compelling her to take action. Little did Aunt He realize that the girl who returned from her grandfather's side was no longer the defenseless child who could be easily kicked around. Since that time, the oppression and emotional neglect from her biological mother had lost much of its sting in Zhu Xuantao's eyes. The schemes of Lady Sun, though formidable, paled in comparison to Aunt He's petty machinations. Yet, the distasteful nature of it all remained undeniable. In this regard, only Aunt Wang's dealings remained relatively untainted. Miss, shall I assist you in putting away the other items? After a moment of delight, Chiu Yu did not forget her primary duty. Zhu Xuntao shook her head, as usual. Everything has been dealt with, not a single item left behind. While these things still hold value, it would be prudent to gather more silver. These items are of no use without money.
More selling then?
Chiu Yu expressed her disappointment. You've even acquired new dresses and hairpins. Don't you wish to keep some for yourself? My treatment is nearly surpassing yours. Miss, we have enough silver. We need not sell everything. Why not keep some for personal use? Chiu Yu genuinely felt for her mistress. In times of scarcity, frugality was commendable, but now that they had wealth, why shouldn't Zhu Xuntao indulge herself a little? It's different. You don't understand. She lacks nothing in terms of food, clothing, or shelter. There's no need to keep these items. They deserve better homes. Chiu Yu frowned, her confusion evident. As a mere servant, she understood little, and her mistress was reluctant to enlighten her. Despite her grievances, Chiu Yu dutifully adhered to Zhu Xuantao's commands. Recently, she had become quite adept, her efficiency steadily increasing. Miss, we've exchanged nearly 500 taels. Chiu Yu handed the silver notes to Zhu Xuntao. I find the shopkeeper to be quite forthright. Each transaction yields greater value than the last, unlike at the beginning when he would always undercut us. Having gained experience in assessing fair prices, Chiu Yu felt elated that they had not incurred losses, although it was regrettable that Zhu Xuntao had not utilized the items. Seeing the silver notes gradually filling up the box brought Chiu Yu immense satisfaction. Zhu Xuntao understood how to stir Qiuyue's emotions. After finally filling the box, she promptly prepared to send it out. Qiuyue sent a message to Uncle Qian, asking him to come by. For most, time passed swiftly. For Zhu Xuntao, each day felt as though it were on fast-forward, a rapid succession of events. In the inner courtyard, with no assistance, her capabilities were severely limited. Were it not for the advantageous connections made through her engagement to Xiao Jingzhan, she would not have been able to amass even this modest amount of silver. Even so, it remained insufficient. Miss, Qiuyue was taken aback. Didn't he, Uncle Qian, already find what you requested? Why still give him silver? It took great effort to save this little bit. Please don't spend it all. This is your personal fund. Zhu Xuntao shook her head. This money must be given away, exchanged entirely for something else. Miss, Qiuyue felt powerless against Zhu Xuntao's resolve. With a stamp of her foot, she obediently set about her task. Chapter 78. Is this how one slaps the face? When Uncle Qian received the news and hurried over, he found Qiuyue at the back door, quietly wiping her tears. But the second young lady is in trouble? Qiuyue shook her head, continuing to cry. Uncle Qian, both anxious and furious, exclaimed, the second young lady is fine. Why are you crying? Qiuyue sobbed, I just feel that my mistress's life is truly hard. Among the three young ladies in the household, she endures the most suffering and poverty. She is not one to care for herself, treating me better than she does herself. I pity her, Uncle Qian. She is clearly a young lady, while I am merely a servant. Uncle Qian found himself at a loss for words.
For he shared the same sentiment.
His mistress would rather forego a meal than see him go hungry or poorly clothed, ensuring he had enough silver for the road. He suppressed his own pangs of sympathy and sorrow. Do not cry. The mistress will be heartbroken upon seeing this. She is a thoughtful and calculating person. We know her worth. As her servant, fulfilling her duties was a form of protection and care for her. Yet Uncle Qian did not fully grasp the significance of the tasks Zhu Xuntao assigned to him. Nevertheless, he understood that his lack of comprehension did not diminish their importance. He believed that whatever efforts his mistress was exerting were undoubtedly critical. Indeed, Qiuyue quickly dried her tears, recognizing the truth in Uncle Qian's words. She truly cared for her mistress and wished to avoid causing her sorrow. Uncle Qian. Qiuyue glanced around to ensure no one was watching before presenting the box filled with silver notes. This box contains all the silver that the mistress has recently saved. Unable to restrain her concern, she reminded him, even though she knew Uncle Qian, like her, would never waste her mistress's money. As for what the mistress has instructed you to do, it is all written in this letter. Very well. Uncle Qian felt the weight of the items in his hands, almost unable to lift them. Uncle Qian, please be cautious on your way back. You can afford to lose anything, but this box of silver must not be lost. Understood. After the handover, Qiuyue returned to Zhu Xuntao's side, her spirit dampened for the rest of the day. Have you seen Uncle Qian again? Zhu Yingyan, who was arranging flowers, raised an eyebrow. What is Zhu Xuntao scheming by frequently interacting with him? Surely it cannot be merely because he is a servant left by her grandfather that she is so close to him, among so many relatives in the household. Why would Zhu Xuntao choose to befriend a servant? Autumn nodded. It is said that Qiuyue even provided that Uncle Qian with a box, presumably for storing silver. Zhu Yingyan scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain for Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao is nothing but a poor mistress, barely able to manage 10 taels of silver a month. Associating with such a mistress, Uncle Qian's life must be difficult. Even knowing that Zhu Xuntao was giving Uncle Qian silver, Zhu Yingyan remained indifferent. For she was aware that Zhu Xuntao was destitute. What good is a box to hold a few taels of broken silver? It would be more embarrassing to reveal it. Indeed, how laughable to use a box to impress others. Should we continue to keep an eye on Uncle Qian? Autumn inquired. Even the second young lady, the mistress, has no money. What could Uncle Qian possibly accomplish in serving her? In this world, without silver, nothing could be achieved. Reflecting on how much they benefited from assisting Zhu Yingyan, Autumn felt that serving the eldest young lady afforded a far better life than being a mere servant to the second young lady. Considering the plight of the servants working for the second young lady, it seemed they suffered even more. We shall monitor for a while longer. Zhu Yingyan was resolute. Zhu Xuntao had the potential to alter the fate of Xiao Chunliang and save him from an early demise. For this alone, Zhu Xuntao was worth her exertion. She was determined to rewrite her own destiny, leaving no room for error. Others may falter, but Zhu Xuntao must not. Should Zhu Xuntao dare obstruct her path, even with their shared maternal bond, she would show no mercy. With this thought, Zhu Yingyan snipped the perfectly blooming peony from the branch, leaving the peony to solely command attention, becoming the only star of the arrangement. What do you plan to do with these items? The goods sold by Chuyue had, in a roundabout way, returned intact to Xiao Jingzhan. That shop actually belonged to the crown prince, who, after acquiring it, transferred everything to Xiao Jingzhan. Zhu Xuntao is the woman that Xiao Jingzhan is determined to marry, thus the burden falls solely upon him. It is not his place to intervene. Xiao Jingzhan presented the silver note to the crown prince, assuring him that there was no need for concern. He had deliberately prepared a storeroom to house all of Zhu Xuantao's belongings. Although Zhu Xuntao lacked funds and was reluctant to spend his money, he was more than willing to exert effort and care in order to support her in this manner. As the crown prince remarked, Zhu Xuntao was his choice. In the past, he would have deemed such actions overly cumbersome and devoid of sentiment. Yet now, he finds joy in them. This is affection. Witnessing Xiao Jingzhan, a man of considerable stature, go to such lengths for Zhu Xuntao, the crown prince could only marvel. Do you truly have feelings for Zhu Xuntao? Xiao Jingzhan looked up. Is it not evident enough? If he were not infatuated with Zhu Xuntao, would he be so attentive to her needs? The crown prince continued, but did you not inform me that as long as the woman you marry is suitable and can manage the affairs of the Yongjing Marquisate, you would grant her respect? Is emotion not a trivial matter in a marital relationship? When Xiao Jingzhan made those statements, he resembled a soulless puppet. Ironically, he nearly believed them himself. Now, observing Xiao Jingzhan so utterly enchanted by Zhu Xuntao, was it not a slap in the face? Xiao Jingzhan did not deny having spoken those words. My prince, people change. In the absence of emotion, one naturally perceives it as insignificant. Once feelings are present, it is evident that affection surpasses indifference. Reflecting on this, Xiao Jingzhan added, when you encounter someone who captures your heart, my prince, you will understand the thoughts and sentiments I currently harbor. Very well. He felt no regret. Rather, he relished it. The crown prince was left with a chill running down his spine from Xiao Jingzhan's words and coldly retorted, leave. Take Zhu Xuantao's belongings and depart quickly. Do not disgust me. Observing Xiao Jingzhan, whose usually stern countenance bore a gentle smile as he departed, the crown prince felt utterly unaccustomed to this sight. It was indeed peculiar. He had yet to dine, yet felt inexplicably full. Chapter 79. The Thief's Unyielding Heart. Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan return once again laden with goods that clearly were not his own acquisitions, Xiao Jingyu understood that his elder brother was once more playing the role of a benefactor to win over his sister-in-law. Has elder brother returned with his sister-in-law's dowry? Naturally, prior to their marriage, they cannot meet daily. Thus, one can only yearn for each other through tangible reminders. Xiao Jingyu chuckled, amused by Xiao Jingzhan's situation. During the times when he enjoyed a good relationship with his wife, his elder brother had looked down on him. Now, the heavens had finally opened their eyes, allowing elder brother to fall into the pit of his sister-in-law, from which he would never escape. Noticing Xiao Jingyu's glee, Xiao Jingzhan kicked him. What is it? A brother deserves a kick. Xiao Jingyu, with a sulky expression, replied, my little chubby boy misses his Aunt Tao and is asking when she will come. Elder brother, can you not expedite your marriage with sister-in-law a bit? Once she enters the household, you can easily leave the chubby boy in her care. The chubby boy would be delighted, and my wife would be at ease. Then I could truly take flight. After all, the preparations for your marriage are nearly complete. With nothing lacking, advancing it by half a month should pose no problem at all. Xiao Jingzhan smirked. He too wished for this. But was it feasible? The auspicious date had already been set, the invitations dispatched, and there was no good reason to alter it. TSK, Xiao Jingyu sighed. Very well. I shall delay matters with the chubby boy for a while longer. Elder brother, you must remember, my efforts are all due to your actions. And you must compensate me later. I will leave the chubby boy in sister-in-law's care. You cannot oppose this. Xiao Jingzhan, feeling fortunate, instructed the guards to first place the items in his room. With his hands now empty, he did not hesitate to drag Xiao Jingyu to the training room. Among the Xiao brothers, Xiao Jingzhan possessed the highest martial prowess. Not to mention Xiao Jingyu alone. Even with Xiao Jingxin joining him, they would still be no match for Xiao Jingzhan. It was clear that in this contest, Xiao Jingyu would be thoroughly overwhelmed, leaving him in a pitiable state. His once handsome face was now a canvas of bruises, a veritable display of colors. In contrast to the battered Xiao Jingyu, Xiao Jingzhan's attire remained unruffled. He brushed off the slight dust from his garments, kindly reminding, Chen Liang is your biological son. If you persist in trying to distance yourself from him, beware that he may not recognize you as his father when he grows up. As Xiao Jingyu had fathered the boy, he was naturally responsible for raising him. The unmarried Xiao Jingzhan instinctively felt he could not take on the responsibility of caring for Xiao Chenliang. This intuition had never led him astray. Thus, Xiao Jingzhan astutely resolved the issue through force, leaving Xiao Jingyu too intimidated to broach the subject further. Xiao Jingyu lamented. Elder brother remains the same. His ironclad tenderness is reserved solely for sister-in-law. With us younger brothers, he is as ruthless as ever. Are we not worth much? Elder brother. As the chubby boy's dear uncle. Does this mean you do not care for him? Xiao Jingyu, unwilling to relent, made one last desperate plea. Have you considered how heartbroken the chubby boy would be upon realizing your attitude? Very well. It seems I have mistakenly regarded you as a brother. This is the consequence of my leniency. Let us have another round. If we can engage in action, then there is no need for idle chatter. This has been Xiao Jingzhan's most effective method for dealing with troublesome younger brothers since childhood. Does the younger brother misbehave? A beating will suffice. One beating is not enough. Then let us have two.
No.
Xiao Jingyu sprang up from the ground, evading Xiao Jingzhan's strikes. The movement strained his injuries, causing his handsome face to contort in pain. I was wrong. You are my brother, my dear elder brother. I will take care of the chubby boy myself. I will never force you to take him with sister-in-law. If you do not cease, the chubby boy will be left without a father. Are you certain? Xiao Jingzhan halted swiftly, though his rage had not entirely dissipated. As long as Xiao Jingyu dared to be disobedient, he could easily knock him down again. Xiao Jingyu, half amused and half exasperated. Absolutely certain. Elder brother, it is getting late. I shall return now to play with the chubby boy, and then lull him to sleep.
Go on.
Xiao Jingzhan, satisfied, allowed Xiao Jingyu to leave. As Xiao Jingyu exited the training room, he glanced back furtively, muttering, what kind of elder brother is this? So wicked. If you do not agree, there is still my sister-in-law. As long as she consents, does it matter whether you do or not? Giving up? That is absolutely out of the question. In that moment, Xiao Jingyu placed all his hopes upon Zhu Xuntao. Considering how Zhu Xuntao would risk her life to rescue Xiao Chenliang, he felt the likelihood of success was immense. As for the conscience of a father, did he possess such a thing? Moreover, is there a place safer than being by sister-in-law's side? Entrusting the chubby boy to her care is a means of protecting him. Who could understand the good intentions of a father like him? Meanwhile, on another front, Uncle Qian, having received the funds and read Zhu Xuantao's letter, hurriedly set out to fulfill her instructions. Uncle Qian was leaving the capital again? Zhu Yingyan truly could not comprehend what schemes Zhu Xuantao was concocting. For so many years, Uncle Qian had been traveling outside, spending little time in the capital. Thus, what exactly was Zhu Xuantao assigning him to do? Over the years, she had not seen them produce any remarkable results. Should someone follow him? Qiufin inquired. Although it may be a bit arduous, running errands for the young lady would surely yield considerable rewards. Qiufin was quite willing for her brother to take on such tasks. It would save him from spending any money he might acquire in unsavory places. Contemplating this situation, Qiufin furrowed her brow. In order to assist the young lady, her brother ventured into unfamiliar territories, only to find himself ensnared by their allure. A significant portion of the hard-earned silver he had amassed was squandered. At this rate, when would he ever be able to purchase a residence and marry a wife, thereby extending the family lineage? No, that was not an option. Zhu Yingyan firmly declined. Zhu Xuantao delighted in having her subordinates run about aimlessly. That was her affair. However, those under her command had earnest tasks to attend to. Observing the weather outside, Zhu Yingyan recalled an important matter. It was the harvest season, and the farmers should be gathering their crops. In her preoccupation with monitoring Zhu Xuantao, she had nearly overlooked this critical issue. Fortunately, it came to her mind today. Indeed, a servant named Qiufin confirmed, the grains from the fields at my home are almost all harvested. Once they are threshed, we will dry them and store or sell them. Zhu Yingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you sell the grains you harvest each year? Of course, high-quality rice is quite precious, and common folk in the countryside cannot afford to consume it. They sell it for silver instead. Qiufin replied matter-of-factly. Qiufin, take this silver to your brother and ensure he collects as much grain as possible. I wish to purchase a considerable quantity. If the silver is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more. I have no qualms about acquiring excess grain. Zhu Xuantao's estate was bestowed upon her by the elder Zhu, and Zhu Yingyan possessed her own estate, even larger and situated in a more advantageous location. All the grains harvested should be stored at my estate in the western suburbs. Remember, the grains must be thoroughly dried and placed in the granary. If your brother accomplishes this task well, I will bestow upon him a generous reward. Qiufan, glancing at the weighty banknotes in her hand, was astonished that the young lady intended to acquire such a vast amount of grain. All of it? Is that truly necessary? She queried, fiddling with the banknotes. Yes, the more the better. Once we finish collecting from the vicinity of the capital, your brother can travel farther afield to gather more. Jiangnan is renowned for its abundant harvests. I have heard they yield particularly plentiful crops. Indeed, let your brother hasten to Jiangnan. For the area around the capital, I can dispatch others to collect. That would yield a considerable sum, Qiufan thought, astounded by Zhu Yingyan's grand plans. Was the young lady preparing to open a rice store? Surely, that much grain was unnecessary. Young lady, Qiufan cautioned, if high-quality rice is stored for too long, it becomes stale and loses its flavor, which will drive the price down. It could result in a loss. Qiufan was not concerned about Zhu Yingyan's potential financial misfortune. Rather, she feared that her young lady would shift the blame onto her brother for any shortcomings. That simply could not happen. Do not worry, Zhu Yingyan assured confidently. I have my own plans for this grain. No matter how much we gather, I will not only sell it all but also reap significant profits. Yes, young lady. Qiufan had provided all necessary reminders. Ensuring that her elder brother would not bear any responsibility, she hurried off to find him. Upon receiving the banknotes, her brother, Jia, was transfixed by their glimmer, unable to tear his gaze away. Observing Jia's greedy demeanor, Qiufan's expression darkened. Brother, this silver is entrusted to you by the young lady for the purpose of collecting grain. Do not misuse it. The young lady is astute. She knows exactly how much silver will yield how much grain. You cannot deceive her. Should you dare to covet the young lady's silver, such opportunities will never come your way again. If she seeks to hold you accountable, I, as a mere maid, lack the means to protect you. Jia was skeptical. The young lady spends her days in the inner chambers. How could she possibly be aware of the affairs of common folk? Moreover, grain prices fluctuate daily and vary by region. To deceive the young lady is not as challenging as you suggest. At worst, I might earn slightly less. Surely, that is acceptable. Qiufan scoffed coldly. If you have the chance to profit from the young lady's wealth, can I truly prevent you? But if you seek to grasp at money that cannot be earned, you will suffer the consequences. Qiufan handed Jia a slip of paper filled with numerous characters he could recognize. It was precisely because Jia could read a few words that Zhu Yingyan had granted them this opportunity. Grain prices? From various regions? As he comprehended the contents of the paper, Jia's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I, a mere nobody in the city, do not possess such knowledge. How does the young lady know this? Surely, these figures cannot be fabricated to deceive us. Qiufan playfully slapped his arm. Regardless, you must go and collect the grain from these areas. Whether the prices given by the young lady are accurate or contrived, you'll find out upon your arrival. How could such matters be fabricated? He conceded. Very well. However, Jia remained unconvinced, still suspecting Zhu Yingyan of trickery. After all, he was unwilling to forego any potential profit. Once Jia arrived in Jiangnan, weary from his journey and inquiring about local rice prices, he discovered figures that matched Zhu Yingyan's exactly. Only then did he relent. Muttering under his breath about the young lady's wealth and her insistence on quibbling over such trivial sums with them, her servants, he had traversed great distances on her behalf, enduring hardships for minimal recompense. It seemed rather miserly. He scoffed at the notion that serving the young lady would yield any lucrative benefits. He felt none of it. After confirming Jia had received his orders, Zhu Yingyan wasted no time, directing him straight to Jiangnan. She was quite satisfied. With her limited funds, she sought to acquire even more grain and approached Madame Sun for assistance. Mother, how much silver do you have on hand? Could you lend it all to me? I have a use for it. Consider it a loan. When I repay you, I will also provide you with interest and additional filial piety. Madame Sun retrieved a bundle of banknotes from a box and handed them to Zhu Yingyan. Everything I possess is yours. Take what you need without hesitation. No need for talk of repayment. However, she added, but Yingyan, what are you planning to spend such a large sum on? I have not heard of anything so valuable in the capital. Zhu Yingyan opened the bundle to reveal 1,000 taels. Regarding this amount, she was not entirely satisfied. Mother, is there more? 1,000 taels is too little. Please give me some more. 1,000 taels is insufficient? What exactly do you intend to do with such a sum? Madame Sun did not hesitate to provide the funds, but she insisted on clarity regarding their intended use. You must understand, I cannot part with more silver without knowing what it is for. Mother, you need not concern yourself with that. Just give me the silver, and I assure you it will be put to good use. since the silver belonged to Madame Sun, and she was reluctant to part with it. Zhu Yinjian found herself at an impasse. Despite her affection for her daughter, Madame Sun had her limits. 1,000 taels was no trivial matter, and without a clear explanation, she could not provide additional funds. You will regret this. Zhu Yingyan ground her teeth in frustration. She had never imagined that the one who would jeopardize her grand plans and hinder her progress would be her dearest mother. Outraged by Madame Sun's lack of trust, the pampered Zhu Yingyan chose not to press her mother further and turned to leave. She understood her mother would willingly give what she was inclined to without her prodding. But what she was unwilling to part with would not change even with her persuasion. First, hand over this 1,000 taels to your father and mother, and instruct them to help me gather grain near the capital. Remember, do not inflate prices simply because it is my silver. Negotiate firmly and collect as much as possible. It is the harvest season, and there are many sellers of grain. I know this is the opportune moment to negotiate prices down. Understood, young lady. Qiufin took a well-deserved half-day's rest before returning to her rural home. Her parents trembled as they held the 1,000 taels of banknotes, a sum they had never before encountered in their lives. The young lady's instructions have been duly noted. We assure her that we shall see to the matter with utmost diligence. As for the grain collection, those of us from the fields are well-versed in such affairs, and we shall not allow the young lady to squander her resources. Qiufin pondered for a moment and spoke. Father, mother, I find this method of grain collection employed by the young lady rather unsettling. Perhaps we should refrain from selling the grain we harvest this year and keep it all for ourselves. Now that my brother and I have gained the young lady's favor, earning silver has become significantly easier than before. However, once the grain is sold, it will be gone. We, who toil in the fields, cannot possibly be like the city folk having to spend money to buy food, can we? After a brief hesitation, her parents ultimately agreed, with her father decisively stating, Very well, we shall heed our daughter's counsel. She serves closely with the young lady and understands matters far better than we. With the young lady overseeing grain collection, it is wise for us to stockpile a bit more ourselves. At worst, we can sell the grain to the young lady later, even if it is a few days delayed. It is we who shall be collecting the grain. We cannot let our own harvest rot while we gather from others. As for Zhu Yingyan's involvement in the grain collection, upon hearing this news, the crown prince paused in his writing. Summon Lord Xiao to me. With Zhu Xuntao, this fortunate star, seemingly destined to descend upon the Yongjing Marquisate, the crown prince was far more inclined to discuss the matter with Xiao Jingzhan, particularly regarding Zhu Yingyan. A celestial enigma. Xiao Jingzhan arrived promptly. The crown prince raised a hand, dismissing the formalities. It appears Zhu Yingyan is gathering grain on a grand scale. What do you believe her intentions to be? Xiao Jingzhan pondered. Reports from various regions indicate that this year, the Yong dynasty has enjoyed favorable weather, and the harvest should be abundant. What, then, is the purpose of this grain collection? The crown prince lifted his cup, taking a sip of tea before suddenly exclaiming, Do you recall that Zhu Xuntao once mentioned that the celestial star and I share a fateful bond? Yet it ended in tragedy? Perhaps this is why the celestial star has chosen to forsake me and seek refuge in your embrace. Might it be that Zhu Yingyan, having been granted a second chance at life, is aware of impending calamity for the Yong dynasty and is thus preparing in advance? His voice grew resolute as he spoke. That is a possibility. Xiao Jingzhan's brow furrowed deeply. If true calamity were to befall the land, it would be the common folk who would suffer, and the court would undoubtedly face turmoil. Such a scenario would not bode well for the royal family's grip on the throne. Even with his suspicions, the crown prince found the situation exceedingly troublesome. He had only grasped the beginnings of this potential crisis, but the specifics remained elusive. He sought to prepare defenses, but could not discern a clear path forward. The crown prince genuinely contemplated eliminating Zhu Yingyan outright, believing it would resolve the issue once and for all. After several attempts, however, not only had he failed to take her life, but she had not even lost a single strand of hair. Stealthy approaches proved futile. The crown prince even considered more direct methods. Yet, Zhu Yingyan's situation was too precarious, and he feared driving her into a corner. If pressed too hard, she might speak recklessly, and not only would he fail to eliminate her, but he could also inadvertently draw attention to her from others. Should Zhu Yingyan fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives? He shuddered to think of the chaos she could incite within the Yong dynasty. Such a risk for the sake of the common people was one he could not afford to take. No, Zhu Yingyan possesses knowledge that eludes us, but we still have Zhu Xuntao on our side. The crown prince struck the table decisively. Jingzhan, go seek out Zhu Xuntao at once and see if you can extract any information from her. Xiao Jingzhan was not unwilling to comply, but he found the crown prince's words rather peculiar. Before he could fully process this, the crown prince's disdainful tone reached him. Jingzhan, you have been engaged to Zhu Xuntao for many years, yet you have not married her to this day. How utterly ineffectual. Were it anyone else. Given the bond between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Xuntao, they would have long since been wed, with children running about. Thus, this was a failing on Xiao Jingzhan's part. Had he shown more ambition, he would have secured Zhu Xuntao as his bride long ago. Today, they would not find themselves in such a passive position regarding Zhu Yingyan. Xiao Jingzhan felt as though he could see reflections of others in the Yongjing Marquisate in the crown prince's demeanor. Those who once dismissed Zhu Xuntao, believing him to be settling for less in marrying her, now harbored similar sentiments of reproach for him not yet having wed her. How duplicitous human nature could be. Upon hearing that Xiao Jingzhan sought her out, Zhu Xuntao rubbed her temples in frustration. Do I really have a choice in the matter? With the wedding a mere fortnight away, the thought of marrying Xiao Jingzhan weighed heavily upon her. Was there truly no escape from this union? No matter how handsome or accomplished he may be, as long as he drew breath, he would never be her choice. Even when Xiao Jingzhan did not seek her out, she could not forget his name or the face that inspired both admiration and ire. Yet, strangely enough, he had a penchant for appearing at the Zhu residence, causing her hair to turn gray with worry. After nearly 10 years of engagement, Xiao Jingzhan was only now attempting to win her over. Where had he been all this time? It felt far too abrupt, as if he were seeking her affections at the 11th hour. Miss, the young master has arrived. Qiu Yu completely disregarded Zhu Xuantao's reluctance. She was eager for Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan to cultivate a better relationship. In the past, when they had ignored each other, Qiu Yu felt anxious for their future. How is your health? Upon seeing Zhu Xuntao, Xiao Jingzhan's first words expressed concern for her well-being. Qiu Yu poured tea for Xiao Jingzhan. Rest assured, young master, the young lady is in good health now. She dared to assure him that on the day of their marriage, Zhu Xuntao would be lively and full of vigor, and there would be no need to alter the wedding date. However, following Zhu Xuantao's rescue of Xiao Chunliang, she had fallen ill with a high fever that very night. Rumors circulated within the Zhu residence that their wedding date would likely be postponed, as the Yongjing Marquisate would not allow Zhu Xuntao to marry while still afflicted with illness. Were they not afraid of bad luck? Yet, it was unlikely that the Yongjing Marquisate would call off the wedding entirely, especially after Zhu Xuntao had saved Xiao Chunliang. Hearing such disparaging rumors about her impending marriage to Xiao Jingzhan did not bother Zhu Xuntao, but Qiu Yu was seething with indignation. Were it not for her own limitations, she would have liked to confront those who spoke ill of her young lady. Why could they not bear to see her happy? Xiao Jingzhan could sense Qiu Yu's desire for him and Zhu Xuntao to marry smoothly and soon. That is excellent. I trust you to care for Tao Tao. And I have complete faith in you. Once Zhu Xuntao became his wife, he would reward Qiu Yu handsomely for her loyalty. As Qiu Yu poured tea, Xiao Jingzhan filled a cup for Zhu Xuntao. The weather has been delightful of late. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll outside to enjoy the scenery? Zhu Xuntao was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. What is Xiao Jingzhan up to? We are on the brink of marriage. What is the purpose of such outings? After 10 years, and now he wants to stroll? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 82. The doggish man plays me again. This was primarily due to the feeling that such exquisite scenery should not be wasted. I have committed many faults in the past, and I hope you can forgive me.
Dao Dao.
Thankfully, we have a lifetime ahead of us to rediscover and appreciate the beauty we once missed. Xiao Jingzhan's words were heartfelt, and Qiu Yu found herself moved by them. She nodded enthusiastically, hoping Zhu Xuntao might grant him a chance. If the young master could acknowledge his past mistakes, surely Zhu Xuntao could overlook them as well. As long as Xiao Jingzhan treated her well in the future, she would certainly speak highly of him to Zhu Xuntao. Alas, Xiao Jingzhan's lamentations did not resonate with Zhu Xuntao. Instead, they deepened her distress. Do not be deceived by the current splendor. Soon, the Yong dynasty shall face dire straits. Winter will be harsh. Xiao Jingzhan, what? The Yong dynasty is to face calamity, and this winter? The Yong dynasty is on the brink of an unprecedented blizzard this winter. Due to the utter lack of preparation, in the span of a single night, countless homes of the common folk were crushed under the weight of snow, leading to the tragic entombment and suffocation of many. The populace was rendered homeless, struggling to find sustenance. Stripped of shelter, food, and clothing, the harsh winter saw a precipitous decline in the population of the Yong dynasty, with innumerable casualties. The situation among the southern barbarians was equally dire. Witnessing the plight of the Yong dynasty, they were driven to desperate measures. As the calamity of the snow disaster had yet to ease, the Yong dynasty was beset by the scourge of war. Contemplating these misfortunes, Zhu Xuntao felt an overwhelming sense of pity for those existing in this world, teetering on the brink of extinction. Xiao Jingzhan, holding a cup in his hand, inadvertently caused the tea to spill over the rim. Understanding Zhu Xuantao's sentiments, he grasped the implications of her thoughts. The reason Zhu Yingyan hoarded grain was to profit from the national calamity, capitalizing on the suffering of the people. At that moment, Xiao Jingzhan fully concurred with Master Mingding's assessment of Zhu Yingyan, a malevolent star. Fully aware of the national crisis, Zhu Yingyan not only refrained from taking action, but sought to profit from the misfortunes of the realm. If the situation were to deteriorate to such an extent, it was certain that those who could afford to purchase grain from Zhu Yingyan would not be the impoverished commoners, but rather those who were most likely to perish in the ensuing chaos. With this realization, Xiao Jingzhan could no longer remain seated. He was eager to report the situation to the crown prince and collaborate on strategies to combat this unprecedented snow disaster. The Yong dynasty must not descend into chaos, nor could it afford further calamity. The autumn excursion was merely a prelude. Zhu Xuntao, unwilling to comply, would not be coerced by Xiao Jingzhan. I suddenly recall that I have unresolved matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Should you require anything, please send someone to deliver a message to the Ho residence. After uttering this line, Xiao Jingzhan hurriedly departed. Zhu Xuntao blinked in confusion, pondering, what on earth? Is he jesting with me? One moment he speaks of taking me for a stroll, and the next he claims to be busy, leaving me with no further word on the outing? Furrowing her brows, Zhu Xuntao declared that her reluctance to marry a living man stemmed precisely from such behavior. Autumn Yu, struggling to defend Xiao Jingzhan, remarked, the young master is attending to the crown prince's affairs, which are of national importance. He is undoubtedly very busy. Ha! Zhu Xuntao scoffed, whether or not he is busy bears no relevance to me. Let him be. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jingzhan, who was preoccupied with the snow disaster, his actions had irked Zhu Xuntao. However, even if he had known, he could not afford to dwell on it. Your Highness, we still have time to prepare. We have approximately 3 more months before the snow disaster strikes. Yes, we have over 3 months to make preparations, as long as it has yet to occur. We will certainly have time. The Crown Prince's countenance changed drastically in surprise. He had never anticipated the severity of the situation. With the dual calamities of snow and war, he could scarcely imagine how the people of the Yong dynasty would survive under such compounded adversity. As for Zhu Yingyan, who sought to profit from the national crisis, the crown prince felt an overwhelming impulse to eliminate her. Zhu Yingyan, also a citizen of the Yong dynasty, indulged in the luxuries of life. Did she truly possess no compassion for the suffering of others? A woman capable of such cold-heartedness was infuriating beyond measure. Your Highness, we must gather the remaining grain before Zhu Yingyan can hoard it. This grain must not fall into her hands. If she monopolizes it, the situation in the Yong dynasty will undoubtedly worsen. In the face of natural disasters and human calamities, whoever possesses grain will emerge as the victor. Both the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan understood this truth all too well. Indeed, this matter is of utmost urgency. I shall dispatch someone to handle it immediately. The Crown Prince produced all the silver he could muster. Given the circumstances, he instructed those collecting grain to acquire even the aged stock, albeit at a lower price. While Zhu Yingyan's actions drew the attention of both the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan, few others were concerned. Conversely, the situation was entirely different for the Crown Prince. As the heir apparent, he was not the sole son of the reigning emperor. In addition to the Crown Prince, the 4th Prince, Jin Yuanming, and the 5th Prince, Jin Yuanqi, were of similar age. Thus, any movement from the Crown Prince would promptly reach the ears of the 4th and 5th Princes. The Crown Prince seeks to gather grain? The 4th Prince turned to his advisors. What do you think is the Crown Prince's intention? A princely figure such as he could not possibly engage in actions that would exploit the people, unless he wished to forfeit his position as heir apparent. Although the task was delegated to the Yongjing Marquis's residence, it was common knowledge that the Yongjing Marquis's allegiance lay with the Crown Prince. The Yongjing Marquis's household was indeed cunning, having aligned themselves with the Crown Prince early on. However, the young master of the Yongjing Marquis's residence did not favor the princess. As the sole daughter of the Xiao family, Xiaomi Luo shared only a sibling bond with the Crown Prince. There was no need for the royal family to guard against her. The Xiao family had never considered producing a second empress. In fact, had it not been for the mutual affection between the emperor and empress, the Xiao family would never have sent their daughter into the palace. The Yongjing Marquis' household, being so tactful, gained the royal family's trust. With the emperor's confidence, other princes were left feeling displeased. The more unbreakable the bond between the crown prince and the Yongjing Marquis' residence, the more disadvantageous it became for them. As a prince, who did not harbor aspirations of becoming emperor, the fourth prince's advisors were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the motivations behind the crown prince's actions. It was no wonder they lacked a seer like Zhu Xuntao by their side. The commoners, lacking ability, have failed to comprehend. Please punish us, fourth prince. The royal fare was not easily digested, as they could not decipher the crown prince's intentions. A throng of individuals immediately knelt before the fourth prince, each offering apologies. Witnessing this, the fourth prince felt no satisfaction. Chapter 83. Do not question my reasons. Being a prince is far less glorious than being the crown prince, or even the emperor. The crown prince had yet to ascend the throne, yet he still basked in glory. What fate awaited him once he became the new emperor remained uncertain. After all, within the royal family, there existed no true bonds of kinship. Unable to grasp the situation, the fourth prince thought, I hold no grievances against you, but you must devise a solution. The advisors then understood the fourth prince's intent. Fourth prince, do you wish to emulate the crown prince and gather grain? The fourth prince chuckled. Grain is indeed a tricky matter. The crown prince cannot be acting without reason. I cannot merely stand idly by while he strives to ascend. Following the crown prince's lead would not be a grave error. After all, he had the crown prince to shield him. Conversely, should the crown prince successfully utilize this grain for significant endeavors, trailing behind him would not yield great accomplishments, but might still garner some minor accolades. Seeking not to achieve great deeds, but merely to avoid mistakes, was a sentiment that did not apply to the princes, for oftentimes, the absence of merit itself was a fault. Gathering grain would require a substantial sum of silver, especially since they were already a step behind the crown prince. To glean from the crown prince's efforts meant preparing to expend even more silver. Let us spend, the fourth prince mused, licking his teeth. Silver was a difficult commodity to earn, yet it was remarkably easy to squander. The locations for grain collection were situated far from the capital, making it a challenge to accomplish swiftly. While the crown prince awaited news of his grain collectors, he instead found himself anticipating the auspicious day of Xiao Jingzhan's marriage to Zhu Xuntao. My lady, once you don your bridal makeup today, you shall appear even more resplendent. The young master will be utterly captivated by your beauty. Autumn Yu was utterly entranced by her mistress's unparalleled allure, drooling and gazing at Zhu Xuntao with rapt admiration. Zhu Xuntao regarded her reflection in the bronze mirror, where even in a blurred state she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yet she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, showing no trace of a bride's joy. Those in the know were aware that today Zhu Xuntao was to wed Xiao Jingzhan. Unbeknownst to others, they mistakenly believed she had donned her attire in error, donning mourning garments instead, as if there had been a death in the family. Miss, do smile, for today is your grand day. The gentle encouragement from Qiu Yue was met with a sigh from Zhu Xuntao. How could she smile when deep down she was reluctant to marry her fiancé? The thought of marriage was indeed a source of great distress for her. Following behind Madame Sun, Li Mama appeared to be propelling her forward. This old servant extends her heartfelt congratulations to the second miss, wishing you and young Master Xiao a blissful life together. Blessed with children soon. Li Mama's smile, revealing her teeth but concealing her eyes, contrasted sharply with Madame Sun's stern visage.
Today,
the heavy burden that had weighed on Li Mama's heart was finally lifted. The second miss would indeed marry young Master Xiao, leaving no room for unforeseen complications. With a noble son-in-law who would dare to disrespect Madame Sun in their household, even if the master favored the two other vixens, they would still need to consider the dignity of the second miss and her fiancé, ensuring Madame Sun's status remained intact. Li Mama's aspirations were simple. She sought only to secure this. As Li Mama nudged her elbow to remind her, Madame Sun took a deep breath and commanded, "You all may leave for now and return later." "Yes, madam." Qiu Yue hesitated momentarily. Surely, madam wouldn't choose such a momentous day to create a ruckus? "Come with me," Li Mama urged, pulling Qiu Yue away. Today was the second Mrs. auspicious day, and madam intended to impart the ways of a wife, which was beyond the comprehension of a young girl and might cause the second miss to feel shy. What if, as a result, the second miss failed to learn how to please her husband after marriage? Zhu Xuntao, overhearing this, felt a wave of despair. Was she truly about to endure the infamous pre-marriage education, with her mother presenting her with a risque book? To Zhu Xuntao's surprise, Madame Sun did not immediately hand her any inappropriate material. Instead, she stood there, her gaze fixed on Zhu Xuntao's face, as if peering through her to another person. Feeling uneasy, Zhu Xuntao touched her face to ensure her makeup was intact. You resemble someone. Madame Sun's melancholic voice finally broke the silence. Zhu Xuntao pursed her lips, indifferent to her mother's words, replying absently, Is that so? She had long realized that she bore little resemblance to her father, and even less to her mother. If not for her memories from the moment of her birth, she might have doubted her own parentage, given her mother's apparent indifference. Alas! The truth of her bloodline was indisputable. Do you know whom you resemble from the Sun family? Madame Sun continued. No, I do not. Zhu Xuntao reflected on the Sun family's appearances, but found no one she resembled. Suddenly, tears welled in Madame Sun's eyes as she exclaimed, Why? Why can some people obtain everything they desire simply because of their appearance? Is such a life fair? The bitterness in her words sent an uncomfortable shiver down Zhu Xuntao's spine. So, her mother's disdain stemmed not merely from her birth preventing her from bearing a son for that scoundrel, but also because the scoundrel could blatantly disregard his promises? Even without explicit confirmation from Madame Sun, Zhu Xuntao could sense a deluge of melodrama approaching her. You bear a striking resemblance to her. When I first laid eyes on you after your full moon celebration, I nearly believed she had reincarnated as my daughter. A sardonic smile crossed Madame Sun's lips as she spoke. How could she possibly allow that person to be her child? Zhu Xuntao pondered for a moment before realizing. Are you referring to my aunt, Sun Qingqing? Do not utter her name. At the mere mention of Sun Qingqing, Madame Sun appeared ready to explode. Witnessing her mother's explosive reaction to a name, Zhu Xuntao promptly fell silent. If her mother wished to avoid the topic, then so be it. This aunt had passed away before her mother had even married. Thus, Zhu Xuntao had only heard of her and never met her. If she resembled her deceased aunt rather than her mother, it made sense. Her mother, disinclined to speak of this sister and unable to tolerate her visage, likely held a relationship with her akin to that which Zhu Xuntao had with Zhu Yingyan, a rather poor one. What Zhu Xuntao did not know was that this discord was entirely one-sided. It was Madame Sun who harbored animosity towards Sun Qingqing, while Sun Qingqing had been quite fond of her elder sister. Aren't you curious why? Madame Sun pressed. Zhu Xuntao remained silent, respecting her mother's demand. On such a day, Madame Sun was particularly displeased with Zhu Xuntao's demeanor. Chapter 84. A hefty dose of melodrama. Zhu Xuntao adjusted her hairpin before the copper mirror and replied coolly, That is a matter between you two. It has nothing to do with me. And thus I am indifferent. Besides, knowing the reason changes nothing. You will not find closure, and I cannot comprehend it. Perhaps it is best to conserve our breath on such matters. It is merely a triviality of favoritism. Zhu Xuntao's apathy did not soothe Madame Sun's wounded heart. Rather, it reopened her emotional scars. Are you her? Madame Sun suddenly asked. Zhu Xuntao paused, incredulous. Was her mother implying that she was the reincarnation of her aunt? Aside from this face, in what way do I resemble my aunt to warrant such suspicion? Zhu Xuntao questioned, bewildered. Had her mother truly succumbed to madness, entertaining such delusions? Is it possible that I am the reincarnation of my aunt? The thought struck her with incredulity. By heavens! My mother must have been a novelist in her past life, crafting nothing but melodramatic plots. Yet Madame Sun believed that this single resemblance sufficed. You and she, both possessing only a face, need not exert any effort. And others willingly lay their hearts at your feet. Why is that? Zhu Xuntao, weary with the conversation, countered. What have I gained from this? Am I cherished by my father, loved by my mother, or cared for by my elder sister? I possess nothing. Her mother offered no rebuttal. Acknowledging the truth, Sun Qingqing had indeed been favored by their grandfather. Madame Sun remained silent, for she had no defense. Zhu Xuntao, recognizing her mother's tacit admission, smirked in irony. I see now. No wonder grandfather was willing to share details about you and father with me. It appears I have indeed benefited from this face. Otherwise, she might have died with regrets. Thus, it became clear that throughout her life, from the Sun residence to the Zhu household, only her grandfather had truly cared for her. He intended to find Sun Qingqing a devoted husband, eyeing the third son of the Yongjing Marquis, now known as Master Xiao. When it came to Sun Qingqing, her father sought a son-in-law in Xiao Yuanqing, while Zhu Xuntao's match, Zhu Dingxing, was entirely of her own choosing. Years had passed, and the significance of her father's initial attitude was now evident to Madame Sunday. He had long recognized Zhu Dingxing's ambition and lack of integrity. Zhu Dingxing had only agreed to her demands to climb the social ladder through the Sun family. Once he attained his desires, any promises made would be as worthless as paper. Zhu Xuntao was destined to be wronged by Zhu Dingxing. Her father had seen it clearly, but chose not to enlighten her, allowing her to marry such a man. She could not fathom that had the same circumstances befallen Sun Qingqing, her father would have adopted a different stance. All her misfortunes stemmed from the man she loved most. Such a conclusion was one Madame Sun could scarcely accept, even in death. Is there anything else? Zhu Xuntao urged, seeking to dismiss her mother. She had no desire to be her mother's emotional dumping ground, listening to her grievances and fury. To put it bluntly, what does it have to do with her? Madame Sun closed her eyes, breathing heavily. When she opened them again, all emotion had been suppressed. Upon seeing Zhu Xuntao, splendidly dressed for the day, Madame Sun could vaguely envision Sun Qingqing under the arrangement of old Master Sun, truly wedded to Xiao Yuancheng, with today marking their grand celebration. Her face instantly turned as frigid as ice. Just look for yourself. The little book that Yanshu had carried was tossed into her arms. Yet Zhu Xuntao was not incensed by Madame Sun's attitude and actions. Her feelings were certainly not meant to be squandered on unnecessary individuals. Thank you, mother. Was it not merely a color book? In modern times, she had seen plenty of them, even in their real-life versions. This segment of learning she could easily bypass. Madame Sun did not genuinely care whether Zhu Xuantao's married life with Xiao Jingzhan would be harmonious, nor whether she would be favored. She had done what she needed to do. Who could count the effort put forth? The sole reason she was here today was to give face to old Granny Li. With little to do with Zhu Xuntao herself, people often cannot withstand incessant nagging. After years of silence, old Master Sun suddenly emerged in the dialogue between Madame Sun and Zhu Xuntao, seeking to assert his presence. Miss, some people have suddenly arrived outside, carrying many things, claiming they are for your bridal adornments. Excitedly, Chu Yue abandoned old Granny Li to convey this good news to Zhu Xuntao. Speaking of which, Zhu Xuantao's dowry to be brought to the Yongjing Marquis residence was not insignificant. What displeased Chu Yue, however, was that most of these items were those brought along by the Marquis household at the time of the engagement. The Zhu family had not prepared many dowry items for Zhu Xuntao. Particularly, Madame Sun had been utterly stingy towards her. The dowry she had arranged for Zhu Xuntao was entirely funded from the Zhu family's treasury. As for her own, as she had stated, she intended to keep it all for Zhu Yingyan alone. This left Chu Yue greatly distressed. She feared that once the Marquis household became aware of the situation, they would look down upon Zhu Xuntao, perceiving her as someone without maternal support. In short, Chu Yue had not slept soundly for 3 days over this matter. Yet today, with the arrival of these bridal adornments, Chu Yue felt emboldened. Observing Chu Yue's reaction, Zhu Xuntao raised an eyebrow. Are there many adornments? Yes, indeed, a great many. Chu Yue gestured with her hands. I did not take a close look, but I feel it is not less than what was brought by the Marquis household. So many. Now, it was Zhu Xuantao's turn to be astonished. Who is so generous? As if specifically summoned to elucidate for Zhu Xuntao, old Granny Li, who had just been smiling broadly, now bore a stiff expression, her laughter no longer as natural, her tone dry. Second miss. The master has sent someone to provide you with bridal adornments. The master? Zhu Xuntao pondered. It seemed there was only one person whom old Granny Li would refer to as such. Maternal grandfather? Yes, yes. Old Granny Li nodded, confirming that it was indeed the Sun family who had brought the adornments to the Zhu residence. It had been years since the Sun and Zhu families had had any dealings, ever since the Sun family had returned to their hometown, far from the capital. Before Zhu Xuntao could comprehend why her maternal grandfather had made such a sudden appearance, she was drawn to the commotion outside. Is that my mother's voice? Is she going mad? Upon hearing Madame Sun's piercing screams, Zhu Xuntao felt her entire being crumble. What could have provoked her birth mother to such extremes, causing such a ruckus, as if a life had been lost in the Zhu household? Old Granny Li sighed heavily. I recognize that the bridal adornments brought by the Sun family today were originally prepared by the master for Miss Qingqing.
Mel. Utterly Mel.
If she could recognize these items, how could Madame Sun not? Miss Qingqing had enjoyed the utmost favor from the master, far beyond what Madame Sun could compare. After Miss Qingqing fell gravely ill, with no remedy proving effective, she departed this world prematurely. Following her death, Madame Sun had set her sights on these items. It was only when she encountered her son-in-law that she naively believed she could bring Miss Qingqing's belongings to the Zhu family with great fanfare. Who would have thought she would end up with none of them? Those were the dowry items the master had meticulously saved for Miss Qingqing. He had kept them all pristine, unwilling to give even a single piece to Madame Sunday. Even when Madame Sun raised a ruckus, the master ignored her. To this day, Old Granny Li still recalled Madame Sun once uttering, "What does it matter how favored my son Qingqing was? A dead person cannot compete with a living one. She has essentially crafted my bridal gown. All those dowries belong to me." This was the only instance Madame Sun felt victorious over Sun Qingqing. Little did she know, it would culminate in such an outcome. Today's events left old Granny Li in a daze, reminiscent of Madame Sun on her wedding day. Discovering that none of her dowry belonged to Sun Qingqing, and she too had gone mad, causing a scene. As Madame Sun's madness flared, they hastened to restrain her and escort her back to her Qinfang courtyard. The clamor of Madame Sun drew nearer to Zhu Xuantao's courtyard, her hoarse cries resounding with Zhu Xuantao's name. That wretched wail echoed as if Zhu Xuntao were her father's murderer. Ah, ah, ah. Without needing to step outside, Zhu Xuntao understood all too well what had incited her birth mother's commotion. Her maternal grandfather had indeed stoked the flames of animosity against her. Fortunately, she felt no affection for her birth mother. No matter how much her mother loathed her, she was entirely indifferent. The tangible benefits at hand were what mattered most. Did she care for her birth mother's hatred? Observing Zhu Xuantao's expression of indifference, showing no concern for Madame Sun, old Granny Li contemplated offering counsel. Yet on such a joyous day, she felt hesitant to speak. After all, Madame Sun had not prepared any dowry for the second miss. Her reasoning was quite sound. She certainly could not suggest to the second miss that, to placate Madame Sun, she should leave all the items sent by the Sun family for her mother. It was evident that if she dared to utter such words, the second miss would surely refuse. In truth, this was precisely what Madame Sun was contemplating. No one understood better than Madame Sun just how precious these items were. Their value was not merely monetary. Among them, it was the paternal affection old Master Sun had for Sun Qingqing that Madame Sun yearned for the most. Sun Qingqing had departed this world, and yet she could not possess what was rightfully hers. Why should Zhu Xuntao, who had barely met her father, be entitled to receive such things? Was she inferior to Sun Qingqing, even less than Zhu Xuntao? She was her father's daughter. Zhu Xuntao was not. Zhu Xuntao was not as close to her father as she was. Thus, these items were hers, and they must be retained. If Zhu Xuntao dared to take even one, she would disown her as a daughter. This was Madame Sun's conviction, and it was with this thought that she screamed at the top of her lungs. Upon hearing Madame Sun's words, the servants in the courtyard stared in silence at the seemingly deranged Madame Sunday. Zhu Dingxing's face turned a steely shade of fury. Devoid of any celebratory joy, he commanded that Madame Sun be restrained, preventing her from causing a scene before Zhu Xuntao. Hurry up. The Marquis household is about to arrive. If you miss the auspicious moment for my son-in-law to bring my daughter into the house, I shall sell each and every one of you servants, without exception. The weight of his words was palpable. No one dared to hesitate any longer in the face of Madame Sunday. The men blocked her from entering Zhu Xuantao's courtyard, while the maids and young women endeavored to restrain Madame Sun, attempting to escort her back to Qinfang courtyard. Master, no. The Madame is the second Mrs. Mother. Today is the second Mrs. Grand Day. How can you treat the Madame this way? If the Marquis household sees this, what will they think of the second miss? Son-in-law, for the sake of the second miss, you should grant the Madame some dignity. Old Granny Li urged loudly. She pushed aside the others, shielding Mrs. Sun behind her, standing resolutely against 10 adversaries. Is it I who has failed to grant her dignity? It is evident she has overstepped her bounds. As a mother, she has provided not a single dowry for Sun Tao. I have even supplemented it myself without uttering a word of reproach. Yet now, she dares to covet the dowry prepared by her father for Sun Tao. Can there be a mother in this world as shameless as she? Only the Sun family could stoop so low as to seize their daughter's dowry. He finds it disgraceful. Old Madame Li, unable to bear the actions of Mrs. Sun, implored, Madam, let us cease this commotion. The second miss is to be wed, and young Master Xiao is on his way. Let us not provide outsiders with a spectacle of ridicule. Madam, please return with your old servant. Had she known that the dowry meant for Miss Qingqing would be given to the second miss, she would never have encouraged Mrs. Sun to visit. Mrs. Sun's eyes were red with fury, her demeanor frenzied, as if ensnared by madness. It is all mine, entirely mine. Sun Tao cannot take it away. I have triumphed. It is Sun Qingqing who is lost. How dare she, a mere corpse, contest with me? Therefore, I remain the favored one. Madam. Old Madame Li stifled her tears. Regardless of Mrs. Sun's willingness, she led her back to the Qinfang courtyard. Once alone, she embraced Mrs. Sun, patting her back gently. Madam, you have endured much. If you wish to weep, then weep. Your old servant will stay by your side." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sun could no longer restrain herself and wept bitterly. Why? Why is it always I who am wronged and overlooked? I, too, am my father's daughter. Why does he not cherish me? After lavishing affection upon Sun Qingqing, he turns to Zhu Xuntao. What of me? What of me? Old Madam Li wept alongside Mrs. Sun, ultimately swallowing the truth that the second miss was innocent. The second miss was born of the madam and owed her life to her. Even if wronged, the second miss must endure it, no matter the circumstances. The madam required an outlet for her frustrations. As Mrs. Sun was led away by old Madam Li, the courtyard of Zhu Xuntao fell silent, losing much of its festive atmosphere. Miss Chiu Yu gazed at Zhu Xuntao with sympathetic eyes, tears brimming. Zhu Xuntao's expression remained devoid of emotion. Her feelings as placid as a still pond, with not a ripple to disturb its surface. It matters not. See if the Sun family still lingers. If they do, offer them some tea money.
Oh.
Chiu Yu responded, slightly delayed. At the doorway, Zhu Dingxing informed, the Sun family has departed. As for the trivial matters, father has taken care of them. Thank you, father. This phrase slipped from Zhu Xuntao's lips without thought. Zhu Dingxing looked upon his daughter, radiant as a flower. With a satisfied smile, today marks the auspicious day of your union with young Master Xiao. Nothing should dampen our spirits. Your mother may have been overwhelmed, having not slept well for several nights, lost in nightmares. Do not hold it against her. What is rightfully yours is yours. Zhu Dingxing was reluctant to prepare an excessive dowry for Zhu Xuntao, for he believed the family of the Duke of Yongjing would not mind. After all, his daughter had saved Xiao Qinliang. She was a benefactor to the Duke's household. How could they possibly concern themselves with the amount of dowry she brought? Yet, Zhu Dingxing, despite his reluctance, was not envious of what the Sun family provided for Zhu Xuntao. He would neither take from her nor covet her possessions. After all, he was Zhu Xuntao's true father. Indeed, Zhu Xuntao replied indifferently, to be specially acknowledged by her negligent father, only to have her mother lose her composure on the spot. It seemed the Sun family's gifts were indeed rather excessive. Zhu Xuntao could forego demanding additional items from either the Zhu family or Mrs. Sunday. However, what the Sun family explicitly designated for her, she would not generously relinquish. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on it would find themselves faced with her unwavering resolve to reclaim it tenfold. Thus, it was wise for her negligent father to remain uninvolved, otherwise, he would surely suffer losses. Master, young Master Xiao has arrived. The servant stationed at the gate reported joyfully to Zhu Dingxing. My esteemed son-in-law has come. Zhu Dingxing exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he beamed with youthful vigor. Quickly, let us greet my fine son-in-law. My Zhu family's daughter is not easily wed. If he does not present some genuine skills, his two brothers-in-law shall not permit him entry. Zhu Dingxing had but two sons, Zhu Shiji and Zhu Shirun. Naturally, he wished for them to form a close rapport with Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Jingzhan was not merely a martial figure, he was renowned in the capital as a paragon of both literary and martial excellence. Should he choose to partake in the imperial examinations, he would undoubtedly succeed, destined for greatness. If both sons could cultivate a relationship with Xiao Jingzhan, they need not worry about their futures. Zhu Shiji and Zhu Shirun had already received their father's instructions to intercept the groom, testing Xiao Jingzhan. Together, the brothers, whether in scholarship or martial prowess, found themselves outmatched by Xiao Jingzhan. The martial aspect was undeniable. The Zhu brothers promptly conceded. Being scholars, they had no aptitude for physical combat. As for the academic challenges, they had earnestly devoted time to devise a series of questions. They had not intended to completely confound Xiao Jingzhan, for that would be too formidable a task. However, if they could momentarily ensnare him, compelling him to ponder, that would be a victory in itself. To their dismay, after a month of preparation, Xiao Jingzhan answered each question without hesitation, as if the Zhu brothers' intellect, although fresh, was woefully inadequate. Second brother-in-law, you are truly impressive, Zhu Shiji praised Xiao Jingzhan, filled with admiration. It was no wonder their father often extolled him before them. If only you pursued the path of the imperial examinations, your renown in the capital would surely magnify. The title of the capital's most distinguished nobleman was not bestowed lightly. Too kind, Xiao Jingzhan replied, looking exceptionally dapper today, threefold more so than usual, as the joy of the occasion radiated from him. Study diligently, listen well to your teachers. You too can achieve greatness. With the thought of becoming an official brother-in-law after today, Zhu Shiji's eyes sparkled with determination. Rest assured, second brother-in-law, I shall strive to catch up to you. Zhu Shirun shot Zhu Shiji a skeptical glance, questioning his sincerity. He himself had a sister, while concubine Wang bore only Zhu Shiji. Within the Zhu household, Zhu Shiji never interacted with his second sister. Yet today, he addressed Xiao Jingzhan with such familiarity, calling him second brother-in-law as if he were a sycophant, undermining their scholarly dignity. Since you have passed, please proceed, Zhu Shirun stated formally, as their interception of the groom was merely a formality. His collaboration with Zhu Shiji was simply to gauge the distance between himself and Xiao Jingzhan. With their purpose fulfilled, Zhu Shirun granted permission with remarkable ease. Wow, brother, it seems marrying the sister-in-law was a breeze for you, and I haven't even intervened. Xiao Jingshen jested beside Xiao Jingzhan. He was there to assist. However, with his elder brother personally taking charge, everything was settled. Xiao Jingzhan, in high spirits today, chose not to engage with his foolish younger brother. Was marrying so simple? I never imagined it could be this arduous. I fear the bride may be reluctant. Hurry, hurry. Place the bridal veil over the second miss. The second master is here to escort her. The matchmaker, upon hearing the commotion, directed the maidservants to act swiftly. Zhu Xuntao, momentarily blinded, felt an apple thrust into her hand, and she could only be led away. Tao Tao, I have come to fetch you. Sitting quietly there, waiting for Zhu Xuntao, stirred an extraordinary surge of emotion within Xiao Jingzhan, who extended his hand towards her. It's too early, it's too early. The matchmaker chuckled at Xiao Jingzhan's impatient demeanor. It was the duty of the young master of the residence to carry the bride out before she could be handed over to her new family. Ignoring the matchmaker's words, Xiao Jingzhan effortlessly lifted Zhu Xuntao into his embrace. Caught off guard, Zhu Xuntao let out a startled gasp. Is this the legendary Princess Carrie? In modern times, Zhu Xuntao had refrained from dating, yet she enjoyed watching romantic reality shows, observing others fall in love. She soon realized that many modern men were rather inept. During her university days, she could easily execute a Princess Carrie with her roommates. Yet on those shows, handsome male contestants struggled to lift the delicate female guests. It was quite disheartening. Today, as Xiao Jingzhan personally swept her off her feet, regardless of her willingness to marry him, she felt an undeniable thrill at the very action. The effect of hugs and lifts was indeed not an exaggeration. Sensing Zhu Xuantao's unspoken sentiments, Xiao Jingzhan's smile deepened, causing the matrons and maids present to blush with embarrassment. Who could resist such a dashing young noble? Especially someone like Xiao Jingzhan, who is simply irresistible to people of all ages. Fear not, I am here, he murmured to Zhu Xuntao as he steadily carried her outside. Since his beloved Tao Tao enjoyed this manner of being held, he resolved to embrace her more often in the future. It seemed he had discovered a way to charm his wife. Zhu Xuntao grasped the apple in her hand tightly, striving to calm herself. It was merely a Princess Carrie. Why was she so agitated? It was rather embarrassing. Chapter 87. Is no one teaching the bride? Xiao Jingzhan's arms were indeed powerful. Held in his embrace, Zhu Xuntao felt an unmatched sense of stability, devoid of any jostling. It was as if she weighed no more than a feather in his arms, requiring no effort on his part. The feeling of security was overwhelming. Brother, no matter how anxious you are, some matters must wait until after the wedding ceremony, Xiao Jingzhan, the master of ceremonies, was adept at creating atmosphere, and more so at teasing his elder brother, Xiao Jingzhan, when he faltered. After all, missing today meant who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Xiao Jingzhan shot a warning glance at Xiao Jingzhan, reminding him to maintain decorum. Today was his joyous occasion, and he truly had no time to deal with his younger brother. But tomorrow? The day after? His troublesome sibling would inevitably find himself in Xiao Jingzhan's grasp. Receiving Xiao Jingzhan's admonishing look, Xiao Jingzhan straightened up, finally taking the hint. TSK, can't one joke around? Brother, congratulations. Upon witnessing Xiao Jingzhan carry Zhu Xuntao out, Xiao Jingyu's eyes sparkled with blessings and excitement. From this day forth, their sister-in-law would be a part of the Ho residence. Xiao Jingzhan nodded gently, placing Zhu Xuntao into the bridal sedan chair. Lift the sedan. Zhu Dingxing, following behind, felt a myriad of emotions. His children, remarkably, had their second daughter marry before the eldest. Fortunately, it was an imperial marriage, otherwise, finding a suitable match for the eldest daughter would prove challenging in the future. Beyond that, Zhu Dingxing's heart brimmed with joy. Just moments ago, young Master Xiao had clearly called him father. Hearing that word filled Zhu Dingxing with vitality. As if he had consumed an invigorating tonic, his face aglow with happiness. Everyone was rejoicing, except for one person who sobbed uncontrollably, nearly fainting. Witnessing Qiuyue soak several handkerchiefs with tears, Granny Li reproached her sharply. Thank goodness, no one saw you. Otherwise, you look like a fool, inviting misfortune upon yourself. After speaking, Granny Li felt a pang of guilt. It was not Qiuyue who had caused the commotion, it was their lady. You wouldn't understand, Qiuyue sniffled. I'm just so happy for the young lady. The Ho residence is so splendid, and the people are kind. Surely, she will have a wonderful life ahead, unlike in the Zhu residence, where she has suffered. Indeed, Granny Li affirmed, the second young lady is the savior of the young master, and the old lady dotes on her immensely. Once the second young lady steps through the gates of the Ho residence, she will surely be immersed in sweetness, devoid of any bitterness. Alas, why did their lady not share such fortune, enduring more hardship than joy? Was it truly due to the disparity in beauty between her and the second young lady? Annie Tao, after some time apart, was pleased to hear that Xiao Chunliang had improved his speech considerably. Today, he had been instructed to refer to his favorite Annie Tao as the most beautiful and splendid. Upon seeing her, Xiao Chunliang's gaze could not accommodate anyone else. Breaking free from the nurse's embrace, he rushed towards Zhu Xuntao.
Yang 11, squatting down,
Wrapped her arms around her son's plump little body. Chunliang, have you forgotten? Mother taught you to call her auntie yesterday. Xiao Chunliang pouted in displeasure. It's Annie Tao. Not auntie. Auntie doesn't sound as delicious as Annie Tao. He preferred calling her Auntie Tao. It's all the same, she replied, smiling.
today.
The elderly matriarch Sheng was in exceptionally high spirits, her vitality remarkable. She beckoned her great-grandson to her side, exclaiming, if only her grandfather were here. To witness Jingzhan marrying Tao Dao, it would be perfect. Despite his advanced age, old Marquis Xiao remained vigorous, steadfast at the borders. In a few years, it would be time for his eldest son, Xiao Yuanshan, to take over his duties. The bride had crossed the fire basin. The matchmaker's jubilant voice guided the two newcomers through the wedding rituals step by step. With a bridal veil obscuring her vision, Zhu Xuntao felt utterly disoriented. Had she not been supported, she would have suspected she had fallen several times already. The supposed joy and shyness of a new bride were entirely absent for her. She silently prayed for the ceremony to conclude quickly, fearing she might collapse from standing. Marriage is truly no easy feat. Xiao Jingzhan, filled with joy, was momentarily startled by her words. The bride was growing impatient. Xiao Milia turned away, covering her face, feeling embarrassed on Zhu Xuantao's behalf. She sensed that in the future, she would often find herself in such situations, alleviating the awkwardness of her sister-in-law. Xiao Jingyu delightedly observed Xiao Jingzhan's predicament. His elder brother joyfully wed his sister-in-law. Yet she appeared reluctant to marry him. Brother Isnt so formidable, unable to even win his wife's heart. Xiao Jingzhan, like Xiao Miliu, turned away, stifling laughter, resembling a mischievous mouse. Yang, she explained, do not blame the sister-in-law for her words. She has been preparing since dawn. Forget eating. She hasn't even had time for a sip of water. Moreover, once the bridal gown is donned, it becomes quite inconvenient to use the restroom. To minimize trips, one often refrains from drinking. Yang Shi had experienced this herself. Compared to Zhu Xuantao's reluctance, she had accepted her circumstances willingly. On her wedding day, she had been utterly exhausted, wishing to skip the bridal chamber altogether. Unfortunately, her husband had shown little compassion, leaving her thoroughly worn out. Recalling those memories, Yang Shi felt no trace of joy from her wedding day, only fatigue remained. I see. Xiao Jingyu grasped Yang Shi's hand with compassion. On that day, he had been so elated that he hadn't considered anything else. He had not realized the stark differences between brides and grooms. Jiang Yijing called Xiao Miliu over and spoke a few words to her. Xiao Miliu nodded. Do not worry, mother. I will take good care of my sister-in-law. In the grand ceremony of marriage, the couple first bowed to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors, and finally exchanged vows, marking the completion of the rites before being ushered into the bridal chamber. With the assistance of the matchmaker, Zhu Xuantao managed to navigate these challenging rituals, albeit feeling somewhat dizzy afterwards. The moment her bottom touched the bed, she nearly leapt up in surprise. Something was poking her. The matchmaker quickly reassured her. Do not be alarmed, dear lady. The bed is adorned with red dates and longans, symbols of good fortune. At that moment, the matchmaker was taken aback. Was it possible that no one had instructed the bride before her wedding? Before the matchmaker could ponder further, Xiaomi Liao entered with a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Her concern for Zhu Xuantao evident. Sister-in-law, please lift your red veil. It must be stifling. You must be hungry. The kitchen has kept this porridge warm for you. Drink up, lest you weaken your health. Xiaomi Liao's enthusiasm was less akin to that of a sister-in-law caring for her, and more like that of a devoted servant attending to her ancestors, ensuring Zhu Xuntao was meticulously taken care of. Zhu Xuntao had long wished to remove the bothersome veil, and with Xiaomi Liao's encouragement, she felt she could no longer hesitate.
Wait.
The matchmaker intervened. The veil should be lifted by the groom, not the bride herself. It is improper and inauspicious. She found it rather absurd that this suggestion came from the groom's own sister, the bride's sister-in-law. So, whose sister was she truly? Drink up. Sister-in-law, tell me if it's to your liking. If it's too sweet or too bland, let me know, so the chef can adjust it accordingly, Xiaomi Liao urged. The matchmaker nodded, acknowledging, indeed, this is the bride's sister. Zhu Xuntao, not wishing to be polite, accepted the bowl and drank heartily. It's quite good. With a perfect balance of sweetness. Please maintain this quality. Unlike the overly sugary concoctions she had endured at her family's residence, this was a refreshing change. Zhu Xuntao mused about how much her sister, Zhu Yingyan, must have spent on her before her marriage. It felt like a considerable amount. That's wonderful to hear. Xiaomi Liao beamed. It's delightful. We are now family, and I will get to see you every day. With you in the Marquis's residence. I feel a profound sense of security. I shall no longer have nightmares. Sister-in-law, may I sleep with you tonight? In a wave of nostalgia for their childhood bond, Xiaomi Liao yearned to share a room with Zhu Xuntao. Zhu Xuntao swallowed her tea and nodded vigorously. Of course, you are always welcome. Compared to sharing a bed with Xiao Jingzhan, this felt infinitely safer with Xiaomi Liao. This bond had been forged willingly by Xiao Jingzhan. Zhu Xuntao was not naive enough to believe that after today, she and Xiao Jingzhan could simply share a bed and chat as friends. She was unafraid of sharing a bed. After all, everyone has their physical needs, though hers were comparatively muted. With her eyes closed, she thought of the past. And some things were best left behind. The thought of Xiao Jingzhan's extraordinarily handsome face did not leave her feeling at a loss. Yet, deep within her heart, there lay an insurmountable barrier: children. Consuming contraceptive medicine could be detrimental to her health. Not taking it could lead to pregnancy. And she did not wish for her child to grow up in a loveless household. She was the exception, having turned out well. But she could not guarantee the same for her offspring. Xiaomi Liao suddenly recalled, "Oh, sister-in-law, now that you and brother are married, you will be sleeping with him." The matchmaker quipped, "Poor young Master Xiao, on his wedding day, the one attempting to steal his heart is his own sister." It was no wonder that the Zhu household had not prepared the bride adequately. Given the status of the bride in the Marquis's residence, there was no reason for her to be looked down upon. Perhaps her worries had been unfounded. After witnessing Xiao Jingzhan's demeanor towards Zhu Xuntao, the matchmaker was left with profound doubts about her understanding of relationships. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Xiao Jingzhan found Xiaomi Liao engaged in lively conversation with Zhu Xuntao, while Zhu Xuntao had carelessly tossed aside her red veil, eager to remove the weighty phoenix crown. Xiao Jingzhan stepped forward, extending his hand to Zhu Xuntao. "Why not remove the crown? It is heavy and constricting." The matchmaker stood there, stunned. Zhu Xuntao was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Jingzhan's dexterity as he helped her remove the crown. Had no one assisted her, she would have certainly struggled. "Shouldn't this crown be saved for you? It adds a touch of participation, does it not?" Zhu Xuntao argued, denying her desire to remove it, yet unable to do so without help. "Is that so? Then I must thank you for your understanding, Tao Tao," Xiao Jingzhan replied, following her lead. The matchmaker was utterly bewildered. Was this truly understanding? Did she have a misunderstanding of the term? She blinked rapidly, questioning her perception of the people in the Yongjing Marquis's residence. Having officiated numerous weddings over the years, none had left her questioning her existence, as this one had. The bride unveiling her own veil and the groom removing her crown, what would happen to the remaining rituals? She seemed at a loss for how to proceed. Not wishing to leave the matchmaker in a quandary, Xiao Jingzhan poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to Zhu Xuntao. "This is the marriage wine." Having consumed the bird's nest porridge, Zhu Xuntao felt untroubled by the wine and willingly clinked cups with Xiao Jingzhan. The matchmaker stood silently, as still as a wooden post. It dawned on her that after bringing the bride through the Marquis's doors, her role was essentially over. This wedding money was indeed easy to acquire. Congratulations to the couple. May you enjoy a harmonious union and be blessed with children soon. Suddenly remembering, Xiaomi Liao added, "Sister-in-law, it would be wonderful to have a daughter. Our family needs more girls, not boys. We already have Xiao Qinliang. The Marquis's residence only lacks sweet, gentle girls, preferably as beautiful as you." Zhu Xuntao felt the urge to silence Xiaomi Liao. This little troublemaker. Why bring that up? Xiao Jingzhan, noticing Zhu Xuantao's embarrassment, supported Xiao Miliao's words. I have no preference regarding the gender, as long as it is our child. If we have a daughter as lovely as you, I would be even more delighted. The matchmaker chimed in. Why not let her leave? Who wishes for a daughter over a son? How peculiar.
Xiao Miliao countered.
We want sweet little girls, not unruly boys. Zhu Xuntao, exasperated, raised her voice. There are still so many guests outside. It would be inappropriate for you to linger here. You will be the subject of their ridicule. Children? No way. I refuse to have any unless it's birthed from Xiao Jingzhan's belly. She insisted, brother. You ought to leave now. There are surely many waiting for you outside. Don't disturb my time with sister-in-law. The matchmaker feigned deafness. Xiao Jingzhan retorted. Is it his wedding or Xiao Miliao's? After pushing Xiao Jingzhan out, Xiao Miliao squatted before Zhu Xuntao, radiating warmth and affection. To an outsider, they would hardly appear as sisters-in-law. They seemed more like sisters. The matchmaker, momentarily at a loss, regained her composure. You are truly fortunate, young mistress. Young Master Xiao and Miss Xiao seem to hold you in the highest regard. With such a family, how could you not enjoy a happy life? Not at all.
Xiao Miliao disagreed.
Sister-in-law's choice to marry into our marquis's residence clearly shows our family is exceptionally blessed. The matchmaker had misjudged the situation. Very well then. She conceded. That last remark of mine was indeed superfluous. Aunt Peach, you look truly exquisite today. Xiao Qinliang's eyes widened, and his mouth formed a perfect O, as if he were unfamiliar with Zhu Xuntao. As he spoke, Xiao Qinliang instinctively puckered his lips, insisting on giving Zhu Xuntao a kiss. Zhu Xuntao gently caressed his chubby little face, but hesitated to let the plump boy kiss her. With her face adorned in cosmetics, who could ascertain what hidden dangers lay within? What if she were to suffer from heavy metal poisoning? Qinliang, are you hungry? The most effective way to distract a child is to offer them food.
Xiao Chenliang nodded eagerly. I am starving.
So many guests have come to the house today. It's been quite lively, and I've run around until I'm exhausted. Zhu Xuntao picked up a fresh pastry from the table and fed it to Xiao Qinliang. Xiao Miliao, who had experience caring for Xiao Qinliang, stood by with a cup of water, ready to assist. Thus, Xiao Qinliang delightedly munched on pastries and sipped water, being attended to on both sides like a little lord, almost reclining in a leisurely manner. Meanwhile, Yang Shirwa, still somewhat traumatized, grew anxious when she couldn't see her chubby son for a moment. Today, with the influx of guests at the Ho residence, her anxiety about losing her child intensified. Fortunately, recalling her son's fondness for Zhu Xuntao, she quietly ventured to the new house to check on him without alarming anyone. Upon arrival, she was greeted by the sight of her son being pampered by the two young girls. Seeing her son looking so content, Yang Shirwa couldn't help but smile. Sister-in-law, do be mindful not to spoil him too much. He might grow up unruly. Fear not. Zhu Xuntao waved her hand dismissively. Such an adorable little chub deserves all the affection. Zhu Yingyan, in her previous life, had witnessed the tragic demise of the little chub. In this reincarnation, she was determined to ensure his safety and longevity, hoping he would live a long, peaceful life. Reflecting on the little one as hardships, Zhu Xuntao felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed a challenge for the chubby boy to survive. Yang Shirwa cast a similar hopeful gaze upon her son, reassuring herself that such a miraculous bond with her sister-in-law would surely ensure her son's long life, steering him away from an untimely fate. When Xiao Jingyu had first informed Yang Shirwa that the members of the Xiao family could hear Zhu Xuantao's thoughts, she had dismissed it as a figment of his imagination brought on by the stress concerning their son. The idea of hearing someone else's thoughts, especially someone destined to become a sister-in-law, seemed implausible. However, after personally testing this phenomenon today, she finally believed it. Sister-in-law, you must be quite weary today. Indeed, Zhu Xuntao, momentarily forgetting to feign, replied candidly, causing the matchmaker beside her to drop her eyes in astonishment. Once she regained her composure, Zhu Xuntao tempered her tone. Well, it's not too exhausting. The matchmaker nodded, recognizing this as a more appropriate response. Yang Shirwa turned to the matchmaker. You may take your leave. I shall stay here with Muluo and my sister-in-law. Your hard work today shall not go unrewarded. This implied the matchmaker would receive a generous red envelope, a prospect she had anticipated. Upon receiving it, her joy was palpable. Thank you, second young mistress. The young master and young mistress are truly a match made in heaven. With the matchmaker gone, Zhu Xuntao couldn't help but inquire, where's my little maid? Without the chatty Chuyue by her side, Zhu Xuntao felt a sense of discomfort, especially now that she was left alone with Xiao Moluo and Yang Shirua. Here she comes, Xiao Moluo remarked, well aware of the bond between Zhu Xuntao and Qiyue, having heard about it from Xiao Jingzhan. Sister-in-law, shall I bring her to you? She is the only close servant you brought from the Zhu residence, which speaks volumes of your trust in her. Yes, Zhu Xuntao agreed, without hesitation. At this moment, she desperately needed a familiar and trusted companion to feel at ease, especially since she had not willingly accepted her role as a bride. Xiao Moluo could not refuse Zhu Xuantao's request, as fetching a maid for her was a trivial task. Even if Zhu Xuntao wished to meet all the servants in her brother's courtyard to select a few suitable companions, it would be easily arranged. When Qiyue finally appeared before Zhu Xuntao, her eyes were swollen from crying. This was a result of her emotional response while witnessing Zhu Xuantao's procession to the wedding carriage. What happened to your eyes? Zhu Xuntao asked, her gaze darkening with concern. Which maid dared to offend you today? Seeing Zhu Xuantao's worried expression, Xiao Moluo quickly defended, this has nothing to do with our household. My mother has made it clear that all servants must respect my sister-in-law just as they would my brother. There were few troublesome servants like Chen Mama in the household. It was unlikely they would dare bully Zhu Xuantao's maid today. Qiyue explained, please don't misunderstand, my lady. Today is such a joyous occasion. I was merely overwhelmed with happiness and might have cried a little too much. My lady, please don't mock me. I feel embarrassed, she continued. Before joining the Ho residence, Mama Li had repeatedly admonished her for being too rude and had instructed her not to shed tears in the Ho household. If they misconstrue our dissatisfaction with the marriage, it would be the second young miss who faces the consequences. Are you truly all right? Zhu Xuntao remained unconvinced, knowing how naive Qiyue could be. Without her protection, Qiyue would have likely been reduced to mere scraps in the Zhu residence, barely surviving until today.
me fine.
Qiyue affirmed confidently. Look at my smile. How could I possibly hide anything from you, my lady? Chapter 90. Who could possibly endure this? Zhu Xuntao fell silent. Indeed, Qiyue had little talent for deception. The truth was evident in her tone. Yang Shirua sensed the underlying tension and, clutching her chubby son, pulled Xiao Moluo aside. Sister-in-law has worked tirelessly today. This is her only moment of respite. We shall not intrude. With that, Yang Shirua attempted to lead Xiao Moluo away, though reluctant to leave. Xiao Moluo followed, noting how difficult it was for Yang Shirua to carry her son. Sister-in-law, I wish to stay with you, Xiao Moluo protested. You've just married. You must feel lonely. I could help lighten your spirits. Aspiring to be the best little sister-in-law, she believed the only way to maintain her sister-in-law's affection was to support her. This was the ambition that now resided in Xiao Moluo's heart. Yang Shirua didn't elaborate further. The priority is that sister-in-law needs rest. If you remain, how could she possibly feel comfortable? Clearly, Zhu Xuntao preferred the company of her maid, as evidenced by her demeanor. It's all right. Sister-in-law has been engaged to my brother for many years. They've interacted so little that it's understandable for her to feel distant. It was their past shortcomings that led to the distant relationship with the eldest sister-in-law. If they wish to be treated by her as she treats that maid, they must exert considerable effort. Indeed, as Yang Shi left with her entourage, the atmosphere in the room transformed, leaving only Zhu Xuntao and Qiyue. Zhu Xuntao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This situation bore little difference from her days at the Zhu residence. Qiyue, come here. Zhu Xuntao called, and Qiyue, equally eager, bounded to her side like a young deer. Miss, she exclaimed, preferring to address her as Miss rather than young lady. Recalling the lessons imparted by old Madame Li, Qiyue's shoulders slumped. No. I must call you young lady in public and private alike. If others hear me calling you miss, they will surely mock the young lady for not properly instructing her servants. I cannot bring shame upon the young lady. Zhu Xuntao had intended to call her miss in private without issue, but upon realizing Qiyue's insistence to change, she decided not to press the matter further. Qiyue, find the dowry list that the Sun family sent me. I wish to take a look. She was exceedingly curious about the items that had driven her biological mother to madness. Of course, Qiyue was Zhu Xuntao's most loyal confidant. Essentially, whatever Zhu Xuntao wished to do, Qiyue wholeheartedly supported. The dowry, being intended for Zhu Xuntao, faced no opposition from Qiyue. Naturally, Qiyue was well aware of Zhu Xuntao's belongings. Within the span of a tea break, Qiyue eagerly brought forth the entire dowry list to Zhu Xuntao. In addition to the betrothal gifts from the Marquis' estate, there was a portion prepared by the Zhu family for Zhu Xuntao. The remaining items constituted the substantial gifts that the Sun family had hastily gathered for her today. As Zhu Xuntao perused the separate dowry list from the Sun family, her eyes widened with astonishment. No wonder my mother was so jealous of my aunt, who wouldn't go mad under such circumstances. While Zhu Xuntao had never personally experienced the extent of the Sun matriarch's dowry, she was certainly aware of its magnitude. It was a considerable sum, neither excessive nor insufficient, a balanced amount. Yet, the dowry presented to her today by the Sun family defied such moderation. If one were not to compare it with the princess's dowry, it would be hard to believe there existed another as lavish in the world. How could the Sun family be so wealthy? Given her childhood experiences of harsh treatment from her biological mother, who often deprived her of even her monthly stipend, Zhu Xuntao began to suspect that her mother must have lived quite poorly during her time with the Sun family. If not, why would she be so miserly? Her monthly allowance was not supplemented by her mother's private savings or dowry. It was entirely drawn from the Zhu family's public expenses. Today, the heavy dowry list shattered Zhu Xuntao's preconceived notions about the Sun family's wealth. They were not poor. They were likely swimming in affluence. Even if this were not the case, it was evident that the Sun family had invested a significant portion of their fortune into her dowry. Though Zhu Xuntao understood that this dowry was not initially intended for her, it ultimately fell into her hands, and that was what mattered. It turned out that the only thing standing between her and a life of luxury was the Sun family. With these gifts from the Sun family, Qiuyue, we shall no longer subsist on meager rations. We can finally live a life of opulence. Is that true? Qiuyue expressed disbelief. The young lady had long ceased to be poor. The last amount she entrusted to Uncle Qian was already 10,000 taels. Yet, despite this newfound wealth, Qiuyue had not perceived any significant change in how the young lady treated her. Zhu Xuntao had new clothes and hairpins, while her own attire remained unchanged. Qiuyue had meticulously noted these past experiences. I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Now, I am not lacking in funds. Holding the dowry list, Zhu Xuntao resembled a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, brimming with joy. Qiuyue frowned. Are you sure we shouldn't save some of this money for Uncle Qian's affairs? Zhu Xuntao's smile faltered. Since we have plenty, why not spare a little for Uncle Qian to spend? The funds allocated for Uncle Qian must not be halted. Growing up alongside Zhu Xuntao had allowed Qiuyue to learn many of her ways, but unless she could no longer contain herself, she would never dare to act as freely as Zhu Xuntao. Today, however, Zhu Xuntao's teasing had emboldened Qiuyue to respond with a smirk. In an effort to maintain her dignity, Zhu Xuntao insisted, in addition to the silver, the Sun family also gifted me a splendid estate near the capital, complete with ample fertile land. Qiuyue's preferences had always mirrored Zhu Xuntao's. If Zhu Xuntao cherished money, so did she. Upon hearing about the estate, Qiuyue was overjoyed as though it were her own. When Qiuyue realized which estate it was, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Isn't this estate the large one next to our little estate? Every time you mention it, you drool with envy. So, this estate is ours now. Does this mean the young lady's dreams have come true? Zhu Xuntao's smile was both radiant and mischievous. With such a vast estate and fertile land at her disposal, she could plant whatever she desired, no longer needing to compromise on lesser choices. She was now genuinely a member of the gentry. The Sun family had truly excelled in their gifts, providing her with everything she loved and needed. Her late aunt must have been exceedingly fortunate. Had she been her biological mother, living in such an environment would have surely ignited profound jealousy. Who could possibly endure such a situation? Chapter 91. A gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means. Congratulations, young lady. Uncle Qian will have his hands full again. Qiuyue nodded repeatedly, a smile fading from her face as she added, but, young lady, do you intend to have Uncle Qian cultivate new and exotic crops? That will surely require a great deal of silver. Such a vast sum of money had barely settled in their hands before the young lady sought to spend it again. Qiuyue felt a pang of anguish. Young lady, please do not let me see this dowry list again, nor tell me how much silver you have given to Uncle Qian. My constitution cannot withstand such shocks. So much money, all flowing out without any coming in, were it not for her unwavering loyalty to Zhu Xuntao. Qiuyue might have suspected Uncle Qian of swindling the young lady. In any legitimate business, money should not just be expended without the prospect of returns. She wished not to be underestimated due to her youth and experience serving Zhu Xuntao. After all, the laborers in the fields relied on what they planted to earn some silver in return. However, it was only Zhu Xuntao's requests to Uncle Qian that yielded no returns. If only Qiuyue could muster even a fraction less of her infatuation with Zhu Xuntao. Watching Zhu Xuntao and Uncle Qian squander silver so carelessly, Qiuyue could not help but feel rebellious, wishing to intervene. Qiuyue's internal monologue. What is it like to have a spendthrift young lady? Zhu Xuntao covered her mouth in laughter. No, I promise this time will be different. Once Uncle Qian cultivates what I desire, be prepared to have your jaw drop. I want to be picking it up for you. Qiuyue huffed. Then I shall wait. Ahem. Xiao Jingzhan cleared his throat, masking his discomfort. He had not intended to eavesdrop. Zhu Xuantao's exuberance over the dowry had drowned out his knock on the door. When Zhu Xuntao had tried on her wedding gown, Xiao Jingzhan had witnessed this side of her. What he did not anticipate was that he had only seen a fragment of her true self. At this moment, Zhu Xuntao perhaps revealed her most authentic self. In private, away from prying eyes, she was so vibrantly alive that it leapt into his heart. Have you met the young lady? Qiuyue, in Xiao Jingzhan's presence, had never been duplicitous, so there was no awkwardness in being discovered. Zhu Xuntao, however, was another story. Only the late esteemed elders and Qiuyue had witnessed that side of her. In the presence of the matriarch and Uncle Qian, Zhu Xuntao maintained a facade. For after all, she was the second young lady. Now, feeling utterly awkward, Zhu Xuntao wiggled her toes inside her embroidered shoes, contemplating whether she could somehow conjure a 3-room apartment from thin air. Xiao Jingzhan had no intention of putting Zhu Xuntao in a difficult position, otherwise. Upon hearing her playful laughter, he would not have driven away the crowd that came to disrupt the bridal chamber, startled by her mirth. His sole concern was sparing her the embarrassment that might render her hesitant to face the world the following day. Only Xiao Jingzhan truly understood Zhu Xuantao's penchant for pretenses. A fondness for Zhuangzi? This particular affection of hers was somewhat peculiar. Zhu Xuntao imitated Xiao Jingzhan's earlier throat-clearing. Well, not really. As a young lady from a prominent family, how could she let outsiders know she fancied such mundane literature? What an absurd truth. I am clearly an ethereal fairy, free from desires. Xiao Jingzhan's lips curled in a knowing smile, affirming her appearance. Indeed, quite ethereal. Qiuyue, ever the mischievous one, chimed in. Nonsense. Miss clearly adores Zhuangzi and yearns for fertile fields. Before today, she lamented daily about her mere 1 mu and 3/10 of land, insufficient for cultivation. Then she would gaze longingly at the expansive estate next door, practically drooling. She rarely had the chance to accompany her mistress to the estate, but whenever they passed by the grand property, Qiuyue genuinely believed her lady intended to seize it unlawfully, for her mistress lacked the funds to purchase it. Oh dear, I misspoke, Qiuyue realized, having accidentally referred to her as Miss instead of young lady. She resolved to be more cautious next time. Xiao Jingzhan bore no ill will toward Qiuyue, as she had provided him with substantial information. Turning away, he presented several sheets of paper to Zhu Xuntao. These will henceforth belong to us as a couple. Feel free to manage them as you wish. Zhu Xuntao blinked, realizing they were all property deeds and land contracts. Her hands trembled. This estate even has a hot spring? Indeed, replied Xiao Jingzhan, stifling a chuckle at her astonishment. Such estates are rare. Fortunately, I possess one. Do you like it? Oh, I adore it, Zhu Xuntao exclaimed, blowing a kiss toward the contract. She had never anticipated becoming a proprietor of a private hot spring. Goodness, Xiao Jingzhan, this male lead is a treasure trove. How fortunate. Xiao Jingzhan pondered for a moment, swiftly grasping the implication behind Zhu Xuantao's words. To demonstrate his worthiness and capability, he handed her a large wooden box. Open it and take a look. Zhu Xuntao wasted no time. The moment he finished speaking, she unceremoniously opened the box. If he was willing to offer it, surely she had the courage to glimpse its contents. Upon opening it, her hands shook, and with a sharp clap, she closed the box again. Qiuyue, taken aback, was unsure whether to rejoice or to lose her composure entirely. Struggling to maintain her composure, she murmured, Young master. Young lady, I feel a bit dizzy. I shall take my leave. She was indeed overwhelmed. She had seen a vast number of silver notes, the first of which appeared to be inscribed with 10,000 taels. Reflecting on how frugally her mistress had lived prior to marriage, painstakingly saving every last coin, it was astonishing to see her now possessing an entire box of silver notes. The contrast was staggering. Zhu Xuntao became a stammering mess. Did you acquire such a fortune? The Xiao Jingzhan from the book is the male lead, a paragon of virtue. Surely, he cannot be involved in corruption. Xiao Jingzhan explained. Some were gifted by elders, others bestowed by the empress. and some were rewards from the emperor for meritorious service. I rarely spend money, so I have gradually saved it up. His words were straightforward, devoid of any embellishment. Could the verb to save truly apply here? Among so many, was she the only one in dire straits? Despite her fondness for him, Zhu Xuntao reluctantly pried her fingers open and, with great reluctance, pushed the box back toward Xiao Jingzhan. This is your property. I cannot accept it. Taking another's possessions would weigh heavily on my conscience. Her reluctance was almost palpable, etched vividly upon her face. Even so, she chastised herself. And Xiao Jingzhan remarked, a gentleman cherishes wealth, but only through righteous means. Chapter 92. Teaching Bad Habits to Children. Indeed, Zhu Xuntao regretted her words. Wishing she could bite her tongue, there was no need for such excessive exclamations. Today, as we become husband and wife, what is yours is mine. You may take it. Understanding her desire, Xiao Jingzhan proactively offered the box of silver notes, knowing he could not retract it, even with little experience. He was aware that if he were to reclaim this box of money, Zhu Xuntao would surely flee. Compared to his beloved wife, silver was trivial. With houses and money at stake, Zhu Xuntao felt overwhelmed. This seems inappropriate. What if I spend it all, and then have to account for it later?
How will I repay it?
Xiao Jingzhan could not fathom how Zhu Xuntao could harbor such peculiar thoughts, as if she hailed from a bizarre realm. Did men in her previous life truly lack honor? You are my wife, and I am your husband. Do you truly not want these? He remained calm and self-assured. Zhu Xuntao was taken aback. Indeed, we are married now. The items are Xiao Jingzhan's own to give, and I have not coerced him. Having entrusted them to me, these can be considered joint marital property, correct? If I wish to spend, it is both reasonable and lawful. If you have other needs, simply tell me. If I do not have it, I will ask my mother. As for silver, should you require it, simply charm your little sister. It will not be lacking. Xiao Jingzhan's wealth of information struck Zhu Xuntao, and before she could fully comprehend, she blurted out, "What about that little chubby one?" Xiao Jingzhan chuckled softly. "You are quite astute, Tao Dao. Within the estate, both my little sister and Chen Liang are well off. The key is, if the recipients are you, their silver is easily coaxed." Zhu Xuntao gasped in astonishment. "What am I to do? I cannot rein in my desires. I truly feel exceedingly impoverished. There are far too many places where I need to spend money." Seizing the opportunity, while Zhu Xuntao was reeling from this financial onslaught, Xiao Jingzhan lowered his head, his voice low and tender. "Do not feel embarrassed. As long as you desire, they are all more than willing." His deep voice carried an undercurrent of tender intimacy, weaving a delicate web around Zhu Xuntao. With her mind consumed by thoughts of property and wealth, all rationality fled, leaving her in a muddled state. Money had suddenly become accessible, and many of her long-held aspirations could finally be pursued. Xiao Jingzhan was acutely aware that he was taking advantage of her naivety. Everything that transpired today was meticulously orchestrated to ensnare her in a haze of confusion, blurring her sense of direction. In the duality of gentleman and rogue, he willingly embraced the latter for Zhu Xuntao's sake. He understood that a mere hint of her reluctance could soften his resolve, leading him to temporarily relent. On the day of their wedding, failing to consummate their union was not an option. The crux was his desire, and thus, under the weight of Xiao Jingzhan's scheming, it was not until the following day that Zhu Xuntao regained her composure. Upon awakening, Zhu Xuntao rolled about in bed, gasping and grimacing in discomfort. Was Xiao Jingzhan a beast? Yesterday was her first time. Once she managed to wrap herself in a thin blanket like a silkworm, she alternated between laughter and tears, startling the maid waiting outside. Eventually, it was Qiuyue who stepped forward to support her. Yet, Qiuyue's condition was not much better than Zhu Xuntao's, as she too was caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, sending shivers down one's spine. It was nothing. The young lady was simply overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. After a couple of days, when she reflected on the previous night, her mind filled with thoughts of that box of silver notes. She realized she had only managed to sleep for an hour. Qiuyue interjected, suggesting that in a few more days, the young lady would be well. Indeed. Today, Xiao Jingzhan exited his chamber, brimming with vitality, and before departing, instructed those in his courtyard that Zhu Xuntao, as the young lady, held the utmost authority. Zhu Xuntao did not speak, but she listened to Qiuyue. In the brief span of that single sentence, the hierarchy of the Junju courtyard underwent a significant transformation. The young lord and young lady now stood jointly at the pinnacle, though it seemed more like the young lady was first and the young lord second. Apart from the two primary figures, Qiuyue, the young lady's chief maid, held the next highest rank. Even Xiaoyu, the guard who had grown up alongside the young lord, found himself relegated to a lower position. Once the order was established, Chu Yue's words carried considerable weight. She knocked on the door. "Young lady, are you awake?" Hearing Chu Yue's voice, Zhu Xuntao ceased her restless tossing, rubbed her weary face, and replied.
Come in.
Chu Yue instructed the others to remain outside, entering alone to attend to Zhu Xuntao. The young lady prefers not to be attended by too many people. You all wait outside, and if there is anything needed, I will call for you. Upon entering, Chu Yue set down the basin of water. Young lady, are you getting up? What time is it? The effort it took for Zhu Xuntao to sit up was immense. Her body ached profoundly. A testament to the truth found in the novel's depictions of romance. The young lord remarked, "You worked hard yesterday, sleep a little longer." Zhu Xuntao felt her cheeks flush at the memory of being turned over like a fish last night. It was indeed tiring. Chu Yue nodded emphatically. Indeed. Zhu Xuntao felt a tightening in her skin, realizing she had inadvertently set a poor example for the young maid. However, to her astonishment, Chu Yue seemed to understand. Chu Yue continued. I hadn't anticipated marriage would be so exhausting. After a day of busyness, the young lady barely ate anything. It's no wonder you feel so worn out and hungry. If being a bride involves such trials, young lady, can I refrain from marriage in the future? Zhu Xuntao exhaled, relieved. No rush. You are still young. When you grow up and understand, as long as you truly wish for it, whether you marry or not, I will care for you all your life. Marriage is not a problem. Chu Yue smiled foolishly. Yes, I want to follow the young lady for a lifetime. Young lady, do you have bugs in your room? How did you get bitten like this? I'll fetch medicine. Chu Yue, sharp-eyed, noticed the red and purple marks on the small portion of Zhu Xuantao's exposed skin, startling her greatly. It was unavoidable. Zhu Xuantao's skin was pale, and Xiao Jingzhan had been particularly fierce last night. Zhu Xuantao pondered for a moment before seriously explaining to Chu Yue, "These are not bug bites. They are from the young lord." Chu Yue gasped. Has the young lord gone mad? Why would he bite you? Is he bullying you, or hitting you? Zhu Xuantao quickly calmed the agitated Chu Yue. Not like that. These marks are the result of intimacy. Chapter 93. The men of the Xiao family are all the same. Now that I have truly become the young lord's wife, my body bears such marks. No, they don't hurt much. They merely look fierce. The last part of her sentence was insincere. My skin cannot withstand too much, as you well know. Do not worry. Chu Yue stared in disbelief, not speaking. How could it not hurt when it looked like this? Was the young lady deceiving her? The innocent Chu Yue struggled to accept this at first, but Zhu Xuantao was not in a hurry. Her initial attempts to educate Chu Yue were merely to prevent her from being unknowingly mistreated in the future. Moreover, it was to ensure that Chu Yue would not speak indiscreetly outside. She valued her reputation. Confirming the sincerity in Zhu Xuantao's expression, Chu Yue fell silent. The young lady's private matters with the young lord were not to be discussed publicly, a point Chu Yue certainly understood. Should I still apply the medicine? No need. In truth, she had little experience. After all, neither novels nor dramas suggested that bite marks required ointment. Although it was somewhat late, they still needed to pay their respects to the old lady and the madam, so accompany me for a visit. Marrying Xiao Jingzhan meant that not only did she have her sister-in-law Xiao Miluo, but also several sisters-in-law. The old lady doted on her, treating her as if she were her own granddaughter. Thus, the old lady was not a concern. The madam, however, was a different matter. Jiang Yijing had previously harbored dissatisfaction towards Zhu Xuantao, but her attitude had only recently changed. Women, after all, are quite fickle. Zhu Xuantao was uncertain whether Jiang Yijing would maintain her current demeanor or revert to her former self. All right, young lady. Chu Yue accompanied Zhu Xuantao as they headed to see old Madame Sheng. Before Zhu Xuantao could kneel, old Madame Sheng beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Putting Zhu Xuntao to sit beside her.
At last, you call me grandmother, no longer just old madam. Old Madame Sheng was filled with emotion. Before the engagement, Zhu Xuantao had always called her grandmother, which created a bond. After the engagement, while their relationship remained close, Zhu Xuantao had stopped using the term grandmother. Initially, this had caused old Madame Sheng some regret. Zhu Xuantao had been overly taught to adhere to propriety by the old man. From now on, it will always be grandmother. You need not fear calling me old madam again. Unless Xiao Jingzhan wishes to divorce me. Old Madame Sheng's brows furrowed. If her eldest grandson dared to divorce Zhu Xuantao, she would break his legs. How dare he? You must be tired from yesterday? Today, Zhu Xuantao rose late, and, at almost the same time, several masters in the Marquis residence received the news. The information spread so effectively because some wished to avoid disturbing Zhu Xuntao. Fearing it was not the right time to visit, Zhu Xuantao's face flushed crimson at the sudden revelation. Old Madame Sheng's smile deepened as she grasped Zhu Xuantao's hand firmly. Jingzhan married you a bit late, inevitably leading to some mischief. Do not indulge him too much. Be cautious not to hurt your body. I will have the kitchen prepare more nourishing dishes for you. In fact, the kitchen had already been preparing. This had been communicated by both old Madame Sheng and Madame, along with Xiaomi Luo, Yang Shirhua, and even Xiang Yingxin. Seeing this lineup, without anyone needing to remind her, it was clear that the newlywed young lady was not to be trifled with. Anyone who thought the young lady was a newcomer, shy and easy to bully, would be gravely mistaken. While the young lady might be shy, the other masters were not easily swayed. Except for the third master's household, which was not in the Marquis residence, who among the others would not be wary of the young lady. Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards her could expect to be expelled from the Marquis residence. The attitude of everyone towards Zhu Xuntao firmly established her extraordinary position within the Yongjing Marquis residence. All the servants, whether seeing Zhu Xuntao for the first time or not, treated her with utmost respect, not daring to show the slightest negligence. This young lady might very well be the one at the pinnacle of the Marquis household. Go see your mother, she must have been waiting for you, for quite a while. Old Madame Sheng did not let Zhu Xuntao sit for long before sending her off. The Marquis household was under Jiang Yijing's management, and since she favored Zhu Xuntao, old Madame Sheng was pleased to see the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law bond. Previously, she had worried about their relationship, concerned that her eldest daughter-in-law might impose rules on Zhu Xuntao. Thus, she had sought an opportunity to call Zhu Xuntao to her courtyard, allowing her to escape any potential bullying. Whether this was appropriate or not, she could not bear to watch Zhu Xuntao be mistreated. Even though Jiang Yijing is Zhu Xuantao's mother-in-law, it does not change the nature of their relationship. Mother, I am going to see my own mother, Zhu Xuntao declared. Her voice strained and awkward as she addressed Jiang Yijing as mother. She felt a profound discomfort in her heart. Mother lacked the commanding presence of Lady Ho. Regrettably, she could no longer refer to Lady Ho in that manner. Mother, have some tea. In front of Jiang Yijing, Zhu Xuntao always maintained an image of earnestness. She knelt down, presenting the tea, not daring to skip a single step. Good. Jiang Yijing smiled warmly as she accepted the tea from Zhu Xuntao, taking a considerate sip without the slightest hint of indifference. This jade bracelet was once my most cherished possession, and today I bestow it upon you. Now that you are wed to Jingzhan, I hope you two will support one another in the days to come. Should Jingzhan ever mistreat you, do not fear. Come to me, and I shall ensure he is dealt with. Evidently, Jiang Yijing's final statement was an acknowledgement of the reason Zhu Xuntao had risen late. As a woman who had walked this path before, Jiang Yijing was certainly aware that her son had kept his wife from rising early. The bond between her son and daughter-in-law was precisely what Jiang Yijing yearned for the most. Thank you, mother. My husband would never mistreat me. Zhu Xuntao hesitated to accept the jade bracelet, wishing instead for silver, which would be far more practical. The bracelet was not something she could easily part with. However, Jiang Yijing's assurance of support against Xiao Jingzhan sent a chill through Zhu Xuntao. In this world, was there truly a mother-in-law more favorable to her daughter-in-law than her own son? Such a notion seemed improbable. With that thought, Zhu Xuntao regained her composure. I must not take her courteous words to heart. Those who do so are foolish. Jiang Yijing opened her mouth, ultimately settling into tranquility. In matters such as these, explanations are futile. In time, she would demonstrate her sincerity to her daughter-in-law, who would come to understand that her kindness was genuine. Mother. Zhu Xuntao had scarcely finished acknowledging her mother-in-law when a small child suddenly called out mother to her, startling Zhu Xuntao profoundly. Within the span of a single nap, not only had she gained a husband but also a child. Had she transmigrated? It was only when she recognized the chubby little boy calling her mother as Xiao Qinliang that her heart began to settle. As she observed the little boy's movements, his chubby cheeks wobbling adorably, Zhu Xuntao suppressed her excitement. She crouched down, embracing her little cannonball of a boy. Fortunately, Qiu Yue was quick-witted, standing behind Zhu Xuntao to shield her from the oncoming charge. Otherwise, Zhu Xuntao might have been toppled by the exuberance of Xiao Qinliang. Yang Shirhua initially felt a twinge of anxiety before bursting into laughter. Why is there no reaction? It seems the men of the Xiao family are all the same. My elder brother, who usually appears so serious and devoid of affection, is not much different from Xiao Jingyu after marriage. Mother, Xiao Qinliang, completely oblivious to the earlier danger, leaped into Zhu Xuantao's embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek and rubbing his chubby face against her. This action was something he had learned from Zhu Xuntao. What a delightful occurrence, to have a child willingly run over for affection. Zhu Xuntao chuckled as she gently pinched the soft flesh of his cheeks, teasing Chenliang. You called me wrong. I am your great-aunt. Alas, at such a youthful age, I have already assumed the title of great-aunt. What a heart-wrenching appellation. Yang Shirua stifled a laugh. There was little to be done about the title that the elder brother's late marriage had forced upon her. Even though the sister-in-law was several months younger than she had no choice but to accept the role of great-aunt. Mother, Xiao Chenliang insisted. Great-aunt is not pleasant to say. It's hard to pronounce. What does hard to pronounce mean? Did the young master bite his tongue? Qiu Yue inquired. Zhu Xuntao translated for Xiao Chenliang. The title of great-aunt is too complicated for him to say. Isn't that right, Chenliang? At 2 years old, Xiao Chenliang was still at the stage of learning to speak. Given his young age, he was doing remarkably well among his peers. Xiao Chenliang nodded his head, clearly delighted to have a great-aunt who understood him. Yang Shirua was taken aback. Sister-in-law, you can actually understand Chenliang's words? As his mother, it often took her considerable effort to decipher her son's meaning. By chance, Zhu Xuntao felt a bit embarrassed that her understanding of baby talk stemmed from having grown up in an orphanage. There, older children take care of the younger ones. And through her experiences, Zhu Xuntao had become quite adept at it. Yang Shirua did not ponder this further. No wonder Chenliang adores you. You must be the one who understands him best in this world. Perhaps this was fate. Xiao Chenliang leaned against Zhu Xuntao, wriggling his little body and giggling. Play. All right, let us play together. Zhu Xuntao grasped Xiao Chenliang's hand, signaling Qiu Yue to bring forth the items she had prepared. What items? Qiu Yue recalled and sought assistance in moving them. Upon seeing the pile of items, Yang Shirua was utterly bewildered. Zhu Xuntao, graciously holding Xiao Chenliang, settled down on a patch of grass that was thriving, her demeanor not quite that of a noble lady. Qiu Yue began to unpack the various colorful wooden blocks from the box, which were beautifully painted. Without needing instruction, Xiao Chenliang eagerly picked up a triangular wooden block. Since these were meant for Xiao Chenliang's play, Zhu Xuntao had instructed the craftsman to smooth all the edges. She pointed to the large wooden box and said, Chenliang, can you figure out how to fit this back in there? Xiao Chenliang's eyes widened as he turned the box over, eventually finding a hole that matched the shape of the block in his hand, successfully pressing it into place. Wow, Chenliang, you're amazing, Zhu Xuntao exclaimed, laughing heartily. Xiao Chenliang giggled, puffing out his little chest with pride, declaring, I'm great. Let's play again. Having grasped the concept, Xiao Chenliang began to take the other wooden blocks one by one, matching them to the corresponding holes and placing them inside. Once he had finished filling the box, he tilted his little face up, eagerly awaiting praise. Wow, how did you get so good at this?
For Zhu Xuntao.
What felt like a swift passage of time allowed her to read half a book. She then took out a wooden card with a character on it. Chenliang, what is this? Say it. The exchange, with one asking and the other answering, was filled with gentle sweetness. The woman's tone was soft and melodious, while the child's voice was sweet and bright. This scene brought a profound sense of tranquility to Yang Shirua, as if nothing in the world could trouble her any longer. Xiao Chenliang adored Zhu Xuntao, who not only understood his words but also patiently played with him. In Zhu Xuntao's company, Xiao Chenliang was utterly captivated, refusing to leave even after 2 meals, insisting on sleeping alongside her. Thankfully, Xiao Jingyu still had a semblance of brotherly awareness and recognized that Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Xuntao were newlyweds. He pitied his elder brother, who was of a certain age and had only recently begun to explore marital intimacy. Thus, Xiao Chenliang was forcibly carried away by Xiao Jingyu, who bundled him up to prevent any disturbance to his elder brother. As they departed, Xiao Chenliang, in tears, cursed his father, vowing to seek revenge from his grandmother to reclaim his lost playmate. Understanding Xiao Chenliang's sentiment, Xiao Jingyu smacked his little bottom a few times, exclaiming, unfilial child. Zhu Xuntao was quite pleased with Xiao Chenliang's attachment. The night before, she had completely lost track of how she and Xiao Jingzhan had ended up sleeping together. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself in a rather intimate situation with him. Even now, despite their physical closeness, Zhu Xuntao felt she and Xiao Jingzhan were not yet that familiar with one another. It was rather awkward to be alone with someone she did not know well. Xiao Chenliang was having the time of his life, so much so that he had no intention of returning to his mother, as he seemed intent on keeping Zhu Xuntao all to himself. Strangely enough, Xiao Jingzhan felt fortunate that Xiao Chenliang was still young. If he were any older, It was unlikely that Xiao Jingyu would have been able to take him away today. The young lord and his lady are here, announced Xiao Yu as she was reluctantly ushered in to disrupt the intimate moments of the newlyweds. Younger sister? Xiao Jingzhan furrowed his brow, recalling his promise to refrain from bothering Zhu Xuntao. In an effort to win over Xiaomi Luo and secure more time with Zhu Xuntao during their honeymoon, he had encouraged Xiao Jingshen to take Xiaomi Luo out for leisure today. Otherwise, it would not have been just Xiao Chunliang vying for Zhu Xuantao's attention. Let her in quickly, Zhu Xuntao thought to herself, questioning the sensibility of the servants in the courtyard. Xiaomi Luo is the rightful mistress of the Marquis' residence and Xiao Jingzhan's own sister. How could they dare to block her at the door? In fact, Zhu Xuntao had been waiting all day for the women of the Marquis' residence to react. While entertaining Xiao Chunliang, she had not dared to let her mind wander. Yang Shi, too timid to speak, made it difficult for her to inquire further, leaving her in a state of anxious contemplation. It was truly perplexing. Was the gift she had presented truly so insignificant? That could not possibly be the case. The calm demeanor of the ladies in the Marquis' residence had plunged Zhu Xuntao into self-doubt. Now that Xiaomi Luo had arrived, she was uncertain whether the reason for Xiaomi Luo's visit aligned with her own intentions. Sister-in-law. Upon entering the room, Xiaomi Luo called out to Zhu Xuntao without hesitation. It was only upon seeing her elder brother standing beside Zhu Xuntao that she was reminded that she had an elder sibling. Elder brother. This soft utterance of elder brother could hardly compete with the sweetness of sister-in-law, which could almost induce diabetes. What brings you here? Chapter 95, A Reflection Before the Mirror. Xiao Jingzhan did not mind Xiaomi Luo's favoritism, yet he found her lack of tact difficult to overlook. After a day of leisure outside, you must be weary. Return and rest well. At your age, you should learn to entertain yourself without always clinging to your sister-in-law. Xiaomi Luo's expression fell, her small lips pouting in indignation. She had only just arrived and had not yet had the chance to speak with her sister-in-law, yet her elder brother was already sending her away. Is the young lord, his wife, also here? Upon uttering this, Qiu Yu found herself pondering the question, her mind puzzled. Was it true that they were so busy during the day that they could only find time to chat with the young lady at night? Qiu Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Jingzhan, discerning that the young lord, having just returned from his pressing duties, longed for his lady's company. Recently, Xiao Jingzhan had been occupied with affairs for the crown prince, the specifics of which remained a mystery to all. The people of the Marquis' residence were aware only of his extraordinary busyness. Thus, even after their marriage, Xiao Jingzhan had found little time for respite. Upon hearing that his mother had come, he quickly suppressed his irritation, finding himself too fatigued to remain angry. What had his mother been doing while he toiled during the day? She certainly had not accompanied his sister on her outings. In truth, Jiang Yijing felt somewhat embarrassed. She wished to see Zhu Xuntao, yet considering her son's feelings, she had intended to wait until tomorrow. However, upon hearing from old Madame Feng that her daughter had returned to her room for only a short while before heading to Junju Courtyard to find Zhu Xuntao, she decided to push through her hesitation. After all, having already been disturbed, it mattered little whether the intruder was one or two. Thus, Jiang Yijing mustered her courage and made her way over. Mother. With her mother's backing, Xiaomi Luo felt emboldened. Elder brother. I have a serious matter to discuss with sister-in-law. The gift sister-in-law sent me is truly precious. I specifically came to express my gratitude. The thought of the gift Zhu Xuntao had given her filled Xiaomi Luo with regret for leaving the residence today. Had she not ventured out, she would have immediately opened it and rushed to thank her sister-in-law. She was not an ungrateful wretch. Ahem, too, Jiang Yijing stammered, feeling more embarrassed. She sincerely embraced Zhu Xuntao, and as for what Zhu Xuntao had gifted her, she couldn't discern its value from the box, nor did she mind. It was not until the evening, while old Madame Feng was tidying up, that she discovered what it was.
Tao, what did you send?
The younger sister, being of a young age, would naturally appreciate charming gifts, but there were not many items that could leave her mother unable to sit still. Finally, seizing the opportunity to showcase her offerings, Zhu Xuntao shed her social anxiety and had Qiu Yu bring forth her prepared items. Behold. The item Qiu Yu presented was noticeably larger than what Jiang Yijing and Xiaomi Luo had received. The mother and daughter had received dainty, palm-sized gifts, while this one was the size of a copper mirror suitable for placement upon a dressing table. Wow, it's so large! Xiaomi Luo exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Sister-in-law, what is this? How can it reflect like a copper mirror, so clearly? So this is what I look like. This is wonderful. In this world, there is no woman who does not appreciate the necessity of a mirror. What is this? In truth, Mirrors are not only needed by women, men require them as well. Indeed, Xiao Jingzhan found himself intrigued. Observing his reaction, Zhu Xuntao felt a swell of pride. In modern times, she had noticed her male colleagues keeping small mirrors in their drawers and briefcases. Look, no one can escape the allure of a mirror. This is called a mirror. A mercury mirror. As Zhu Xuntao elaborated, Qiu Yu lifted her chin and straightened her back. All right, I concede. Perhaps the young lady and Uncle Qian are not solely spendthrifts. The young lady claims that this item, known as a mirror, is certainly marketable, boasting broad appeal. While she did not comprehend much else, she recognized that the young lady's business acumen would yield significant profits. Upon hearing the term mercury mirror, Xiao Jingzhan discerned the potential. Let us call it a silver mirror. Zhu Xuntao considered and nodded in agreement. Silver mirror, it certainly sounds impressive.
Dao Dao.
This mirror. Jiang Yijing gazed at Zhu Xuntao with longing. Though it was somewhat brazen of her to wish for a larger version after her daughter had already received a small one, she truly desired it. The mother and daughter shared a mutual understanding, and Xiaomi Luo pressed her face against the mirror. Mine. Sister-in-law, I adore you. Please give it to me. No. I'll pay you with silver. How much do you want? In the presence of the silver mirror, the mother and daughter were merciless. Very well. Having been outmaneuvered by his younger siblings, Xiao Jingzhan seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Be sensible. Bring your silver notes, and you may take the silver mirror home. No problem. Xiaomi Luo did not decline, casting a cautious glance at her mother before turning back to Zhu Xuntao. Sister-in-law, I will return for the silver. Please hold on to this large silver mirror for me. Do not give it to anyone else. There was no need to ponder. Anyone else clearly referred to Jiang Yijing. Upon hearing her daughter's disloyal words, Jiang Yijing's expression tightened. Unfilial daughter. Noticing the displeasure on Jiang Yijing's face, Zhu Xuntao hastily sought to diffuse the situation. Mother, do not be angry. Xiaomi Luo is merely a child with a temper. She is undoubtedly filial to you. Yet, before the mirror, she did exhibit some rebelliousness. Actually, Mother, what do you think about us opening a shop to sell these silver mirrors? However, Xiao Jingzhan interjected before Jiang Yijing could respond. This item is rare, and its price will undoubtedly be steep. My dear wife shall earn a handsome profit. Even without being a merchant, Xiao Jingzhan could see the business opportunity surrounding the mirrors. Although only his mother and sister were present now, the other women of the Marquis's residence would surely be excited upon seeing such an item. Zhu Xuntao did not consider herself particularly capable. On the contrary, she felt quite inept. The protagonists of novels featuring time-traveling heroines were often depicted as formidable figures. As for her, had she not been taken in and raised by her grandfather, she would not have had the opportunity to grow at all. The mirror, such a small object, was something she could hardly recall how long it had taken her and Uncle Qian to craft, nor the amount of silver they had spent to produce it. She was indeed not cut out for research. Now, hearing Xiao Jingzhan's remarks, Zhu Xuntao felt a twinge of insecurity. Xiao Jingzhan, what do you think we should set as the price for this item? Her initial intention in asking Uncle Qian to create the mirror stemmed from the belief that it would be a simple endeavor. However, reality has taught Zhu Xuntao that nothing is as it seems. After numerous failed attempts with the most mundane of mirrors, her confidence in the task has diminished significantly. While the prospect of profit remains uncertain, the question of how much and in what manner to earn it looms large. Jiang Yijing's thoughts are more elaborate and specific than Xiao Jingzhan's. For the silver mirrors you gifted us, we should price them between 20 and 30 taels. A mirror of this size on the table must surely command 100 taels. Suddenly, Jiang Yijing recalls something. Tao Dao, can you make a full-length mirror? Zhu Xuntao comprehends the challenge. It may be difficult, but it is surmountable. If successful, such a mirror could fetch 1,000 taels, albeit with only 3 sold each month. Jiang Yijing's eyes sparkle with determination as she speaks with conviction. Limited sales? Zhu Xuntao applauds her mother-in-law's insight. Mother, this strategy is brilliant. We could even establish a membership system. Customers who spend a certain amount in our shop would become members, allowing them to pre-order any new products and enjoy early access. As for the full-length mirror, members would receive priority over regular customers. With Jiang Yijing leading the way, Zhu Xuntao instinctively draws from modern concepts. Jiang Yijing smiles, her admiration evident. Tao Dao, you are a remarkably talented woman. Your mind is as agile as any man's. Zhu Xuntao blushes at the praise. Mother, please don't flatter me. I'm not that extraordinary. I don't seek great talent, merely great wealth. Xiao Jingzhan perceives Zhu Xuntao's unspoken thoughts, recognizing the distinction between the two types of talent. Since mother has such confidence in this business, shall we open a shop together?
What?
Sister-in-law, you want to open a shop with mother? Why not with me? A flustered Xiaomi Luo, who had rushed back with her private stash, is clearly worried that her mother might seize the opportunity. With wealth to be earned, we can all contribute and hold shares. Zhu Xuntao does not refuse Xiaomi Luo. She is eager to involve the Xiao family, as she desires the support of the Yongjing Marquise. Despite her modern experiences nearly leading her to failure with mirrors, she knows that if it proves lucrative, many will seek to take advantage of her. Had she not harbored such concerns, she would not have brought up mirrors today. Truly, Zhu Xuntao never anticipated that such a seemingly trivial item could present her with so many challenges, opportunities, and dangers alike. Shares? Xiao Jingzhan is perplexed. Zhu Xuntao simplifies the explanation of shares, noting that similar concepts existed in ancient times, albeit under different nomenclature, making it easy to grasp. In fact, it seems the Marquise stands to benefit from Zhu Xuntao's contributions. Aware of this, both Jiang Yijing and Xiaomi Luo cast reproachful glances at Xiao Jingzhan. Jiang Yijing exclaims, "You would take advantage of your own wife? How could I have given birth to such a son?" Xiaomi Luo adds, "Sister-in-law marrying you must have been a mistake. I wouldn't want a brother like you." Ignoring their accusations, Xiao Jingzhan turns to Zhu Xuntao. "How do you propose we divide the shares? I want half. That is my bottom line." Until yesterday, she could only offer her skills, intending to claim merely 20%, perhaps a maximum of 30%. Now, however, with the dowry from the Sun family, she can contribute financially as well. With both money and expertise at her disposal, she wishes to leverage the strength of the Yongjing Marquise for support. Claiming 50% is entirely reasonable. As for the remaining 50%, she is indifferent to how the Marquise chooses to divide it. She will not interfere. Agreed. Xiao Jingzhan affirms, adhering to Zhu Xuntao's terms. Is it truly settled? Zhu Xuntao glances between Xiao Jingzhan, her mother-in-law, and sister-in-law, questioning whether Xiao Jingzhan can make such decisions. Jiang Yijing contemplates, if my son and daughter-in-law are in agreement, I see no reason to oppose. Xiaomi Luo interjects, mother and elder brother are indeed taking advantage of sister-in-law, aren't they? This shop will be split 50-50 between you and the Marquise. You provide the formula, and we will supply the manpower and the shop. Xiao Jingzhan swiftly ensures that Zhu Xuntao's needs are met. Zhu Xuntao extends her hand, and Xiao Jingzhan readily meets it with a clap. It's a deal. Let us draft a contract. A written agreement offers a measure of security. Zhu Xuntao and Xiao Jingzhan, working in tandem, swiftly formalize the contract, ensuring all procedures are complete. Xiao Jingzhan hands the contract, indicating 50%, to Jiang Yijing. Mother, please find a suitable shop. This silver can certainly generate profit. Very well. Jiang Yijing sees no point in further delay, accepting the contract with enthusiasm and pulling Xiaomi Luo along as they depart. Once outside Junju courtyard, Xiaomi Luo remarks, Mother, sister-in-law has done us a great favor. She warned me against the predatory Song Zichuan and also protected third brother from injury, saving his legs. Just over half a month ago, sister-in-law risked her life to rescue Qin Liang. It's only right that we share the profits with her. Even gifting her a few shops would be justified. How could we shamelessly take advantage of sister-in-law? Jiang Yijing reflects on Xiao Jingzhan's concerns. Now you understand the life your sister-in-law endures in the Zhu family. Before marriage, she had no one to rely on but herself. Perhaps accustomed to being bullied, she has grown wary and believes that only through binding interests can she find security. If we do not accept this contract today, she will undoubtedly feel insecure, fearing we might abandon her and forfeit the shop. Such an outcome would extinguish her ambition to open the store altogether. What you perceive as taking advantage is merely another form of support. This venture is one we in the Marquise will not interfere with. Once your elder brother and sister-in-law have children, I shall pass it on to that child. Xiaomi Luo, feeling somewhat discontented, mutters, that seems acceptable. But why does Lady Sun favor Zhu Yingyan over sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is clearly superior. I do not believe Zhu Yingyan could ever be more filial to Lady Sunday. Jiang Yijing scoffs. Who knows what madness that Sun woman is afflicted with? She would forsake such a good child as your sister-in-law. Just as well. The Marquise is in need. Jiang Yijing lifts the contract. See? It has become a boon for our Xiao family. Zhu Xuntao, capable of producing silver mirrors, is undoubtedly a treasure. If the Zhu family were to treat her well, they would no longer be in their current position. At the very least, their coffers would overflow with wealth. Surely they wouldn't refuse to accept more silver, would they? Indeed.
Xiaomi Luo feels reassured.
Gazing at the mirror in her arms, She beams with satisfaction, admiring her reflection. Mother, I truly look splendid. Without this silver mirror, I would never have realized how beautiful I am. Sister-in-law is so kind to me. Observing her daughter elatedly brandishing a mirror worth 100 taels after spending 1,000, Jiang Yijing smiles indulgently. Do you not feel you've gotten the better end of the deal? Chapter 97. A lucrative venture. Xiaomi Luo shakes her head. How can this be a loss? This is clearly a manifestation of sister-in-law's love for me. While the mirrors you hold are small, mine is one of a kind. I have always said that sister-in-law cares for me the most. Grandmother said that when I was young, sister-in-law was the one who played with me. The older brothers found me bothersome and never included me. Jiang Yijing chuckles, refraining from contradicting her. If you find it valuable, then it is indeed valuable. As long as you are happy. They were merely deluded before, not unlike Lady Sunday fortunately. They realized their folly in time, and did not miss out on such a remarkable child as Zhu Xuntao. Had Zhu Xuntao been wed to Prince Yu and found herself a mere widow at the gate, she would have surely regretted it deeply. Zhu Xuntao had already conferred with the members of the Marquis regarding the opening of the silver mirror shop, which would undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor. After only a few days, the shop was set to inaugurate with great success, prompting Zhu Xuntao to exclaim, Xiao Jingzhan could be considered fortunate in his marriage. With capable hands at work, the formidable reputation of the Yongjing Marquis was indeed not mere boast. Her words brought a sigh of relief and smiles among the Marquisite's members. Yet, was it truly the case that merely opening a shop made one feel fortunate in marriage? Reflecting on Zhu Xuantao's previous reluctance and her determination to resist Prince Yu, the members of the Marquis could not help but think, so it seems that their young Master Xiao is overshadowed by a mere shop. There were many eager suitors for the position of young Master S wife. Qiu Yu, equally thrilled as Zhu Xuntao, exclaimed that she had seen countless customers eagerly parting with their silver coins for the mirrors, declaring, this time, we shall reap great profits. She was so excited that she could hardly contain herself and felt an urge to run a few laps around the street to release her exuberance. It turned out that both Miss Zhu and Uncle Qian were not only prudent with their finances, but also quite astute in generating wealth. In that moment, Qiu Yu felt no remorse for the silver previously spent. Stroking Qiu Yu's fluffy head, Zhu Xuntao generously stated, indeed, starting today, your young mistress shall embark on a path to great fortune, and I shall reward you with a substantial red envelope. Qiu Yu eagerly nodded, Your Grace. My retirement funds will finally have a chance to accumulate. The shop's atmosphere was not merely bustling, it was positively electric. In the modern world, mirrors may be commonplace, but in ancient times, they were a rare treasure. When Zhu Xuntao first attempted to replicate the mirror, she encountered numerous setbacks, primarily due to her inability to produce glass. However, with glass in hand and a mercury coating applied, the mirror was complete. The success of the mirror signified Zhu Xuntao's achievement in creating glass as well. The mirror was merely an initial venture. The true treasure lay in the glass itself. Observing the thriving shop from the second floor, the Crown Prince mused, Master Mingdang did not mention to me that Zhu Xuntao, this auspicious star, possesses such a talent for generating wealth. Xiao Jingzhan is indeed fortunate to have married her. Xiao Jingzhan raised his cup in a toast to the Crown Prince. I am indebted to my grandparents for their foresight in arranging this splendid union for me. Their accumulated virtue is not something ordinary individuals could envy. Do not celebrate too early, the Crown Prince cautioned. Let us not forget that Zhu Xuantao's true desire was to marry my royal uncle, Prince Yu. Had circumstances been slightly different, she could have been part of the royal family. Yet, she is now the young mistress of the Marquis and my wife, Xiao Jingzhan. Could such matters hinge on mere chance? Surely, a slight miscalculation could lead to monumental consequences. The Crown Prince, finding no amusement in trading barbs with Xiao Jingzhan, stated, It is no wonder Zhu Xuntao set her sights on my uncle, with her ability to launch such a prosperous shop. It is only natural she would aspire to be a princess. The Zhu family was not one to let go of a golden goose so easily. Confronted with the Zhu family, Zhu Xuntao found it hard to resist. Surely she possessed other valuable assets? Observing keenly, the Crown Prince recognized that Zhu Xuntao had more tricks up her sleeve. Xiao Jingzhan was incredulous, Your Highness. Are you implying that I should keep a vigilant eye on my wife's private affairs? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Regardless of how many treasures Zhu Xuntao might possess, they belonged solely to her. Who was he to be wary of? Unable to restrain himself, the Crown Prince gave Xiao Jingzhan a playful kick, irritated by his assumption of his character. Am I not the Crown Prince? Would I stoop so low as to covet a woman's possessions? Perhaps Xiao Jingzhan had consumed too much water and allowed it to muddle his mind. Unfazed, Xiao Jingzhan brushed off the dust from his robe, stating, "First, we must consider our own interests before those of others. Today, the crown prince seems indifferent, but what if he later discovers Zhu Xuantao's greater potential for profit and regrets it? I am merely offering a word of caution." The crown prince scoffed. "You seem to have an unwavering faith in Zhu Xuantao. Are you not concerned you may be overestimating her?" Without hesitation, Xiao Jingzhan replied, "I indeed have such confidence in her." Having already traversed the path of clarity, Xiao Jingzhan believed the crown prince would remain true to his words. However, money possesses a peculiar allure. Little did the crown prince know, it would not be long before their conversation would be brought to light by Zhu Xuantao herself. The crown prince was no sage. He was merely an ordinary man. The reason he currently dismissed Zhu Xuantao's burgeoning enterprise was that her earnings were still insignificant. Once Zhu Xuantao's business flourished to a remarkable degree, not only would the crown prince take notice, but even the emperor's demeanor would shift. In a mere 3 days, Zhu Xuantao had accumulated enough silver to fill a box. "Young mistress, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from counting," Qiuyu advised. "No matter how often you tally the notes, they will not multiply, nor will you be able to keep them all. Eventually, all would be spent. Fortunately, compared to the past when there was only expenditure without income, now there was both spending and earning, providing her with a sense of balance." Understanding Qiuyu's concerns, Zhu Xuantao reassured her, "Look, your retirement funds are steadily growing. Though it seems we have spent a great deal today. Consider the greater profits we shall earn in the future. Every time I told you this before, you doubted me. Yet here we are." Zhu Xuantao confidently patted the box. Qiuyu chuckled. "Regardless, you still have the dowry from the Sun family to fall back on, so why should I worry?" Unlike the Zhu family, where she genuinely feared for the young mistress's well-being, knowing that the marquise would never allow her to starve provided a great sense of relief. Indeed, she felt emboldened now. After marriage, her avenues for earning had multiplied. Xiao Jingzhan had mentioned that Xiaomi Luo and the chubby one were flush with silver. Zhu Xuantao held considerable faith in the wealth they possessed. She did not deceive. If necessary, she would borrow. In truth, marrying Xiao Jingzhan had its benefits beyond the unavoidable intimacy of married life. Everything else was rather agreeable. When seeking silver from her grandmother, she would no longer feel hesitant or lacking in confidence. "Young mistress, what business do you wish for Uncle Qian to attend to?" Qiuyu inquired, remembering that he had not returned in time for their wedding. "He must surely feel regret for not witnessing your marriage." Uncle Qian had expressed to her that he had long awaited this day. Zhu Xuantao's smile faded slightly. "Uncle Qian is a kind-hearted man raised by my grandfather. This regret, while present, varies in magnitude. Perhaps it is better to have a small regret now than a significant one in the future." Qiuyu was skeptical. How could missing your wedding be considered a small regret? Zhu Xuantao finally relented and put away the box. "You do not understand yet, but in time you will." Almost simultaneously, Qiuyu echoed her sentiment. "You do not understand yet, but in time you will." Qiuyu scrunched her nose. "Mistress, you always use this phrase to brush me off." Zhu Xuantao laughed. It mattered not whether the phrase was old or new, as long as it proved effective. "Young mistress, the eldest Miss Zhu has sent a message requesting an audience." A servant outside presented a note with utmost respect. Qiuyu looked at Zhu Xuantao. "The eldest Miss Zhu wishes to see you? What could she want?" Recalling how casually Zhu Yingyan had entered and exited Zhu Xuantao's courtyard during their time at the Zhu residence, Qiuyu felt a swell of pride. Indeed, our miss is now the young mistress. Her status has changed, and the eldest miss should no longer take her lightly. "Young mistress, let her wait outside." Seizing the rare opportunity, Qiuyu wished to assert a bit of authority. Mischievously, Zhu Xuantao shook her head. Such theatrics seemed trivial and unnecessary. She felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of wielding such power. Qiuyu remarked, "My lady, have you forgotten how the eldest young lady used to treat you? With your temperament, even if you made her wait, how long could she endure it? I recall one winter when she made you wait in the courtyard for an entire hour. It was snowing that day." At the mention of this, Zhu Xuntao indeed recalled the incident. However, on that day, she was aware that Zhu Yingyan was deliberately seeking trouble. So she simply wrapped herself in a quilt to wait outside. She devised a clever plan to prop an umbrella up in a tree. Fortunately, it was merely snowing with little wind, allowing the umbrella to stay in place. Thus, not a single flake of snow landed on her. She had bundled herself up like a bear, and that time, Zhu Yingyan was unable to torment her. Instead, upon discovering her cleverness, Zhu Yingyan became so frustrated that she fell ill. Back then, Zhu Yingyan had not yet been reborn. She was still relatively easy to handle. Unlike now, where her anger remains bottled up, her gaze sharp as if laced with poison. For this reason, Zhu Xuntao found herself reminiscing about the past Zhu Yingyan, who was so much easier to deal with. Do not forget, I was wrapped in a quilt when I went out. In the end, it was I who remained healthy, while the eldest sister fell ill and had to drink a considerable amount of bitter medicine. Upon mentioning the bitter concoctions Zhu Yingyan had to endure, Zhu Xuntao couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. After all, she loathed traditional Chinese medicine. Such bitter remedies were beyond her belief that anyone could tolerate them. Indeed. Qiu Yu laughed heartily. The eldest young lady attempted to bully the young lady of the air, only to end up making her sick instead. At that time, I thought the young lady of the air was quite remarkable. If the eldest young lady hadn't had the madam to support her, how could she have ever surpassed the young lady of the air? The waiting maid, with sharp ears, overheard the conversation between Zhu Xuntao and her servant, quickly forming a conclusion in her mind. The relationship between the young lady of the Zhu family and her maternal elder sister was quite poor. You may go. I will be out shortly. Yes, my lady. The maid exited. At this moment, Zhu Yingyan sat there with a cold expression, her demeanor heavy and silent. Thus, even though the maid did not treat her well, Zhu Yingyan remained silent. She intended to conserve all her fury until she confronted Zhu Xuntao. Where was Zhu Xuntao? Zhu Yingyan was not a patient individual, especially when it came to Zhu Xuntao. Her patience was particularly thin. She had always been the one making Zhu Xuntao wait, yet today, she found herself in the position of having to wait for Zhu Xuntao. It could only be said that now that Zhu Xuntao had married Xiao Jingzhan, she had become so emboldened that she had forgotten her place. Miss Zhu, do be mindful of your words. You must not directly address my lady of the air by name. In the boudoir, Miss Zhu was the elder, and the lady of the air was the younger. Addressing each other by name was naturally permissible. However, now that my lady of the air status has drastically changed, she is now a figure recognized by the imperial edict. I hope Miss Zhu will adhere to the proper decorum. Zhu Yingyan did not expect that merely by asking a question, without even reprimanding Zhu Xuntao, she would be met with a scolding from a coarse maid. Presumptuous. Since you know that this young lady is the elder sister of your lady of the air, how I address her is a matter between us sisters. You mere servants dare to overstep your bounds and meddle in the affairs of your masters? It seems the young lady of the air is not doing a very good job, as she has not even taught you the rules. If you disregard me, it is tantamount to disregarding Zhu Xuntao. If the person marrying Xiao Jingzhan had been her instead of Zhu Xuntao, then the maid would have been defending her, not Zhu Xuntao. It was intolerable for Zhu Yingyan to have her rightful place usurped by Zhu Xuntao, only to be insulted in return. Zhu Yingyan cast a glance at Qiufan, signaling her to deal with that coarse maid. Zhu Xuntao did not intend to intimidate Zhu Yingyan, but Zhu Yingyan thought otherwise. If she did not assert herself, when she next visited the Yongjing Marquise, how could the servants show her any respect? She, too, could be considered half a mistress among the servants of the Marquise. There is no reason in the world for servants to show their masters contempt. Miss Zhu? Qiufan was not as fierce as Zhu Yingyan. In the Zhu residence, Zhu Yingyan's commands were obeyed without question. There was no one she dared to strike. However, they were no longer in the Zhu residence. If the young lady commanded her to strike, it would be the Marquisate servants. It is said that ministers' children are akin to seventh-rank officials. As a mere maid, could she possibly lay hands on the servants of the Marquise? How dare you disregard my words? Zhu Yingyan's face darkened. The servants of the Marquise dared not show her disdain, and now Qiufan was disobeying her? The maid scoffed, unable to believe that this person before her was the elder sister of the air, a daughter of a prominent official. So crude. Lacking even a shred of decorum, did she not fear bringing shame upon the Zhu family? Miss Zhu, I am a servant of the Marquise. If you wish to discipline me, that must come from the masters of the Marquise. Was this young lady of the Zhu family truly so blind to her own status? Zhu Yingyan's face turned a deep shade of anger. Zhu Xuntao, have her come out to speak with me. I do not believe she would dare treat me this way. Chapter 99. 100,000 Whys. Zhu Xuntao walked in gracefully, her demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce Zhu Yingyan. It seemed that just because Zhu Xuntao had married someone, the layer of dust upon her had finally been brushed away, revealing her brilliance. In stark contrast, the previously outstanding Zhu Yingyan seemed to have lost her way today, behaving in a manner unbecoming of a young lady from a noble family. Even a girl from a humble background could conduct herself with more grace than Zhu Yingyan was displaying. Elder sister. Zhu Xuntao still wished to give Zhu Yingyan some face, refraining from directly calling her by name. Zhu Yingyan's expression darkened. Zhu Xuntao. Do the servants of the Marquis treat me with such disrespect at your behest, or do they simply disregard you? The maid opened her mouth to explain. It was not her rudeness that preceded, but rather Zhu Xuntao's initial disrespect towards the lady of the air. She had merely reminded Zhu Xuntao to observe the rules. As for everything else, she had done nothing. Zhu Xuntao was attempting to wrongfully accuse her. Zhu Xuntao raised her hand. You may go. This was a muddled affair. Zhu Xuntao neither pursued Zhu Yingyan's aggressive stance, nor held the maid accountable for her audacity. This matter should be dealt with equally, with each party bearing half the responsibility. Zhu Xuntao was too lazy to assign blame and simply wiped it away as if erasing chalk from a board. Thank you, Lady of the Air. The maid's eyes brightened, feeling that Zhu Xuntao was defending her. Humph. No matter how precious the daughter of a minister is, this is still the Yongjing Marquis. How could the minister's residence compare to the Marquis? The eldest young lady of the Zhu family attempting to leverage the Lady of the Air's status to elevate herself was truly laughable, regardless of Zhu Yingyan's demeanor. The maid swaggered away, showing no regard for her, which infuriated Zhu Yingyan. Once the outsiders had left, only the two sisters and two maids remained. Zhu Yingyan spoke plainly. Zhu Xuntao, I underestimated you. That small test earlier has given me my answer. Zhu Xuntao is not as simple and dull as I presumed, devoid of cunning. It turns out that the one who hides the deepest and possesses the most guile in the Zhu residence is none other than Zhu Xuntao. Elder sister, why do you say such things? Zhu Xuntao did not admit to being cunning. If she truly wished to scheme against Zhu Yingyan and Madame Sun, risking everything, as the heroine, Zhu Yingyan would have emerged unscathed today. She was indeed a pawn, but one with fighting spirit. She might not be able to destroy the heroine, but could certainly make her suffer a bit. In the past, her demeanor was notably gentle, treating Zhu Yingyan and her biological mother as if they were kin. Others would consistently seek trouble with her, eager to witness how she would retaliate. The slight display of her abilities just now should have sufficed as proof, should it not? Frustrated, Zhu Yingyan clenched her cup tightly, though she refrained from shattering it. Was it not the eldest sister who had just revealed a glimpse of her skills? Why was it directed at me instead? Observing the cup, still intact in Zhu Yingyan's firm grip, Zhu Xuntao smiled knowingly, given the temperament of the eldest sister. The fact that the cup remained unscathed in her hands indicated her remarkable ability to restrain her anger. You ought to discern the distinction. This is the Yongjing Marquis, not your Zhu residence. If that is the case, why then do you choose to display such foolishness in front of that old woman? Eldest sister, you are truly cunning, attempting to dig a pit for me to leap into. Zhu Yingyan, unwilling to relent, sought to complicate her life at the Yongjing Marquis, devising ways to trouble her. She aimed to provoke her into losing face before the servants of the Marquis. A master who lacks dignity before their subordinates could hardly command their respect or truly embody the role of a master. Zhu Yingyan intended to render her, the future Marquis consort, nothing more than a mere ornament. This strategy, while somewhat self-destructive, bore the essence of inflicting harm upon oneself to strike at the enemy. Yet, if it proved effective, that was sufficient. Once she wed Xiao Jingzhan, Zhu Yingyan would be irrelevant to the Yongjing Marquis. All she needed to do was tarnish her image in the eyes of the Marquisate servants. Zhu Yingyan's own reputation was of no concern to her. After all, those servants were not from her household. Thus, who could dare claim that Zhu Yingyan, the protagonist, was truly foolish, having undergone rebirth with no discernible growth? In her interactions, Zhu Yingyan had indeed made progress. Regrettably, you saw through her schemes. Zhu Yingyan, filled with resentment, lamented the multitude of strategies available. Yet, Zhu Xuntao had chosen the most effective one. Had it not been for this, Zhu Yingyan would not have been so incensed. Just moments ago, she had deliberately sought to provoke the old woman in order to embarrass Zhu Xuntao. Regardless of whether Zhu Xuntao punished the old woman or attempted to counsel her, it would only serve to alienate her, causing her to lose face publicly. The best course of action, as Zhu Xuntao had demonstrated, was to do nothing at all. Zhu Yingyan sought to create a scene, but Zhu Xuntao's calm demeanor had effortlessly subdued her. Zhu Xuntao, you truly play your part well in front of my mother and me. No wonder you just confided in me about not wanting to marry Xiao Jingzhan, but rather the princess of you. That very day, the emperor's decree arrived at our home, showcasing true mastery of manipulation. You deceived me, evading my ire while biding your time until the imperial edict arrived. Zhu Xuntao, your cunning is deeply unsettling. Zhu Yingyan's expression of fear was not merely hyperbole. It held a kernel of truth. Throughout her life, she had perceived Zhu Xuntao as timid and easily bullied, lacking in spirit, akin to a puddle of mud. Even the slightest step upon it made her wary of soiling her shoes. Yet, this very individual had completely eluded her perception, deftly maneuvering her like a puppet. Realizing this, Zhu Yingyan found solace in the thought that Zhu Xuntao would soon marry, sparing her the burden of cohabiting under one roof. Otherwise, with Zhu Xuntao lurking in the shadows, plotting her downfall, could she ever hope to evade her machinations? With such reflections, Zhu Yingyan's complexion paled, and her tone turned stern. Zhu Xuntao, answer me honestly. Was it truly you who orchestrated my poisoning in my own home? Did you lay your treacherous hands upon me? Though framed as a question, Zhu Yingyan spoke with increasing conviction, asserting that Zhu Xuntao was indeed the culprit. Zhu Xuntao, sipping her tea, merely smiled in silence. It appeared that Zhu Yingyan was beginning to piece things together, albeit too slowly and not thoroughly enough. Had she genuinely understood, she would not have posed such a question. Zhu Xuntao remained composed, while Qiuyu could not maintain her calm. She glared at Zhu Yingyan, indignantly asserting, "Miss, do not slander me without cause.